cautiously hugging her. Macy jumped down, shrinking gray, tucking him into her chest as she walked out. Sure enough, as expected, there was a quarrel between a man and a woman. Gemmet before gawking, Macy noticed something odd. Leavy side, there seemed to be a trace of a ghostly spirit dissipating, and this aura felt somewhat familiar. Macy, did you kill someone? Gray corrected, I killed a ghost. Macy picked up a fragment, glanced at it, and knew who had just been scattered to pieces, Conroybegale. Conroybegale disappeared so silently that Macy felt a little sorry for her. Gemmet since Dong Dong did the deed, and Macy doted on her teacher so much, she let it be. Not far away, Conroydan was facing the female ghost, clenching his fingers tightly. Do you know what you're saying? If you leave me, you'll become a wandering ghost. Gemmet Joliot-Jemai took a step back, shaking her head. I have remembered everything from my past life. I am tired and unwilling to repeat the same mistakes. After obtaining Joliot-Jemai, Conroydan had relaxed and started coveting Macy again. Gemmet when Joliot-Jemai wanted to leave him, he felt an intense love for her. Some people are like that, they always have to lose something to realize its value. Conroydan shouted, I love you so much. You love me too. I have admitted my mistakes, why do you still reject me with your capriciousness? Listening to this, Macy almost laughed. Was it still Joliot-Jemai's fault? She simply no longer liked him, where was there any capriciousness? To Joliot-Jemai, Conroydan seemed very unfamiliar now. In her past life, she gave everything for him and received nothing in return. Why should she unknowingly be exploited again in this life? She did not feel any love after being bound, she only felt like she was a tool. Joliot-Jemai said, I'd rather be a wandering ghost than have anything to do with you. Saying this, she burst out with an unprecedented powerful force, trying to break free from the binding with Conroydan. Conroydan screamed, holding his head and kneeling on the ground, taking out a talisman with a pained expression. Why? Even you betray me. He thought he was a prodigy of heaven, but never expected to be stabbed in the back by the one he loved most. This pain was even more painful than death. Macy leaned against a tree trunk, watching Conroydan's actions with interest. Her fingers twitched slightly, and Joliot-Jemai's power increased several times. Conroydan could not understand why such a weak ghost as Joliot-Jemai would suddenly burst into such strength. He struggled and howled, trying to grab hold of the person in front of him, but grabbed nothing. Joliot-Jemai really broke free from the binding, but once a ghost violated these contracts, their soul would soon dissipate. Conroy's smile appeared on her face. Why should I live another life being manipulated by you? Macy stroked her chin, thinking this girl didn't disappoint her. So she decided to give her a small gift. The invisible light recondensed Joliot-Jemai's soul, sending her into reincarnation. Conroydan knelt on the ground in pain, howling and grabbing his hair. I love you. I love you. Why would you rather disappear than stay with me? Why betray me? No one responded, leaving only a wretched madman behind. Macy hummed lightly, suddenly feeling bored, and said, Since you can't sleep anyway, we might as well set off directly and return to Qingfeng Temple. Conroydan seemed suddenly awakened from his pain. He raised his head abruptly and looked at Macy. The girl was beautiful like moonlight, seemingly capable of healing all pain. He suddenly stood up and walked toward Macy. Can I hug you? Chapter 295 The red-clothed female ghost Conroy attaches to the sick and crazy Jamadi, 34. Macy took a step back as if she had tasted shit. Her first reaction was to suspect that the other party had some sinister motive. Gemmet when she saw Conroydan's eyes, she knew she had overthought it. This damn thing just wanted to take the opportunity to flirt with girls. In Conroydan's mind, young beauties were always soft-hearted. He didn't have a bad appearance, he could still be considered a graceful and handsome gentleman. Now that his heart was shattered, seeking a little comfort was not too much, right? Even a girl he had just met would feel heartache and affection when seeing such a pained young man. Conroydan was truly miserable, feeling that the meaning of his rebirth had disappeared. Gemmet the new acquaintance happened to be named Macy. Was this a form of compensation from heaven for him? Conroydan took a step towards Macy, his eyes red, expression painful and fragile, staggering in his steps, indeed looking very destitute. If it were an ordinary woman, no matter what, she would probably step forward to offer some comfort. Macy stared at Conroydan for 2 seconds, then surprisingly took a step forward, walking towards Conroydan. Conroydan's eyes lit up, his heart filled with joy, as if all the pain just now had faded somewhat. However, the next second, Macy suddenly stumbled and kicked a small stone nearby. The stone flew up and headed straight for Conroydan's legs. Levy off. Conroydan's face instantly turned green, his legs clamped together, nearly kneeling on the ground. Macy stood still, blinking. What happened, young Flint Trinity? Why are you bowing so deeply? Cold sweat dripped down Conroydan's face due to the pain, unable to utter a word, unable to understand why a small stone could have such power. Seeing Conroydan suffering, Macy finally felt slightly more comfortable. Dismiss the ceremony, young Flint Trinity. Since you can't sleep anyway, let's head back to Qingfeng Temple quickly. With Conroydan's contorted face, they finally returned to Qingfeng Temple. The disciples couldn't believe that their senior brother's found master had turned into that appearance. Conroy, bloodied old man with decaying eyes and constantly groaning throat, was their elegant and spiritual teacher? Camden was hurriedly carried inside, inviting the most skilled doctors to treat Camden's injuries. His wounds were extremely bizarre, continuously decaying, oozing pus while emitting a foul smell. The doctors barely tolerated this nastiness out of respect for Qingfeng Temple. To save face for Qingfeng Temple, Conroy Dan did not mention this was Camden but said this was a wild Taoist rescued by Qingfeng Temple. Though blind and mute, Camden still had sharp ears. Hearing Conroy Dan speak like that almost made him choke, shaking violently and startling the doctors again. Conroyter just one day, no one wanted to take care of Camden anymore. Conroy this moment, Macy stepped forward. I am unskilled, but I have learned some medical skills and have a unique family recipe. If you don't mind, I can try treating him. The doctors and disciples were more than willing. The celestial-like maiden was brought here, led around Qingfeng Temple as a guest, arousing countless speculations about her identity and attracting admiring gazes along the way. Now seeing her kindness, many thought this girl was a living Gemidasutta descended to help humans. Conroy Dan looked at Macy with even more fervor. The pain of Jolio Jamai's departure was almost gone, and he now had a new goal, obtaining Macy. After bringing Macy into Camden's room, Conroy Dan tried to talk more with Macy, only to be shut outside by her. Macy slowly approached the sick Camden on the bed. Upon hearing those gentle footsteps and delicate voice, Camden started trembling violently. He would never forget this voice. This strange yet incomprehensibly powerful girl who inhabited Myra's body. The world's most terrifying ghost was nothing compared to her. Yet Camden was now confined to the bed, with no possibility of escaping. Macy stood beside Camden, staring down at him expressionlessly, lips curving slightly. Don't be so nervous. If I say I will cure you, I will definitely cure you. Conroy, she spoke, her arm lifted, fingertips hovering above Camden's body. Suddenly, a faint white glow flashed, and Camden's wounds began visibly healing. However, Camden twisted even more severely. Macy wasn't that benevolent, she merely healed the outer skin, making the inner wounds even worse. It was like covering rotting flesh with a layer of cling film, looking fresh and beautiful outside, but decaying inside with maggots. The decay would progressively erode deeper toward the bone. He would endure extreme pain every day, clearly feeling his own rotting, yet unable to express it. After Macy finished with everything, Camden looked much cleaner, with his wounds healed and his body clean. If you ignored his twisted and grotesque face. Does it hurt? Macy laughed. Dong Dong suffered far more pain than you do now. Camden's whole body contorted, wishing for death rather than enduring this agony, but that soft voice rang like a curse. So, this is just the beginning. Having said that, Macy lifted her finger and slowly moved it to Camden's brow. She was too lazy to lift the restriction on his throat and didn't want to communicate with him at all, so she directly searched his soul to satisfy her curiosity about the truth. Macy had already recovered 60% of her powers, making her unmatched in this world. She could even potentially destroy a small universe with all her might. Using some knowledge from her previous life, she effortlessly delved into Camden's mind, sifting through his memories. Jiming soul searched was an incredibly terrifying experience. His memories were ruthlessly rifled through as if by invisible hands sorting trash, each probe bringing excruciating pain deep within. With a blank expression, Macy finished reviewing Camden's memories. Her fingers tightened, and anger surged within her. She then squeezed her fingers tighter. Gurgle gurgle. Camden jolted up like a dead fish before falling back down. Macy tore his skin open and peeled it off. Suddenly, I feel I was too merciful. Macy methodically reopened the skin he had struggled to heal, keeping him alive and conscious. When Camden became a quivering mass of red flesh, Macy started healing his skin again. Rest assured, you will live a long life. With that, Macy turned and left without looking back. She stroked Gray in her arms, feeling something tightly clench her heart, a mix of, should be replaced, sorrow and excitement. Poor teacher, she needed to compensate for what he had suffered. Chapter 296. The red-clothed female ghost clung to the sick and mad Jamadi, complete. Gray carried his own doom. He should have been an outstanding prodigy admired by all, but merely because of his Gemidi, he became the source of tragedy. It was rumored that Gemidi could gather the demonic energy of the world. If it suffered in extreme pain and turned into a ghost, it would become a ghost king. Turning this ghost king into a ghost servant would make one invincible. Craig, as the most respected Taoist, unsatisfied with the status quo, became crazy due to long-term distortion and dissatisfaction, setting his sights on Gray. He spent his entire life researching a curse that could awaken potential under extreme pain and control the person from within by devouring their sanity. Sanyu Temple was the first to discover Craig's abnormalities. How could Craig take a small Sanyu Temple seriously? He directly eliminated this threat and casually caught a female ghost to experiment with his curse. That female ghost was the bride ghost Erina. Even those who defiled Erina were arranged by Craig. He just wanted to try if pain would enhance power under the influence of his curse. Indeed, he succeeded. Even after Erina became an extremely powerful evil ghost, she was merely a lab rat to Craig. His target was Gray. The first step was to make him suffer. The method, of course, was to take away everything from him. Thus, Gray watched his family fall in a pool of blood. The seed of the curse was planted in him, although Gray didn't know it at that time. From then on, he lived under Craig's surveillance. The injured teenager, having tasted love again at a tiny temple, naturally had that taken away by Craig. Gray lost everything once more, finally triggering the curse inside him and killing several assassins sent by Craig. From then on, there was no turning back. Gray only knew he was a harbinger of disaster, going mad again and again in pain without realizing each psychological and physical agony was a trap. Even the few trials during his stay at Qingfeng Temple were arranged by Craig. The barrier around Sangyu Temple was also set up by Craig. When Gray broke through the barrier using the curse, Craig appeared, telling Gray everything was fake, including his motivation for revenge. He had always been living under the control of his enemy. This was the final blow. The immense physical and psychological pain would completely swallow Gray's sanity, allowing Craig to tighten the chains and fully control him. Conroyter obtaining the Ghost King as a ghost servant, he would become the ruler of the world, commanding all ghosts. Gemmet he never expected an eerie girl to appear. Conroy's if she didn't belong to this world, she came solely for Gray. Eve quickly returned to her assigned room, pulled Gray out, and threw him onto the bed. Abelardo instantly reverted to his original form, entangling Eve with his long limbs. His black hair was scattered, and he felt cold all over. Gem mirrored his face in Eve's neck, he whispered. Eve, don't leave me. Eve stepped forward, straddling Gray as he fell backward onto the bed, looking down at him from above. How can I leave you? I came here for you. Conroy hint of blood lingered on her, since she had just skinned Craig alive. The bloody scent made her look even more beautiful. Her smile could make one forget to breathe. Gray gazed at her greedily, his long lashes trembling slightly. Eve asked, do you remember something? Gray softly replied, yes, not much. Leavenly my parents' death and the day I met Eve. Eve paused briefly, I'll always be here. I will return all your pain, multiplied. She rarely consoled people with words, she preferred actions. Speaking of which, she lowered her head and kissed Gray on the lips. Even a ghost king's lips were soft. Conroy clear fragrance filled the air. Gray held Eve's waist tightly, pressing their bodies together. Slightly tilting his head, he made it easier for Eve to kiss him, his lashes trembling even more. He behaved obediently, remembering what Eve had told him after the last kiss. He parted his lips slightly, allowing the kiss to deepen. Eve was admiring how obedient her student was when suddenly, she felt herself being flipped over. Gray pressed her beneath him. Eve's eyes narrowed dangerously. For some reason, her student seemed quite insistent in this aspect. However, persistence was futile because she was the controller. The teacher only needed to be obedient. Suddenly, her slender and fleshy palm gripped Gray's neck tightly. Gray, now a ghost king, naturally couldn't be choked to death by her, but the fingers gripping his neck suddenly emitted an intangible force like threads, entangling his soul entirely. Just like when Craig had once locked Gray, this time there was no pain, only gentle, watery caresses that even made his limbs go weak. Gray almost collapsed onto Macy. In the next second, their positions switched again. Macy curled her lips in delight. It felt so good to have power, otherwise, she might not have been able to control Gray. This feeling of pinning down her teacher and savoring him thoroughly was what she loved most. Little by little, the black robe fell away, revealing a perfect work of art before Macy's eyes. The black patterns were the sexiest marks, and as Macy's fingers traced down along those lines, they indeed elicited shivers throughout the body beneath her. The youth couldn't help but raise his chin, trembling as he asked. Conroy, am I being good? Macy looked down and curled her lips. Good. Clothes hit the ground, the bed canopy lowered, and the wind outside carried peach petals, closing the window. Conroy fish swam into the pitch-black icy abyss, thinking it saw just a reflection on the water's surface. Unexpectedly, the moonlight scattered into shapes, lifting lush vines and entrapping it within a cage from which there could be no escape. Nor did it wish to escape. Sure enough, Miss Macy cured Craig, yet why did the Taoist look more twisted despite showing no visible wounds? Conroy Dan wanted to ask Macy about this while chatting with her. However, he found her smiling oddly. Taoist seems to have some needs. Go see him, Macy suggested. Reluctantly, Conroy Dan agreed. Levin's inside the room, the door was locked by Macy from the outside. Immediately after, he smelled something strange. The grotesque Craig crawled toward him. Horrified, Conroy Dan discovered he couldn't move at all. 3 days later, the door opened, revealing complete chaos inside. Conroy Dan, hair disheveled and gone mad, had been violated and tortured by his deranged master, with no part of his body unharmed. Craig looked even more terrifying, crawling around in a deformed manner, no longer human. Satisfied, Macy curled her lips, turning to let her disciples see more clearly. Look, these are your master and elder brother. From today onward, I am the Taoist of Qingfeng Temple. Conroy Dan couldn't die, his death would cause glitches in the world. So Macy kept him barely alive, confined in the dungeon, making Gray visit daily for practice. Conroy's for Craig, Macy refused to let him die, even curing his insanity so he could fully face the consequences of his actions. After numerous episodes of flaying and bone removal followed by countless healings, Craig's body finally collapsed completely, but it didn't matter, there was still his soul. Macy grabbed hold of Craig's soul, smiling innocently. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Qingfeng Temple had a new female Taoist, who was said to bind the Ghost King as her servant, becoming the unmatched existence in the world overnight. No one could glimpse the female Taoist's appearance, nor did anyone know that every night she pinned her ghost servant on the bed, lightly kissing his long, tousled hair. If I leave, what would you do? She asked. With you, life or death, you decide, he replied. Chapter 297, Jamataful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, 01. This is a very typical case, but also very challenging. The patient is uncooperative and addictive. Conroy's previous doctors have been unsuccessful. Conroy, though you are my most accomplished student, I don't recommend you take it on. Conroy, are you sure you want to try? London raised her eyes and said with certainty, yes, I am. Gaynor nodded in satisfaction and placed a 1-year private physician contract in front of London. London cast a quick glance at it, then under Muanchuan's prompting, signed, Chu London. So, I'm a doctor. The professor left quickly. London stood up and walked to the full-length mirror by the office door to look at herself. Conroy, head of curly hair draped down, bright red lips, pointed chin, tall and sexy figure. Even dressed in a white coat, she couldn't hide her strikingly beautiful aura. What a beauty. London curled her lips in satisfaction. Though unsure about what kind of doctor she was in this world, she was already familiar with being a doctor. She had once won the highest award in global medicine. If that professor-like person were to truly compare skills, he might have to call her professor. Picking up the contract, London examined it carefully only to find something off. Not a surgeon. Seeing psychologist on the contract, London's lips twitched. Though unruly, she had some self-awareness and knew she wasn't exactly normal. To have her become a psychologist. London prepared to seek out the professor to nullify the contract. It should still be in time. Conroy, this moment, her phone rang, showing Woody. Muanchuan interjected, this is the target. Raising an eyebrow, London answered the call. Conroy male voice came through. London, did it succeed? London, succeed at what? There was a pause before a sigh followed. London, I know it's hard for you, but after this is over, I will marry you immediately. London's lips twitched again. What do I need to do? Ernst sounded uplifted by London's cooperation. You must become his personal doctor as soon as possible. With his severe condition, just a bit more stimulation should send him to the psychiatric hospital. London, you know, only you can help me. London remained unmoved by these repulsive words, focusing on one point. Generally, the teacher would be considered the antagonist by the target. Looking at the contract again, there was no photo, only a name. Conley. She chuckled ambiguously. Lev, of course, I'll do my best. She hung up impatiently, asking Muanchuan. So, now I just need to keep the target's likability above 0 and not kill him, right? Muanchuan, yes, Flint. Now I'm so powerful, no upgrade needed. London nodded, problem solved. Gemlock and delete all in one go. Taking off the white coat, she wore a black dress underneath, highlighting her curvaceous figure perfectly. London left the office building with the contract in hand as night fell. In this bustling city, the night marked only the beginning of craziness and excitement. The lights from skyscrapers intertwined with neon lights, attractive girls laughed as they crossed pedestrian crossings towards clubs for fun, speeding cars left glaring taillights behind. Conroy, soon as London descended the stairs, she caught several people's gazes. She planned to tidy up things at home before meeting Conley tomorrow. Subconsciously licking her lips, she stood by the roadside ready to hail a taxi. Not long after, a Maybach stopped beside her. The car window lowered, and a young man in the driver's seat raised his eyebrows at London. Where to, beauty? Need a ride? The few cars behind saw the luxury vehicle take precedence and could only drive away sullenly. London didn't want to bother, preparing to shoo him away when her peripheral vision caught a silhouette in the passenger seat. Her eyebrows suddenly rose, and without any hesitation or bashfulness, she opened the back door and got in. The driver appeared quite excited. We're heading to Muse Jemer. Where are you going? London smiled lazily, coincidentally, there too. Great. Excited, the man floored the gas pedal, and the car sped off. London responded indifferently while staring at the rearview mirror, watching the man in the passenger seat. His face turned towards the window, the sleeve rolled up on the arm resting against it revealed well-defined muscles. He held a cigarette between his fingers. From London's angle, she could only see his clear and graceful eyebrows and eyes. His prominent brow bones and slightly deep-set eye sockets gave him a rugged appearance, while his eyes, dark as night, seemed devoid of light. The night added a layer of shadow over his face, mingling with the smoke from his fingers, creating a cold mist. The cigarette in his fingers burned to the end, and he flicked the ash away with his long fingers before retracting his hand into the car to dispose of the butt in the ashtray. When he lowered his eyes, his long lashes made his gaze even more inscrutable. Suddenly, he raised his eyes and met Conroyna's gaze through the rearview mirror. Caught red-handed, Conroyna did not show the slightest embarrassment but smiled brightly instead. Ernst's gaze paused for a moment. Just as Conroyna thought he would look away, he suddenly smiled too. She hadn't expected that smile to be so charming, exuding a hint of mischief and boldness. Instead, Conroyna was taken aback, her heart skipping a beat, and even her ears turning a little red from the shock. This must be their first meeting, right? She had never imagined she'd be slightly off-put by this. Conroyna felt challenged by that smile and heard the man speak. Heading to Muse? Why don't we go together? We have a reserved front booth. Conroyna had intended to go together but didn't expect him to invite her, especially since this man was supposed to be her patient. For the first time, Conroyna doubted if she had mistaken someone. Could the teacher and Conley be two different people? Conroy patient needing a resident psychologist shouldn't look so normal. He carried an air of wildness, and his low, laughing voice was brimming with testosterone, making Conroyna's heart race just in this small space. Conroyna stared at him directly. I would be delighted. The young man in the driver's seat frowned. What do you mean, Conley? I'm the one who invited her. Give me your number later, you're not allowed to save it. Levy right, miss, my name is Myling. Just call me Conroyki. Conroyna nodded and looked at the man in the passenger seat. It was indeed Conley. Conley laughed indifferently, his deep voice resonating softly. Lev, of course. Wasn't I helping young Flintshire here? This teacher was very different from what she had expected. His smooth flirting was both thrilling and irritating. Conroyna rubbed her fingers, and they arrived at the bar. Myling courteously opened the car door and gestured for her to enter. Conroyna got out and glanced at Conley, only now realizing how tall he was. Standing at 170 centimeters, Conroyna found herself looking up to Conley, whose black casual shirt accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, with hints of well-defined muscles on his arms visible. Soon as Conley appeared at the entrance, several women swarmed around him. Wow, is Flint Alessio coming tonight? Flint Alessio hasn't been here for a long time. Have fun tonight. Have a cigarette, Flint Alessio? While speaking, they all tried to get closer to Conley. Conley subtly stepped back, chuckling lazily with a hint of mischief. I won't stay long tonight, I have something else to do. With that, he reached out to take a cigarette, putting it in his mouth, and someone immediately tiptoed to light it for him. Right this moment, Conroyna squeezed past them. Before Conley could react, she pulled the cigarette from his lips and looped her arm around his. Flint Alessio has company tonight, understood? Chapter 298 Jamotiful Female Psychiatrist and Mad Dog Patient, 02. Conley's body stiffened slightly. The scent of a woman wafted to his nose, warm and soft sensations pressed against his arm, followed by warmth that penetrated the fog. The curve on the corner of Conley's mouth didn't change. He pulled his arm out from Macy's embrace but did not step back to create distance. It seemed he had tacitly agreed. The surrounding women showed disappointment, their eyes glinting with envy as they looked at Macy. Macy smiled brilliantly, her chin lifted as she cast a glance indifferently. Even without makeup except for lipstick, she looked incredibly alluring, exuding an aggressive aura. Admittedly, this woman was indeed beautiful. Myling's eyes widened immediately. She looked from Conley to Macy in surprise. You two know each other? Conley didn't speak. Macy curved her lips in a smile. Maybe. What does maybe mean? Do they know each other or not? Before Myling could ponder further, the group had already gathered into the bar. Two minor celebrities had already taken seats in the VIP booth. Though young Flint Alessio hadn't asked for them, he being a valued guest here, it was naturally arranged. However, no one expected Conley to bring along a woman this time. Remarkably beautiful woman. They sat down, several men like little brothers came over, laughing and chatting, handing Conley a glass of wine. Conley took it, leaning lazily against the sofa, not too close nor too far from Macy. With Macy around, women who wanted to get closer dared not come forward, all casting envious looks at Macy. Conley sipped his whiskey, turning his head to say something to Myling. Soon, bikini-clad beauties carrying drinks circled around and delivered a few bottles. Amidst the deafening music, Conley leaned close to Macy's ear, lightly asking her with a smile. My lady companion, what would you like to drink today? The music was so loud that they had to get very close when speaking. Conley's lips were almost touching Macy's earlobe, hot breath sprinkling on her ear, his low voice carried laughter, making people feel tingling on half their body. Macy licked her lips, turning her head to look at Conley. In the dim light, Conley's eyes flickered, she couldn't see the color of his eyes clearly, only knowing that he was now flirtatious and seductive, every move wild. No wonder so many women wanted to be close to him. Macy smiled, also leaning in, next to Conley's ear. I'll drink whatever young Flint Alessio drinks. My name is Macy. Macy, remember it? The fingertips holding the glass whitened instantly. He tilted his head and took a sip of wine, the scalding alcohol sliding down his throat, causing a burning sensation as it reached his stomach. He laughed casually, turning his eyes to call her. Macy. Macy's heart skipped a beat. Seizing the opportunity, she took the wineglass from Conley's hand and finished it in one go. Her red lips left a lip mark on the wineglass, then she poured another cup for Conley, handing it back to him. Not bad wine. Conley stared at Macy for a moment, still holding the glass without putting it down. Soon, many people came to chat with Conley. He responded leisurely, handling the situation effortlessly, appearing experienced in high society. His hand habitually rubbed the glass rim, leaving behind a trace of lipstick on his pale, beautiful fingertips. When someone offered him a cigarette, Calmly rarely refused with a smiling gesture. "There's a lady here, next time." Myling stared at Calmly in astonishment, knowing that previously, Calmly wasn't so gentlemanly. Though he appeared amorous and charming, in reality, he never took anyone seriously. Macy watched Calmly from start to finish, from his hair to his fingertips, watching his sleeves buttoned at his wrist, mixing restrained beauty with conflicting wildness, like a beast locked in a cage. Conroy's night deepened. When Calmly stood up, everyone stood up as well. "Young Flint Alessio, aren't you staying a bit longer? Do you need a driver, young Flint Alessio?" Calmly waved with a smile. "No need." Conroyed half a bottle of foreign liquor, his laughter became even more enchanting, making hearts tremble. The arcs formed by his eye corners and lips were like hooks that could pierce right through a person's heart. The crowd escorted Calmly out. Conroyed greeting everyone with a smile, his gaze finally landed on Macy. "Where do you live, Miss Macy?" Macy lifted her chin, looking at him without immediate reply. Conroyed a while, she raised her eyebrows and gave her address. Myling, who didn't drink, acted as a driver, first dropping Macy off at home before taking Calmly. Without the beauties in the car, the air didn't smell as pleasant anymore. Myling complained, "If you're with me in the future, I absolutely won't flirt with girls anymore, otherwise, the ones I attract will all be after you." Conroyed a long pause without any response from Calmly. Myling turned to look and saw Calmly half lowering his eyes, gazing out the window. The smile at the corner of his mouth had faded, replaced by a chilling coldness. Myling's heart skipped a beat, and she didn't dare to say more. The next day, Macy packed her things and came to the front door of the Alessio residence. Ernstian, castle-like and airtight, stood imposingly. She took out her contract, and soon a nanny car drove up to the entrance to pick her up. Macy hadn't expected that it would take 15 minutes to reach Calmly's residence, passing through the courtyard and the golf course from the main gate. Her luggage was neatly placed by well-trained maids, and the butler came forward with a worried look, clearly disappointed when he saw Macy. Macy didn't exactly look like an experienced psychiatrist. With this face and figure, it was hard to tell if it was a good thing or not. Gemmet as Gaynor's student, she shouldn't be too bad. The butler politely introduced Macy to the layout of the Alessio residence and then pointed to a room on the second floor. "The young master is inside." He hesitated, paused, and then sighed deeply. "He locked the door again and wouldn't let me in, nor anyone else." Macy said, "Thank you, Santiago. Leave it to me." Santiago sighed and went off to arrange Calmly's meeting schedule. The Alessio residence was incredibly large but not crowded, indicating that Calmly preferred solitude. Yet someone who enjoyed such quietude seemed very much at ease in a noisy place last night. Macy climbed the stairs step by step, deftly removing the hairpin from her head and inserting it into the lock. She hadn't used this skill for a long time, never imagining there would be another opportunity to use it. There was a soft click, and the lock opened. Macy sniffed, detecting a faint smell of blood. In the next second, she met a pair of profoundly deep eyes, lifeless, as if they had absorbed the darkness of last night, with a hint of bluish shadow beneath them. Calmly, with his back to Macy, turned his head to look at her. His expressionless face slowly raised the knife in his hand, the tip pointing toward Macy. "Get out." Chapter 299 Gemotoful Psychiatrist and Rabid Patient, 03. Conroy drop of blood rolled along the tip of the blade, falling onto his knuckles as he shook it. Calmly stood with his back to Macy, who couldn't see where the blood came from. The curtains were drawn, making the large room dark. Macy stood at the door, not only not leaving but stepping inside, smiling. "Young Flint Alessio was sharing a drink with me last night. Why so cold today?" There was no flicker in Calmly's eyes. Clearly, he recognized Macy but didn't care. Seeming irritated, he stood up, hoarsely repeating, "Get out." Macy, standing by the door, slightly squinted her eyes without speaking. Leavenly when Calmly stood up did she notice the fresh blood streaks on his arms, some coagulated, some still dripping. His deep pupils were tinged red, the corridor light couldn't penetrate his eyes, scattering within their depths. Macy licked her lips, nervously rubbing her fingertips. Calmly indeed looked terrifying, especially with a sharp knife in his left hand. No wonder previous private doctors ran away, patients refusing treatment were the hardest to handle. She smiled more brightly. "Calmly, I'm your psychiatrist, responsible for you." Calmly's Conroymias's apple moved, his entire spine tensing as if trying to restrain something. Not wanting to repeat himself, he grabbed a glass from the table and threw it at Macy's feet. The shattering glass echoed through the corridor. Macy lowered her gaze to the broken glass, realizing that if she stayed, the next throw would hit her head. Lifting her head, a hint of mad coldness curved her lips, she suddenly closed the door behind her. Instead of leaving, she locked herself in the room with Calmly. Conroy's the door shut, blocking out the corridor light. Darkness engulfed them instantly. Macy noticed she couldn't even see his pupils, just a tall figure standing there, eyes hidden in the dark. Calmly hadn't expected this unexpected move from Macy. Previous doctors, even strong men, felt fear seeing him during episodes. He didn't have energy to ponder why Macy wasn't afraid but approached him. Confusion weighed on his chest, his heart pounding so hard his temples throbbed. Though it should have been quiet, faint murmurs and black shadows flashed by, causing palpitations each time. Calmly suddenly raised the knife, not at Macy, but at himself. Another blood streak appeared, yet his expression relaxed. Breathing heavily, too weak to deal with the intruder, he raised the knife again, ready to stab. Macy seized his wrist. Surprised by her strength, Calmly's brows furrowed tightly, jaw clenched, he rasped, "Let go." Lifting her head, her pupils gleaming in the dark, she smiled, "Want pain? Let me help." With a graceful flip of her hand. Calmly felt a numbness in his wrist, and the knife fell into Macy's hand. In the next second, she slashed, a bloody mark appearing on his collarbone. She actually attacked. Madwoman. That was Calmly's first thought. Strangely, this cut dispersed the black shadows like lifting a curtain. Without waiting for his reaction, Macy struck again. "Calmly, I'm a doctor, I know where to cut to hurt most without killing. Next time, let me assist you." Her voice, though soft, eerily covered the phantom sounds in his ears. Her tone was lazy yet firm, drawing closer. He took a step back, lowering his gaze to scrutinize her. Calmly met a pair of bright eyes that shone even in darkness, unlike his own. Despite the cuts, Calmly stared straight at Macy, showing no signs of dodging. Her black eyes were too deep, unreadable, or perhaps devoid of emotion. Pausing, she let a drop of blood roll off the blade, licking it away with her tongue before moistening her red lips. Then those fox-like beautiful eyes bent towards him. "Were you satisfied, young Flint Alessio?" Calmly pressed his fingers against his wound, feeling the pain before reaching out expressionlessly toward Macy. "Give me the knife." "No." Macy smiled, "Next time you want to use it, come find me." Conralpho Calmly was feeling a bit better now. He hadn't fully shaken off the madness from his episode. The headache was still severe, and he didn't feel like talking much, so he directly reached for Macy's wrist. He was strong and agile. When Macy didn't resist, she was no match for him. Calmly had no intention of being gentle. He tightly gripped her wrist, snatched the knife, and with a cold glare, flung it away. "There won't be a next time, you'll leave the Alessio family tomorrow." Macy stumbled but remained standing in place. She lowered her head, her long hair cascading down, and no one knew what she was thinking. The little ball inside Macy's mind nervously tried to explain. "Flint, don't be angry. Bipolar disorder patients suffer greatly during episodes and have difficulty controlling themselves. He's just sick. Calmly walked to the door step by step, opened it, and turned back to Macy. "Get out." He had slightly recovered and could form more complete sentences now. Macy stood where she was, suddenly shuddering, letting out a breath. She laughed and abruptly lifted her head. "Not bad skills, but you've met your match in me." With that, she charged straight at Calmly. Calmly's pupils constricted, raising his hand to block. His movements were very proficient, yet he couldn't withstand Macy's terrifying strength. Macy kicked the back of his knee, twisting his arm behind his back, and picked up the belt on the floor to securely bind his wrists. Calmly involuntarily knelt down, his knees hitting the floor with a dull thud. Macy undid another belt from her dress and bound his ankles, pressing him into the carpet. Throughout the entire process, neither of them made a sound, only their rapid breathing filled the room, making even the darkness seem scorching. Gemeth were panting heavily after this series of actions. Macy flipped Calmly over, pinning his cheeks between her fingers, looking down at him. "Remember, Calmly, I'm Macy, your psychiatrist. You need to behave." Chapter 300, Gemotoful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, 04. Calmly stared at her in silence for a long time, then closed his eyes briefly. "I'm sleepy." Just now he had been fierce and crazy when he threw the water cup, but now he seemed to have lost all strength, no longer struggling. He looked utterly listless, as if he wanted to cast off the entire world. Macy glanced at her watch. Indeed, it was nap time. She hadn't realized that she had tussled with Calmly for the whole morning. Macy stood up, looked around, and saw no medication. It dawned on her, such an uncooperative patient would never take medicine on his own. Fortunately, she had been prepared. The original host had meticulously secured this position as a family doctor by placing suitable psychiatric medication for Calmly in every pocket she could reach. She took out a pill and offered it to Calmly's lips. "Take it." Calmly turned his head away expressionlessly, closing his eyes wearily, his lips tightly pressed together. Macy's hand remained by his lips, unmoving. After a while, she lost her patience, curved her lips, and directly pinched his chin. Her grip was strong. After prying open his lips, she forcibly shoved the pill into his mouth, pressing his Conroymia's apple with her fingertips. Swallowing a dry pill was extremely unpleasant. Calmly tilted his head back helplessly, gasping twice. His drooping eyes lifted again, staring straight at Macy with a fierce gaze that seemed like daggers trying to pierce through her. He was strikingly handsome and wild-looking. When he was composed and gentlemanly, he was impressive enough, but now his ruthlessness was completely unveiled. No one could laugh under such a glare. Macy smiled with satisfaction, patting his face. "Good afternoon." Under the influence of the medication, Calmly's eyelids gradually grew heavy. This was also why he didn't want to take the medication. Psychiatric drugs made him lose control of his mind, slowing down his reactions, making him drowsy, and causing him to forget many things. He didn't want to be like that. He yearned to be awake, acutely feeling pain. His breathing grew heavier, and eventually, he fell asleep. Due to never taking medication, he suffered from nearly continuous insomnia, leaving his body and spirit extremely exhausted. Thus, he slept more deeply than ever before. Macy undid the restraints on his wrists and ankles, throwing Conley onto the bed. The sleeping Conley was like a different person from before. Leavenly now did Macy notice how long his lashes were, fluttering like a small fan with each breath. He had a high nose bridge and perfectly shaped lips. When he wasn't tight-lipped, he had a smile that explained why he looked so charming last night. His viciousness and morbidity were hidden beneath his beautiful appearance. In the darkness, Macy sat at the edge of the bed, lowering her eyes to look at him. She extended her fingertip to trace over the wound on his collarbone, reopening it to fresh blood. Her finger stained red, then she licked it away with her tongue. Subsequently, she stood up emotionlessly, picked up the knife from the floor, collected all the glass cups in the room, and returned to her room. She opened her laptop, clicked on some documents, and picked up a pen. Conroy Newfield, of course, deserved proper learning. Otherwise, how could she tame this wild dog? When Macy appeared in the living room again, the frightened butler hurriedly greeted her. "Doctor, are you all right? Is young Flint Alessio okay?" The butler had heard noises upstairs and was too terrified to approach. Conley became terrifying during his episodes, smashing things like a madman, growling, and self-harming. He had been through many things, carrying an aura of bloodshed, and no one could subdue him. It was manageable if he cooperated with treatment, but when he didn't, he was every doctor's nightmare. There had even been a doctor who was injured by him. Macy smiled. "We're both fine, everything went smoothly." Gemmet, I just heard the sound of a cup breaking, and it sounded like there was fighting." Macy, no, Santiago, you must have heard wrong. Conley accidentally fell. "Nothing to worry about, he has taken his medication and is now asleep." The butler let out a deep sigh of relief, glancing at Macy. He hadn't expected that this young doctor, who looked like a movie star, actually had these skills. Macy sat down on the sofa, her black dress slit revealing her long legs as she leaned back slightly, hair cascading down like a blooming black mandala flower. "Tell me about Conley." The butler was stunned by Macy's appearance for a few seconds before coughing and sitting opposite her, pouring her a cup of tea. "Yes, doctor, I also wanted to talk about the young master. Flint Alessio has always been unruly, disobeying family arrangements and secretly attending the police academy. Then some events happened, he even missed seeing his mother for the last time. The master is very disappointed in him. Now he's abroad recuperating, leaving the entire Alessio family to the young master. In my opinion, the master is being too heartless. They have never gotten along, but when the young master came back, he was already very ill, though it wasn't very noticeable. Even if it was noticed, Sir still thought it was just his rebelliousness. I watched the young master grow up from birth. He is a good boy and indeed someone who can bear everything on his own. Originally, Sir had completely lost hope in him, thinking that the young master would ruin the Alessio family. Gemmet unexpectedly, he held it together and did even better than before. Gemmet, I know he's almost at his limit. We've invited many doctors, but none of them have helped. Miss Macy, you're the first one who doesn't intend to leave after coming out of the young master's room. Macy listened carefully, jotting down a few notes in her notebook, then nodded. I understand. Thank you, Santiago. Of course, I don't plan to leave. She smiled slightly. For some reason, this smile made the butler feel dazed by its beauty while also giving him an eerie feeling. Just then, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Both of them looked up simultaneously as Conley emerged from his room, tying his tie. Ernst in formal attire appeared even more tall and lean, with his suit perfectly outlining his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His head was slightly tilted back as he adjusted the tie knot all the way up to the top button of his shirt. The cufflinks were intricately patterned, while the watch on his wrist emitted a subtle and delicate glow. Conroy, peerless gentleman. Conley finished tying his tie, lowering his gaze to the floor below, and greeted with a smile. Good afternoon. His voice was a bit hoarse but sounded even more alluring. Every move he made was graceful and casual. He walked downstairs, habitually picking up a pack of cigarettes from the table and placing one between his lips. There was no lighter on the table. His languid eyes swept over the area and stopped on Macy's hand. At some point, Macy had taken out a lighter and was playing with it, which happened to be the one he usually used. The beautiful woman leaned against the sofa, raising her eyebrows to look at him. Conley chuckled softly, approaching Macy. He bent down, bracing his hands on the armrests on either side of her body, leaning close, his voice filled with a carefree laugh. Doctor, can I borrow a light? Chapter 301, Gemotoful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, 05. Karina tilted her head back to look at him, feeling a wave of heat as he leaned down. If it weren't for the faint bruises still visible, Karina would have found it impossible to associate this man before her with the hysterical and madman from this morning. He now looked like an irresistibly charming wealthy young gentleman. Karina raised her hand, not to light his cigarette, but to take the one between his lips. Quit it. Conley raised an eyebrow and slowly stood up, finding it somewhat amusing. Just a house doctor who had met once, she was really acting as if she were the lady of the house. Lowering his gaze, he looked at Karina's fingers, those extremely beautiful fingers pinching the cigarette he had been holding. The tips caressed the cigarette mouthpiece as if touching his own lips. Conley's heart skipped a beat. He shifted his gaze and straightened up, adjusting his tie which suddenly felt tight. Doctor, I will give you a year off until the end of your contract. Your pay won't be reduced. Please move out by the time I return tonight. Conroy adjusting his tie again, without looking at Karina, his slightly hoarse voice neither too high nor low spoke calmly. Seeing that Karina did not respond, he paused, then continued. Did this morning scare you? Conroy apologies. I am never rude to ladies. Please forgive me and grant me a chance to stay away from you. Every word was telling Karina to leave, yet his words were sophisticated, with a continuous smile on his lips. His rakishly handsome features speaking in this tone made one's heart tremble. Karina understood why the psychologists had left. Conroy apart from Conley being terrifying, the main reason was that not working yet getting paid was a deal anyone would take. Karina sat gracefully, making no movement because of Conley's words. Conley glanced at his watch. He had an important contract discussion coming up and needed to leave immediately. For the first time wanting a cigarette without having one in his mouth, he couldn't help licking his teeth, his smile more captivating than ever. Well, goodbye, doctor. The butler hurriedly stood up to inform the driver while Conley walked towards the door without looking back. He had always been indifferent to everything, uninterested in anything, just behaving as he thought he should. At this time, he subconsciously focused on what was behind him. He sensed a gaze staring directly at him, different from anyone else. Just as he stepped out of the gate, Karina called him. Little Flint Alessio. Conley halted his steps, seeing Karina walk up to him and place a candy in his hand. Eat this when you want to smoke. Don't let me smell any tobacco on you again. When Karina spoke, it was as if imitating Conley's tone, extending the ending with a lazy allure, nonchalant yet enchanting, resonating against the eardrums. This statement was so ambiguous, unlike what a psychologist should say or do. Conley couldn't help frowning, wanting to say something more, but Karina had already walked back. Holding the candy tightly with his long, slender fingers, he strode out. Back in her room, Karina organized some documents and prepared to visit the lab. Leaving was impossible unless she devoured Conley and carried him away in a package. She took advantage of Conley's nap to organize data on her computer and sorted through the original host's memories, gradually adapting to her role as a psychologist. It's just a psychologist after all, except her treatment methods were a bit special. Recalling there were some materials left in the lab, since Karina planned to stay here long term, she naturally went back to retrieve her books and documents. When Karina left the house, the butler initially thought she was leaving and his face fell. Until Karina explained she was fetching something, the butler breathed a sigh of relief, arranging a chauffeur and a luxury nanny car for her. The butler felt that perhaps this psychologist might cure young Flint. Karina hadn't expected to encounter an unexpected visitor downstairs in the lab. Conroy soon as she got out of the car, she noticed a tall man standing at the entrance, prominent among the crowd. Compared to Conley, he fell short. That man obviously saw Karina as well, his eyes lighting up instantly, openly amazed and partly accusatory, approaching her in large strides. Karina, why did you block me? Jacksonin. Yes, this is your target Yisroldi, his identity seems quite special. Karina didn't care about his identity, waving her hand. Please step aside. Yisroldi hadn't expected Karina to have this attitude towards him. He sized her up and down, suddenly feeling that Karina had become much more beautiful. Though she was already an attractive woman before, her demeanor was definitely not as captivating as now. Indeed, she was a woman Yisroldi needed to win over. Wasn't this skirt too short? Today, Karina wore a black body-hugging dress that revealed her smooth, long legs, which had perfect leg lines, catching many eyes the moment she stepped out of the car. Yisroldi couldn't help but speak up. Karina, you never used to wear such clothes before. Don't wear them in the future, it's inappropriate, revealing too much. Karina looked at Yisroldi speechlessly, thinking how did the target of conquest in this world give off such a fatherly vibe? Was he alright? Why didn't he take care of himself? Karina immediately felt that deleting and blocking him back then was absolutely correct. She didn't want to listen to this man's nonsense any longer. I'm not familiar with you. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you and feed you to the dogs. Yisroldi? Did he hear correctly? What were those last few words? Why would Karina say something like that? While Yisroldi was stunned, Karina had already walked past him. He examined himself, finding nothing wrong today. Clearly, he was about to succeed in winning Karina over, just needing to finalize their relationship. Why had it suddenly turned out this way? Yisroldi is the illegitimate son of Conley's father's elder brother. Conroy's an illegitimate Darius, he took his mother's surname. The Alessio family was large and wealthy, yet its lineage was thin, with only Conley's father being truly capable. Originally, there was a huge gap between Yisroldi and Conley. He was doted on by his mother, who attempted to marry into the rich, leading to a thug-like personality. However, on his 18th birthday, he suddenly awakened a special ability and realized he had the script for a harem-themed novel. He could see women's fortunes and attract them. Conroy's long as he won the love of a powerful woman, he could use her fortune to rise quickly. Over the years, using this ability, he managed to send his half-brother to prison and obtained all his father's assets. Now, he cast greedy eyes upon Conley's assets. During the division of the Alessio family's assets, Conley's father got 80%, while Yisroldi held 20%. Naturally, he wasn't satisfied with this share. Levin's Conley was ruined, as the only blood-related heir of the Alessio family. Wouldn't getting that 80% be effortless? 3 years ago, the first time he saw Karina, he noticed her strong fortune and capability, immediately deciding to pursue her. Everything went well, except Yisroldi watched the slender figure disappear into the building, feeling his determination ignite. Chapter 302, Gematoful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 06. After tidying up, Macy went downstairs and didn't expect that Yisroldi was still waiting for him downstairs. Is he jobless? Is he very idle? Conroyta Bayo. Flint, this person has quite a high affinity towards you. It's already at 60, don't worry. The cute voice made Macy couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth. Macy was just about to get around Yisroldi and head for the car. Unexpectedly, Yisroldi came forward swiftly again, blocking in front of Macy. Macy sighed inwardly, looked at the patiently waiting nanny car not far away, and wondered how likely it would be if he beat Yisroldi up and dragged him into the car. Unfortunately, it was daytime now, and this was on a bustling street with people coming and going, many of whom were looking over here. She couldn't make a move. Macy's fingers brushed slightly, then he raised his head to look at Yisroldi. Conroy, good dog doesn't block the path. I thought my attitude was clear enough. Yisroldi's affinity instantly dropped by 5 points, but only by 5, which Macy didn't care about at all. Seeing Yisroldi's face turning black and green alternately, Macy found it even more unbearable. However, in the next second, Yisroldi's eyes suddenly brightened. He suddenly noticed that Macy's fortune was soaring. Conroy person's fortune can indeed change, their surrounding environment, opportunities, and personal development can alter their fortune. Gemmet, such a significant change was something he had never seen before. He had never seen a woman with such high fortune. If he could obtain the love of such a woman, this fortune. Yisroldi swallowed hard. Conroyta Bayo, Conroy affinity plus 15, it's now 70. Macy furrowed his brows and took a deep breath, finding it really hard to endure such absurd behavior. Macy, I don't know why you suddenly treat me like this, but I won't give up. I like you, I want to marry you. I've said these words long ago. Even with your current attitude towards me, I'm willing to say it again. If I've done anything wrong, I can change, but please don't ignore me. Macy lowered her gaze for a moment, then suddenly lifted her eyes and smiled at him. There wasn't a hint of joy in her eyes, yet she looked stunningly beautiful, making Yisroldi freeze momentarily. Macy. Conroy, right, we'll have a good talk when I'm free in a few days. Conley sat in the car heading home after the meeting, arms crossed and expressionless as he gazed out the window. He subconsciously licked his lips and reached for something beside him, only to realize there were still no cigarettes. Conroy anxiety stirred in his heart, making his breathing quicken. The confined space inside the car made him feel stifled as he tilted his head back and pulled off the tie around his neck. Conroy, that moment, his gaze landed on the candy. He had put it on the car door afterward, almost forgetting about it. Gemmet now, it seemed to be the only way to alleviate his distress. He picked up the candy, stared at it expressionlessly for a moment, and then popped it into his mouth. Conroy's sweet scent of roses burst in his mouth, and the refreshing mint balanced the sweetness. The bitter tip of his tongue felt relaxed at that moment. This flavor. Suddenly, the image of that woman floated into his mind. Gorgeous yet cold, with an extremely aggressive danger. Even though he usually paid no attention to such things, he knew that Dr. Macy was incredibly beautiful. She could have relied on her looks but chose to be a psychologist. Why bother? The anxiety in his heart eased somewhat because of this candy. Just as Conley was about to close the window, his fingers paused. Not far away, he saw that bright, tall figure. That figure was standing in front of a tall man, standing very close together, seemingly talking. Conley could only see Macy's side profile. She seemed to be smiling. Is this her boyfriend? Conley's paused hand continued pressing down, closing the car window. For some reason, his heart was seized by an invisible hand once again. Conley went to check the work at the branch office. When he returned home, he still didn't see Macy's figure. Indeed, she had left. This thought popped into his mind numbly as he strode briskly to the dining table. His pupils were filled with deep coldness, and with a glance, he absent-mindedly touched his neck, tilting his head and rasping. Where are the cigarettes? In the past, the butler always placed cigarettes on the table for him to pick up easily. The butler coughed lightly, also feeling flustered. Sorry, sir, the cigarettes you usually smoke were put away by Miss Macy, I couldn't find them. However, it will take several days for the new order to arrive. Conley's eyebrows twitched. He took off his coat and undid a few buttons on his white shirt, walking faster towards the study. Subsequently, the sound of things being smashed could be heard from the study. He was looking for the cigarettes. In fact, Conley didn't have a severe smoking addiction. He just needed something to relieve the indescribable pain during his episodes, such as pain, tobacco, and alcohol. The sound of smashing things grew louder, and the butler was terrified. However, he saw Conley walk out with bloodshot eyes, heading towards the wine cellar. It turned out that the wine cellar was locked and couldn't be opened. Even the butler didn't know when it was locked. The lock looked particularly complicated. Calmly slammed his fist hard against the door, breathing rapidly, his back tense, his clothes like restraining ropes. That single punch sounded as if it could crack bones, but Calmly seemed to feel no pain, hitting the door over and over again until there were bloody marks on it. He appeared to lack logical thinking, just wanting to harm himself. The butler had called the bodyguards, but Calmly's self-harm was faster. His hands were bleeding from smashing, and then he turned toward the kitchen. The butler's heart raced, fearing the worst, and hurriedly blocked Calmly. Young Flint, try to be clear-headed. How about you go back to your room and take some medicine? Calmly abruptly lifted his eyes, which were now bloodshot, veins popping on his forehead, looking like a terrifying, emotionless killing machine. Conroynion would hesitate to stop him at this point. It's an instinctive fear of death. The butler was no exception. Calmly strode towards the kitchen, needing to find a knife. Conroyni knife would do. He frantically opened the cabinet, leaving blood marks on the doors, finally finding a fruit knife in a corner. Gemmet, just as he stood up, a voice suddenly came from behind. So there's still one I missed. My mistake. Calmly sharply turned around, Macy standing behind him, tilting her head with a smile. Young Flint, you wanted me to come? I'll accompany you. She suddenly spread her arms wide and lunged at Calmly. Regardless of the knife in his hand or how terrifying his eyes and state were, she held on to Calmly tightly. In the next second, Calmly went limp, collapsing to the ground, his tense muscles trembling, his head thrown back emitting a stifled groan. Macy lay on top of him, waving an electric stun gun. It works so well. Young Flint Alessio, you're in my hands again. Chapter 303 Gemotoful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 07. Macy came back a little late, having gone to prepare some things. Conroy Mad Dog isn't easy to tame. She had to get some equipment ready. No one thought she could be so ruthless to a person, not even Calmly. The back of his body turned numb. The sour and bitter sensation spread to his limbs, leaving him completely unable to struggle as he watched helplessly while Macy took the knife from his hand. This time, Macy seemed to have put her life on the line. No one would rush towards a mad patient holding a knife. Gemmet, she didn't hesitate. Calmly was breathing heavily with red eyes as he looked at her, only then noticing that blood was seeping from Macy's collarbone. It was accidentally cut by the knife he held just now. Macy curled her lips and stared at Calmly, realizing he was staring at her collarbone. Lowering her gaze, she saw the wound on herself. The cut wasn't shallow, bright red blood flowed down her skin that gleamed white, trickling along her impressive cleavage and into her blouse. Calmly's Conroymius's apple bobbed once, moving his gaze away, frowning and speaking in a hoarse voice. Stay away from me. Macy raised an eyebrow. Mister, you injured me, and not only do you not apologize, but you're also so vicious. Where has your gentlemanly demeanor gone? Calmly closed his eyes, the raging pain inside him hadn't subsided yet. His rapid breaths made his whole body tremble slightly. The feeling of having an episode was terrifying, like countless chains were embedded into his flesh, with no escape. However, since Macy appeared, the auditory hallucinations in his ears seemed to decrease significantly, almost disappearing. Calmly probably didn't have the strength to struggle anymore. Macy slowly straddled him and looked at him. She chuckled softly, touched the blood on her collarbone, her fingers smeared with the vivid redness, and leaned forward to smear it on Calmly's lips. Right this moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the kitchen. The butler and the bodyguards arrived, but froze upon seeing the scene inside. Young Flint Alessio lay flat on the ground, with a fiery hot-tempered woman straddling his waist, revealing her smooth, long legs, her fingertips touching young Flint Alessio's lips. Macy tilted her head slightly and waved at the people outside. The butler regained his senses first, masking the shock in his heart and quickly instructed the bodyguards to leave. He left too and thoughtfully closed the door. Macy watched contentedly as Calmly's pale lips became colorful, idly playing with the fruit knife in her hand. This last knife, I've confiscated it too. I said before, everything about Mr. from now on will be controlled by me. When did you say that? Calmly wanted to refute, but his palpitations were severe. The bloody taste from his lips carried a strange fragrance, entering his mouth. He couldn't stop swallowing, tilting his head back in agony, closing his eyes, and feeling the power that had dissipated after being shocked and the control over his muscles gradually return. When he finally managed to wiggle his fingers, he suddenly opened his eyes. His dark, venomous eyes locked onto Macy's face like a wolf, one hand grabbed her wrist, the other propped against the ground, directly throwing Macy off him. Macy stumbled, about to fall, but felt a powerful force around her waist. Calmly gripped her waist, steadying her, then took a step back, creating distance between them. Doctor, what are you deluding yourself about? Calmly spoke in a raspy voice, no one can control me. Macy laughed pleasantly. Don't be so absolute, Mr. Alessio, aren't you feeling much more comfortable now? Calmly was taken aback, suddenly realizing he indeed seemed to have partially come out of his episode. He lifted his gaze to look into Macy's eyes, feeling she didn't seem to be a psychologist at all, let alone one. She appeared quite insane. Is this a new treatment method? Calmly's eyebrows furrowed tightly, his eyes landing on Macy's collarbone. In the midst of his episode, he hadn't paid attention, but now, slightly calmer, he realized he had genuinely hurt someone. His inherent good manners prevented him from uttering harsh words. His voice softened a bit. Sorry for cutting you just now, I'll pay 10 times the medical fee as compensation. Macy, I don't want Mr. S compensation, I want Mr. to help treat my wound, how about that? Conley's fingertips curled briefly, I'm not a doctor. Macy, that's okay, I am a doctor, I'll teach you. With that, she walked briskly towards Conley's room without any hesitation. Conley stared intently at Macy's back for a moment before following. It was already completely dark outside. When Conley entered the room, Macy was already sitting on the bed. She supported herself with one hand on the bed, taking off the shoulder strap on the injured side, exposing a beautiful half-shoulder. Her wavy long hair fell loose, her gorgeous face blooming under the warm yellow light in the dim room. Even if Conley never cared for beauty, he couldn't help but catch his breath for a moment. Eve raised her chin at him, the first aid kit is over there. Gemming me the iodine and cotton balls. Conley slowly walked over. The shadow under his brows hid his emotions as he brought the items over with his long, slender fingers. Eve then noticed that his knuckles were bleeding profusely. Eve lifted her chin, revealing the perfect curve of her neck. Her dress had slipped a little on one side because of the dropped strap, making the lines of her chest even more pronounced. Conley didn't know where to look. After a while, he stared directly into Eve's eyes. Do it yourself. Eve shook her head. No, I don't want to. It hurts too much, and I can't do it myself. Such a simple thing, Mr. Alessio, could you help me? Conley's Conroymias's apple bobbed once. His nose was filled with the smell of blood, not knowing if it was his own or Eve's, so much so that this scent had spread to his lips and tongue. He didn't know what Eve was going to do, yet he felt like he was bewitched, slowly raising his hand to gently apply medicine for her. His expression looked somewhat terrifying, with his eyes still red and his lips tightly pursed, looking stern when he wasn't smiling. His movements were unusually gentle, so light that Eve hardly felt it. Eve lowered her eyes to watch his actions, watching how he used his injured hand to carefully wipe away the blood from her collarbone, suddenly feeling a stir in her heart. She bent down and suddenly licked the wound on Conley's hand. Conley jerked his hand back as if burned, his heart thudding violently against his chest, lifting his eyes to look at Eve uncertainly. Eve smiled innocently. You just tasted my blood. Now let me taste yours. That's fair. Conley gritted his teeth, thinking he hadn't wanted to taste it at all. Conroy's faint sting came from the place where Eve had licked. The soft and warm sensation seemed to linger on his wound, spreading a strange feeling throughout his body. This couldn't go on. He had a premonition that if it continued, more uncontrollable things would happen. He slowly put down the iodine, stood up, and looked down at Eve from above. The light overhead cast his face in a pale and shadowy hue. Doctor, this is my last warning. Please leave, or I will kill you. He seemed to smile, or maybe not. Mental patients aren't punished for murder. For such a beauty to die at the hands of a madman like me, what a pity. Why don't you take the money and go play somewhere? Isn't that better? His voice rose at the end, adopting the usual indifferent and lazy tone he used outside. He seemed to have become that carefree rogue who was always at ease with everything again. Eve looked up at him, licking her lips. Then kill me. Dying by your hands would be an honor for me. Chapter 304, Gemotoful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 08. Conley saw a glint of madness in Macy's eyes. For a moment, he thought they were of the same kind. No, there was a brilliant sparkle in her eyes. Even if she was mad, it was a flamboyant kind of madness, like blinding sunlight claiming its territory aggressively, not the lifeless kind that he was. Conley took a deep breath, feeling this couldn't go on any longer. He looked down at Macy for a long while before suddenly lifting his hand to grab her by the neck. His long legs raised, pressing onto the bed beside Macy. Levine's hand supported near her cheek, the other gripping her neck, his fingers applying slight pressure, his pupils blacker than ever. Doctor, I really don't want to deal with a corpse in my home, it would be very troublesome for me. Macy did not resist in the slightest. She simply lay back on the bed, staring into Conley's eyes. It was as if her subduing him yesterday was just an illusion. Without speaking, Macy merely stared at him, her indescribable passionate gaze making Conley's heart beat faster. He didn't like this feeling. Every time his heartbeat quickened, he would experience palpitations, struggling to breathe, yearning for blood and alcohol. Yet this time, it wasn't unpleasant. He felt heat spreading throughout his body, blood surging upward. He tightened his grip slightly. He had to scare Macy away. He didn't want anyone to disturb his life. Just then, Macy moved. Not struggling, nor resisting, but wrapping her long legs around Conley's waist. Feeling the slight suffocation, her attention was on her legs. Such a slender waist. Even through clothes, she could feel his tensed muscle lines. Conley suddenly stiffened. Unbelievably, he stared wide-eyed, which was the first time Macy saw this expression on his face. Macy didn't give him a chance to react. In the next second, she lifted her hips and ambiguously rubbed against Conley. Even with her neck still being gripped, she could act like a bewitching temptress, drawing all one's senses and consciousness towards her. Conley took a deep breath, his whole body trembling, quickly releasing her and striding out. He rushed directly to the bathroom. Soon, water sounds came from inside. Macy sighed regretfully, thinking Conley wouldn't give in so easily. Such provocation couldn't withstand it, huh? Seems he was only pretending to be fierce after all. Macy touched her neck, sat up, leaning against the bed edge, idly twirling her hair. Conley stayed in there for a long time, long enough for Macy to think he might drown in the bathroom. Finally, the water stopped. The door opened, Conley emerged, wearing a towel and rubbing his hair. Water droplets rolled from his black hair, falling onto his collarbone, back muscles, and finally into the towel along the perfect muscle lines. Seeing Macy instantly made Conley pause. Why haven't you left? With such terrifying and heavy killing intent earlier, anyone would have been afraid to stay here, let alone a doctor he had just met. Macy didn't speak but stared at his pectoral and abdominal muscles with shining eyes. This physique really made one want to rub against his abs. Noticing Macy's gaze, Conley's breathing grew rapid again. He quickly walked to the wardrobe, grabbed a robe, and put it on, feeling somewhat better. Facing away from Macy, tying the belt, Macy's voice came from behind. I will leave, but as a psychologist, I need to do what needs to be done. Conroy foreboding premonition surged within Conley. Indeed, in the next moment, a pair of hands held pills and offered them to his mouth. Conley took a step back, but the wardrobe was behind him, leaving no place to retreat. He turned his head slightly, raising a beautiful yet sexy eyebrow. Leave it, I won't eat. Macy sighed wistfully. Why are you so uncooperative? So disobedient? Her tone was helpless yet eerie, gentle but giving Conley goosebumps. Next, Macy hooked her foot behind Conley's knee pit, her hand slipping through his arm and pinching an acupoint on his wrist. Like an octopus, she wrapped herself around Conley. Their bodies pressed tightly together, cornering Conley without any strength to break free. The fragrance near his nose became intensely strong, as if he was enveloped in a soft flower sea, petals winding around his body, bringing scorching warmth. Conley clenched the soft tissue in his mouth tightly, barely daring to breathe. Conroy's slight increase in his chest's rise and fall would press him closer to Macy. Miss Macy, what do you really want to do? He gritted his teeth, speaking word by word, the hoarse voice reverberating with the vibration of his chest. Macy tilted her head back, her lips almost touching his chin. Mr. Alessio, as a responsible psychologist, I just want you to take your medicine. Conroy she spoke, her fingertips pinched the pill and brought it to Conley's mouth. The gesture didn't look like giving medicine but more like a vixen feeding grapes to an incompetent emperor. Conley did not want to give in. He pressed his lips tightly together, his jawline taut, secretly using force to try to break free. Macy calmly spoke. I will leave when Mr. Alessio obediently takes his medicine. Conley moved his body, only to find he couldn't exert any strength. His knee had been kicked just now, leaving his legs weak. Conroy he was skilled in combat with much practical experience, even facing several adult men, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Yet, he kept being overpowered by Macy repeatedly. His body temperature was rising higher and higher. Unable to bear it, Conley frowned, his breathing becoming more rapid. Gemmet Macy stood her ground, maintaining this posture like a hunter silently waiting for her prey to collapse. She didn't need to do anything, just smiling like that and quietly watching him was enough to make him fall into her trap step by step. Finally, Conley closed his eyes, suddenly turned his head, and fiercely swallowed the pill from Macy's hand. Macy swiftly retracted her fingers, raising an eyebrow. If she had been slower just now, her fingers might have been bitten off. Conroy, are you a dog? She laughed happily. Though uncontrollable like a wild dog, he still took the medicine. True to her word, Macy finally released Conley. The sky outside was beginning to lighten slightly, they had tangled here all night. Macy sighed. You see, if you cooperate a little, wouldn't you get more sleep? Conley didn't want to speak. His ears were red, his nape was red. Conroy after taking the medicine, his heartbeat slowed down, but the lingering sensation of palpitations remained. He threw himself on the bed, wrapping himself in the quilt, burying himself completely, his voice muffled. Get out. For the first time, Macy detected a hint of grievance in his voice. She licked her lips, walked out, and considerately closed the door for him. Macy was just about to return to her room to rest when she suddenly heard visitors arriving downstairs. Who would visit someone's house so early in the morning? Standing on the second floor railing, Macy looked down and saw a young woman being guided in by a servant. She squinted her eyes slightly. Chapter 305, Jamotiful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 09. Conroy de Bayo's voice sounded. Hey, this is Conley's Dariushood friend. I didn't expect her to return so early, much earlier than in the original plot. Macy's eyebrows twitched. I suggest you change your tone and choice of words. Conroy de Bayo. Conroy de Bayo, damn it. She's a bad woman who grew up with Conley but was ignored by him. Macy curled her lips and snorted lightly, thinking that Conroy de Bayo still knew how to speak. She made no attempt to hide her voice. It was light and playful, echoing through the spacious hall. Everyone on the first floor looked up. The butler naturally showed no surprise. He knew that this psychologist was highly capable and could treat the young master well, immediately greeting with a smile. Miss Macy, you're up. Macy nodded at the butler, then her gaze fell on the shocked face of the woman, the curve at her mouth widening slightly. I can't say up. I should say I didn't sleep all night. It was quite exhausting. Her voice was lazy, her words ambiguous, glancing at Conley's door as she spoke. Sure enough, the color visibly drained from the woman's face downstairs. That woman could be considered pretty, but compared to Macy, she seemed like plain porridge. With long black hair, tall stature, wearing a milk-white dress, and holding several books in her hands, she appeared innocent and attractive. She felt chills under Macy's gaze, especially since Macy exuded such a strong presence. After merely 1 second of eye contact, she lowered her eyes and cleared her throat. Santiago, this is... The butler smiled. This is Dr. Chu Macy, the young master's private psychologist. Upon hearing this, the woman realized she had misunderstood, immediately sighing with relief and smiling. Levy, so you're a psychologist. I thought, never mind. Conroy, she spoke. She looked up at Macy. Hello, Miss Macy. My name is Conroy Inslee. I am Conley's friend. How has he been? Is he cooperating? Macy said nothing, the smile lingering at the corners of her mouth as she descended the stairs step by step. Her posture was graceful, her legs long, the clingy dress accentuating her figure, making even Conroy Inslee feel a flush of heat upon seeing her. Conroy approaching, Macy lazily sat on the sofa, picking up the water the butler had poured for Conroy Inslee and took a sip. Whether he cooperates or not isn't decided by him. Conroy Inslee stood there, clutching her books, feeling somewhat restrained, as if mere words and gazes from Macy were enough to suppress her. The butler had other matters to attend to and left after a few words. Conley disliked crowds and noise, so most of the time, the house was empty, with all the servants, butlers, and bodyguards staying in the neighboring villa. When only Macy and Conroy Inslee remained in the vast living room, the eerie atmosphere became more noticeable. Macy looked up at her. Don't stand there, sit down. Conroy Inslee hesitated, biting her lip, and also sat on the sofa. Suddenly, she realized why she felt uncomfortable. After all, she had known Conley for so long and had come to the Alessio family residence countless times. Conroy, the other person, was just a temporary resident, a psychologist staying here. Even if they had to distinguish between primary and secondary roles, shouldn't she be the main, and the other the secondary? Conroy Inslee cleared her throat and straightened her back, trying to appear more imposing. Miss Macy, right? I've known Conley for a long time. I just returned from studying abroad yesterday and came to see him today. My mom is also very concerned about Conley. Before Sabine passed away, she liked me very much and often invited me to play here. Conroy, she spoke. She observed Macy's expression. She tried to catch any hint of information on Macy's face, but failed. Macy's lips curved into a faint smile, her eyes devoid of both warmth and coldness, seemingly indifferent to whatever Conroy Inslee said. Conroy Inslee's voice grew softer, feeling goosebumps under Macy's gaze, a layer of cold sweat forming on her back. Just when she felt she couldn't hold out any longer, Macy spoke. Did Conley have a girlfriend before? Conroy Inslee, you're a psychologist, why do you ask such questions? Do you really need to know this? Need, of course, I need, Macy replied casually. Conley doesn't get close to many people. Now that I've finally met someone like you, I certainly need to ask properly. These words made Conroy Inslee feel a bit more comfortable. No, he went to the police academy and trained every day. Later, he did such dangerous work, leaving him no time for a girlfriend. After falling ill, it became even less possible. Macy, is that so? You're Darius Hood friends. Why didn't you end up together? Macy asked softly, as if the question slipped out casually, but it suddenly made Conroy Inslee blush. Her face flushed red, and she finally got angry. Doctor, I think you're being a bit impolite. Why do you ask so many questions about such private topics? Besides, even though we didn't end up together, our relationship is very close. Conley had always been very popular with girls, but Conroy Inslee was the only one who had ever been to Conley's home. This fulfilled her vanity. Conroy. Brother Conley is really very nice. He is gentle, handsome, tall, full of manliness, and slightly naughty, with extremely strong charisma and a great sense of security. Macy watched Conroy Inslee's blushing face, the smile at her lips never fading, as she gently stroked the rim of her water glass. So, what brings Sandra here today? Conley just fell asleep not long ago. If you have anything, just tell me, and I can relay the message. Conroy Inslee couldn't help but glare at Macy. I came to see Brother Conley and invite him to dinner with my parents. It's fine if he's sleeping, I can wait. Macy rubbed her chin. Levy, that's it. Conroy Inslee, are you really a psychologist? Which psychologist looks like a big movie star? Could his patient really focus on cooperating with the treatment looking at this face? Macy, Lev, of course I am. If Sandra doesn't believe me, you can check. Jemmy the way. She paused, looked at Conroy Inslee, and chuckled softly. Do you like Conley? Conroy Inslee suddenly stood up, biting her lip, her face flushed red. You are really too impolite. Who I like has nothing to do with you. Conroy, what if I like Brother Conley, how does it concern you? You, a mere psychologist, acting all high and mighty. Macy also slowly stood up, putting down the water glass, her fingertip gently touching the scar on her collarbone, staring straight at Conroy Inslee. Lev, of course it concerns me, because I like Conley. Serving as his psychologist was a long-planned move. From now on, every step of his will involve me. Got it? Conroy Ainsley's eyes widened, her face darkened. She didn't expect this psychologist to be so direct. After all, it's inappropriate for a psychologist to develop such feelings for their patient. Yet the other party spoke so boldly. She was so angry that her whole body trembled. Just as she prepared to criticize loudly, she suddenly lifted her gaze and forcibly swallowed back the words she intended to say. Gemrother Conley. She shouted towards upstairs, tears instantly filling her eyes. Did you hear what she said? Chapter 306, Gemotoful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 10. Karina was facing away from the staircase when she saw Conley leaning against the balustrade, his eyes cast downwards. Their gazes met, his bloodshot eyes bore into hers. She licked her lips, delighted. Leviops, he heard that. Gemma, it's fine. She raised her chin towards Conley, speaking in a leisurely manner. Conroy wake? How did you sleep? Conley stared at her, saying nothing for a long while. His expression remained neutral, his dark eyes unreadable. However, Conroy Ainsley cried out first. Gemrother Conley, how have you been? I just got back from abroad yesterday and wanted to surprise you today, but I didn't expect this woman. Her voice grew more pitiful as she spoke, yet she appeared to be enduring something. In contrast, the smile on Karina's lips was mocking, making it clear she was the one causing trouble. Without a word, Conley began descending the stairs step by step. Actually, he had been awakened by Conroy Ainsley's noise. He required absolute silence to sleep, so no one usually dared to make a sound around him, let alone such a loud one. Conroy Ainsley's voice had been louder than Karina's from start to finish. Being woken up was unpleasant. Conley felt his mind stiffening, his brows instinctively furrowed. When silent, his profound weariness and displeasure were apparent without pretense. Yet despite this, his face was still unusually attractive. Conley approached, Conroy Ainsley's face started blushing. It had been 2 years since they last met, and Gemrother Conley looked even more charming now. However, instead of greeting Conroy Ainsley, Conley walked straight to Karina and held out his hand toward her. Without a word, he simply extended his hand, staring directly at her. There was still that unruly mad dog look in his eyes, but this action seemed obedient. Satisfied, Karina curled her lips. She knew what Conley wanted, he needed a cigarette. Almost like pulling out a magic trick, Karina produced a candy from nowhere and placed it in Conley's palm, winking at him. Good boy. It was like training a dog. Conroy Ainsley's eyes widened, incredulous at their interaction. Conley, looking down at the candy in his hand, his Conroy's apple bobbing up and down. Finally, he accepted it, unwrapped the transparent packaging, and put it in his mouth. When the familiar sweetness spread, the impatience and disgust in his eyes seemed to fade slightly. Leavenly then did he look at Conroy Ainsley, giving a slight nod, showing little emotional fluctuation. Noemi time no see. Conroy Ainsley choked. She knew Conley was ill. If there were no others around, she wouldn't mind his behavior toward her. Gemmet with this doctor nearby, smiling and watching her, Conroy Ainsley felt even more wronged. Gemrother Conley, did you hear what this doctor said just now? Is she really qualified to be a psychologist? Conley's numb brain took a moment to process. He had indeed heard her words but hadn't understood them until now. After recalling Karina's words, he realized what they implied. Taking a deep breath, Conley found himself donning a mask again, turning to Conroy Ainsley with a smile. That smile instantly left Conroy Ainsley dizzy and amazed. He seemed to have regained his social skills, once again becoming the playboy aristocrat he used to be. Karina is very professional, Conley said before changing the subject. How has Conroy Ainsley been? It's my fault for not visiting her lately. Please pass my greetings to her. With a blush, Conroy Ainsley replied, have lunch together at noon? My mom has booked a table. Saying this, she cast a proud glance at Karina. Then she realized that Conley's first sentence was praising Karina, frowning deeply. Conley, how long has this doctor been here? I don't think she suits being your personal doctor. We should change, my mom knows some good ones. Enough, Conley cut her off, his tone gentle yet cold. I will choose my own doctor. Where are we having lunch? Conroy Ainsley hesitated, too afraid to speak further, only naming a restaurant. Conley nodded. I'll be there. Turning to Karina, his dark eyes briefly avoiding hers, he glanced away quickly, his ears tinged red as though recalling something. He coughed lightly. Karina, you haven't slept all night. Why don't you rest for a bit? When Conley wasn't having an episode, he resembled a true gentleman, kind, considerate, and elegant. It was a pity his fingers weren't holding a cigarette, robbing him of his usual rogue charm. Karina sat back on the sofa, her legs crossed and swinging idly. I'll rest here. You can chat, don't mind me. Conroy Ainsley's face turned red with anger. While talking with Gemrother Conley, why would this outsider have the audacity to linger here? Was it fun to be the third wheel? Conroy Ainsley glanced at Conley. Gemrother Conley, look at her. Before she could finish, Conley also sat down and, seeing a glass of water in front of Karina, picked it up and took a sip. This was the glass Karina had just drunk from. Now only Conroy Ainsley was standing. If she voiced any more objections, it would seem overly finicky. Conroy bit her lower lip in anger, her breathing becoming somewhat rapid, but she endured it and sat down as well. Conroy started making small talk with Conley, talking about her overseas studies and her mother. Conley responded intermittently but clearly seemed distracted, his gaze often drawn elsewhere. Like to Karina's smooth foot, her elegantly curved calf, and her barely audible breaths and light laughter. Several times, after Conroy finished speaking, Conley did not react until Karina smiled and said, "The young lady is talking to you, respond." Leavenly then did Conley slightly raise his eyes and nod at Conroy. Conroy felt as if needles were pricking all over her body, making her uncomfortable. Clearly, there was no intimate contact between these two, yet why was the atmosphere so ambiguously intimate? Conroy felt like fleeing from this strange atmosphere, but she restrained herself. She wasn't going to show weakness in front of this bad woman. Finally, she looked at her watch and stood up. Gemrother Conley, it's almost time to leave." Conley nodded, went upstairs to change clothes, and when he came back down wearing a casual shirt, the frustration Conroy had just felt was instantly dispelled by his beauty. Just before leaving, Karina called out to Conley, curling her lips in a smile. "Don't smoke, be good." Conley's eyelashes fluttered, saying nothing, and walked out briskly. Conroy followed closely behind Conley, giving Karina a furious glare before following him out. When their figures disappeared from the door, Macy licked her lips, picked up her phone, and removed the person from the blacklist. Yisrael answered quickly, his voice surprised. "Karina, you finally contacted me." Karina replied lazily, "I happen to have some free time. Let's have lunch in half an hour." She mentioned the name of the restaurant Conley was going to, put down the phone, touched the wound on her collarbone, and smiled. Chapter 307 Jamotiful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 11. Conroy's mother and Conley's mother were close friends. So, although Conley and Conroy were not far apart in age and played together since Dariushood, they were only slightly familiar ordinary acquaintances at best. In fact, it would be an exaggeration to even call them friends. Conley and Conroy had no overlap in their lives or studies. The reason Conley was so courteous to Conroy was solely because of her mother. Levifton, he would hear news about his own mother from Conroy's mother. He carried an unshakable guilt toward his own mother, hence he was particularly tolerant of anything related to her. The sunlight was a bit blinding. Conley pinched the bridge of his nose, did not ask the driver to drive but drove a car himself. Conroy sat in the passenger seat, watching those slender fingers start the car, feeling her face redden and heart race within this confined space. She didn't like Conley much before, but as she grew older, she felt more and more charmed by what made Conley unique, something no other boy her age possessed. Conroy's heartbeat quickened, her face flushing slightly. With that troublemaking doctor out of the way, she relaxed and opened up casually. "Gemrother Conley, how long has that doctor been staying at your place? Have you two met before?" Conley rested his left hand on the window frame, driving one-handed with his right, always maintaining a friendly demeanor around outsiders. "Not long, less than a week." Conroy's heart soared. Just under a week, there wasn't much worth worrying about. Indeed, that woman was worthy of being a psychologist, knowing exactly how to manipulate people's feelings, almost managed to overpower her. Conroy continued. "I still find that woman strange. Look at her, claiming she harbored designs against you for so long. Whether it's true or not, it's inappropriate for a psychologist to say something like that." Conley remained silent. When he heard harbored designs, his heart leaped unexpectedly. Had she indeed? His mind replayed last night when Caitlin pressed her whole body against his. Those bright yet alluring eyes undeniably reflected him, the black pupils acting like a cage, entrapping his reflection. Fingers trembling, he took a deep breath, widening the car window slightly. Conroy realized after speaking for quite some time, Conley did not respond, understanding from his silence that he wanted to drop the topic. Conroy's wave of disappointment surged in her heart, wondering if she who had grown up with Conley could be less significant to him than a psychologist who had only been there for a week. Gemmet when Conley stayed quiet without any expression, his overwhelming presence made Conroy too afraid to show her discontent, biting her lip instead. Caitlin was straightforward, directly asking the Alessio family's driver to bring her over. Yisrael was already waiting outside the restaurant. Seeing Caitlin getting off the car, he eagerly welcomed her. Though not the first time meeting her, he was always mesmerized by her beauty as if it were the first time. Yisrael's eyes lit up, wanting to take Caitlin's bag for her. Caitlin raised an eyebrow and sidestepped, "Let's go inside." Conroy though disappointed, Yisrael believed that since Caitlin had invited him, she must still have feelings for him. Entering the restaurant and sitting down, Caitlin gracefully brushed her long hair, summoning the waiter. Her every move exuded charm and passion, captivating Yisrael. Many gazes fell upon Caitlin. Not far away, Conroy curiously asked Conley, "What are you looking at?" Conley retracted his gaze, "Nothing." His fingers gripping the fork and knife tightened, almost turning white. For some unknown reason, seeing a man sitting across from Caitlin irked him. Marlowe smiled, "Conley, eat more. You've lost weight. Try to stay positive and not let things get you down. Good attitude, all right?" Conley nodded silently, his food tasting bland, finding it ironic. He was sick, Not just mentally but physically, but most people assumed it was due to poor mindset or weak mental resilience. How many can genuinely empathize with what he went through? Levin impulse, he looked at Caitlin again not far away. If it were her, she wouldn't speak such words. Suddenly feeling short of breath, he lifted his head, giving a faint smile. I'll go to the restroom. Calmly left, leaving behind a family of 3 exchanging glances. Fatherly spoke first. So, he doesn't have feelings for you now? Conroy pouted, seems like it. So unfair. What's wrong with me that Gemrother Conley doesn't like me? Conroy, that annoying psychologist treating me like a rival. Psychologist? Justin pushed up his glasses, isn't that simple? We can find another one for Conley and get her replaced. Conroy, though the Lee family wasn't quite as prominent as the Alessio family, they still wielded some power. This was why the entire Lee family hoped Conley would be with Conroy. The Alessio family had only this one son. If they got married, wouldn't their status soar immediately? Moreover, Conroy truly liked the boy. Though Conley had some quirks, the Lee family didn't mind. Conroy pouted at her parents. I think the same. Just let that psychologist scram. In my opinion, we don't even need another doctor. I can visit Gemrother Conley every day and keep him company. Isn't it generally better to talk to someone about these illnesses? Justin and Marlowe thought it reasonable. They did not really care about Conley or even know what his illness was called, they just knew it was something like depression, which many people have now. So what? It's all from idleness. Conley went to the restroom and washed his face, water droplets sliding down from his forehead along his high nose bridge. He leaned on the sink, looking at himself in the mirror. His eyes were lifeless, with faint dark circles under them. The fake smile dropped from his lips, leaving a bone-chilling coldness. Conroy, staring for a while, he gave a self-deprecating laugh and walked out. Not far away was Caitlin's table. He saw the bright woman draw closer to the man beside her, her lips curling slightly. Ernst looked familiar, maybe from before, but Conley didn't want to look further. He touched the wound on the knuckles of his right hand and returned to his seat. Conroy, at the same time, Caitlin sensed that gaze and felt pleased, turning to smile at Yisroldi, who was flustered by her attention. She said with a smile, I know you want to bring Conley down, but it's not an easy thing. Yisroldi's heart skipped a beat, his eyes gleaming. What does Moon Swallow, Caitlin, think? Caitlin cut off a piece of bloody beef, placing it in her mouth and chewing slowly. The faint metallic taste filled her mouth, making her lips appear even redder. Kill him. Chapter 308 Gemotoful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, 12. Yisroldi's hands trembled as he held his wine glass, causing half a glass of red wine to spill onto the white marble table, splattering like fresh blood. He paid no attention to this minor detail. Instead, he stared at Macy with wide eyes, half in shock and half wary. He had known Macy for so many years and only saw her as an elegant and mature woman who never conflicted with anyone. Yisroldi hadn't expected such words as killing to come from Macy's mouth. His first reaction was Macy testing him? Yisroldi recovered and laughed heartily. Macy really knows how to joke around. I'm not joking. Macy slowly finished the last piece of steak on her plate, put down her knife and fork, sipped her wine lightly, and raised her eyebrows. Yisroldi, your business is my business. You know me, I can do anything for you. Conroy, uttering these words, Macy felt sick herself and coughed softly, touching the bloody pearl on her earlobe. Yisroldi's gaze grew more intense. He took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Why did you block me then, Macy? Macy chuckled lightly. Lev, of course it's because I wanted to handle this alone, afraid of implicating you. Gemmet. I found that I can't do it by myself. Yisroldi wasn't easily swayed by women, but he knew Macy for too long, and today she looked exceptionally beautiful. He couldn't take his eyes off Macy. He truly felt that Macy spoke sincerely. Indeed, Macy loved him as deeply as he thought. Yisroldi was so excited he nearly jumped out of his chair. Meanwhile, Conroy de Bayo said lazily. Target's affection plus 10, now at 80. Macy wondered if it was her illusion or if little Conroy de Bayo sounded just like her. Yisroldi had several women dangling around him, Macy being one of them, so she wasn't worried about the sudden rise in affection. Yisroldi lowered his voice and whispered. I know you mean well, but it's too risky, and I'm really worried about you. Conroy, though he spoke of risks and worries, his eyes betrayed his greedy thoughts. The desire to possess Alessio family's assets could naturally provoke murderous intentions, and as Macy suggested, this indeed was a foolproof method. Macy smiled. Conley is ill and quite isolated, never mingling with people. He likes peace and often drives himself even when he has a chauffeur, making him an easy target. Conroy, gaining his trust, I can make it look like a suicide due to illness. Conroy's a psychologist, don't I get to say what kind of illness he has? Her voice was gentle, her tone sweet and warm, her lips always curved. Though discussing murder, her tone was as though she were whispering love words. Yisroldi was entranced until Macy placed the wine glass down firmly, snapping him out of his daze. Yisroldi had always believed women to be timid, never expecting Macy to have the same ambition and love for him. Levin's everything was hers, Macy would surely be one of his most important women. Yisroldi cleared his throat and tried to mask his excitement. So, Macy, what's your plan? Macy twirled her hair with her fingertips and said slowly. Recently, I need to figure out the layout of the Alessio household and gain his trust. Levy, yes, his Dariushood friend has returned recently, which might be a problem. Can you distract her for me? Yisraeldi instantly understood Macy's intention. With his charm, seducing a girl would be a breeze, yet. He glanced at Macy with an ambiguous smile. Weren't you jealous, Macy? Macy rubbed her goosebumps away, growing impatient inside, but maintained her facade. Conroy, as long as it benefits you. I should go back and arrange his therapy. Yisraeldi immediately stood up. Let me escort you. Macy didn't even bother looking at him. No need, the Alessio family's driver is waiting. She walked toward the door. Yisraeldi followed behind her, appearing more elated and radiant than when he arrived, as if some joyful event awaited him. Not far away. Calmly closed his eyes, feeling a pain in his temples. He didn't want to see that man's expression nor focus on Macy's silhouette. Gemmet, his gaze uncontrollably turned towards them, making his eyes feel dry. Conroyansley finally noticed something was off with Conley. She turned around and followed his gaze, but Macy had just walked out the door, so she saw nothing. Gemrother Conley, why do you seem distracted today? This psychologist is really incompetent, making your mental state worse. Conroyansley pouted, but before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Conley's slightly cold voice. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, I'll go first. With that, he restrained his facial expression as much as possible and nodded at Justin and Marlowe. Uncle, Conroyant, I'll leave first. I've already paid for the meal, please enjoy it slowly. Conroyansley grew anxious. Gemrother Conley, why are you in such a hurry? We haven't even had a chance to chat properly. Marlowe also smiled lovingly. Yes, Conley, we haven't seen each other for so long. Chat more, if your afternoon affairs aren't important, push them back. Conley stood up, took a step back, furrowed his brows a bit tighter, and rubbed his fingertips. He felt very restless, craving a cigarette. Gemmet, the moment this thought appeared, a rose-sweet taste spread on his tongue. This is very important. His voice became even colder, not wanting to say any more. Even the manners ingrained in him were no longer maintained as he turned and left. The faces of the three members of the Lee family immediately turned unpleasant, especially Conroyansley, who stared at Conley's back, watching him walk further away. Her heart swelled with grievances, her eyes reddened, and after throwing down her knife and fork, she stomped out. Conroyansley reached the door. A tall man with a gentle voice approached and handed her a tissue. Conroyansley then realized she had been crying, biting her lower lip, her face flushed red. She accepted the tissue. Ernst beside her chuckled softly. Don't cry, or you'll become a little flower cat. I'm Yisraeldi, nice to meet you. When Conley drove home, his hands were already trembling slightly. Gemmet, upon seeing Macy sitting on the sofa, he inexplicably calmed down. His tongue tasted bitter, and he strode over to Macy. His eyes were red-rimmed, and his voice was hoarse. Give me a knife. Conroy razor blade will do too. Chapter 309, Gemottiful Psychiatrist and Rabid Patient, 13. Macy had put away everything in the house that could cut a person. Macy was true to her word. She had told Conley to come to her whenever he craved pain, so now he really had nowhere else to turn. Strangely enough, Conley did not seem to have the intention of buying anything new. He sat next to Macy like a listless big dog. Conroy, this moment, he wasn't having an episode, but his mood was very poor. Conley reached out his hand, and Macy did the same. Grabbing his wrist, she undid his cufflinks, and indeed found multiple scars. The wounds had already healed, but they lined up one after another, looking as if they had been carved by someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Macy's fingers grazed these scars, feeling the rough texture under her fingertips. Conley seemed to be scorched by this touch, reflexively twitching his hand but not pulling it away. Macy held tightly onto him, laughing softly. Mr. Alessio has become quite obedient. That's progress, good boy. Conley suddenly looked up at her, his jaw tight, asking a question that came out before he even thought about it. Who is he? Macy raised her eyebrows slightly, fully aware of what Conley meant, but pretended not to understand, tilting her head. What? Which he? Conroyfter speaking, Conley realized what he had said. He frowned, feeling a bitter taste on his tongue, and cast down his eyes. Nothing. Conroy, though he was ill, his emotional intelligence wasn't low. Macy was just his psychiatrist, and her private life had nothing to do with him. Even if Macy had mentioned some things to Conroyansley earlier, it must have been for treatment purposes only. Indeed, Macy was an excellent psychiatrist. The dosage she prescribed was perfect, allowing him to sleep soundly while also staying lucid when he woke up. Thus, her actions should only be considered a special form of therapy. His eyes fell, hiding the ruthlessness in his pupils, leaving behind a more apparent gloominess. Suddenly, something was placed into his palm. Conley looked up. It was a candy. You were well behaved today, so no knife, just candy. She smiled, releasing Conley's arm. Conley's fingertips curled slightly, but he didn't protest. He unwrapped the candy and put it in his mouth. In fact, the candy was specially made by Macy. Her space had countless treasures, so creating a uniquely flavored candy with psychological effects was incredibly simple. Conroy, soon as the aroma touched his tongue, calmly felt his temples ease up. Even the sticky feeling in his chest seemed to dissipate a little. He sat quietly beside Macy. Everything around them was quiet, so he could clearly hear both his own and her breathing. In that instant, he felt a long-lost tranquility. Unfortunately, the sound of the front door opening shattered this silence soon after. It wasn't loud, but to a patient with deteriorated mental health, it sounded like thunder striking in his ear. His heartbeat quickened again, and the sound felt like an invisible fist striking his internal organs, making him feel momentarily nauseous. He chewed the last bit of candy and stood up, staring coldly at the butler. Even though the butler was used to seeing him like this, he still felt nervous and cautiously asked. "There's a meeting in an hour. Do you want to leave now or in half an hour?" Calmly pinched the bridge of his nose. "Let's go." He was very tolerant, forcing himself into work mode regardless of how uncomfortable he felt, which made his mental state increasingly unstable. Conroy as if he were constantly punishing himself. However, Macy also stood up at this moment. "Take me along." Calmly paused in his steps. "Macy, Conroy's your psychiatrist. Observing and studying the patient's working environment isn't a problem, right?" Indeed, there was no problem with that. Calmly remained silent. Lev originally, he should have kicked Macy out. He didn't want to be forced to take medication or have a psychiatrist monitoring him constantly. None of the previous psychiatrists had stayed in the Alessio family for more than 2 days. Gemmet after last night. He couldn't bring himself to tell her to leave anymore. What a powerful psychiatrist. So professional and capable. Calmly pinched his palm, nodding, "Conroy right." Macy narrowed her eyes happily, tapping Conley's shoulder with her fingertip. "Good boy." Gems eyed them. The butler widened his eyes, not daring to believe that this was his young master. He looked thoroughly controlled. This psychiatrist was too formidable. Excited, the butler quickly arranged a business car, and soon Conley and Macy got in. Conley turned his face slightly towards the window. His profile was sharply defined and beautiful, just like when Macy first met him. Even when he was dejected and listless, he exuded a sense of charm with extremely good manners beneath it all. Countless contradictions resided within him. Macy licked her lips, suddenly very curious about what Conley was like before he fell ill. Macy's phone buzzed. She picked it up to see a message from Yisroeldi. "I've successfully arranged for Conroyansley to have drinks tonight." Macy smiled, thinking this made things much simpler. Letting Yisroeldi handle Conroyansley was good enough. She only wanted to focus all her thoughts on Conley. However, her smile felt like a sharp thorn pricking into Conley's heart. Conley subconsciously clenched his palm, dully thinking. Wasn't this the man who had just had dinner with her? He's smiling so charmingly. Is he someone she likes? The air in the car began to feel sticky and oppressive. He shakily opened the window, took deep breaths to exhale the built-up frustration inside him, but it never seemed to go away completely. After a while, he still opened his phone and sent a message along with Yisroeldi's picture to his assistant. "Find out who this person is." When they arrived at the company, Macy realized that the tallest buildings in this city all belonged to the Alessio family corporation. No wonder Yisroeldi was easily convinced. Conroy's Conley and Macy walked in together. The receptionist hurriedly greeted them but paused when seeing Macy. Macy's appearance was striking, unexpectedly following behind President Alessio. Though President Alessio was quite experienced in romance, he always separated work from play and had never brought anyone unrelated to work into the company. So, this must be a client or an interpreter of some sort. However, at the elevator entrance, Macy stopped and publicly hooked Conley's tie with her hand. Forced to bend slightly, Macy stood on tiptoe, smiling as she said, "I can walk around by myself, you behave yourself. There'll be a reward when we get back tonight." Conley's heart skipped a beat. Just as he held his breath and looked up, Macy released his tie, stepped back, and winked at him. Conley bit the soft flesh inside his mouth, turned around, and entered the elevator. Macy turned to look at the stunned receptionist, flashing a dazzling smile. "Weren't you going to introduce me to the Alessio Corporation?" The receptionist was momentarily blinded by the smile, taking a moment to regain her voice, then stammered through the introduction. Just then, Macy received a call. It was from her mentor, Gaynor. "Macy," the voice on the phone hesitated, carrying a hint of regret. "Who did you offend? You should return to the lab. The Alessio family is changing their psychologist." Chapter 310, Jamataful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 14. If Macy could establish a good relationship with the Alessio family, her future path would surely be smooth sailing. Macy was considered Gaynor's top student, and Gaynor truly valued Macy. However, unexpectedly, just 1 week later, someone came to apply pressure, requesting that Macy be replaced. Gaynor felt it was a pity but did not take it too seriously. Macy was capable. Losing this opportunity meant there would still be another. Upon hearing this, Macy tapped her fingertips unconsciously and asked, "Who wants to replace me? Someone from the Alessio family?" Gaynor, "Yes, it's said to be Mr. Alessio's request." "Didn't Mr. Alessio tell you?" "I thought you already knew." Macy narrowed her eyes. Recalling Conley's changes over the past period, she had even thought he had become obedient. Looking at it now, it didn't seem so. Was he only pretending on the surface, still making her leave but quietly changing the method? Macy wasn't someone who beat around the bush. If she wanted to know something, she would always ask directly, and if she wanted something, she would get it with her own hands. Thank you for the reminder, Gaynor. I think there might be some misunderstanding here. I'll give you a reply before tonight. Gaynor tried to persuade her again. Macy, I know you're competitive, but the Alessio family is indeed special. Macy interrupted. Sorry, Professor, I have something else to deal with. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye. She hung up the phone, turned to look at the front desk girl staring at her intently, and smiled. What? The young girl quickly averted her gaze, blushing and her heart pounding. No help for it, the beautiful lady was stunningly attractive, mature yet alluring, radiating an irresistible charm, almost like a goddess in the world of queens. The front desk girl, blushing, whispered, Do you want to see anything else? Macy waved her hand. No, thank you. I'll wait here for your President Alessio to finish work. Many people were speculating about Macy's relationship with Conley, but no one dared to ask, only sneaking peeks from the side. Regardless of jealousy, envy, or curiosity, everyone shared a common impression. This woman is incredibly beautiful. Could she really be President Alessio's girlfriend? Macy was led into the lounge. Conroy's someone who got off the same car as President Alessio. She couldn't be treated casually. Snacks and tea were served to Macy, and occasionally someone tried to curry favor, which Macy politely declined with a wave of her hand. Leaning lazily on the sofa, Macy tapped her phone screen absent-mindedly, thinking about how to punish Conley tonight. Even if replacing her wasn't Conley's idea, allowing the Alessio family name to be misused also reflected poor management, didn't it? Finally, voices from the staircase drew Macy's attention. She pushed open the door of the lounge, immediately capturing everyone's gaze. Conley was shaking hands with several business partners. The others had cigarettes dangling from their mouths, and some wanted to offer him one, but Conley waved them off, his gaze involuntarily falling on Macy. Conley in a working state looked exceptionally charming, with a perfect smile playing at the corners of his mouth, exuding a strong aura. Despite being surrounded by much older people, he still controlled the scene effortlessly. Gemmet. Macy was an exception. For a moment, when he caught sight of her, he froze. Conroy, the ease and poise seemed to vanish in an instant. Someone nearby laughed. President Alessio, I remember you used to smoke. Conley reined in his emotions, smiling and shaking his head. Quit. President Alessio actually quit smoking? Speaking of which, who is that woman? Is she from our company? I've never seen her before. Yeah, she's such a beautiful lady that I haven't seen before. Some of them started to move toward Macy. Conley's face turned cold, and he stepped forward to shield Macy. She's my guest. His demeanor changed drastically when he wasn't smiling. Someone awkwardly rubbed his nose and laughed. So, she's a VIP. Macy watched Conley's back curiously, admiring the lines under his shirt, suddenly craving to bite him. Conroyter speaking, Conley walked to Macy's side and said to her. Let's go. Macy raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything, following behind Conley. This way, she was almost certain that replacing her was not Conley's intention. Gemmet, why not give him a little punishment anyway? They got into the car. Conley usually didn't speak much. Gemmet this time, looking at Macy, his dark eyes seemed to carry a hint of longing. He reached out to Macy and said softly, I didn't smoke earlier. Macy teased him as if she were playing with a dog. So what? Conley blinked, grinning roguishly, inching closer to Macy. Want a candy? For a moment, Macy felt as if she had seen him before he fell ill, the spirited and proud young man with a touch of elegance. Her heart stirred. She didn't take out the candy but stared at his palm, slowly saying. None left, none ever again. I have to leave tomorrow. Conley suddenly paused, his fingers in front of Macy curled up in an instant. He looked up at Macy, and even that fleeting hint of youthful vigor vanished immediately. His dark eyes turned gloomy, his conroymia's apple bobbing, his voice hoarse as if suppressing something. Leave? You said you wouldn't leave. Macy twirled her hair with her fingertips, turning her head to look at him. It was clearly the Alessio family putting pressure on my mentor to replace me. How did young Flint Alessio suddenly pretend to forget? Conley frowned, instinctively rebutting without thinking. I didn't. Macy, you didn't? I don't believe it. I said I didn't. You're not allowed to leave. Conley's voice abruptly grew louder, suddenly grabbing Macy's wrist. Whoever asks you to leave, I'll kill him. He locked eyes with Macy, suppressed emotions like gathering storm clouds ready to pour down in the next second. Conroyter saying this, he realized what he had said, recoiling in shock and releasing Macy's wrist. Seeing the red marks on her delicate, fair wrist, he wondered what he had just said. What right did he have to say such things? Conroying anxiety surged within him, making his breathing heavy. He turned away, trembling fingers opening the car window, but even the outside wind couldn't calm him down. Conroy, this moment, Macy chuckled. Indeed, the dog was becoming more obedient, and he hadn't even noticed. Initiating the conversation herself versus guiding him to speak were two entirely different things. She reached up and hooked Conley's ear hair. This was an extremely sensitive spot. Conley shivered all over, momentarily unaware of Macy's actions, only feeling an inexplicable electric sensation spreading throughout his body. Macy's voice, tinged with laughter, rang out. So good, but murder is illegal, we can't do that. Conley's eyes widened in shock, turning to look at her. You're not leaving? Since young Flint Alessio has been so good, how could I bear to leave? Gemmet. Macy deliberately paused, elongating her tone. Sure enough, she saw Conley's expression grow tense, holding his breath. Macy smiled happily. Gemmet, I am indeed hurt, and young Flint Alessio will have to make it up to me tonight. Chapter 311 Gemotoful Psychologist and Mad Dog Patient, 15. Conley sighed with relief, unaware of the ambiguity in Macy's tone. What do you want? Macy glanced at him. We'll talk when we get back. Conley heaved a sigh of relief again, and even the oppressive mood just now dissipated considerably. Right this moment, his mobile phone buzzed. His assistant had sent over Yisrael's file. Conley read through a few pages expressionlessly. The first few pages were Yisrael's detailed background. Leavenly then did Conley realize that this man was practically his cousin by lineage. Conroy bastard son who had never been acknowledged by the Alessio family. Yet, over these 2 years, he had actually obtained quite a number of the Alessio family's assets. Clearly, he was competent. The further Conley read, the colder his expression became. The file showed that he had known Macy for many years, and their relationship had been ambiguous for all those years. Though it was unclear whether they were officially in a relationship, one thing was certain, their relationship was definitely very intimate. Conley closed his eyes briefly, gripping his mobile phone tightly until his fingertips turned pale. His heart, which had just begun to feel more comfortable, suddenly constricted once again. It was so uncomfortable that he could not utter a single word. Yes, he was confused about his own position once again. Psychologist and patient, nothing more. He only had mental issues, but morally, he was intact. How could a hot-blooded young man who attended police academy and received proper upbringing possibly do something against his nature? They returned to the Alessio residence. Conley didn't say a word. He opened the car door and walked upstairs quickly. Macy stared at Conley's back, thinking that guessing the thoughts of a patient was indeed hard. If she were an ordinary person, she might also be tormented into mental exhaustion. Macy licked her lips and followed suit, but she was stopped at the doorway by Conley. Ernst's eyes looked very weary at that moment, with the corners of his eyes hanging down desolately, as if the light couldn't enter his black pupils. Let me be alone for a while. Macy pressed her hand against the door. That can't be right. Conley's eyelashes quivered, his lips turning white, and the tips of his fingers, which held onto the door frame, had no color. He seemed somewhat oxygen-deprived, slightly parting his lips. His chest rose and fell dramatically, revealing perfectly sculpted abs under his shirt. Let me be alone for a while, he repeated, almost losing control over his words due to the auditory hallucinations that were ringing faintly in his ears. Layers of airtight plastic wrap covered his trachea, making each breath painful, as if oxygen wasn't reaching his body. He felt dizzy and overwhelmed, as if repressed clouds of storm were about to pour down on him. Hearing this, Macy took a step forward instead, forcefully pushing open the door, forcing Conley to retreat a step. Conley began to shake violently. His eyes instantly reddened, and veins popped out on his forehead. He seemed like a rabid wild dog about to bite the neck of the person in front of him. Get out. His voice abruptly grew louder, filled with rage and madness. He began to lose control once again, the intense emotions causing his stomach to churn and twist painfully. His fingertips went numb, and fragmented figures appeared before his eyes, surrounding Macy and making him feel as though fire surged beneath his skin. Leave it, all of you out. Conley stumbled backward, tripped over the bed, and lay on it, curling up sharply. He couldn't find a knife, yet uncontrollably wanted to harm himself. He clutched at his neck and chest fiercely without mercy, creating deep scratches even with his almost non-existent nails. Gemmet soon, Macy caught his wrists. In his haze, Conley saw Macy's face but couldn't speak a word, wanting uncontrollably to throw her out. However, Macy was extraordinarily strong, straddling him directly and pinning both of his wrists above his head with her hands. Unsure what Macy was doing, the next moment, she leaned down and bit the area below his neck. The pain during his episode was not particularly noticeable. He didn't feel much pain but could smell the scent mixed with blood. Yet, the pain didn't subside. He tilted his head back, having no strength left to struggle. He stared at the ceiling with his eyes, his conroymia's apple trembling, and his fingers curled up. Macy buried her head in his neck, biting and murmuring indistinctly. No one can hurt you, including yourself. Leavenly I can. She didn't like the smell of blood, but she liked the teacher's scent uniquely. Conroyed her biting and licking away the blood droplets, Macy licked her lips in satisfaction. When she raised her head to look at Conley, she froze. Conroyed some point, he had already been in tears. Perhaps Conley himself hadn't realized that he was crying. The bangs on his forehead, drenched with sweat from the previous struggle, were messy, scattered across his brow. His pale skin had no trace of blood color, yet his eyes were completely red, the vivid red even spreading to the corners of his eyes, contrasting sharply with the paleness. He was just lying there, crying uncontrollably with his eyes wide open. Macy was stunned by this broken sight and released her grip. This was the first time she had seen him this vulnerable. Her heart ached at this moment, softening and becoming tender. With his hands now free, calmly touched his face tremblingly, realizing he had been crying. Gemmet, the tears wouldn't stop, as if all his internal organs were clutched in pain. He felt like vomiting, wanting to say, leave me alone, wishing for an end, never wanting to suffer from this illness again. Macy swallowed, taking out a candy from somewhere unknown, placing it in her mouth. She leaned down, closing her eyes, and bit Conley's lips. The instant she felt that soft, moist sensation, along with its unique sweetness, it invaded her mouth. Whenever Conley had an episode, he couldn't eat anything and would vomit madly, sometimes dehydrating to the point of fainting. Gemmet, strangely, when this sweet taste filled his mouth, his tumultuous stomach calmed down at that moment. Conley's eyes widened. Somehow, his tears stopped as well. The candy melted on his tongue, flowing into his esophagus. Conroy, that moment, his body also melted, willingly drowning in that poisonous swamp, not wanting to struggle any longer. Macy lifted her head, staring straight at his face, greedily touching his tear-streaked eyes, tracing those deep, exquisite, and fragile features. Conley couldn't see the emotion in her eyes but shivered slightly at that moment. Macy spoke softly, "Conroy, I want to do more bad things to you, but since you're a patient, patients should be treated kindly." She took out another candy and placed it in Conley's palm. "Jean, good, this is a consolation for your tears earlier. Next time, if you want candy, you must ask me nicely, understood?" Conley nodded as if bewitched. Macy curled her lips, leaped off his body, and brought him medicine and warm water. "Take your medicine obediently." Conley stared at her palm without taking the pills, instead directly lowering his head like a dog receiving food, using his lips to take the pills from her palm. The touch of his lips against her palm was cool and soft, making Macy's heart flutter. She remembered she still had something important to do tonight and handed her phone to Conley. "Call my mentor, tell him you don't want to change, it was all a misunderstanding before." Conroy, taking the medicine, Conley finally calmed down a bit. He obediently took the phone, about to call, but then the phone vibrated, a message popping up. "Macy, how's the plan going?" Chapter 312, The Gemotoful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, 16. Conroy, of this message, the name, Woody, flashed boldly, piercing Conley's vision as if to boast. Such an intimate address. The hazy tenderness in Conley's eyes faded, abruptly replaced by a chilly alertness. This was reality. She had a lover with whom she had been ambiguous for many years. Conroy, he, to her, was nothing more than a patient to a doctor. Her every move was just for treatment. Gemmet, that kiss just now. Conley's eyelashes quivered. He did indeed calm down because of that kiss, but perhaps it was only so that she could give him medicine. He drew a deep breath, his heart hurting unbearably yet beating slowly under the effect of the medication, seeming to lack the strength to flare up again. Conroy, after a brief respite, he waited for the message to vanish automatically before dialing Gainer's number with Cecilia's phone. Levins, he began speaking with outsiders and entered working mode. He became that young Master Alessio, who was always adept at everything, highly intelligent and emotionally intelligent. He indicated that everything might have been a misunderstanding. He was satisfied with Cecilia and had no intention of replacing her. Gainer breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that his prize student truly had managed to handle the patient who never cooperated before. Conley handed the phone to Cecilia, pursing his lips. "Just now, someone was looking for you." Cecilia lowered her eyes to see the message from Yisroeldi. Previously, she blocked him directly. Now, she didn't even bother to rename him after unblocking him, still showing as Woody. She wasn't sure what Conley thought about it. Cecilia opened the message, saw the flirtatious line, and glanced at Conley again. Gemmet. Conley walked away directly. He lowered his gaze and slowly walked to the window, looking outside while gradually undoing the buttons on his shirt. "I should sleep now." His voice was low and hoarse. It was an obvious cue for her to leave. The evening medication contained sleeping pills, and he did indeed need sleep right away. However, Cecilia took a few steps back and then stopped. Standing there, she stared straight at Conley's back until he removed his shirt, revealing broad shoulders with perfect muscle lines and a taut waist. Few patients could maintain such good physique, every inch of skin seemed wrapped in pent-up strength. There were some scars on his back, seemingly left from frequent fights in the past. Combined with his habit of smoking and his somewhat naughty laugh, Cecilia couldn't help but lick her lips, lazily asking. "Flint Alessio, were you a little delinquent in the past?" Conley's fingers paused, not expecting Cecilia to still be there. He slowly realized he had undressed and heat rushed to his ears. He hesitated to turn around, gripping the shirt tightly and whispered. "Yes." Levin's drowsiness came, even the fiercest wolf turned into a fluffy puppy. His voice became sticky, and his mind foggy. If it weren't for the throbbing pain from the bite wound on his neck, he would have already fallen asleep. Cecilia, having had a full day, felt quite pleased after stealing a kiss from Conley. She chuckled lightly. "Well then, Flint Alessio, good night." Conley didn't turn around, biting his tongue to stay a bit more awake. He listened to Cecilia's footsteps as she slowly walked out and closed the door behind her. Levinly then did he allow himself to slump onto the bed. In the dark room, he moved his lips, his voice trembling though no one heard him. "Good night." Gemak in her room, Cecilia called Yisroeldi. Yisroeldi sounded particularly happy when he heard Cecilia's voice. Cecilia, what were you busy with just now? My patient, Cecilia replied without interest in small talk. So, how's Sandra's daughter? Yisroeldi laughed. With me handling it, Cecilia, do you need to worry? I put my arm around her waist during dinner, and she didn't reject me. She just sent me a message to set up lunch tomorrow. Cecilia raised an eyebrow, thinking that this Yisroeldi did have some skills. Conroy, right then, I can cultivate better feelings with my patient. She was about to hang up when Yisroeldi called her back. Cecilia, the plan you mentioned. Disgust flickered in Cecilia's eyes. If Yisroeldi refused her, she might let him off. Gemmet now, she didn't want to let him go. Cecilia excelled at harming people yet making them feel grateful to her. She chuckled softly, rest assured, for your sake, I will plan carefully. Yisroeldi indeed rejoiced. Cecilia, I'm waiting for your good news. Conroy. Cecilia hung up, a soft, Darius-like voice rang out. Goodwill increased by 2, so little, true to the main character of a harem novel. The protagonist of a harem novel must evenly distribute his love to everyone. How could he possibly favor one woman over the others? Seeing that her goodwill increased by such a small amount, Cecilia became even more indifferent. She didn't have to worry about the rapid increase in goodwill causing her to feel threatened and leave the world. Lying on the bed, Cecilia hugged the quilt and turned over, suddenly thinking of something. She spoke up. Little Conroy de Bayo, do you want to come out and play? Conroy de Bayo, eh? What does this mean? Conroy, ya. Conroy. Flash of white light, and a white little kitten appeared out of nowhere, falling onto the bed. It shook its fluffy little head and stared with wide blue eyes, looking bewildered. Conroy de Bayo's true form was a white tiger, suppressed by the world's power in this universe, only able to take the appearance of a tiny kitten. Gemmet. This little kitten was exceptionally beautiful, with a perfectly round head and ultra-soft long fur, especially those blue eyes like the purest, crystal-clear gems, lively as if they could speak. Meow, Conroy de Bayo opened its mouth in confusion, emitting a kitten's voice, soft, fine, and sweet, almost rivaling the internet-famous squeaky cat. Cecilia pinched Conroy de Bayo hard, making a squish sound, like a noisy yellow duck. The feeling was really good. Cecilia closed her eyes in satisfaction and scooped Conroy de Bayo into her arms. You can still communicate with me mentally, but opening your mouth will only produce meows. Conroy de Bayo buried its face directly in the soft, bumpy area, its body heating up all over, dazedly lifting its eyes. Meow. Happiness came too suddenly for the master. Cecilia closed her eyes happily and drifted off to sleep contentedly. Conroy de Bayo, being used as a pillow, didn't dare move, only realizing what had happened after a while. It was the first time it had manifested in physical form in an ordinary world to be by its master's side. It was simply the happiest cat in the world. Conroy at this moment, calmly had no idea that the Alessio family would soon have another little cat. He had a dream, dreaming about his past. Chapter 313, Gemotiful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, 17. The young man with a crew cut had an unscrupulous look. His ruggedly handsome features couldn't conceal his wildness. Conroy. Group of thugs rushed at him, he stepped back, drew in his neck, and shouted loudly. Hold it. The lead thug walked up to him and pushed his shoulder. What's wrong, kid, scared? Get on your knees and kowtow, and we'll let you go. The youth grinned and staggered backward from the shove, rubbing the back of his head and lowering his eyes. Gemmet. In the next second, the hand behind his back suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed forward. Blood splattered, and screams filled the air as the group of thugs fell to the ground wailing. The youth's arm and forehead were slashed by bottles, blood streaming down from his brow bone, yet he laughed carefree. Conroy. Bunch of losers. Conroy. After saying this, he got on his motorcycle before the police car arrived and sped away in a cloud of dust. He arrived at a factory. The people at the entrance saw him and came over to offer him a cigarette. Gemro Yisroel. The young man patted the person's shoulder, took the cigarette, and strode inside. Conroy. Man in his 30s emerged from the factory, surrounded by a few burly bodyguards, beckoning to the youth. Just wanted you to check things out. Why did you get hurt? The youth approached and said with a lowered head and a smile. It's fine, Gemro Blaine, I couldn't hold back for a moment and got a little heavy-handed. They're just some street punks, nothing to worry about. Gemro Blaine nodded. Good, I trust you with tasks. Then he pointed at 2 small boxes nearby. This shipment is up to you. The youth's eyes sharpened. Yes. The scene shifted instantly. Inside the room, Gemro Blaine stared intently at the youth. We have a mole among us. The youth furrowed his brow tightly. Who could it be? Gemro Blaine's snake-like eyes pierced through the youth for a long time, then snapped his fingers. Conroy. Bloodied man was dragged in. Gemro Blaine nodded at the youth. That's him. Conroy ran. Kill him. The youth's pupils contracted sharply. SSS. Conley suddenly opened his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose hard. It was still dark outside, with only a faint light on the horizon. The effects of the sleeping pill hadn't worn off, his mind was still foggy, but the overwhelming emotions wouldn't let him fall back asleep. He hadn't had such vivid dreams in a long time. In the past, they were chaotic, bloody, and nonsensical. So clear a dream, the last one was before he fell ill. The last scene, with that bloodied man, seemed to linger in front of him. He felt like he could even smell the blood. He raised a hand to touch and realized it was the wound on his neck reopening. London's bite wasn't gentle. Without proper treatment after the bite, it bled again when Conley touched it. Conley rubbed the wound gently, then absent-mindedly licked his finger, and a sudden thought flashed through his mind. I want to hug her. His fingertips trembled at this thought, but eventually, he curled up, hugging the blanket tightly. In the vast room, he felt chills all over. The next day when London woke up, Conley was already having breakfast in the dining room. London stretched lazily and leaned over the balcony upstairs, looking down at him. Morning, Flint Alessio. Did you sleep well last night? Conley's hands paused while holding the fork and knife. After a moment, he replied in a low voice, fine. Then, remembering something, he looked at London. I'm investigating who impersonated me to switch places with you. We should know soon. London raised an eyebrow. How would Conley deal with it once he found out who was behind it? London gracefully descended the stairs and sat opposite Conley, looking at the exquisite breakfast plate and suddenly asked. Can Flint Alessio cook? Conley, caught off guard, didn't expect this question and hesitated to look up, replying softly. Yes. I knew it, London smiled. I want you to cook breakfast for me tomorrow, okay? Unable to resist any longer, Conley lifted his gaze to meet her bright smiling eyes. His heart skipped a beat, he held his breath, and returned a crooked smile. Should I say, woman, you're the first one to make such a request of me. London giggled. Conley's appearance was indeed alluring. Witty, charming, no woman could remain unmoved. He seemed to return to how London met him the first day, perfectly masked, his laugh exuding both wildness and masculinity. Not at all like last night. Gemmet beneath the smile, she noticed the bloodshot eyes and the suppressed emotions. He tried so hard to pretend everything was normal. London stood up and waved towards the second floor. Soon, a fluffy white ball rolled clumsily down the stairs. Conley's brows furrowed, and as he focused, he realized it was a little white cat that charged straight into Macy's arms like a small cannonball. Macy pinched the kitten's ears a couple of times before turning around and stuffing the kitten into Conley's arms. The kitten, who was just flattering its owner, instantly tensed up. Conroy's firm voice echoed in the kitten's mind from Macy. Conroy act cute. Aaron. Meow, it let out a delicate cry, looking at Conley with watery eyes, rubbing its little head against his palm. The soft and fluffy little animal brought a warm heat that burrowed into Conley's hand. He couldn't help but move his fingers to touch Aaron again. Aaron was almost about to lose its cool. Fear of the villain seemed to be etched in its bones, even though this world's villain looked well-mannered and not crazy, still, very frightening. Gemmet, there was no way out, for it had to obey orders. Macy was quite pleased with Aaron's understanding and said. This is my little pet, raised here. Young master doesn't mind, right? Conley retracted his fingers. I don't mind. Aaron felt relieved as if granted amnesty and burrowed back into Macy's arms. Macy raised an eyebrow at Conley. That's great then. Keeping a pet benefits mental health. If you're unhappy, you can pull its fur. Aaron. So love will disappear, right? The corner of Conley's mouth relaxed slightly as he stood up. Should go to the company now. Go ahead, Macy nodded her chin at him. You have therapy in the afternoon, don't forget. Conley nodded but didn't move, standing in front of Macy, staring at her. After a while, he ultimately conceded first, softly asking. Where's the candy? Macy blinked at him. What did I say yesterday? Whenever you want candy next time, you must politely beg me, understood? This lazy voice rang in Conley's mind, his ears heated up, and he opened his mouth, wanting to give a clever response. Gemmet, when the words reached his lips, they vanished completely. His most practiced mask outside couldn't hold up in front of Macy. Macy wasn't in a hurry, smiling as she watched him until Conley's ears turned redder. Conley really wanted to turn and walk away, saying he didn't want it anymore, but his tongue felt bitter, his back stiff. Finally, the big dog lowered its head, speaking softly and trembling slightly, hoarsely. Please, please. Chapter 314, Gemotiful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 18. The dog training effect was perfect. Who would have thought that when they first met, he had a knife in his hand and told her to get lost? However, it still wasn't enough. She had to be patient, she was an experienced hunter after all. Macy opened her palm as if by magic, revealing a piece of candy resting in her hand. Good boy, here you go. Conley held his breath and reached out to take it. Gemmet, after he got the candy, Macy brushed her finger against his palm. The tickling made him shudder for a moment. His heart felt as if it was scratched, thudding violently in his chest. He couldn't even control his slightly ragged breathing. Clutching the candy in his hand, Conley's blush hadn't faded yet. He took a step back, averted his gaze, and whispered softly. I'm leaving. Macy raised her chin. See you this afternoon. Leavenly, when Conley left and the early autumn breeze brushed against his face, did he finally regain his heartbeat and breathing rhythm. He wanted to put the candy in his mouth but hesitated for a moment. After a while, he finally restrained himself. He couldn't bear to eat it yet, he would wait until he got to the company. Not long after arriving at the company, Conley received a message from his assistant. He clicked on it and frowned slightly. It turned out that the person who replaced Macy under his name was actually someone from the Lee family. Conley had always felt guilty about his mother, so he was especially lenient towards her best friend. The Lee family had been clinging to the Alessio family, soaring higher in recent years. Conroy, though they were not as prominent as the Alessios, they still wielded considerable power and influence here. Quite a few people from the Lee family had been recommended to work in the Alessio group through connections. They were either distant relatives or friends. Darius Wren. Conley had turned a blind eye to it. As long as they didn't cross his bottom line, he was willing to give them face. Gem at this time. Conley nudged his teeth with his tongue, finally tearing open the candy wrapper and putting it in his mouth. The sweetness spread instantly, and he closed his eyes contentedly. He directly called his assistant. Let these people leave immediately. Conroy postponed the contract signing with the Lee family scheduled for tomorrow. Conroy, after giving instructions, he put down his phone and pinched his temples. Conroy's sudden thought popped into his head. What is Macy doing? He was actually thinking about her. This was a terrible sign. There wasn't much business in the morning, but Conley felt restless. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have unknowingly fallen into a trap. Macy was like a drug that caused dependence, slowly infiltrating, gradually breaking down his defenses, and unconsciously filling every aspect of his life. Is she really a psychologist? Conley tightened his palm. Conroy, at the same time, Macy called Yisroeldi. Choose a place near the Alessio group for your lunch date with Conroy today. Send me the location once you arrive. Yisroeldi wanted to chat more with Macy, but she hung up the phone. Disappointed, Yisroeldi admired Macy even more. Such decisive commands showed that she was a woman capable of handling both career and love affairs. Conroy's required by Macy, Yisroeldi arranged a lunch date with Conroy at a restaurant near the Alessio group. Conroy was so infatuated with Yisroeldi that she didn't feel anything was off. She used to interact with gentlemen from wealthy families, all well-educated, but none of them were as interesting as Yisroeldi, who had mingled in both high society and lower strata. The two quickly met at the restaurant, and Yisroeldi quietly sent Macy their location. Macy cuddled a cat toy and scrolled through her phone screen contentedly, smiling. Conroy, a little later, she sent a message to Conley. If you can't sleep during your nap, go for a walk. Moderate exercise helps improve mood, good boy. Just when Conley couldn't fall asleep, he saw this message. His fingers hovered over the message, reading it several times. This was the first time Macy sent him a message. Especially the last word, good boy, which made his heart tremble and seemed to echo her lazy voice in his ears. With slender fingers, he tapped on the message, favorited it, took a screenshot, and then put away his phone. Standing up, he stretched and walked downstairs. Just a few steps downstairs, he suddenly stopped as if seeing something. Conroy, after a while, an expression of anger mixed with joy appeared on his face. When Macy woke up from her comfortable nap, Conley just returned. Today's Conley seemed different from before when entering from outside. Conroy's excited aura spread around him, like a big dog returning home after going wild outside, bringing prey to its owner. Macy stood in the living room and beckoned Conley with her hand. How are you? In a good mood? Conley didn't say anything but strode to Macy, staring intently at her. There was still a faint dark circle under his eyes, but his eyes were much brighter than when Macy first met him. Macy, he called out hoarsely, taking a step forward and getting even closer to her, don't like Yisroeldi anymore. Macy's eyes widened slightly, astonished and angry. What? You checked up on me? Conroy's wave of fear surged through Conley's heart, but he had to speak out what he saw. I'm sorry, it was wrong of me to check on you, but he's not worthy. Conroy, as he spoke, he raised his hand, and the screen of his phone lit up with a picture. It was a photo of Yisroeldi sitting with Conroy, with Yisroeldi even wrapping his arm around her waist, looking very intimate. Macy inwardly thought, Levi my. She had only asked Yisroeldi to go over there just to take a chance, never expecting that Conley would really see it and even take a picture. This kind of stalking and... Macy's face instantly turned grim as she stared at the photo, looking shocked, and soon tears welled up in her eyes. She had always been so lazy yet in control of everything. This was the first time she showed such vulnerability. Conley felt like his heart was being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, paining him severely. He's not worthy, Macy, don't like him anymore. Like me. The three words he most wanted to say were forcibly swallowed down. Macy bit her lip and shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. How could this happen? Her tearful appearance was so beautiful it was heart-wrenching. At this sight was for another man. Conley's fingertips trembled, the tears in Macy's eyes seemed like scorching flames, dripping onto his heart, almost burning away his reason. Don't cry. He raised his hand to wipe away her tears but didn't dare to. His deep, dark eyes were filled with sorrow and pain, nearly overflowing. Perhaps he shouldn't have done this behavior was despicable, but... Suddenly, Macy gave a barely noticeable glance towards the door, then instantly grabbed Conley's wrist and fell backward. Caught off guard, Conley watched as Macy was about to fall to the ground. Without thinking, he reached out to protect the back of her head, tightly hugging Macy into his arms. Fortunately, the carpet was thick, so the fall wasn't painful. Macy lay on her back on the ground, with calmly protecting the back of her head with one hand and touching her forehead with the other, his legs straddling her body. This was the first scene witnessed by the Lee family of 3 as they entered the room. Chapter 315 Gemotoful Psychiatrist and Rabid Patient, 19. The air instantly turned heavy. The Lee family had originally come to apologize. This morning, they received word that Conley had fired several people from the Lee family who had used connections to secure their positions here. Moreover, the psychiatrist was not replaced. Even though Conley hadn't contacted them or said anything, his actions clearly conveyed his attitude. The Lee family had always been pampered, this was the first time encountering such a situation. Justin immediately smashed a cup, gritting his teeth and saying that Conley's wings were getting too strong. Conroy was even more angry and felt wronged. She was currently in an ambiguous relationship with Yisroldi but was not yet so infatuated that she could not live without him. Yisroldi portrayed himself as an elegant and interesting bartender with some side businesses in front of Conroy. This identity was very appealing to girls. Given more time, Yisroldi might have won over Conroy, but it wasn't quite there yet. Conley, on the other hand, was top-notch in both background and appearance. Conroy was very upset, not expecting her long-term relationship with Conley to be overshadowed by a suddenly appearing, inexplicable psychiatrist. What did that woman have? Leavenly Marlowe remained rational, calming her husband and daughter before suggesting they come to apologize. Meanwhile, she had personally made the pastries that Conley's mother loved the most and wore colors that Conley's mother often wore. The Lee family depended on the Alessio family, so it was essential to maintain good relations with Conley. The butler, having worked at the Alessio household for many years, was naturally familiar with the Lee family. Seeing the 3 allies with gifts in hand, he assumed they had an appointment with young Flint and let them in without hesitation. Thus, upon entering, they saw Conley pinning down the psychiatrist. Worse still, the psychiatrist had tears in her eyes, a red nose, looking like she had been bullied. Even her shoulder strap had slipped off one shoulder, exposing her fair, sensuous shoulder. In contrast, Conley was holding her. Justin glared and coughed loudly. Marlowe gasped, the pastry in her hands falling to the ground, shattering into pieces. Conroy screamed, "What are you doing?" Her expression and tone made it seem like a wife catching her husband cheating. The sharp voice made Conley frown. He coldly glanced at the 3 people at the door, quickly turning back to Caitlin and softly asked, "Conroy, are you okay?" Caitlin sniffed and held back her tears, "I'm fine." Conley breathed a sigh of relief. Leavenly then did he notice that his knee and wrist hurt slightly. Gemmed, as long as Caitlin was fine, that was what mattered. Their bodies were pressed tightly together below the waist. Conley felt the warmth belatedly, blood rushing to his neck, strange feelings surging through him. He hurriedly stood up, bending forward to hide his reaction, then reached out to help Caitlin up from the floor. Leavenly, after confirming Caitlin was unharmed and sitting on the sofa, did he turn his attention back to the 3 members of the Lee family. "What is it?" Conroy was almost driven mad with anger. "Gemrother Conley, have you gone crazy? You actually, surely it was she who seduced you, right? What kind of nonsense is this? Conroy, what is this?" Before she finished speaking, Conroy felt a sharp pain in her ankle. Pain made her jump up. Looking down, she found herself bitten by a little kitten. Conroy fluffy white kitten mercilessly bit Conroy's ankle until it bled, spat twice, and jumped back into Caitlin's arms. Meow. Gemmed girl, daring to insult its owner? Caitlin petted Machuan with satisfaction, softly saying, "Levy, you can bite now, very good." Conroy was about to cry with frustration. "What? You? Shut up." Conley pinched his brow, his voice louder. When he showed impatience without smiling, an inexplicable menace would emanate from him. Conroy choked and started hiccuping. Marlowe took a deep breath, covering her shock and anger, and forced a loving smile. "Conley, don't be angry. Conroy just wanted to see you and bring you some food. This was your mother's favorite." Conroy, she spoke, she picked up the broken pastry and signaled to her husband and daughter, seating herself on the sofa without invitation. Though the pastry was shattered, it was still inside its packaging. Marlowe carefully opened the box, smiling at Conley. "Don't you want to try some?" She acted more like the host than a guest. Justin and Conroy sat down on either side, both looking particularly grim. Caitlin's sad expression had faded, replaced by an indifferent smile as she closely observed the 3 people. It seemed that in this family, the one who held the reins was Marlowe. She appeared gentle, but in reality, she was deeply calculating and adept at manipulating people. Justin was impulsive and lacked sense. For Conroy, it was unfortunate, but she was like her father. Conley frowned and walked to Caitlin's side, sitting next to her. Caitlin and Conley sat on one side, while opposite them were the 3 members of the Lee family, a clear division. Smelling Caitlin's scent, Conley felt his anxiety ease significantly. He slowly raised his eyes. "What do you really want?" "Justin, what kind of attitude is this from you?" Marlowe tightly pinched Justin and looked at Conley with a gentle smile. "Really, we just came to see you, as you've been working so hard lately. We wanted to replace your psychiatrist for your own good. I know a better doctor who would definitely be more helpful." Even in front of Caitlin, Marlowe didn't soften her tone at all, showing clearly that she didn't take Caitlin seriously and even deliberately embarrassed her. Caitlin raised an eyebrow, holding back Mount who was about to bite someone, then glanced at Conley. She didn't care about others' opinions at all, she only cared about Conley's. Indeed, Conley's expression visibly worsened. Just as he was about to ask them to leave, he heard Marlo continue. I've always treated you like my own son. If your mother were still here, she would have done the same. She was extremely skilled at manipulating Conley like this. However, this time, Conley abruptly interrupted her. Have you said enough? If so, please leave. His gaze was cold, his voice colder. It was my mistake, giving you too many wrong impressions. Let me make it clear now, I am the heir of the Alessio family and have nothing to do with the Lee family. Don't even think about touching my people. Conroy. Soon as he finished speaking, several bodyguards entered, standing beside the three Lice, bowing their heads. Please leave. Marlo's smile finally faltered, and Conroyansley burst into tears. Justin clenched his fists, eyes blazing with anger, but seeing the intimidating bodyguards around him, his fiery glare dimmed. Marlo managed a strained smile. Then we'll leave now. The pastries are here, if you want to eat them again, I'll make some for you. TSK tisk tisk, Caitlin suddenly spoke, looking at Marlo with an ambiguous smile, even clapping her hands, impressive. Marlo's face flushed and paled alternately before she abruptly stood up and left. The Lees hadn't even warmed their seats when they were forced to leave, they had never endured such humiliation. What Marlo least expected was that Conley seemed to genuinely value that psychiatrist, and even invoking Conley's mother didn't work. Her face darkened as she fiercely turned to Conroyansley. Conley is responsible. Get pregnant with his Darius. Chapter 316 Gemotoful Psychologist and Rabid Patient 20. Marlo watched Conley grow up and knew him inside out. Conroy, she said, Conley was indeed a very responsible person. Despite his appearance of being mischievous and defiant or cold and fierce, he was actually a well-mannered person at heart. Conroyansley was startled. Aggie. What are you talking about? In the car on the way home, Marlo said lightly. Jolie Owen, think clearly about what getting Conley means. You want to do many things, which our family business can't support, but Conley can. Most importantly, Conley will never do those disgusting things ordinary men would do, everything about him is top-notch. Perhaps this method is a bit unscrupulous, but it's the most effective, and we cannot delay. Marlo saw clearly that the longer time passed, the more fascinated Conley became with the psychologist. Justin suddenly interjected. That woman is not an easy one either, it's best to get her away from Conley. Marlo glanced at Justin, thinking her husband had unusually smart moment. Conroyansley, biting her lower lip and contemplating, suddenly remembered something upon hearing these words and widened her eyes. Right, we can make that woman leave Conley's side. I happen to know someone who can easily succeed if he seduces her. Speaking of this, Conroyansley sent a message to Yisroeldi. Woody, are you free tonight? Let's go drinking. I want to talk to you about something. Conroy. The Alessio household. Conroyter. The unwelcome visitor left, the living room quietened down, filled with the cloying smell of pastries. Conley sat next to Macy, suddenly afraid to turn his head to look at her. Conroyter speaking those words, he felt somewhat embarrassed, and as he belatedly recalled them, his face turned red. Conroyter. A while, he lowered his eyes and spoke. Sorry, I didn't know they. In the future, the Alessio family will no longer cooperate with the Lee family. It has been long enough. I'm sorry you were wronged. If there's anything you want, I'll give it to you if I can. Macy licked her lips and chuckled softly. Put it on account, tell me when I remember. The more time she spent with him, the more Macy realized that Conley was the most upright among all the teachers in this world. Even though he acted like a rascal and went mad when his illness flared up, he was a very gentle and restrained person at heart. No wonder he attended a police academy, she could indeed see the opposite qualities in him compared to herself. His pride and his persistence. Listening to Macy's tone, Conley breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Macy shouldn't be angry. Gemmet, the matter with Yisroeldi. Sure enough, Macy sniffled, her eyes turning red again. Though she didn't speak, Conley panicked. He didn't know how to comfort people, he just got closer to her, lowered his head, and said hoarsely. Don't be sad, seeing through someone is also a good thing. Macy rubbed her eyes and leaned on Conley's shoulder. The moment her fragile body leaned over, Conley held his breath. His heartbeat quickened, but it wasn't the suffocating pain he experienced during his episodes. Previously, he always interacted intimately with Macy when he was having an episode. Then, he was too miserable and pained to focus on their interaction. Now, however, he was fully aware. Conroy were enough to recall the tight embrace between them just now. He bit his lip, bent over slightly, and his voice became even hoarser. Do you want to rest for a bit, Macy? Macy didn't respond. Conley felt warmth on his hand. Looking down, he saw a tear drop on his hand. It felt like being scalded, the heat made his heart ache so much he wanted to curl up. Unable to control himself, he turned and hugged Macy. Conley's embrace was wide, his broad shoulders and chest enveloping Macy's slender body, the heartbeat passing through his chest. He buried his head in Macy's neck, his voice trembling. Don't cry. He felt greedy and despicable, taking advantage of this opportunity to do what he wanted most. He naturally couldn't see Macy smiling, her eyes showing no signs of crying. Macy felt craving again. She couldn't resist such an overflowing love yet restrained to the core. She really wanted to bite him dead. She was broken-hearted, and tonight was a good opportunity. Macy muttered, I want to drink. Calmly tightened his fingers. Conroy, I'll join you. Inside the bar, Yisroldi took a sip of whiskey and stared intently at Conroy. What did you just say? Conroy felt somewhat guilty and a little sad, but for her and her family's future, she bit her lip and spoke. Please, I know you like me, so just help me. That woman is very beautiful, you should like her. If you lure that woman away, I will agree to spend a night with you. Yisroldi couldn't imagine that Conroy would invite him for such a request. He thought he could take Conroy directly tonight. Feeling rather displeased yet curious, Yisroldi asked, who are you talking about? Conroy, do you know Conley, the heir of Alessio Corporation? There's a psychologist in his family, and she looks quite abnormal, that psychologist. Poof. Yisroldi spewed out the alcohol in his mouth and started coughing violently. Conroy widened her eyes and patted Yisroldi's back. Conroy, you okay? Yisroldi finally calmed down and looked at Conroy with a very strange expression. Let me think about it carefully. Seeing Yisroldi did not refuse immediately, Conroy nodded happily, gripped Yisroldi's hand, and coaxed. Woody, you're so nice. Conroy this moment, Conroy suddenly stiffened her fingers and looked toward the door. She actually saw the person she most wanted and the person she least wanted to see. The moment Macy entered the bar, countless gazes fell upon her. There were gazes of admiration, stirring desires, and ill intentions. However, when they saw the man following behind her, most of these gazes cooled off. Conley slightly opened his arms, taking on a protective stance, perfectly shielding Macy from those who tried to crowd around her. Even without any physical contact, he displayed his possessiveness unashamedly. So she already has someone, what a pity. The men reluctantly withdrew their gazes, but Conroy's eyes were almost shooting sparks. This woman. How dare she come out drinking with Gemrother Conley? She hadn't even had drinks with Conley herself. Conroy grabbed Yisroldi's hand tightly and whispered. Quick, look, it's her. Take action now. Chapter 317, The Gemotoful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, 21. Yisroldi didn't move. With Conley by Macy's side, he didn't wish to get involved with Macy in front of him. Moreover, Yisroldi could be considered a cousin of Conley. Seeing that Yisroldi had no intention of moving forward, Conroy advised. Minjun, don't worry. I will go find that man, leading him away so you can make your move. Yisroldi hadn't forgotten what he needed to do. He displayed a hurt expression. Conroyan, you know how I feel about you. Conroy became saddened as well. I know, but, Gemrother Minjun, I won't forget you. If you help me, I'll definitely repay you. Conroy said this while keeping her eyes tightly on Macy and Conley, waiting for the opportunity. Macy noticed the gaze fixed on her and gave an inconspicuous smile. Indeed, enemies meet without a bridge. Conley did not notice that he was being watched. He was an alert person, but at that moment, all his attention was focused on Macy. Someone in the bar recognized Conley and greeted the young master with a smile, offering him a cigarette. Gemmet when Conley shot them a cold look, they dared not approach any further. Everyone knew that young Flint Alessio appeared affable usually, but in fact, was not easy to deal with. Conley sat down with Macy and ordered a cocktail for her. He stared intently at Macy, finding her beautiful in every gesture and movement. Conley suddenly remembered their first meeting also happened in this bar. Conroy that time, Macy had hugged his arm, and even though he pulled away, he might have already stepped into her trap. Macy took a sip, finding it to be a palatable Noemi Island iced tea. She longed to intoxicate Conley and sit on his lap as a seductress, but today she was a broken-hearted lover. Taking another big gulp, she drank more than intended. The dark red liquor dripped down her perfect jawline, seeping into her blouse. Perhaps due to the dim and ambiguous lighting, Conley suddenly felt parched, hoarsely saying, "Drink slower. This alcohol is potent." Macy put down her glass. It was 2/3 empty. She squinted her eyes, showing a hazy look. Without speaking, she swirled the glass and took another sip. Conley grabbed her wrist. Macy raised her eyes, her smile carrying 3 parts of coquetry. What's wrong? Conley lifted his own cup and lightly tapped it against Macy's. Under the flickering dim light, his eyes were deep, and his features were more chiseled, appearing even more dangerous. It wasn't clear if the beast was trapped in the hunter's snare or if the hunter was caught in the wild animal's stare. He tipped his head back suddenly, drinking the entire cup in one gulp. His voice grew even lower. There's no way to let a lady drink first. His dark gaze carried overwhelming aggression, sending shivers down Macy's spine. He was a man who exuded wildness when seated, yet mixed with elegance, a contradiction yet perfect embodiment. Tasting him would certainly be more interesting. Conley leaned closer to Macy. What is Yisroldi to you? If he made you unhappy, I'll tie him up for you to vent, alright? Macy swallowed hard, feeling her heart race with excitement. If I want to kill him? Then kill him. Conley lowered his head, almost touching foreheads with Macy, his hot breath mixed with alcohol making his voice equally warm. You kill him, and I'll bury the body for you. We'll be accomplices, forever bound together. Macy's heart skipped a beat. Conley wouldn't actually do something like this, teachers weren't killers. Gemmet in that moment, she felt he was serious. Worthy of being her favorite teacher indeed. Macy's eyelashes fluttered, thinking, this alcohol was certainly potent. No, it wasn't the alcohol, it was Dwight's touch. Macy suddenly reached out and held his fingertips. Conley's fingertips were scorching, retreating slightly at Macy's touch before grasping her hand firmly in the next second. His palm was just as hot, enveloping Macy's hand. 10 fingers, 1 heart, Macy felt as if his heartbeat had transmitted to her, every breath filled with aggressive allure. Yes, just like this, be a little more unrestrained. She curved her lips in pleasure, no longer pretending to be vulnerable. Not backing off nor rejecting, Macy's implicit acceptance gave Conley confidence to take it a step further. The surrounding noise seemed to fade away, inch by inch he closed the distance. His tall frame cast a shadow, enveloping her slender, graceful figure. Conroy almost there, he was about to kiss those lips he yearned for under extreme alcohol and indulgence. However, in the next second, a sharp voice suddenly rang out. Conroy, Conley. I need to talk to you. The pink bubbles of ambiguity instantly shattered. Chapter 318 Gemotoful Psychologist and Rabid Patient 22. Conley's movement froze, his fingers tightening as he cast a blank gaze at Conroy. It was like a vicious beast disturbed while feeding. Macy also pulled her fingers out of Conley's hand at this moment. With the emptiness in his palm, Conley became even more irritable. This bar was actually owned by Conley, but few knew it. Now, he no longer wanted to be low-key. He snapped his fingers, stood up, and coldly looked at Conroy, security. Conroy. Soon as he finished speaking, several tall men in suits walked over and surrounded Conroy directly. Conroy had never seen such an imposing sight before and turned pale with fear immediately. She couldn't help screaming, Gemrother Conley, it's related to your mother. Conley's fingertips paused, what? Conroy, in her desperation, quickly thought on her feet and cleverly said. Gemrother Conley, what I said is all true about you, can you come over for a moment? Frowning, Conley said, speak directly. Conroy bit her lower lip and glanced at Macy. This glance made her shiver all over. Macy leaned lazily on the sofa, her long curly hair draped across her chest. Her extremely gorgeous eyes were filled with mockery and coldness. Like a cat playing with a mouse. Conroy couldn't help but take a step back, then realizing her cowardice, she felt both ashamed and angry. This woman really acted one way in front of others and another behind their backs. Does Gemrother Conley know she's this kind of person? Conroy pouted, her face showing even more grievance, with tears welling up in her eyes. There are some very scary people here. Gemrother Conley, can you come out for a moment, just a moment? It's really important. Macy raised an eyebrow. Conroy, are these scary people talking about her? How kind and gentle she was, where was the ferocity? Conley didn't want to pay attention to Conroy, but anything related to his mother was his soft spot. Moreover, it was only for a short time, and this place was his territory, nothing would happen. Gemending down, he supported himself with both hands beside Macy and softly called her. Macy, I'll be out for a moment, don't leave. Macy arched her eyebrow at him, I won't. Relieved, Conley stood up, his expression instantly changing from slightly flushed to a chilling cold, let's go out. Conroy bit her lip, feeling incredibly wronged, wishing she could kill Macy. Levins, she and Conley are together, she will make sure the psychologist never recovers. Feeling somewhat relieved thinking about this, Conroy turned around and gave Macy a fierce glare, then sent a look toward Yisroldi nearby. After Conley and Conroy left, Yisroldi immediately got up from his seat and walked to Macy's side. However, Yisroldi was stopped by a suited man just as he reached Macy's booth. Surprised, he hadn't expected that Conley would protect Macy so intensely. Neither did Macy expect this. Her hand, which was swaying the wine glass, paused. So, Conley wasn't completely upright after all. Conroy curve formed at the corner of her mouth, and she said, let him come over. The bodyguard hesitated. Macy continued, just an acquaintance who happened to meet here, wanting to chat a little. Is that not allowed? When her voice grew colder, it resembled Conley's tone closely. The suited man stepped back, Lev, of course, ma'am. Yisroldi scanned the bar greedily, finally settling his gaze on Macy. In the near future, everything here, including Macy, would belong to him. Yisroldi sat next to Macy, who rolled her eyes and moved a bit further away, what? Yisroldi lowered his voice, Conroy asked me to seduce you. Macy was slightly surprised but laughed shortly after. Conroy asking you for this shows that your status in her heart isn't very high either. Feeling suffocated, Yisroldi felt even more uncomfortable hearing this. Since getting his cheats, he hadn't failed once with women. Yisroldi harumphed, Conroy said she's willing to spend the night with me. Macy narrowed her eyes slightly. That's great. Make Conroy believe you succeeded, then trick her into bed and get her pregnant with your Darius. Yisrael furrowed his brow. Conroy didn't possess any good fortune, and he didn't want to have a Darius with her. If he were to have Darius run, it should be Macy giving birth for him. Yisrael replied, sleeping is fine. But making her pregnant is not. Macy took a deep breath and suddenly changed her tone. Conroy right. Whatever you say. Her voice carried and seemed filled with long-suffering endurance, making Yisrael almost lose his composure. Unable to resist, he edged closer to Macy and whispered. I know you're wronged. Levins, this matter is resolved. I'll buy you the biggest house and the most expensive jewelry. Calmly watched the hesitant Conroy in front of him, finally losing his patience. If you don't know what to say, then get lost. Conroy grabbed Conley's sleeve but missed. Seeing Conley about to walk away, she blurted out in desperation. Gemrother Conley, it's about my mom. She found many of Conroy's diaries and photos a while ago when sorting through stuff. Since Conroy and my mom were best friends, she left many things with my mom. My mom forgot all about it until now, and she wants to give them to you. She said this in one breath, watching Conley nervously. Conley finally paid her some attention. Set a time, I'll come over personally to collect them. Saying this, he was about to turn back. Conroy screamed, Gemrother Conley. I feel like you've changed. Conley paused mid-step. Conroy continued, ever since that psychologist came to your place, you've changed. I returned to China for you, but how can you treat me like this? How can you treat my parents like this? Conley no longer wanted any ties with Conroy. He had planned to save face for the Lee family, but now he didn't need to bother. Levins got his mother's belongings, he would ensure the Lee family was erased from the city. Turning back, he glanced at Conroy who tried to grab his sleeve again. If you block me again, you won't leave this door. Conroy froze, terrified by his cold and bloodthirsty gaze. She watched helplessly as Conley walked inside. Conroy the same moment, Yisrael was staring at Macy, wanting to use this opportunity to get intimate with her. Even just touching her hand would be good. He moved closer slowly. Macy just lowered her eyes, a faint smile on her lips, while quietly tightening her grip on the wine bottle beside her. If Yisrael dared move another millimeter forward, his head would meet the wine bottle. Suddenly, Macy caught sight of a familiar figure from the corner of her eye. She curled her lips and put down the bottle, not moving away. Just as Yisrael was about to touch Macy, suddenly. Jamang. Clash. Conroy wine bottle smashed hard against Yisrael's head, causing blood to gush out. Before Yisrael could react, someone grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and slammed him back down on the ground. Macy couldn't hold back her laughter. True to her teacher's style, even the weapon used was exactly what she had imagined. Chapter 319 Jamataful Psychologist and Rabid Patient 23. Yisrael looked truly miserable. This wasn't just any beer bottle, it was a much harder liquor bottle. Conley's attack was incredibly ruthless, as if he hadn't held back at all. Yisrael convulsed immediately, his head covered in blood, eyes rolling back, and he passed out on the spot. He would need at least a dozen stitches plus treatment for a concussion. However, Conley didn't even glance at Yisrael on the ground. He bent down, grabbed Macy by the arm, and forcefully pulled her up from the sofa. This was the first time Conley had made such a direct move with Macy. Macy felt elated inside but wore an expression of panic on her face. Conley, what are you going to do? Conley pressed his lips tightly together, not saying a word, his handsome features contorting into a chilling curve. Unable to control his strength, he yanked hard, causing Macy to stagger. She raised her hand to touch her forehead, her gaze appearing more intoxicated and confused. Flint Alessio? She had actually gotten drunk so quickly. Conley forcibly suppressed his tumultuous emotions, picking up Macy in one swift motion. Handle it. He cast a cold glance at the unconscious Yisrael on the ground, leaving that sentence hanging as he strode out. Conroy screamed in fright when she saw Yisrael on the ground, but no one paid attention to her. The night breeze was cool, while Conley's embrace was scorching. Macy snuggled contentedly in his arms, her lovely long curls concealing her uncontrollable smile. The chauffeur was already waiting outside. Conley clenched his teeth tightly, not uttering a word, holding Macy all the way through. They soon returned home, and Conley carried Macy directly into his room, throwing her onto the bed. The bed was soft, and Macy bounced a couple of times, barely managing to look at Conley. Flint Alessio? Unbeknownst to Wen, her blouse had opened, revealing her exquisite collarbone and enticing décolletage. Her voice was sticky, coquettish, and seductive. Conley panted heavily, kneeling beside her, gripping her chin, staring deeply into her eyes. Macy's eyes were hazy with intoxication, her normally bright, star-like black eyes now misted over, inviting him to draw closer, lose himself in the fog. Finally, Conley spoke, his voice hoarse with a slight tremble. He treated you like that, and you didn't refuse him? Macy froze, realizing he was talking about Yisrael. Really, why spoil such a good mood by mentioning other men? Macy grunted, not answering Conley. She blinked and then suddenly lowered her head, biting his finger. Sigh. Sharp pain came accompanied by the warm, moist sensation. Heat surged from her entire body to her heart and ears. Conley's eyes widened, his whole body stiffening, watching as Macy's red lips enveloped his finger, feeling his heart nearly leap out of his chest. It hurt, really hurt. Macy didn't hold back, the taste of blood quickly filling her mouth. The most beautiful expression was always one of suppressed pain. Macy released her bite, her voice soft. Flint Alessio is so sweet. Conley retracted his finger, his voice even hoarser. Doctor, what do you really want? He wanted to say, stop this, I'll be ruined. From his initial reluctance to compliance, to developing a strong sense of dependence and possessiveness toward the doctor. He knew it was dangerous. Gemma tonight, the moonlight was too beautiful. He stared into Macy's eyes, almost unable to stop himself from killing her. Killing her, and completely possessing her. Levin's this terrifying thought arose, it grew wildly like weeds after the rain. Conroy, though he wasn't having an episode, his eyes appeared severely diseased. Conley slowly leaned down, hot breath spraying on Macy's cheek. What do you really want? Kill me. Macy suddenly hooked her arms around his neck. I don't want to kill you, I want to control you. Conley squeezed his palm tightly, emitting a faint whimper from his throat. Macy lay back, staring at the ceiling, her fingers tracing down Conley's spine. Choosing the day couldn't be better than seizing the day. She calculated, today is perfect for devouring the teacher. Somewhere along the line, her long legs had wrapped around his muscular waist. Her voice carried the haziness of intoxication, like a bewitching siren luring sailors irresistibly into the abyss. Conley panted heavily, Macy could almost hear him about to cry. She rubbed against him, adjusting her position in Conley's arms, and inadvertently opened her blouse even more, seemingly brushing against something. Sure enough, Conley's breathing suddenly tightened, his whole body tensing up. Just like this, just like this. Macy raised her chin happily, waiting for Conley's next move. Gemmet in the next second, Conley suddenly bounced up from the bed and rushed straight into the bathroom. Macy? Conroy, are you not up to it? Conroy, bird in the hand has flown away. Conley moved so fast that she didn't even have time to react. If she could have anticipated it, she would have clung tightly to Conley without letting go. He was clearly so crazy but also so restrained. It was simply... Macy felt a bit angry. Listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, she slowly got up, pulled off her bra and threw it on the bed, then turned back to her own room without looking back. It seems it wasn't enough yet. Conroy Ansley took Yisroldi to the hospital, then busied herself for a long while. The time she got home, it was almost midnight. She was panicked, exhausted, and angry, bursting into tears with Leah as soon as she arrived. What should I do? What should I do? Today I told many lies to Conley. Leah frowned, take your time. Conroy Ansley recounted the events in the bar. What should I do? How can I cover up this lie? I didn't think before I spoke. Leah laughed. No, you did very well. I was wondering how to create opportunities for you and Conley. Isn't this a good opportunity? Conroy Ansley widened her eyes. Leah, you and Conley make an appointment, preferably during your fertile period. I will prepare thoroughly. Conroy Ansley understood her mother's meaning and finally smiled, nodding heavily. Conroy's for Yisroldi, she still liked him very much. Conley is sick, probably preoccupied with other things. Even if they were together, she could still often visit Yisroldi and compensate him. Thinking of this, Conroy Ansley seemed to already see her beautiful life ahead, blushing. After showering, Conley hesitated to come out of the bathroom. He had revealed his madness and possessiveness too clearly just now. Would Macy be scared? His slender fingers gripped the doorknob, loosening and tightening repeatedly. After a long time, he finally opened the door, only to find the room empty. Instantly, he felt cold all over. Indeed, was she scared? Lever perhaps disgusted with him? Would she leave tomorrow? His heart felt squeezed tightly, each breath piercingly painful. Step by step, he walked to the side of the bed, fell onto it, and hugged the quilt. Wait, what's this? The room was dark, so he couldn't see clearly at first. When he brought it close to look, his face flushed red. Chapter 320, The Gemotiful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, 24. Conley inexplicably felt that he had been outmaneuvered. He was a wild one, no one had ever been able to discipline him. Levins he set his mind on something, he would not look back even if he crashed into a wall. Gemmet when it came to Macy, it seemed like he was influenced way too much. He felt like he was holding a hot potato, unsure whether to let go or keep holding it. Tomorrow morning, I'll just return it tomorrow. Conley bounced up from the bed, obediently took his medicine, and with a flushed face, placed the hot potato by the bedside, keeping a distance while hugging the blanket to sleep. The next morning, Conley stood in front of Macy's door with his ears tinged red. In one hand, he held fragrant lingerie, and in the other, he hesitated to knock. How should he say it? What could he say? How could he not dare to look at her? Conley, who had faced all kinds of situations, became timid this time. Strangely, although he thought he wouldn't be able to sleep last night, he slept very well. Now, standing breathlessly in front of Macy's door for half an hour, he couldn't figure out how to return the item. Suddenly, Macy's door opened. Calmly was startled, his heart almost leaping out of his chest, his mind blank, and his first reaction was to hide the item behind his back. Macy blinked, pretending not to see the bit of lingerie strap peeking from behind him, and smiled as she asked. "Good morning, young Flint Alessio. Is there anything you need?" Calmly's ears were so red they seemed ready to drip blood, unable to utter a word for a long time. Macy had never seen him so flustered before, finding it absolutely adorable. The wider her smile grew, the more Calmly couldn't hold himself together. Finally, he left with just a muttered, "nothing," fleeing in panic. Back in his room, Calmly realized he hadn't returned the item at all. Conroingly, he hit the wall once, blushing as he looked at the white lace lingerie in his hand, biting his lower lip and putting it away in his wardrobe. When Calmly finally calmed down and came downstairs, Macy had already finished breakfast. Her features were truly dazzling, and despite seeing her many times, Calmly still found himself momentarily stunned. Macy cradled the cat, occasionally petting it, and watched Calmly's actions, licking her lips and asking, "How is Yisroldi doing?" Calmly paused, his conroymia's apple moving up and down, his eyes turning cold. The redness in his ears faded, even his lips seemed pale. "Do you care about him so much?" Macy lowered her gaze, her voice emotionless. "We've known each other for so long." Calmly cut her off, seemingly unwilling to hear any more. "Macy, what does he have that qualifies him? What makes him better? Why can't you just look at me?" His voice hoarse, he stared directly at Macy, word by word. Macy responded calmly, even gently. "I watch you every day." Calmly closed his eyes. "Not like this, not this kind of looking. Look only at me." With too many nightmares and 2 long nights, she tore through his defenses. How could she not take responsibility? Shaky eyelashes hid the mad intensity in his eyes. Calmly stood up and spoke softly. "Just stay inside for now. Wait until I deal with some things." With that, he strode out. He feared that staying another second would lead him to strangle Macy. Perhaps it was a delusion, but as he closed the door, he thought he heard a soft laugh from behind. Calmly prepared to move against Yisroldi. He originally had no interest in his cousin's business. The Alessio family had long split up, and the cousin only had a 20% stake, which Calmly didn't care about, always leaving each other alone. Now, he felt he should get that 20% for himself. He had always been ruthless, and his assistant quickly got a plan targeting Yisroldi's business. Looking at the near-crazed measures, he felt both fear and admiration. High risk, high reward, Mr. Alessio was indeed as formidable as ever. Lying in bed, Yisroldi didn't realize how close he was to losing everything. His head ached fiercely as he discussed compensation matters with his lawyer. Yesterday, he had been knocked unconscious by a bottle, receiving over 10 stitches and suffering from a concussion, causing dizziness and nausea even after sedation. Wasn't Calmly too arrogant? The heir of the prestigious Alessio group actually beat someone up in a bar like a petty thug, attacking his own cousin with some blood relation? He would definitely sue Calmly. Conroyd exposed the incident to the media. Overcome by anger, Yisroldi momentarily forgot his plans to kill Calmly, until he heard a knock on the door and Macy walked in. Wearing a black long dress that highlighted her snow-white skin, her curly hair draped over her shoulders, exuding irresistible charm. Not only the lawyer and the nurse, but even Yisroldi, who had seen Macy often, stared straight at her. Macy walked to Yisroldi's side. "I came to see you, and also." She glanced at the lawyer and nurse, "to talk to you about something privately." Yisroldi waved them out as if he was in a daze. Soon, only the 2 of them remained in the ward. Calmly did not let Macy leave, and he had arranged for 2 more bodyguards at the door, but this did not stop her at all. She sat down on the sofa. "You want to sue Calmly?" Yisroldi replied, "Lev, of course. This is assault with intent to cause harm. Once I get my injury report, he will be ruined." Macy tapped her fingers, her eyes showing concern but also confidence. "Yisroldi, don't be too hasty. Soon everything Calmly has will be yours. Why bother with extra steps?" Yisroldi was stunned, thinking what Macy said made sense, but he just couldn't swallow his anger. Macy continued, "Woody, believe me. Everything I do is for you. If you antagonize Calmly now, it might alert him. Instead, let him completely lose his guard. Your plan will go much smoother then." Just a few words, and Yisroldi was completely persuaded. Indeed, Macy was so powerful and was thoroughly in love with him, success was certain. For the sake of the plan, it was better to endure for now. Yisroldi nodded, "You're right. So, Macy, why don't you come and hug me?" Yisroldi flashed what he thought was a suave and charming smile, unaware that with his bruised and swollen face, he looked hideous. Macy found it almost unbearable to look at, turning away as she stood up. "I should go. For our grand plan, I have many things to do." With that, without waiting for Yisroldi's response, she turned and left. Yisroldi watched Macy's graceful back view regretfully, thinking that after everything was over, he would definitely play with this beauty for 3 days and nights. The moment Macy stepped out of the hospital, she felt several gazes nearby. She curled her lips. Calmly was watching her quite closely. Knowing she had visited Yisroldi in the hospital, would he be angry? Chapter 321 Jamataful Psychologist and Rabid Patient 25 Conley was presiding over a board meeting, discussing plans for the next quarter and the direction to take. When he was in work mode, he always had everything under control, even though he had no interest in these businesses. He accepted the Alessio family business entirely out of responsibility. However, at this moment, his phone screen suddenly lit up, receiving a message. With a glance from his narrow, deep-set eyes, his expression instantly darkened. Conroy actually, sneaking out? Just to meet that trash? His long fingers tapped the desk twice, and he suddenly interrupted a deputy director's report, saying, "I have an interesting idea." When Conley returned, he felt somewhat hesitant to face Macy. He felt that suppressing Yisraeli by taking over his business through underhanded means was not honorable. He had done many dishonorable things, but this time it involved Macy, making him feel constrained. Somewhere along the line, Macy had come to influence his actions completely. This matter couldn't let Macy know. He told himself so as he opened the door and was met face-to-face with Macy's eyes without warning. Like a big dog caught doing something wrong, he quickly averted his gaze, biting his lower lip and whispering, "Didn't I tell you not to go out?" Macy raised an eyebrow. "I'm your psychologist, not your kept mistress. Levin, what grounds are you restricting my freedom?" Conley's fingers tightened, he felt short of breath. "I just wanted you to see me." His voice was very soft, so soft that even he didn't hear it. Macy hadn't heard it either, only seeing the big dog looking like it had been bullied, its ears drooping. "Come here." She beckoned. Conley hesitated for a moment before obediently walking over. Gemmet Macy wasn't seeking physical contact, she merely pointed to the opposite sofa, indicating he should sit down. The patient who never cooperated with treatment now sat down obediently, staring intently at Macy as if awaiting her next command. "Young Flint Alessio, how have you been feeling lately?" "Conley, it has been quite some time since my last episode." Jemmy, quite some time, he meant a few days. Since Macy arrived, he had started taking his medication on time, stabilizing his emotions and overall condition. Lev, of course, there were side effects. He had become somewhat sleepy, and when malicious thoughts surfaced in his heart, they didn't last long. Macy smiled. "Good. Keep this up, and I'll gradually reduce your dosage. You need to be well behaved." The last 3 words were light and soft, but weighed heavily on Conley's ears. Unable to resist, he stood up, bracing his hands on either side of Macy, trapping her in a small space, speaking slowly. "What reward do I get if I'm good?" Looking into his eyes, despite being the one looking up, she still exerted complete dominance. "If you're good, I'll kiss you." Conley's eyes widened in shock. Gemmet. Gemmet, you don't like me at all. Gemmet, you obviously care so much about Yisraeli. Gemmet, you're only doing this for treatment. Though he thought so much in his heart, he didn't say a word, only biting his lips softly and replying hoarsely. "Leave IK." If this continued, he really wouldn't be able to control himself anymore. Conley stood up, fleeing almost desperately. Soon, once he had cleared away everything around Macy, he would make her see only him. Macy watched Conley's back with satisfaction, licking her lips like an extremely patient hunter. After all, she and her teacher had plenty of time, and she was happy to wait for the prey to fall into the trap. Moreover, Conley was already beginning to be controlled by her emotionally. While Macy was willing to wait, the Lee family was not. Recently, the Lee family had noticed that the Alessio group had stopped cooperating with them and was starting to marginalize and suppress them. They couldn't understand why Conley would do such things for a seductive psychologist. Ever since coming up with the plan to get Conroyansley pregnant, the Lee family had carefully laid out detailed arrangements. Unfortunately, Conroyansley was currently in her safe period, and it would take another 2 weeks or so before she could conceive. They identified the most suitable day for conception and eagerly scheduled a time with Conley. Their excuse was that some items needed repair, and some items were still being searched for. They would give all the items to Conley, but all he needed to do was come over for dinner. Wanting to resolve this as quickly as possible, Conley agreed promptly. Once he retrieved his mother's belongings and severed ties with the Lee family, he could then thoroughly ruin them. Conroy, the hospital. Yisraeli, lying in bed, stared at each message sent by his assistant, his face turning green. Why? Why was Conley suppressing him like a madman? He himself had received the love of the luckiest woman, yet why had he been so unlucky recently? Something felt off. Just as this thought emerged, Macy's call came through. The female voice on the phone was extremely pleasant, as if it had some sort of charm, unknowingly leading him around by the nose. "Macy, can you be discharged within half a month?" Yisraeli, yes. Macy laughed. "That's great. In a while, I might need to trouble you with something. Wait for my news then." Macy. Conroy, afraid that Macy would hang up, Yisraeli quickly stopped her, his voice urgent. "Macy, why has Conley been so fiercely suppressing me lately? Has he discovered something?" Macy curled her lips. "Don't worry, he's just getting sicker. It won't be long before he completely breaks down. Conroy, that time, everything will be yours." Upon hearing this, Yisraeli instantly felt reassured, like taking a tranquilizer. "That's good. Macy, you're so kind. Conley is here." "I'm hanging up." Macy didn't want to listen to his nonsense and hung up, slowly walking out of the door to look at Conley's study. Lately, Conley seemed very busy. Despite being so busy, he didn't go to the company and instead worked from home all the time. He wouldn't show up usually, but whenever Macy wanted to go out, Conley would definitely stop her, claiming he wasn't feeling well. It was as if he wanted to avoid her yet also keep an eye on her. How adorable. 10 days passed like this, and finally, it was the daily family had agreed upon with Conley. Macy had thought she could easily follow him secretly, but unexpectedly, Conley suddenly walked into her room and, catching her off guard, grabbed her wrist. He pulled out handcuffs from somewhere and directly cuffed Macy to the bedpost. Chapter 322, Gemotoful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 26. Macy seemed completely unaware as she watched Conley kneel half on the bed, touching her wrist with trembling hands and a sickly voice. I need to go out for a while. His voice was very light as he lowered his eyes, not daring to look at her. It won't take long, I'll be back soon. I don't want you to go out. So, just have a good sleep, okay? Macy stared at his bowed head and broad shoulders with emotionless eyes. Conley, you've become quite brave. Conley's cool fingertips caressed her wrist as he whispered. Yes, I am brave. When I come back, you can do whatever you want to me. He stood up, not daring to look at Macy, walked out, and locked the door behind him. Macy glanced down at the silver handcuff on her wrist and couldn't help but smile. Her teacher was always so naive, thinking such a small trinket could keep her captive. She easily picked the lock of the handcuff, stretched lazily, and opened the door. Macy called Yisroeldi. Let's go to the Lee family now. There's an important matter concerning Conley that needs your help. Half an hour later, in a restaurant less than 200 meters from the Lee residence, Macy looked at Yisroeldi across from her with burning eyes and spoke leisurely. Do you remember what I told you about making Conroyansley pregnant with your Darius? Yes. Yisroeldi nodded. Gemma, how does this relate to Conley? Macy said, Gemma, cause Conroyansley wants to have Conley's baby, and since Conley is dying, it wouldn't be fair to the Darius, don't you think? Yisroeldi felt Macy was so kind, nodding involuntarily, yes. Macy smiled again. Gemma sides, I think that girl Conroyansley isn't bad. In the future, I would be willing to be sisters with her. Hearing this, Yisroeldi was thoroughly convinced. He never worried about his charm but always feared trouble brewing at home. However, with such a generous woman like Macy managing things, he had nothing to worry about. Excited, Yisroeldi wanted to grab Macy's hand but didn't mind when she dodged it, asking. What's the plan? What should I do? Macy slowly shifted her gaze towards the direction of the Lee residence, tapping her fingers on the table. Just wait a bit longer. Conley drove directly to the Lee residence. Conroy the drivers were sent out to pick up people and deliver materials, so he didn't wait and drove alone to the Lee residence. Thinking about Macy still locked up at home waiting for him, he pressed the accelerator harder. It was Noelle who opened the door. Seeing Conley come alone, her eyes brightened noticeably. You've arrived, please come in. She acted affectionate, gentle, and hospitable as if the conflicts during this period had never existed. Conley did not intend to step in. He stood at the door, took out a check, and handed it over with a string of numbers on it. Take it, here's the storage fee. Noelle's eyelids twitched at the sight of the large sum of money, her smile growing wider. I'm not after the money, I just want you to come in and sit down. It's dinner time, let's have dinner together. Conley frowned impatiently, about to refuse again when Noelle continued. There are some things I need you to check, just in case there's anything missing. Conley couldn't refuse, so he followed Noelle inside. The moment Conley appeared in the living room, Conroyansley blushed and stood up. Gemrother Conley, you're here. Conley coldly scanned the room. Where are they? Noelle laughed. No rush, I'll go get them. Conroyansley quickly poured Gemrother Alessio a glass of water. Then she left, closing the door behind her. Conley smelled an acrid scent and felt nauseous. Wanting to open the window, he found that both the windows and doors were locked from the outside. Gemma behind him, Conroyansley's soft voice sounded. Gemrother Conley, have some water. Gemma before she finished speaking, Conley suddenly turned around, grabbed Conroyansley by the neck, his face dark and terrifying like a bloodthirsty beast lurking in the darkness. What do you really want? Conroyansley's hand trembled, dropping the cup which shattered on the ground with a screeching sound. Her face flushed as she struggled, reaching up to grip the arm holding her neck. Conley felt a sharp pain in his arm, yanking his hand back, throwing Conroyansley mercilessly to the ground. Gem between Conroyansley's fingers was a tiny syringe. Gem blood oozed from the needle mark on his arm. Conley wiped it off forcefully, looking at Conroyansley as if she were already dead. Without a word, he grabbed the vase on the table and hurled it at the window. Conroyansley, clutching her sore neck, suddenly laughed. Gemrother Conley, these are bulletproof glasses, you can't get out. Conroyalso, you will soon. Gem before she could finish, Conley's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Conroy heat unlike anything he had ever felt began to spread through his body. The agitation was like a sticky, nauseating tentacle, creeping inch by inch up his skin. He tore off his tie with force, gasping for breath, but all he could inhale was that pungent fragrance. Conroyansley laughed gleefully. Gemrother Conley, I didn't want it to be like this either. I came back for you, but you treated me like this for a lowly vixen. I couldn't help myself. Conroy, she spoke. She staggered to her feet and unbuttoned her coat. There was nothing underneath. The incense alone was already potent, and with the injection of the powerful drug bought from the black market, no one could resist it. Just as she was about to press herself against Conley, he suddenly raised his hand. Jammed between his fingers was a shard of glass from the broken cup, which he slashed directly at Conroy Ainsley's neck. Conroy. Conroy Ainsley screamed and fell back, but she still got cut. Gem blood flowed from the wound on her neck, and her heart pounded fiercely. Conley really wanted to kill her. Conley's mind began to spin. His vision blurred, and his limbs felt powerless. He slashed viciously at his own wrist, blood gushed out, but the sharp pain did little to suppress the uncontrollable heat. He lifted his eyes, which were now filled with fresh blood, and the deep, dark expression in them made him look like a devil crawling out of hell. He looked at Conroy Ainsley as if she were some repulsive piece of trash. Come near me, and I will kill you. Conroy Ainsley covered her neck, her heart racing fast, but then she burst into laughter. No worries, Brother Conley. You still have strength now, but in a while, you'll only be able to lie down. Conley bit the inside of his mouth until it bled, cutting into his arm again and again to try to stay conscious. Gem at each cut was weaker than the last. Finally, the shard of glass fell from his hand. Ernst, kneeling on the floor, panted heavily, using his fingers to prop himself up on the ground, utterly drained of strength. Conroy Ainsley stared at Conley, wiped the blood from her neck, and crawled toward him. Under the influence of the incense, her eyes were glazed over, and her mind was hazy, driven solely by instinct to find a man. Leave it to me, Brother Conley. Chapter 323, Gemotaful Psychiatrist and Rabid Patient, 27. Conley took a step back, catching sight of a knife on the kitchen countertop not far away. He was gauging how much strength he had left to kill Conroy Ainsley. Conroy, she came closer, taking advantage of her lack of space to dodge. He planned to lunge for the knife and then stab it into her throat. Conley bit his tongue hard, trying to hold on to that last shred of sanity with pain. Seeing Conroy Ainsley getting closer, Conley's nails were scratching bloody marks on the floor. Suddenly, he rose up with his last bit of strength and lunged for the knife. Got it. Holding the sharp knife in his hand, he looked like a demon rising from hell, staggering toward Conroy Ainsley with thrusts. Conroy Ainsley's pupils contracted. She hadn't expected Conley's willpower to be so strong. However, just as the sharp knife was about to pierce Conroy Ainsley's chest, Conley's movements suddenly halted. At the same time, Conroy Ainsley felt an intense pain at the back of her neck, losing consciousness before realizing what happened. Conley fell to his knees, no longer having the strength to hold the knife. Gem, breathing heavily, amidst this sickly sweet smell, he smelled a refreshing scent. Too weak to lift his head, his hazy eyes stared at the slender, fair ankle in front of him. With bloody fingers, he grabbed the ankle tightly, leaving bloody finger marks. Macy squatted down and stroked his head. TSK, so pitiful, got tricked, didn't you? Conley's eyes were very red. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and broken. Kill her. It can't be done. Macy grabbed his hair, forcing him to look up at her bloodshot eyes. Killing is illegal. How could my little puppy do such a thing? After saying this, she lowered her eyes to the arm that Conley still clung to her ankle, noticing fresh blood seeping through the wounds, dripping onto her exposed ankle. Let go. She frowned slightly. Conley did not let go, even though he had no strength left. He gripped Macy's ankle tightly, like grabbing onto a lifeline in sinking waters. His palms were hot, making Macy's skin feel even cooler. His consciousness was fading, and he couldn't help but crawl towards Macy, almost collapsing onto her. Even with blurry vision and burning breath, he called her name. Macy. Macy. The handsome and delicate features flushed, especially around the eyes, his cheeks spotted with blood, and his lips trembling as he called out the name of his beloved. Macy felt parched, her heart racing, but she did not want to devour Conley here. She stood up, dragging Conley out the door and throwing him into the car parked outside. Then, she walked over to Yisraeli nearby and nodded at him. Go inside, Conroy Ainsley probably needs you now. Yisraeli had been watching the wind outside, unaware of what Macy had done inside. He asked, puzzled, what's going on? Macy winked at him, just do as I say. You know, I'd never hurt you. Jemmy the way, I have something urgent to do, so I'm off. Yisraeli, softened by Macy's glance, lost all capacity to think, entering the living room as instructed. The intensely sweet fragrance made him suddenly feel unbearably hot. Moreover, Conroy Ainsley lying on the carpet was completely naked. Eyes gleaming, Yisraeli pounced directly over. In the car, Macy floored the accelerator. Conley, sitting beside her, was limp and misty-eyed. Levin's his tense nerves relaxed, he became even more driven by instinct. Now Conley had only one thought. Devour Macy or be devoured by Macy. Not caring if Macy was driving, he struggled to scoot next to her, weak but trying to press his face against her neck, rubbing unconsciously, emitting sticky sounds from his throat. Macy sighed, biting down on his finger. Just 10 minutes to get home. 10 minutes. So far away. Conley now had no thinking capacity, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. He had already ripped open his shirt. Wearing only a thin black silk shirt, 2 buttons popped off, revealing his bare chest. His fair skin reddened, relaxing upon realizing he wasn't a threat anymore, making his appearance startlingly beautiful. No. Don't. His voice carried sobs and hiccups, his eyes redder, tears ready to fall at any moment. Now. Macy, Macy. The sharp pain from Macy's bite was instantly overwhelmed by a surging heat. He even raised his hand with all his strength to make it easier for her to bite. Most of his weight was pressing down on Macy, while the car was filled with a sweet, hot atmosphere. Macy took a deep breath, turned the steering wheel, and drove into a narrow alley. With a sudden brake, the car came to a stop. The car windows allowed clear visibility from inside out but were opaque from outside in. Macy pulled the handbrake, turned around, and grabbed Conley's neck, looking into his dazed eyes and asked. So eager? Conley's muddled brain couldn't even process what she said. There was only one thought in his mind, this is Macy. That was enough. It didn't matter what Macy did. Gemicides, this was precisely his deepest longing. Uncomfortable. Conley lifted his head, gasping for breath but not resisting. His eyes were bloodshot as he pleaded softly. Blood still dripped from the wounds on his wrist, and his shirt had been half torn off, leaving red marks on his collarbone and pectorals where he'd clawed at himself. Macy's fingers brushed against him, and he couldn't help but move closer, sobbing for more. Macy laughed and licked her lips as she looked at him. Need my help? What should you say? Conley rubbed his cheek against her palm, struggling to maintain some sanity as he mumbled. Please. Macy, who am I? Conley, Macy. Macy suddenly grabbed his shoulder and laid the seat flat, pinning him to it. Call me Flint. Her voice carried a teasing tone, but Conley couldn't resist. Flint, please. How wonderful it felt for the teacher to call her master, so disrespectful yet thrilling. Macy delightedly held his wrist, licked the blood from his arm, and then bent down to kiss his lips. The taste of blood spread through their mouths, mixed with their hot breath. In the narrow alley, the once still puddles rippled slightly. Inside the black car parked beside the puddle, fog began to form. Conroy's pair of slender, blood-stained hands suddenly slapped the window before curling up tightly, clutching the palm. The gesture seemed more joyful than painful. Chapter 324, Gemotoful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 28. When Conroy woke up, chaos surrounded her. Her body felt as if it had fallen apart, especially the lower half, even a slight movement caused searing pain. She struggled to rise, surveying the surroundings. No one was in sight, but it was evident that she had succeeded. Shattered glass scattered on the ground and the sticky sensation on her body indicated this wasn't the first time. However, Conley was indeed impressive. He had awoken before her and left straight away. Feeling aggrieved, Conroy took a shower, thinking that she had expected Conley to stay with her and take her to bathe after they finished. He wasn't gentle or gentlemanly at all. If it were Yisroeldi. Gemrother Woody, with his high emotional intelligence and gentleness, would have certainly taken care of her. Conroy looked at the marks on her body and the images of the 2 men surfaced in her mind, involuntarily curling her lips. Everything went so smoothly, she must obtain both these men. Jemmy the time Karina finally drove back, 4 hours had passed. Conroy 10-minute journey taking 4 hours, Karina glanced at Conley beside her, whose eyes were red from crying, and his body covered in bite marks and wounds, yet he still tried to inch closer. Behave yourself, her voice was lazy after being satiated, not allowing any refusal. Conley reluctantly stopped, his gaze fixed on Karina with sadness. Not fully awake, he seemed like a drunk person, unusually cute. Neither crazy and struggling when he was having an episode nor wild and cold when he was sober. Finally parking the car, Karina took a deep breath. The consequence of indulgence without tending to his wounds was the specks of blood on her body and inside the car. Levine might think a murder happened in the car. With excessive blood loss, Conley's lips were pale, yet his mental state was bizarrely good. Karina stepped out of the car, feeling more comfortable as the cold wind blew over her heated skin. She nodded at Conley. Get down, I'll help you bandage your wounds. Conley obediently opened the door, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, he immediately crumpled to his knees. The sound of his knees hitting the ground echoed painfully, even for Karina. He didn't seem to understand why he reacted this way, biting his lower lip and whimpering slightly as he clung to the car door, struggling to stand up. His shirt was ruined, his upper body half naked and battered, as if brutally abused. Yet he still offered a pleasing smile to the perpetrator. His smile was too beautiful, fragile yet captivating, striking Karina's heart deeply. However, restraint was needed now. Any further indulgence could lead to severe blood loss for Conley. Pulling on Conley's wrist, Karina ascended upstairs. Leavened the way, they encountered a Norbert with wide open mouth and bulging eyes. Santiago, don't worry. There was just a small accident. Conroyter saying that, Karina pulled the stumbling Conley into the room. Ernstager took a moment before turning his eyes rigidly, his first thought being. What did Flint endure? It couldn't be possible, mustn't think like that, probably just got into a fight. Ernstager shook his head vigorously, quickly instructing the kitchen to prepare some nourishing soup to replenish blood. Inside the room. Karina stripped Conley bare and dragged him to the bathroom for a shower. Emerging in a bathrobe, refreshed, Conley appeared more awake. His originally piercing gaze that always focused on Karina now lowered, seemingly unable to meet her eyes. While treating his wounds, Karina noticed his ears were blushing red. Realizing what had transpired only now. Suppressing her laughter, she pinched his chin to lift his face. His dark, deep eyes flickered with light, long lashes trembling as he met Karina's gaze. "What did you call me?" Karina asked deliberately. Conley clenched his teeth, whispering, "Karina." He was very tired, as the drug effects wore off, his mind gradually clearing, but his body still acutely retained sensations of pleasure and pain, reminding him of what he just did. Karina tilted her head. "You weren't calling me that just now, huh?" Conley bit the soft tissue inside his mouth, his ears reddening even more. "Flint." Karina smiled contentedly. "Such a good boy." She pressed down on Conley's shoulders, laying him on the bed. "Sleep now, I have things to do." "Conroyed, we'll settle the handcuffs account once you wake up." Gemmet Conley held on to Karina's fingers, rasping. "Where are you going? Please don't leave." Satisfied after her meal, Karina leaned down and kissed his lips. "I'm staying at the Alessio residence, won't go anywhere." With those words, the taut nerve in Conley suddenly loosened. His consciousness instantly became hazy, and his eyes could no longer stay open. He moved his lips without making a sound, but Karina understood. "Stay." TSK, indeed, deep down he still had that habitual command tone. Conley's breathing quickly steadied into a long, peaceful rhythm. Karina walked out of the room and sat on the living room sofa, sipping her tea. Conroy de Bayo snuggled into Karina's arms. Sensing her owner's good mood, it also acted adorably. "Flint, Flint. I waited for you at home obediently and looked up lots of information about Yisroel's external advantages. Isn't that impressive?" Karina scratched Conroy de Bayo's chin, and the little cat closed its eyes in contentment. Clearly, saying Flint from a pet and saying it from a teacher were completely different experiences. She gave Conroy de Bayo a perfunctory compliment and then called Yisroel. Yisroel answered quickly, and his voice sounded quite satisfied. "Karina, where have you been? I called you several times, and you didn't answer." Karina, lazily, "I was investigating the connection between Conley and the Lee family for you. The Alessio family has close ties with the Lee family. Conroy, though the Lee family isn't considered a major clan, they still have significant assets. If you can gain control over the Lee family, it will certainly weaken the Alessio family. Most importantly, Conley and Conroy grew up together and are said to have a very close relationship. If you can get Conroy pregnant, it would severely impact Conley, worsening his condition." Yisroel's eyes widened in pleasant surprise. True to form, Karina had everything arranged perfectly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely take Conroy. I'll invite her again tomorrow. Conroy, after all, she did promise to spend time with me." Conroy at this point, Yisroel suddenly thought of something and asked. "Karina, don't be jealous." Karina rolled her eyes and hung up the phone directly. Gemmet suddenly felt strange. She abruptly looked up, only to find Conley standing by the railing, having come out of the room at some point. His gaze was dark and intense, fixed straight on her. Chapter 325, Gemotiful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 29. Macy's heart skipped a beat, but she soon smiled brightly and winked at him. "What? Can't sleep?" Conley stared straight at her, his lips pale, the dark circles under his eyes making him look like an evil spirit. He was about to fall asleep, but as soon as Macy left, he struggled to get up in great discomfort, extremely thirsty. Just as he got up to pour himself a glass of water, he heard Macy on the phone. "Conley is even sicker." These fragmented words pierced his eardrums like sharp knives, transforming into chains that bound his limbs, just like a curse. He didn't speak, just stared at her. Why could she still laugh after all this? To tame and then abandon, letting him know it was all lies, was it amusing? His limbs were still weak, his fingertips gripped the railing tightly until the already cracked nails bled, yet he didn't notice. Conley stumbled down the stairs step by step, and at the last step, his legs gave way, causing him to kneel on the ground. Breathing heavily, every part of his body hurt, his back tensed, and his whole body trembled slightly. Macy sked, pulling Conley up from the floor and throwing him onto the sofa, standing beside him with her arms crossed. "Indeed, I should feed you your medicine before bedtime." Conley grabbed the hem of Macy's clothes, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, agony, and despair almost overflowing. "Why?" Conroy's those 3 words came out, tears fell. Suddenly, he began crying so hard he couldn't catch his breath, gasping like a fish out of water. He had always been full of pride, but now he couldn't stop pleading uncontrollably. "Don't do this to me." Macy initially intended to play with him, but seeing him like this made her feel as if her heart was being clutched, feeling both sour and tender. She seemed a little reluctant to let go. He had always worked too hard. His broken state was beautiful indeed, but it would be better if he only broke like this in bed. She bent down, pinching Conley's chin. "How have I treated you? Is it like this?" Conroy, she spoke. She squeezed Conley's Conroymia's apple with her fingers, nearly collapsing over him. Conley shivered all over, looking even more anguished. Macy laughed. How could I treat you badly? I lied to him, not you. Do you believe me? Conley's vision blurred, overwhelmed by the aggressive fragrance around him, while the last shred of rationality warned him not to fall for this clumsy lie. Levine was someone he had flirted with for many years, the other a severely ill patient he had only known for less than a month. It was clear who held higher status. Gemmet, he refused to face it. Even if it was a lie, he couldn't help but want to believe. Otherwise, he would lose the meaning to live. Seeing his expression, Macy knew he didn't believe her. What to do? Her teacher should be pampered. Right this moment, with him so disoriented and desperately desolate, logic wouldn't work. So, she decided to prove herself through actions. She pressed down on Conley's body, kissing away his tears, covering his mouth amidst his continuous sobbing. The instant her sharp teeth grazed his throat, Conley threw his head back, allowing himself to sink into this divine mix of pain and pleasure. Just as Macy had said from the beginning, he was indeed completely controlled by her. Conroy's convulsive sweep of her hand sent the teacup on the coffee table crashing to the floor, but no one cared. Rapid breathing, whimpers, and light laughter intertwined with the provocative fragrance, spreading everywhere. Sitting on the sofa, Macy adjusted her robe and glanced at the unconscious Conley beside her, massaging her temples. Of course, after being drugged and exhausted, he should just sleep. Gemmet, here he was, struggling. He ended up having a seizure, so she used force to comfort him. Conroy, there you have it, he passed out. Thankfully, his breathing and heartbeat gradually stabilized, so Macy didn't need to take him to the hospital. It seemed Conley only slept peacefully when Macy was by his side. She covered him with her dress, slightly masking the bruises all over his body. Truly delectable. Especially when she thought about how, at the start, Conley was like a wild dog, brandishing a knife and telling her to leave. Now he opened his wet, puppy-like eyes and called her master. Just thinking about it made her even thirstier. There was nourishing soup warming up in the kitchen, which the housekeeper had delivered very discreetly without so much as a glance around. While drinking, Macy thought about how her teacher had never tasted the delicious food she had cooked. Tomorrow, she would make him cook for her. She was picky, taking a couple of sips before setting it down. Sitting on the sofa, she began to search through her documents and materials, studying Conley's condition. Conley's condition had been so severe in the past because he always refused to take his medication. Now, the dosage she prescribed was tailored specifically for him. Once the medication was administered, his symptoms would alleviate significantly. Additionally, she had indeed become Conley's reliance. She was also the only one who could calm the mad dog down. Next, she would slightly adjust the dosage and continue observing. Bipolar disorder is hard to cure completely, perhaps it can never be fully cured. The best outcome is ensuring that it doesn't relapse. Gemmet, what does it matter? She would accompany her teacher forever anyway. Conley slept for a long time, so long that Macy thought he had died. Leaning over to check his breathing, once she confirmed he was still alive, Macy stretched lazily and prepared to return to her room for some sleep. Unexpectedly, just as she took a few steps, the man on the sofa stirred. Macy turned around, and Conley slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to have slept well, with the dark circles under his eyes much lighter. His brain might not be fully awake yet, but his body instinctively moved on its own. He looked at Macy, staring at her greedily and, with a touch of pathological possession in his gaze. Macy smirked at him. Conroy awake? Conley nodded, using his arms to sit up and realizing he was covered by the dress Macy had been wearing. The scent of Macy lingered on it, making him smell like her too. It felt like he was marked. Conroy, he wanted to leave his own exclusive mark on Macy. With slender fingers gripping the black dress tightly, his voice raspy yet seemingly calm. Explain, he said, explain what you told Yisraeli. Just like the initial meeting with C. Levi Alessio, calm, rational, effortless. If one overlooked the suppressed tremor in his voice. Please, his eyes seemed to say. Even if it's a lie, don't tell me something that would make me lose all hope. This look made Macy's heart skip a beat. Even someone as wicked as her considered revealing all the truths of the game at this moment. You are mine. She suddenly spoke, reaching out to touch Conley's forehead with her finger. Her delicate finger traced down from his high nose bridge to finally stop on his lips. Her fingertip played with the slightly cool lip, touching his teeth. Who else besides her could examine a beast's teeth or make it show its belly? I've never cared about Yisraeli. I only want you. Chapter 326. Gemotful psychologist and rabid patient, 30. Conley stared at her unblinkingly, looking somewhat incredulous. Gemmet, his overall demeanor relaxed noticeably. Macy patted his face. Don't look at me like that. You've never regarded Yisraeli as a threat, but he has long coveted your business. Your Alessio family line is sparse, now it's just you and him. Of course, he wants to make a move against you. So I came. Macy spoke calmly, observing Conley's expression. Sure enough, in that instant, Conley bit his lower lip hard. Macy chuckled softly, her finger tracing his lips. Stop biting. Leavenly, I can bite you. I'm not finished yet. Conley paused, obediently releasing his teeth. Macy continued, his plan was for me to gradually worsen your condition unnoticed. Gemmet, I found it boring, so I suggested we just kill you outright. Even as she mentioned killing him, the corners of her eyes carried a smile. The moment those words escaped, Conley's breathing quickened. Somehow, an inexplicable surge of excitement and anticipation welled up inside him. Macy said, Yisroldi agreed eagerly. I told him I would do many things to provoke you, driving you more insane, and then devise a perfect plan to kill you while making it look like a suicide due to your illness. Don't you think it's perfect? It was indeed perfect. Conley's long eyelashes trembled violently. He gazed at Macy almost obsessively, his voice hoarse as he moved his lips. Then what? Macy raised an eyebrow, slapping his cheek a little harder. Think with your brain. Did you feel provoked? Did your condition worsen? Conroy's sting spread across Conley's cheek, yet this mildly humiliating action caused him no discomfort whatsoever. He wasn't stupid. The intense and desperate emotions had clouded his mind earlier, but now, recalling Macy's words, he realized every sentence was from Yisroldi's perspective. He knew his own state well, his condition hadn't worsened. In fact, it had stabilized increasingly since Macy arrived. Since she came, he no longer suffered insomnia or self-harm severe enough to be hospitalized. Calmly, Macy suddenly leaned close, her lips nearly touching his ear, her breath stirring a shiver within him. I have deceived many people, but I have never lied to you. She laughed, her voice brimming with intense pleasure. From our first meeting, I said I wanted to control you. See how I fulfilled my promise? Conroy, she spoke, she flicked out her tongue, licking Conley's ear. Instantly, electric sensations coursed through his body, and uncontrollably, Conley emitted a soft groan and gasp, gripping Macy's slender waist tightly. Macy giggled. To expose Yisroldi, I had to endure quite a bit of hardship. Conley's expression turned serious. What did he do to you? Macy blinked, like calling him Woody and saying disgusting sweet nothings that could shorten my lifespan by 3 years per word. Conley struggled to process all the information flooding his mind, finally beginning to make sense of it. Looking at Macy's extremely disapproving expression, he belatedly realized she truly didn't like Yisroldi. She really came for him? Conley felt overwhelmed by this conclusion. His heart pounded fiercely, and everything around him faded away, leaving only this captivating woman before his eyes. Why? He asked. It was a vague question, a simple why. His eyes were red-rimmed, spreading to the edges, his sharp features becoming delicate and fragile, dark eyes devoid of light, reflecting Macy's image, filled with longing, anxiety, fear, and excitement. Macy liked this look on him, pretending not to understand. Why what? Conley, why are you so good to me? I'm a madman. Macy replied matter-of-factly, Because you belong to me, inside and out, mentally and physically, entirely mine. Listening to this almost absurd declaration of possession, Conley, always rational and calm, was overtaken by emotion, believing Macy's words completely. Gemmet. I have a disease, he said, almost on the verge of tears, enunciating each word. Macy, I know. Conley, maybe I'll never get better. Macy, I know. Conley, I'm afraid I might hurt you. Macy grew impatient, biting his lips sharply. This bite was heavy, making Conley draw in a sharp breath, but the suspended heart landed gently in this moment. Every sensation granted by Macy became his source of security. He thought his life would be this way forever. He felt like he was sinking into a quagmire, not wanting to struggle, just living in humiliation forever, and then dying in disgrace one day. His refusal of treatment was because subconsciously, he no longer wanted to live. Macy pinched his neck to make him look up. Jemmy the way, there's something. The Lee family incident was certainly not within my expectations. She gave a light hum. Even the great General Isidore Alessio has moments of being outwitted. If it weren't for me, you might still be mating with that disgusting woman. I'm sorry. Conley apologized promptly. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Thank you, doctor, thank you for saving me. Macy twirled her wrist. So, locking me up at home, do you have an explanation for that? Conley's face turned pale. He didn't expect Macy to bring up this old matter again. He hesitated to tell the truth, fearing his revealed illness might scare her away. Gemmet looking into Macy's eyes, he knew he couldn't hide anything from her. Because I didn't want you to go out, I didn't want you to see Yisroldi. Levitherwise, I really couldn't control myself and would kill him. You are my private doctor, belonging only to me. You can only see me. Conroy at the end of his words, he became bold as if giving up on everything. He no longer wanted to conceal it. The large hand gripping Macy's slender waist tightened, making even Macy feel some pain. Sitting on his lap, Macy wrapped her arms around his neck, looking down into his eyes like a queen. I've always only seen you. She pinched his earlobe. How do you feel now, young Flint Alessio? Suppressing his heavy breathing, Conley looked at her reverently. Everything is under your control, my master. Chapter 327, Gemotoful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 31. Karina licked her lips, thinking, how could this person be so considerate and eloquent? Yes, he was never a reserved person. His previous restraint was merely due to a lack of security. Now that she had provided him with full security, Conley, who was never a shy or honest man in the first place, revealed himself. To successfully take over the Alessio family business and remain decisive in the commercial field, one could never be someone poor at speech. Karina stared at him without speaking, making no attempt to hide her desire and possessiveness. Gemmet, I still remember, when I came to the Alessio family for the first time, young Flint Alessio's first words to me were, get lost. Karina curled the corner of her lips as she looked at him, her voice lazy. Calmly readily admitted, I was wrong, you may punish me as you wish. He tightened his grip on Karina, who was sitting on his lap, their bodies pressing together to the utmost. Naturally, their physical yearning was evident. Without hesitation, he exposed himself. His police experience taught him caution, and his business experience taught him discernment. Gemmet in front of Karina, everything collapsed, leaving only instinctive desire. Karina gripped his neck, pushing him slightly away, her face filled with mockery. Conroy, can you still bear it? Who fainted just now? Conroy this moment, Conley's face finally turned red. Conroy flush spread to his earlobes, he pressed his lips together, looking both bashful and slightly irritable. That's because of the medicine. So, oh, Karina blinked, I'm hungry. Conley's eyes lit up as he leaned closer to Karina, ready to kiss her neck, but was mercilessly pushed away by Karina. I'm really hungry, not what you think. Karina remained indifferent. Clearly, her expression when she first said she was hungry wasn't like this. So alluring, so soft. Conroy now saying she was truly hungry. She clearly intended to provoke misinterpretation. Conley stifled a breath, tightening his fingers but ultimately released Karina, whispering softly with downcast eyes, Conroy. The aggrieved big dog's eyes and ears drooped, though whether it was an act or genuine, only he knew. Karina had long been craving Conley's cooking, standing up from his thighs and nudging his calf. Hurry up. I want to eat what you cook. Conley obediently stood up. He was half naked, his beautiful and perfect muscle lines marked with red imprints and bite marks, appearing both pitiful and gorgeous. Just as Conley was about to put on a nearby coat, Karina suddenly held him back. Karina, it's just the two of us, why dress? Conley paused his fingers, Gemmet, I need to cook. Karina nodded toward the kitchen direction, wearing an apron would be fine. Conley froze, then realized something, his earlobes turning red again, embarrassment showing on his face. He knew Karina was wicked, but didn't expect, she was becoming more and more so. Previously seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Karina enjoyed watching Conley's expression and kicked his calf again. If you keep stalling, you won't even get to wear pants. Conley took a deep breath and eventually let go of the coat, walked to the kitchen, and tied on an apron. Jeeming naked while wearing an apron felt strange, his movements were stiff, especially feeling the scorching gaze behind him, making him feel like curling up. Gemmet thinking Karina was still hungry, he forced himself to focus on the ingredients. Thankfully, Karina showed mercy and did not disturb him while he was cooking. Before long, as dishes were brought out one by one, Karina only needed one glance to sigh, worthy of being her mentor indeed. Gemak at the plainer Conroy administration Jamiro, her teacher would never bring Darius Wren around and either strictly disciplined Karina or completely indulged her. Conroys for cooking, that simply didn't exist. Most importantly, back then, Karina was like a mad dog released from a cage, always wanting to inject nutritional fluids to go crazy outside, never even knowing what eating meant. If not for coming to this small world, Karina wouldn't know her teacher's cooking skills were so impressive. Delicate and sweet desserts blooming on her tongue, Karina blissfully narrowed her eyes. Sitting beside her, calmly watched Karina, seemingly never getting enough. Indeed, to capture a woman's heart, one must first capture her stomach. Calmly secretly resolved to cook personally every day from then on. Karina's appetite seemed terrifying, far from that of a normal person. Most strikingly, her stomach didn't bulge after eating. Who knew where all that food went? Complex and intense emotions along with physical heat also settled during this meal. Karina slowly rose, stretching lazily. Calmly led Karina into the study, made her a cup of digestive tea, and only then sat beside her. I will resolve the Lee family issue as soon as possible. The moment he switched to business, his entire demeanor changed. His voice grew cold, his expression turned grim, and his fingers unconsciously tapped on his knee. Karina leaned comfortably on the sofa. How are you going to resolve it? Kill her? Crush them until they go bankrupt? That's not much fun at all. Calmly looked at Karina, licked his lips. What does Karina want to do? After asking, he still couldn't resist reaching out to Karina, candy. He used to like smoking when thinking, but since Karina came along, this habit turned into eating candy. Karina smiled at him without a word, and calmly quickly caught on. Please. Flint. He found it easier and more natural to say it each time. Jeeming so obedient certainly deserved a reward. Karina placed a piece of candy in his hand, scratching his palm with her fingertips. You'd have to exert effort and pay a price to crush the Lee family. Killing Conroyansley would cost even more. Is it necessary? She's just an insect. Now, Conroyansley might believe she has successfully conceived your Darius. Tell me, how long do you think she can hold back before coming to find you? What if she eagerly awaits the birth of that Darius, believing everything is in her grasp, only to discover it isn't yours? Wouldn't that be amusing? Karina spoke these heartless words as if discussing what to eat tomorrow. Conley's heartbeat quickened. He found this vengeful woman, so beautiful. He even wished to become her accomplice, her weapon, the tool she uses to wound others without getting her hands dirty. His voice was hoarse, yes, very amusing. Karina rubbed her fingertips. Conroyally, I wasn't that bothered by Conroyansley. Gemmet she messed with my people, which was a big mistake. Conroy's for Yisroeldi. She deliberately slowed down her speech, noticing Conley's expression stiffen for a moment, his eyes darkening, murderous intent surging. Compared to Conroyansley, he probably wanted to kill Yisroeldi even more. Karina laughed. You know, murder carries too great a risk. We are good citizens, we mustn't do such things. Gemmet, if he tries to kill you, self-defense would be perfectly fine, wouldn't it? Chapter 328 Jamotiful Psychiatrist and Rabid Patient, 32. When Macy slowly mentioned her agreement with Yisroeldi, Conley refreshed his perception of Macy once again. It turned out that the psychiatrist who came to the Alessio family had never been a normal person. She was ruthless and seemed to hover outside like God, controlling everything. No wonder he fell for her so quickly, willingly, and happily. Macy glanced at him lightly. What, scared? Conley touched his chest, stared at Macy, and said with burning eyes. Not at all, I love you even more. The strong are always attracted to strength, while the weak fall in love with someone weaker to show their authority. Conley has never been interested in women who threw themselves at him until Macy appeared. Leavenly then did he realize what he truly wanted. His possessiveness was both sickly and intense, yet he also hoped to be controlled by something even more abnormal. Conroyed, deep down, he also admired strength. He would never like some parasitic flower, he would only bow before Macy. After Macy finished discussing with Conley, she stood up and stretched lazily. Going to sleep. Conley smiled, stood up, grabbed Macy's slim waist, and pressed her closer to him. The long and narrow eyes were full of emotions, as familiar feelings emerged once again. Leavenly, there was one person in those eyes. He pressed against Macy. Sleep with me? Macy kicked Conley. Sleep on the bed. Get lost. Conley didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled even more wickedly, bent over, and picked up Macy bridal style, walking towards her bedroom with large steps. He placed Macy on the bed, buried his head to kiss her neck, and finally bit her earlobe, saying hoarsely, "Good night, my hard-working love." Macy was indeed tired after tending to Conley for so long. If not for her robust mental strength, she probably wouldn't have held on. She had eaten and drank enough, satisfying both her physical and psychological needs. So, she closed her eyes contentedly and fell asleep. Conley closed the bedroom door and came into the study, unconsciously tapping the table with his fingers. Conroy's Macy said, he indeed had the urge to harm Yisroeldi and Conroyansley. Gemmet since Macy wanted to play, he would join her in the game. Leviver the following period, Conley and Macy spent half a month shamelessly indulging in pleasure. Levance they started, they couldn't stop. Conroy first, Conley seemed to need these moments to gain a sense of security. Gemmet later on, Macy always felt that Conley was pretending to be pitiful. Regarding the handcuffs, Macy's punishment, naturally, meant putting them back on him. These were genuine police handcuffs, gleaming with a silvery metallic luster and quite heavy. Macy made Conley kneel at the head of the bed and mercilessly handcuffed his hands to the bedpost. She tightened the handcuffs deliberately. The tightened handcuffs tightly clamped around his wrists, making even slight movements painfully achy due to the cold, hard metal. Conley had only done this to vicious serious criminals before, which wasn't considered torture but could make the other party very uncomfortable and beg for mercy over time. Never did he expect it to happen to himself someday. Yet, he was willing. He looked up at Macy sitting at the bedside. She wore a silk strapless nightgown, revealing her perfect figure without any reservation. The silky material clung to her skin, looking even more seductive than if she weren't wearing anything. Conley's Conroymia's apple moved, his eyes darkening as he called her name in a hoarse voice. Macy. Macy patted his cheek, took his tie, and blindfolded Conley with it. Gemblinded, his other senses became sharper. His heart pounded fiercely, and his breathing quickened. Darkness caused panic, even palpitations. Gemmet soon, Macy lifted his chin with her finger, leaving a red mark on his chest with the belt. Don't be afraid, I'm always here. Yes, always. Wherever it might be, even if it led to death, he would follow. Pain mixed with heat surged in waves. He twitched and struggled, battered by surging waves, but his wrists were restrained, forcing him to endure. Pleasure far outweighed pain. Under complete control, he lost himself, tilting his head backward and allowing himself to sink. After an exhilarating session, Conley was utterly exhausted, covered in injuries, yet he still showered with Macy, serving her to her utmost comfort. Lying together in bed, checking their phones, they found many missed calls and countless messages. Upon picking it up, they saw it was from Conroyansley. Can't hold back anymore? Conley showed the phone to Macy. The Lee family has been calm lately. Lev of course. Macy flipped through Conroyansley's messages casually, smiling slightly. They had schemed against you, and they must have been afraid of your anger and retaliation. They even thought if you retaliated, they could say Conroyansley was carrying your Darius. Gemmet, who would have thought that you made no move at all. Conley's restraint left the Lee family completely baffled. The Lee family had originally considered two possible outcomes. One was that Conley would fly into a rage and target the Lee family, perhaps even sending them to prison, in which case the Lee family would start causing trouble, claiming that Conroy carried Conley's lineage. Given Conley's extreme sense of responsibility, he would certainly give in under such circumstances. The other possibility was that Conley might have actually harbored good feelings for Conroy. Even though he was tricked this time, he didn't want to do anything to the Lee family and even proactively asked about the situation. That would be even better. The Lee family had been dreaming sweet dreams but never expected that Conley would choose a third scenario they hadn't anticipated at all. Complete silence, as if nothing had happened. It was so quiet that even the Lee family began to doubt if something had gone wrong at the time. It was impossible. With such a potent drug, Conley couldn't resist it. No one approached the Lee family on that day either. Just when the Lee family was feeling anxious and uneasy, Conroy rushed out of the bathroom holding a pregnancy test stick in surprise. "Aggie, Dad, look." The bright red double line brought joy to everyone. It worked. They were now related to the Alessio family. "Aggie, what should I do now?" After some contemplation, Marlowe spoke up. "Don't push too hard, after all, he is the father of your Darius. Contact Conley first, feel out his attitude, and arrange a meeting to talk." Conroy agreed and sent a message to Conley. Unexpectedly, the message fell into the void, and calls went unanswered. Conroy tried contacting a small Norbert at the Alessio Corporation but was told that Conley hadn't appeared at the company for more than half a month. Calculating the timeline, it seemed to coincide with the day Conley was tricked. Conroy's ominous premonition surged in Conroy's heart. Could it be that Conley was so severely affected that he vanished? She clutched her phone tightly, feeling utterly lost. Just then, her phone buzzed, and she looked down to see that it was Conley calling her. Excitement overcame her as she answered, her hands trembling, only to hear the voice she despised most. Levin the phone, a lazy and graceful female voice said nonchalantly. "Sandra, is there something urgent?" Chapter 329, The Gemotiful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, 33. Conroy picked up the phone excitedly. The mere thought that this was the first time Conley had initiated contact with her made her incredibly thrilled. She could almost visualize herself becoming Sabinong. However, the voice on the other end of the line, which she found extremely repulsive, felt like a slap to her face. That moment, Conroy was at the hospital being examined by doctors under the accompaniment of her parents' housekeeper. Upon hearing Macy's voice, she immediately shrieked. "Why is it you? Where's Conroy Gang? How dare you take Conroy Gang's phone?" Patients and doctors in the hospital frowned and cast disdainful glances her way, but she remained oblivious. Her heart surged with anger, wishing she could kill this detestable woman instantly. Macy lay on Conley's lap, frowning slightly as she held the phone away from her ear. Conley was reviewing documents from the company while gently stroking Macy's long hair as if petting a cat. He also heard Conroy scream on the phone and frowned, but before he could say anything, he was stopped by a look from Macy. Macy chuckled softly and spoke. "Sandra, what are you screaming about? Conroy afraid others won't know you're an uncultured and low-class person?" Conroy already livid, Conroy grew even more furious after Macy's taunt, her voice escalating. "What are you talking about? How dare you speak to me like that?" In her fury, it felt like even her stomach hurt. Pale with fright, Conroy quickly sat down, clutching her chest, trying to force herself to calm down. Macy rolled her eyes. Why couldn't Conroy learn from her mother? Her over-the-top reactions were so immature and utterly boring. Speaking slowly, Macy continued. "I see Sandra has been calling Mr. Alessio several times. I'm afraid you might have an emergency, so I decided to check on you first. He's undergoing treatment now and can't check his phone for the time being." Her voice was gentle, seemingly coming from someone entirely different from who had just rebuked Conroy. Conroy froze. "Why should you be the one to touch Conroy Gang's phone? Conroy's a psychologist, don't you care about respecting others' privacy?" Macy glanced at Conley, thinking how he was now hers both inside and out. Yet, she replied diplomatically, "Since Sandra says so, I'll hang up then." Before she finished, Conroy interrupted hastily. "Don't. When Conley finishes his treatment, tell him I urgently need to see him. It's very, very important, concerning the entire Alessio family. If you don't tell him, you're dead." Macy pursed her lips, how Darius-ish. She agreed, Conroy right, sure. Then, she hung up the phone. The call was merely to confirm Conroy's condition. Now that she sounded energetic and confident, it reassured her. Conley pulled Macy towards him, kissing her lips, looking somewhat pitiful. "I don't want to deal with her. Just thinking about pretending to get along with someone like Conroy made him miserable." Macy smiled. "I didn't ask you to. You must have misunderstood, thinking I wanted you to act deeply in love. You're overthinking it." She curled her lips into a fox-like grin. Conley's heart leaped at this smile, instinctively tightening his legs. The last time she grinned like this was when she was planning something naughty. Conley cleared his throat to hide his sudden arousal and asked in a hoarse voice. "So, what should I do?" Immersed in her own thoughts, Macy hadn't noticed Conley's change. She licked her lips and said, "Make her despair, yet give her a sliver of hope. Tell her to leave or else the Lee family will face consequences unless she can prove it's your Darius. The only way for her to prove it is by giving birth. During this time, no matter how much hardship she encounters, she'll try her best to keep the baby. Levin sits born, how interesting. Conroined, she won't dare come back to bother you until 10 months later with a paternity test. That way, you can be at peace. Macy perfectly grasped the mindset of the Lee family, and her words were practically venomous. Jemmett Conley loved her all the same. Unable to resist, he leaned down to kiss her again. Fine. I'll follow Macy's instructions. Levinly, after being teased once more, did Conley finally pick up his phone and repeat what Macy had said to Conroyansley, who reacted exactly as Macy predicted. From now on, the Lee family was no longer his concern. Even the king who skipped morning court sessions had to occasionally go to the office, otherwise, people at the company might really think their chairman died at home unnoticed. Conroy's Conley prepared to leave. Macy realized, indeed, Conley was quite dog-like. It was excessively clingy of him to even ask Macy to accompany him to the company. I want everyone to know you're mine. The custom-tailored suit accentuated his precious handsomeness, yet he buried his head in Macy's neck like a clingy puppy, holding her waist and speaking in a deliberately slowed, hoarse, soft voice. Macy pushed him away. No way, the game isn't over yet. Conley pouted, truly wanting to tie Macy beside him, best with handcuffs to bind them together. Come to the company together. It won't be public, just as a psychologist visiting to inspect my working environment. Macy chuckled. He sure knew how to use her previous words as an excuse. Jemmett Conley's downturned doggy eyes gazing up at her beseechingly were hard to refuse. Leave IK, Macy raised an eyebrow. Let's go together then. When Conley arrived at the company, it caused a small stir. The C. Levi, who had been missing for nearly a month, suddenly appeared. Much like a leader conducting a surprise inspection, everyone scrambled to prepare their reports. Seeing the vibrant woman behind Conley, they all took it in stride. Even the receptionist blushed and greeted Macy, volunteering to show her around. After Conley finished the meeting, Macy happened to be touring his office. The moment Conley entered the office, he eagerly moved toward Macy. Macy wrapped her arms around Conley, her playful heart flaring up as she subtly locked the office door with a flick of her finger. She lowered her head and nipped his earlobe. Want to play something interesting? Conley froze, not having reacted when Macy grabbed his tie. I mean, offices can be quite interesting too. Conley blushed instantly but began unbuttoning his shirt under Macy's teasing gaze. If Macy likes it, anything is possible. Jemmett, could we lock the door? Macy's smile widened. No. She gave Conley's shoulder a sudden push, and he followed her force back onto the desk. Macy braced her hands on the edge of the desk behind Conley, rising on tiptoe to bite his Conroy's apple. Conroy's stifled groan escaped from his throat and was swallowed down. People walked past outside the corridor, Conley's heart racing, but Macy's actions blurred his vision, leaving only heavy breathing. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Conley jolted, trying to grab Macy's wrist but was deftly dodged by her laughing form. The combination of tension and thrill made his knees weak, his red-rimmed eyes threatening tears. Macy leaned closer to him wickedly. Don't make a sound. Chapter 330, The Jamataful Psychiatrist and the Rabid Patient, 34. Conley finally understood what the smile at the corner of Macy's mouth meant when he asked her to accompany him to the company, and she agreed. It was in the office, and she even told him the door wasn't locked. Really terrifying, but also quite. Gasping for breath, Conley buttoned up his shirt, playfully nipped at Macy's finger as retribution, licked it after biting, then sat down to call his assistant. I was just in a session. What's up? Levinly then did the assistant hand over the documents for work reports. In the office, the graceful psychiatrist was sitting on the sofa, taking a sip of tea and browsing through some files in her hands. President Alessio looked radiant, sitting by the desk signing documents with a pen. Psychiatrists were indeed impressive. It was evident that the treatment had been effective. Conroy's the day was about to end. Macy received a call from Yisroeldi. Sensing something, Conley glanced at Macy, frowning slightly, his eyes carrying an undertone of grievance. He didn't want Macy's attention diverted by anyone else. Ignoring the dog-like pampering, Macy answered the call. What is it? Yisroeldi, Macy, it's been so long, why haven't you contacted me? Macy, I've been busy, trying to drive Conley crazy. Jemmett, I think now is about right. Yisroeldi's eyes lit up. How so? Macy, Conley's emotional state is extremely unstable, with strong suicidal tendencies. I'll arrange for him to go to an abandoned factory in the southern suburbs under the pretext of treatment, making it look like he went there of his own accord. There will be no one there and no surveillance. You just need to lie in wait. Even if Conley dies there, no one will find out. Conroy, I'll use the excuse that Conley often goes out alone to clear his mind due to his condition, delaying the police report by a few days. For killing Conley, remember to clean up any traces. His suicidal tendencies are so obvious, and I'll provide a report. The police won't investigate too deeply. Under Conley's intense gaze, Macy smiled as she slowly laid out the plan to kill Conley. The more Yisroeldi listened, the more excited he became, almost wanting to hug and kiss Macy. Macy. I love you. Jemmett, will you come with me then? Yisroeldi still hadn't fully trusted Macy. He hoped she would become his accomplice and kill Conley together, thereby forever binding their relationship inseparably. Macy answered without hesitation, Lev, of course I will go with you. Yisroeldi got so excited that his face turned red, thinking that Macy loved him even more than he had imagined. She was willing to soil her hands for his future career. Yisroeldi said, Macy, rest assured, I will make sure everything is foolproof. Conro afterward, I will give everything to you, loving you the most. Disgusted, Macy stuck out her tongue and interrupted Yisroeldi's passionate confession. Conro, right, I'll go test Conley now, and I'll let you know once I have news. Hanging up the phone, Macy met Conley's narrow, icy eyes. The big dog spoke, his voice hoarse. If a month ago, I hadn't heard your phone call with him, how long would you keep it from me? Those snake-like eyes stared at Macy, seemingly filled with hatred. Macy wasn't frightened by this gaze at all. She thought happily. Lev, of course, according to the plan, playing this game to the end. How interesting would it be for me to save you dramatically when Yisroeldi tries to attack you? Conley gritted his teeth, furious. Conro absolutely not interesting at all. Unable to control himself, he stood up, came to Macy's side, and grabbed her wrist. I'd go mad. Maybe I'd lose it before you could even save me. Macy blinked indifferently, so what? I'll find you anyway. If you go mad, I'll tie you up. Conley's eyes welled up with redness, full of accusation. Finally, he realized that the person before him wasn't just a little lunatic but also heartless and utterly devoid of empathy. How can you bear to treat me like this? His voice grew even hoarser, making Macy's heart itch. Macy thought he looked truly beautiful in this state. Freeing herself from his grasp, she patted his head. Gemmet, I didn't do that to you, did I? Good boy. Unable to resist, Conley rubbed against her palm, thinking that if he hadn't heard that phone call back then, you were going to treat me like this. Gemmet biting his lip, he ultimately kept it to himself. He was already trapped, already had everything, why worry about something that never happened? Gemicides, he didn't want his little moon to think he was being melodramatic. Conley took a deep breath, gripped Macy's waist, and kissed her lips deeply. This kiss was deep and carried a hint of dominance. Macy smiled, not backing down in the least. Conroy at the same time, Yisroeldi began to meticulously arrange the next phase of the plan. Conley indeed soon exhibited signs of worsening symptoms. During this period, he came to the company less and less often. When he did come, it was with his psychiatrist, and the treatment sessions in the office would last half a day. Yisroeldi received this news and grew increasingly delighted. However, the Lee family, upon hearing this news, became quite worried. They had already placed themselves in the position of relatives to the Alessio family and naturally hoped that Conley would get better and better. Conroy Conley had already threatened them not to pester him unless they could prove that Darius was his. The baby in Conroysley's belly was, without doubt, Conley's. They just needed to wait another 10 months, there was no need to upset Conley unnecessarily. Thus, during this time, the Lee family was particularly quiet. Conroysley was treated like an emperor at home, eating, drinking, and using only the best. This led to the Lee family having some financial difficulties. Conroy, though the Lee family had many assets, in reality, no one in the family had any business acumen, they all relied on the Alessio family. Now that Conley had cut off their financial support, they suddenly found themselves in straitened circumstances. The atmosphere at home deteriorated, and everyone started to blame each other. Gemmet thinking about how they would become incredibly wealthy if they endured a bit longer, they swallowed their anger. Selling houses and properties, after all, once they had Conley as their backer, these things would return manifold. Conroy a month later, Macy felt the timing was about right. With the atmosphere set, it was time to begin her intriguing game. She called Yisroeldi. Prepare for the day after tomorrow night. Conroy she spoke, Conley was beside her, playing with her waist-length hair. Hearing this, Conley couldn't help but bite Macy's neck lightly. Lev, of course, he didn't bite as hard as Macy did, more like a gentle licking. Macy shivered and hung up the phone hastily. Conroy, you a dog? Conley laughed innocently. Yes, I am. He nuzzled her neck, kissed her earlobe, trying to mask the ominous premonition in his heart. Chapter 331, The Gemotiful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, 35. Macy felt no sense of crisis. Lever, perhaps she was too powerful, not caring about life and death, committing crimes purely for pleasure. Levin the agreed day, Macy made almost no preparations, only attaching 2 blue glittering daggers to her thighs. Levin's covered by her long dress, nothing could be seen. Today's dark-colored dress was embroidered with black patterns, like elegant thorns winding around the black and gorgeous datura. Conley was mesmerized, pulling Macy and kissing her several times. Macy's daggers didn't look ordinary, but he did not ask further. He seemed like a madman who jumps into an abyss without hesitation, and trusting himself completely. Conroy's night fell and there was no moonlight tonight. It was a perfect night for murder under the cover of darkness. Macy left first, meeting up with Yisroeldi. She stepped out the door, Conley grabbed her wrist, his fingertips gently caressing the inside of her wrist. Inside the house, there were no lights on, only faint light from outside illuminated Conley's strong features, making his deep-set eyes more profound with his raven-like long eyelashes. He caressed Macy's wrist, whispering softly. I've prepared a gift for you. When you return, I'll give it to you. Macy turned her hand over to clasp his fingers, smiling innocently. Really? I'm looking forward to it. She pinched Conley's fingertips, winked at him, then turned and walked out. Conley took a deep breath and walked to the full-length mirror to straighten his tie. Ernst in the mirror stood tall and straight, his well-pressed suit pants making his legs look longer and straighter, his features exceptionally handsome. He was about to go to a rendezvous that might cost him his life. For a perfect crime, Macy did not drive. When they met Yisroldy in the deserted factory, Macy sniffed, catching the smell of gunpowder. Seeing Macy appear, Yisroldy's eyes lit up noticeably. Weeds grew wildly all around, the place looked desolate, as if specifically set up for murder and arson. I've arranged quite a few people. Conley will have nowhere to run. Yisroldy excitedly approached Macy, trying to grab her hand. I knew you would come. Macy deftly dodged, raising an eyebrow. Lev, of course I would. Yisroldy's likability barely increased by 1 point, still far from 100, yet Macy remained calm. In extreme excitement and tension, Yisroldy didn't notice anything odd about Macy. He asked, when will Conley arrive? Macy, don't worry, within another hour at most. Come, tell me your plan properly. Conroyter listening to Yisroldy's plan, Macy was somewhat surprised. True to form, a scripted character had some real tricks. He planned to lure Conley to the top floor, have someone attack him from behind, stage it as a suicide, and erase all traces. Conroy afterwards, add Macy's psychological evaluation report, and this perfect murder would remain hidden forever, while Yisroldy would get everything he wanted. Macy nodded sincerely, impressive. Yisroldy's eyes flashed with madness, looking at Macy ardently. Thank you, Macy. I really love you. Macy felt her hair stand up from his sappy words. Fortunately, some light appeared. It was Conley's car approaching. Yisroldy hurriedly said, hide quickly. Macy, go over there. He pointed to a good hiding spot. Macy nodded, eager to distance herself from Yisroldy. Where are you going? Macy asked. Yisroldy pointed to another wall. Leave Ivor here. Conroyter confirming Yisroldy's position, Macy quickly moved away, unwilling to stay close to this greasy person any longer. Conroy, according to Yisroldy, he had 3 men downstairs and 3 on the roof to push Conley, along with himself and Macy, leaving even a god unable to escape. Holding her breath, Macy soon identified the positions of the 3 men downstairs. Yisroldy hired fugitives who had already killed, so they wouldn't hesitate when it came time to act. Soon, Conley arrived, parking and being drawn to the dim and dilapidated staircase. It seemed his mother's name was carved there. Yisroldy's scheme was well planned. If Conley were truly ill, he'd fall into the trap step by step in this confused state. Conroyed indeed, Conley did exactly that. In the dark factory, he wore his formal suit, his face obscured, appearing genuinely like a deranged madman, following the bait upstairs step by step. Macy licked her lips, her hands slipping into her dress to touch the dagger strapped to her thighs. Now that all of Yisroldy's attention was on Conley, she could do as she pleased. Her slender and graceful figure moved like a ghost, instantly slipping behind one of the desperados guarding downstairs. Everyone's attention was on the staircase, and Macy moved with such stealth that no one noticed her. Thus, when Macy struck, not even a ripple disturbed the quiet night. Ernst hadn't realized what happened before he felt a chill at his neck. Macy's skills were impeccable. In piercing the artery and spine, she also pierced the vocal cords. Gemlood spurted out, splashing onto her face and neck, hot and sticky. She disdainfully tore off a piece of the corpse's clothing, wiping the blood off her face. Conroy's long as it wasn't Dwight's blood, she found it utterly detestable. The dead man fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, dead within 10 seconds. Macy quickly located her next target. Silently approaching. No one knew that death had arrived. They were doing their job for money, unaware that this was their last task before meeting their own demise. Jemmy, the time Macy dealt with the 3 men on the first floor, Conley had already reached the rooftop. The roof of the factory wasn't very high, but the ground below was concrete with protruding nails. Conroy's fall wouldn't be immediately fatal but would leave him half dead. Macy stared intently upward, feeling a thrill. Dwight would surely handle those 3. If he couldn't, how incompetent would that be? Then she would take care of Dwight herself. While contemplating this, Macy moved toward Yisroldy's position. Levins Conley made his move, Yisroldy would realize something was wrong. She had to restrain this dog before he fled. Then, they could play however they wanted. Macy turned happily, intending to grab Yisroldy hiding behind the wall, but her hand grabbed only air. Macy's eyes suddenly widened. The next moment, an explosion roared, fire snakes surging in all directions, enclosing the entire factory tightly. Leavey outside, Yisroldy's voice screamed tearfully, heart-wrenching. Macy. I love you, I will always love you. Gemmet, you know too much. Chapter 332, Gemotful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 36. Levy, no, I underestimated the situation. Macy had been so focused on killing that she didn't notice Yisroldy's movements at all. Yisroldy also didn't realize Macy was acting. He didn't know what Macy had done because he had quietly left the place from the start, preparing to ignite the gunpowder he had already set up. Levenly now did Macy discover that the entire factory was filled with flammable old items disguised as discarded trash, which she hadn't noticed anything wrong with at first. The flames outside raged fiercely, spreading in concentric circles outward from the inside, leaving no possibility of escape. Macy stared at the encroaching flames outside and smiled inexplicably, raising her head as if moved by a sudden feeling. She met Conley's eyes. Conley was actually clinging to the edges of the window frame with both hands, flipping out with a swift turn. He descended like an agile special forces soldier, jumping down in just a few moves and landing in front of Macy. His eyes were bloodshot, clutching Macy's shoulders tightly, his voice filled with despair but laced with a secret excitement. Macy, we're going to die here. Upstairs, the three desperate criminals had started screaming and cursing Yisraeli wildly. Downstairs, the tall, handsome man gazed deeply at his little moon, his eyes seeming ready to tear up, yet despite how easily he usually cried, he didn't cry in the face of death now. He looked at Macy greedily, his voice somewhat sad. I want to die with Macy, yet I don't want Macy to die. Macy moved her fingers, feeling a burning pain in her back already. The fierce flames gradually tightened around them. They stood at the center, waiting for the impending, foreseeable death. Ever since she glanced at Conley just now, she kept lowering her eyes, as if a bit afraid. Conley hugged her tightly, his voice hoarse. Sorry, I couldn't protect you. Come back to take revenge on me in the next life, okay? Do whatever you want to me. He trembled all over, kissing Macy's lips, but suddenly, she blocked him with her fingers. Leavenly then did Conley realize Macy was smiling, and she seemed very happy. How interesting. I never thought Yisraeli would be such a ruthless person, or even a madman. It was my mistake. Having a standard based on affinity made it habitual to judge with numbers. Gemmet, human nature is complex. If conclusions could really be drawn with just a few numbers, how boring it would be. Her thinking had been rigid. Conley didn't want to hear Macy call out another man's name in these final moments. He was almost out of breath, thick smoke mixed with fire getting closer and closer, engulfing them. He tightened his arms around Macy's waist, closing his eyes in despair but relief, and at this moment, he heard Macy whisper softly in his ear. I don't want you to die here with so much reluctance either, teacher. It was like a gentle, distant spell whispered in his ear. Images flashed before Conley's eyes, along with a beautifully delicate face. In the next second, a faint blue glow suddenly radiated from around Macy, enveloping them both tightly just as the flames approached. Macy's lips turned pale as she whispered softly, Don't let go of me. The flames roared like monstrous creatures trying to devour everything. The blue glow acted as a shield, protecting them from the terrifying heat, even making them feel cool. For a moment, Conley thought he had died and entered another world. Conroyal he saw was an extremely beautiful icy blue, like heavy mist intertwined with the external flames, creating patterns like eerie auroras. Gemmet, the shock lasted only a brief instant, all his attention was on Macy in his arms. Macy was trembling, her body extremely cold. Conroy, this moment, Daniel Leo was shouting frantically in Macy's mind. Conroy. Flint, using powers not belonging to this world will make you be rejected by the world's force. You're in big trouble, Flint. Macy had no strength to respond. Rejection is rejection. Has she done less things that went against the world's force? Conroy, worst, she'd fall into a coma, be torn apart, and endure unbearable pain. Macy. Macy, Flint. It was Conley calling her name with his hoarse voice. Macy wanted to respond, but all her strength was being used to create this barrier and resist the excruciating pain brought by the world's force. Wait for me. Her lips moved, unsure if she even made a sound. The flames devoured everything, lighting up half the sky, staining the night without moonlight with a deep bloody red. Far away, Yisraeli knelt on the ground, wailing loudly, staring at the flames, looking heartbroken. He had set the fire himself, burning alive the person who loved him the most and the one he loved the most, naturally causing him immense pain. He thought that from now on, Macy would become his eternal white moonlight. Every woman he found afterward must have a trace of Macy. He wanted to remember her forever. The firelight reflected in his pupils grew smaller and smaller. Finally, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and he turned to leave. No one knew that at the center of the fire was a small ice blue barrier. The moment the fire faded, so did the barrier slowly vanish. Conley held Macy tightly in his arms and suddenly knelt down, pushing aside the hair covering her forehead with his long fingers, softly calling her name. Macy. Macy, don't go, don't leave me. Macy's eyes were closed as if she were sleeping. His voice was hoarse and trembling violently, his chest weighed down heavily, unable to breathe, his vision going dark. Gemmet, he forcibly suppressed the terrifying physiological response, reaching out his trembling fingers to feel Macy's neck pulse. Conroy, the moment he felt the faint heartbeat, it was as if all his strength had been drained, breathing heavily. He carried Macy horizontally, holding his moonlight tightly amidst the ruins and ashes, sprinting towards the city. The car was already burned beyond use. He ran in the night, almost blending into it. It was over 10 kilometers to the nearest road, but he used every ounce of his strength, his voice tearing, whispering. Macy, don't sleep, please, don't leave me. The night wind cut through his lungs, bringing up a taste of blood in his throat, draining him of all strength. He bit his tongue hard to stay awake, running blindly. Unavoidably, he stumbled forward, twisting his body at the last moment to protect Macy, cushioning her with his own body beneath her. Sharp pain shot through his back and thighs, seemingly torn open, but he ignored it all, getting up to continue running. Finally, he saw an asphalt road. Not far away, a truck was coming. Calmly gently placed Macy by the roadside, then stepped into the middle of the road, spreading his arms toward the truck. Conroy's screech of brakes sounded, the driver angrily sticking his head out the window. What the hell is wrong with you? If you want to die, do it somewhere else, bad luck. Calmly fell to his knees with a thud. Leavenly then did the driver see the blood all over him, his eyes wild. He choked out hoarsely, please, save her. Chapter 333, Gemotiful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, 37. The truck driver looked suspiciously at the man in the passenger seat and the girl in his arms, regretting having meddled. Especially this man who, despite being covered in blood and looking disheveled, exuded an aura that was far from ordinary. Levine shouldn't pick up strangers on a night road, but the situation earlier was too dire. In the end, the driver opened the door for them and drove toward the nearest hospital. Calmly held Macy in his arms, trembling fingers brushing lightly over her eyebrows and eyes, barely touching. Like a demon emerging from deep mire, regardless of his own injuries, he could only think of protecting his treasure. Unable to resist, the driver asked, Gemrother, what's going on here? Calmly took a deep breath, telling himself to stay calm. Macy's breathing and heartbeat were stable, she should be fine for now. When he spoke, he realized how much his throat hurt, as if slashed by a sharp blade, probably from breathing too rapidly while running. Conroy's heavy rust-like taste filled his throat. He suppressed a light cough and said, Revenge. Startled, the driver almost slammed on the brakes, ready to kick them out. He didn't want to get involved with whatever high-level feud this might be. Calmly closed his eyes, took out his phone, and called his assistant. Check this license plate number and transfer $1 million to the owner. The license plate he gave belonged to the driver. Shocked, the driver thought he had rescued a madman in the middle of the night. Gemmet 3 minutes later, when he received the transfer notification, his eyes nearly popped out. He couldn't earn this much money even in 10 years. He hadn't picked up a devil but a god of wealth. Thank you. Calmly closed his eyes, relaxing slightly, but then felt an intense chill. The car is dirty, here's money for washing it. His voice was very soft, and he couldn't stop shivering slightly. The joints in his hands holding Macy ached, yet he did not loosen his grip. Exhausted and sleepy, he felt like fainting would be best, but with such a precious treasure in his arms, even if it meant breaking into pieces, he must protect her. The car soon arrived at the hospital entrance. Conroy's calmly carried Macy out, his legs buckled, and he stumbled, kneeling on the ground. In that moment, he held Macy tightly in his arms. His knees and elbows hit the cement with a dull thud. Even just hearing it made one feel their bones might shatter. The driver stepped forward, intending to help calmly up. Gemrother, let me take the girl in your arms, you look like. Forget carrying someone, walking seemed impossible for him. Before the driver finished, calmly bit his lower lip hard, staggered to his feet, and didn't loosen his hold on Macy. His face was extremely pale, silent, yet his refusal was clear in his unwavering embrace. Having received payment, the driver went to find a doctor first. Upon seeing Conley, the doctor was shocked and immediately wanted to treat his wounds. Gemmet Conley, supported by sheer willpower, gently placed Macy on the operating table. Check her first. Doctor, we'll examine this young lady, but sir, you need immediate attention. Mainly because Conley looked so terrible, the doctor couldn't fathom how someone with such severe injuries could still be conscious, still conversing, still standing by the bed, staring intently. Conley's gaze was fixed on Macy, his hoarse voice and pale complexion making him seem terrifying. No, I'll stay here. Unable to persuade Conley otherwise, the doctor had no choice but to examine Macy first. She was completely fine, without even a scratch. Her breathing and heartbeat, though weak, were stable, as if she were simply sleeping. When the doctor announced there was no danger to her life, Conley's eyes reddened, and he collapsed. Doctors and nurses hurriedly moved the unconscious Conley to a neighboring bed, noticing only then that spots of blood already stained the floor around Macy's bed. Conley's injuries were gruesome, especially his knees, which were bloody and mangled. His ribs and lower leg had fractures of varying degrees. It was astounding how he managed to run so long in such a state. While in the car, Conley had messaged his assistant. Soon after, an unobtrusive high-end van stopped outside the small hospital. The driver and medical staff watched as several well-dressed men carried the man and woman from the beds away and paid the hospital a substantial amount, demanding strict confidentiality. Everyone watched the car drive away, thinking, is this what it means to be at the top of the wealthy list? It's terrifying. Conley was startled awake. He seemed to have had a nightmare, but he couldn't remember it. Conroy's series of heavy breaths made him open his eyes abruptly, and the first thing he did was call Macy's name. Nurses and doctors immediately came over. Mr. Alessio, rest assured, Miss Macy is in the next room for observation. She's not in danger. Conley's dazed pupils slowly turned, realizing then that every part of him was in pain, including his chest. This was the private hospital of Alessio Corporation. He hadn't died, he had returned home, bringing Macy back with him. Conley blinked twice with trembling eyelashes, his eyes reddening. Supporting himself on the edge of the bed with both hands, he tried to get up. I'll go see her. The doctor hurriedly stopped him. No, Mr. Alessio, you can't get up right now. Conley wouldn't listen. His sunken eye sockets gave his handsome features an intense gloom. Just then, the butler approached. Don't worry, Conley. There's no need to get up. I've had Miss Macy brought over. With that, Macy was wheeled in along with her bed from the next room. The ward became crowded, yet Conley let out a breath and allowed himself to lie back down, his face always turned toward Macy. The doctor was still reminding him. Mr. Alessio, you need to rest now. Conley automatically blocked out everything the doctor said. His eyes never left Macy, almost greedily looking at her. She was so beautiful, her side profile the perfect sculpture. Her long lashes fluttered gently as she breathed, like a sleeping beauty. Leavenly after a while did he realize something inexplicable about the fire. It was supposed to be a dead end, but Macy. Fear filled Conley's heart. He felt that Macy didn't belong to this world, but he was determined to cling to her even if he died trying. Conroy's he thought, the doctor suddenly mentioned Macy, instantly pulling Conley back. Miss Macy has some peculiarities. The doctor hesitated, and Conley's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, bore into him, sending shivers down his spine. Seeing the doctor stop, Conley impatiently urged, continue. The doctor stammered, there's nothing physically wrong with Miss Macy. We conducted a thorough examination, but she shows no signs of waking up. The doctor expected Conley to erupt in anger. After all, everyone could see how much Conley valued Macy. She was already unofficially considered the future mistress of the Alessio family. Conley only took a deep breath and nodded slightly. I understand. She will wake up. It sounded like he was talking to himself, or maybe to Macy. She will wake up. Because he had heard Macy's last two words, wait for me. Chapter 334, Gemotoful Psychiatrist and Rabid Patient, 38. Conley had executed the cover-up operation so perfectly that Yisroldi didn't sense anything was amiss. That night, Yisroldi went out drinking, partly in celebration, partly in remembrance. In memory of his lost love. The abandoned factory was far from civilization, it would take a considerable amount of time for anyone to stumble upon it. During this period, he must not show any signs of abnormality and certainly cannot report to the police on his own initiative, arousing suspicion. All he needed to do was slowly destroy all evidence and wait patiently. Yisroldi suppressed his exuberance and, as he passed by the headquarters of the Alessio Corporation, he looked up at the impressive building, his breathing becoming erratic with excitement. Conroy the Plains Conroy Administration Gemuro. The administrators stared at Karina who appeared suddenly, exchanging puzzled glances. Karina felt slightly annoyed. Her body had become semi-transparent, her power significantly weakened, but she still managed to strangle Conroy to death, feeling a bit better afterward. I used a bit of power in the small world and was hit by backlash. Karina watched as Conroy's corpse was dragged away, rubbing her wrist nervously. Her voice was soft yet terrifying. I'll return as soon as possible. Bring me my treatment chamber, the one I exclusively used before. The administrators hesitated, their first instinct being to refuse. Karina, you can't do this, it's too inhumane. Tisk, are you all asking for a death wish? Karina's exclusive treatment chamber was specially designed for her when the previous top administrator treated her as a weapon. She often carried out missions in small worlds, involving arson and murder, leaving her barely alive at times. This treatment chamber repaired her strength 10 times faster than usual, but also brought immense pain, 1,000 times worse. Conroy part from Karina, no one could endure it. This was why Karina was the most satisfactory and successful experiment under the previous administrator. After the former administrator's actions were exposed and they were killed by the current administrator, Karina was taken out of the lab, and this treatment chamber has never been used since. However, due to its advanced technology potential, it wasn't destroyed. Since then, Karina hadn't done anything extremely dangerous and had grown more pampered by the administrators, thus never using the treatment chamber again. Her soul power was now fragmented, preventing her from returning to the small world under the resistance of the world's force. She needed to recover quickly. Laverdinary treatment chambers could also help, but she couldn't wait. Her teacher was waiting for her, and she couldn't wait to see them. The administrators dared not refuse her demands again. They brought over the treatment chamber and watched as Karina lay down inside. Everyone shed tears. Little Karina, you've worked so hard. When little Karina wasn't having her episodes, she was actually quite adorable. She was always someone with principles. Despite being crazy, she had been well trained by the administrators. Conley barely stayed in the hospital for 3 days before insisting on going home. This place wasn't his home, nor did it have Karina's presence. He disliked it. On the way back, he kept Karina cradled in his arms, never letting others assist him. Conroy part from the first day when he couldn't move after waking up, he had been taking care of Karina ever since, not even allowing the nurses to touch her. He had noticeably lost weight, with sharper facial features. His eyes were mostly hidden behind long lashes, and even the butler dared not look at him directly. Despite appearing gloomy, he treated Karina with tenderness that was almost heart-wrenching. Back home, he gently laid Karina on the bed, kissed her forehead, and whispered in her ear. We're home, Karina. When will you come back? Naturally, he received no response. Her raven-like lashes trembled. He stood up, entered the study, and reviewed information about Yisroeldi and the Alessio Corporation during this period. Hours later, he stood up and rubbed his stiff neck. If Yisroeldi could be patient, so could he. Karina wasn't back yet, and he didn't want to destroy her toy prematurely. It would be much more enjoyable to wait for Karina and then slowly torture him together with her. Conroy's night deepened. He returned to Karina's room, took a shower, and swallowed some medicine before lying down beside her, holding her tightly. He whispered hoarsely. I took my medicine obediently. Can you give me a kiss? Saying this, he pressed his cheek against Karina's lips, pretending she kissed him. Calmly chuckled softly, burying his head in Karina's neck in the dark. Come back soon, I want some candy. Half a month later, the secluded factory was finally discovered by an outdoor live streamer who happened to be passing by. They immediately reported it to the police. Upon arrival, the police found 6 charred corpses at the scene. This case should have been an extremely sensational one, but after the genetic comparison, it turned out that these 6 corpses were actually wanted fugitives who had taken lives. Though arson was suspected, the fire had raged so fiercely and the area was so remote. The police suspected this to be a result of infighting within a criminal gang leading to mutual annihilation. Thus, the local news only briefly mentioned it, and the matter was laid to rest. Yisroeldi had been waiting for the news of Conley's death. The heir of the Alessio Corporation dying in a fire would surely become a nationwide sensation. He would inevitably be under investigation. However, no matter how long he waited, nothing came up. Yisroeldi finally felt something wasn't right. He didn't suspect that Conley hadn't died. Instead, he thought the Alessio family had suppressed the matter. Conley's death would cause tremendous upheaval within the entire group. Perhaps now wasn't the opportune moment to go public. Yisroeldi couldn't wait any longer after building up so much anticipation. It seemed as though heaven knew his agitation because a month later, he suddenly received a call with a hidden number and a strange voice. That day when you set the fire, I saw you. The voice was processed to sound like a Darius's, instantly sending chills down Yisroeldi's spine. Yet, he didn't see anyone there at the time. Still, he wasn't sure because the area was overgrown with weeds, and there might have been a homeless person on the roadside who witnessed everything. Maybe someone was trying to trick him. Yisroeldi's voice sounded innocent and angry. I don't understand what you're talking about. Fraud, right? I'm calling the police. The voice calmly responded, sure, Mr. Yi can call the police. I will also show them the photos I took. Yisroeldi froze, his heart pounding wildly, all color draining from his face as his voice quivered. What do you want? The person replied, just money. Yisroeldi narrowed his eyes. After having killed once, the idea of killing again left him unfazed. Conroy who knew about this must die. Yisroeldi said, Conroy, right, how much do you want? The person replied, 300 million, transferred to this account. Yisroeldi nearly dropped his eyes. 300 million? Conroy, you insane? He expected the maximum demand to be 30 million, not 300 million. Ironically, that amount was precisely what he could gather by selling off all his assets. Yisroeldi snorted, how do I know if you really have the photos? Conroy, soon as he finished speaking, his phone buzzed. Seeing the photo, Yisroeldi's fingers began trembling. In the picture, he was running away from the flames, laughing and crying hysterically. Yisroeldi took a deep breath. Fine, I'll give you the money, but I need to meet you, and you need to hand over all original files personally. The calm voice on the other end said, you have a month to gather the money. Then, the call ended. Without a number, Yisroeldi didn't know how to find the caller. He could only wait for the caller to come to him. With a punch to the wall, he cursed with a hideous expression. The truck driver hung up the phone, looking at several men in black clothes, beads of sweat on his forehead. Is this enough? Enough. Conley's assistant smiled, taking back the phone and giving the driver a bag filled with cash. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Follow our instructions, and we'll ensure your safety. They needed to create a false witness, and this driver was the best choice because he was clean enough. The driver, terrified yet feeling lucky, took the money and walked away, planning to listen to their instructions and wait for news. The assistant called Conley, Gemis Alessio, it's arranged. Conley whispered, very good. Kneeling beside the bed, he stroked Karina's brows and eyes, his gaze even more deranged. How much longer do you want me to wait? Chapter 335, Gemotaful Psychologist and Mad Dog Patient, 39. Macy almost crawled out of the treatment chamber when she emerged. During an experiment conducted by the management Jimuro, a death row inmate notorious for heinous crimes was placed inside for observation but failed to last even 10 minutes. The pain piercing into the deepest part of one's mind is enough to destroy anyone. The administrators sighed with relief at Macy's emergence. They had been closely monitoring her condition, ready to stop the process immediately if anything went wrong. To their surprise, Macy endured the torment that seemed to tear apart her soul. She squatted on the ground for a moment to recover before standing up, shaking her long hair. The blood gradually returned to her pale face, and she felt satisfied as she touched her wrist, saying, not bad. She was used to enduring pain, and besides, the thought of seeing her teacher made this experience seem trivial. However, how her body would be when she returned was beyond her control. She hoped it wouldn't be too damaged, not reduced to a skeletal figure with atrophied muscles lying in a hospital bed. The administrators escorted Macy back to her small world. They exchanged glances, realizing that little madwoman Macy seemed to become increasingly dependable. Calmly moved his desk directly into Macy's room. It seemed only by being with her could he maintain his sanity and think clearly. Almost 2 months had passed since the Great Fire, and in a couple of days, it would be the final deadline for Yisroldi to gather the ransom. Right that time, he would bring Yisroldi back and lock him up, playing with him bit by bit. He no longer wanted to play the good guy. Involuntarily, his gaze shifted to Macy lying beside the bed. The perfectly exquisite sleeping beauty lay there quietly, making him always expect her to open her eyes at any moment. Calmly slowly stood up and approached Macy's bedside, unbuttoning her blouse little by little. His slender, pale fingertips gently caressed her collarbone, and his eyes grew darker. Soon, his fingers trailed down to Macy's wrist, and he whispered softly. "The gift I prepared for you hasn't been sent yet, I can hardly wait." He took out a specially custom-made gift from the cabinet. Conroy's exquisitely crafted bracelet gleamed with a cold light, adorned with dark, beautiful patterns flowing like mysterious totems. He gently grasped Macy's wrist and carefully slid the bracelet onto it. His voice was soft, almost like a lover's whisper. "I originally planned to give this to you when you wake up. If you didn't like it, maybe I'd hesitate to put it on you. Gem it now, I can't wait." As soon as the bracelet was fastened, it tightened perfectly around Macy's wrist, impossible to remove. Calmly touched the back of his neck, chuckling lowly. He had implanted a tiny chip at the back of his neck, connecting it to this bracelet. From now on, the two were bound together, unable to live separately. If he died, the bracelet would release a poisonous needle into Macy's artery. If Macy died, the chip in his neck would instantly release lethal toxins. This way, he no longer feared being left behind. Calmly looked contentedly at his creation, his eyes reddening slightly, his Conroy's apple moving as he leaned down to kiss Macy. As usual, he prepared to carry Macy to bathe and slowly undid the buttons of her top. Even though he had done this countless times, his ears still turned slightly red. His fingers traced downwards along with his gaze, passing over her collarbone, revealing her porcelain-like white skin. Then came her slim waist and abdomen. Unable to resist, he lowered his head and reverently kissed her belly. The abdomen was always ambiguous, the most fragile and tender place. Kissing her abdomen felt like holding her entire life in his hands. His heart raced as his lips continued downward. Suddenly, he sensed Macy moving. Calmly froze, not reacting in time before his hair was yanked hard. The pain in his scalp made goosebumps rise on his back, while gentle fingers threaded through his hair, and a familiar hoarse, soft voice said, "Why is young Flint doing something bad the moment I wake up?" Calmly didn't move. Just returned to her body, Macy wasn't quite used to it yet. Her fingers lacked strength, so pulling Calmly's hair didn't budge him. Meanwhile, Calmly tensed, his head bowed without a word until Macy felt a warm sensation on her abdomen. TSK, crying again. Perhaps because he was ill, he tended to cry easily. Though he appeared so tough, aloof, and dashing, why did he always act so pitiful in front of her? Macy licked her lips, they weren't dry at all, indicating that Calmly had taken excellent care of her. "Do you want a kiss?" She chuckled softly, asking. Calmly looked up, his eyes red-rimmed, his nose and cheeks flushed, tears welling up in his deep, narrow eyes, making him look as if he were beautiful shattered glass. He moved closer, hugging his treasure tightly. "Macy." Conroy hoarse, soft sob echoed by Macy's ear. Macy felt a little strength returning to her. She kicked Calmly's knee and then turned around, straddling his waist. "Conroy, right, I know you missed me. Jeeming so obedient, of course, deserves a reward." She leaned down to bite his lips under his intensely passionate gaze. Gem it soon, her eyes caught something new on her wrist. It was a bracelet, an unremovable bracelet, one that looked suspiciously wrong and seemed to have been put on by Calmly when she had no ability to refuse. Macy paused, looking at Calmly, her voice slow and deliberate. "How?" "I just said you were obedient, I must have been mistaken. It seems your courage has grown quite a bit." "It's my fault, Flint." Calmly's eyes were hazy with extreme excitement and joy, tilting his head back as if pleading to his deity, "You can do anything to me." Macy smiled, pinching his neck. "That's what you said." Her fingers gradually tightened, and she was so excited that her whole body trembled. Chapter 336, Gematoful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, 40. The butler looked up at the upper floor with a worried expression. Why did young Flint seem more active in his room today? Did he have another episode? Young Flint's condition had been very stable. Why would there be any abnormality today? However, the butler didn't dare to ask or check. He could only have the kitchen prepare some nourishing food. What if there was excessive blood loss? What would they do then? In the end, by the next day, Calmly still hadn't come out of his room. Finally worried, the butler was just about to make a tentative call to Calmly when he saw the door to the second-floor room open. Calmly was loosely draped in a silk robe, the visible chest and abs covered in red marks that lined up neatly. There was also a circle of marks around his neck, as if someone had tried to strangle him to death. The butler's heart leapt with shock, Was Mr. Alessio trying to strangle himself? Soon, he noticed that Conley seemed especially well. Like the clouds had dispersed, revealing bright sunlight. Conley met the butler's eyes, waving with a smile. It's fine, Santiago. You can go. The butler gave some reminders before heading out, only to see Macy walk out from behind Conley. From shock to joy, the realization came almost instantly, and the butler immediately understood. Conley turned his head, his voice hoarse, pointing to his neck. It hurts. Macy harumphed lightly. So what? Conley happily leaned over to kiss her. Nothing much, whatever Macy gives me, even pain is sweet. He truly felt like he might suffocate and die just now. The sensation was terrifying and helpless. Yet he ultimately controlled his instinct and entrusted himself to Macy. Indeed, Macy seemed pleased, and he felt even happier. Since Macy's coma, he hadn't cooked. Now he finally started cooking again, feeding her while they talked about Yisroeldi. You said, you threatened him and arranged a meeting? Yes, Conley watched contentedly as Macy ate, not taking his eyes off her for a second. I asked for 300 million from him. He'll give it since victory is just within reach. Macy licked her lips. He'll kill you after that. Though he doesn't know who you are. Conley laughed. I know. He doesn't even realize I'm alive. He's waiting for news of the Alessio family heir's death so he can take over happily. Macy finished eating and looked up. Seeing Conley's smiling eyes, she couldn't help but laugh too. Mr. Alessio, does anyone else know you're like an old demon spirit drained full of energy? Conley said, Doctor, how can a dead person resemble an old demon? Macy blinked. You have a point. She glanced at the bracelet on her wrist, having already spoken her mind thoroughly with Conley, feeling extremely relieved, and thus in a better mood. Most importantly, this bracelet really matched Macy's taste. It was too beautiful, beautiful enough to want to see the effect of killing Conley right away. Wait, what was she thinking? Macy scratched her head and beckoned to the white furball. The little white cat was eagerly waiting, excitedly rushing into Macy's arms. Conley's expression visibly stiffened. Feeling coldness on its back, Precious buried its head deeper into Macy's embrace. Conley stared at Precious for a moment before speaking. I want to pet the kitten too. Let me hold it. Precious screamed internally, Gemlo it out your ass. You barely looked at me during Macy's coma. Unfortunately, protests were useless. It was lifted by the scruff of its neck by Macy. Macy stood up and stretched. Well, I really want to see his face when he hands over the 300 million. Conley, then let's go see it. Just as Conley had predicted, Yisroeldi scraped together all his wealth within this month. Forget selling houses and cars, even luxury items like watches and daily necessities were sold. Selling hastily meant selling at rock-bottom prices, making his heart bleed. Gemmet thinking these things would return eventually, he gritted his teeth and sold everything. During this period, nothing could go wrong. He must ensure that person remained calm. Some assets couldn't be sold quickly, so he borrowed money and took loans, barely managing to gather 300 million. Soon, it was time for their meeting. That person was smart and chose a bustling area in the evening. Yisroeldi spotted the man, a middle-aged adult dressed quite plainly. He strode over and tapped the man's shoulder. Give me the goods, I'll transfer the money now. Startled, the man looked at Yisroeldi. No way, you have to give me the money first. Yisroeldi laughed. We're brothers, the fact that we met shows we have a connection. Why don't we go for a drink together? The middle-aged man gave Yisroeldi a suspicious look. Yisroeldi continued, don't worry, it's at that bar in the city center. We have mutual interests, and I definitely won't do anything to you. The middle-aged man nodded. Conroy right. Unbeknownst to Yisroeldi, the pinhole earpiece in the middle-aged man's ear was instructing him on what to do. Yisroeldi hadn't expected this person to be so easy to deceive. No wonder he had demanded 300 million right away. It seemed like he didn't even have a concept of that amount. Yisroeldi regretted not asking for 30 million instead, as this person likely wouldn't have noticed the difference either. Though he thought this, he didn't show it on his face. He put an arm around the middle-aged man's shoulders in a friendly manner. Come on, let's go for a drink. The middle-aged man replied, first, transfer me the money. Yisroeldi gritted his teeth, thinking that since tonight was going to be his last night anyway, it didn't matter if he transferred the money now. With that thought, he took a deep breath, suppressed the pain in his chest, and transferred all his wealth over. Conroy's expected, the middle-aged man had no real understanding of money. He only showed a brief surprise at the long string of zeros, then, under Yisroeldi's sweet talk, they walked toward the bar. Not far away, inside a black car parked nearby, Macy propped her head up lazily and said, pretty quick with the money, seems like he really feels confident. Speaking of which, young Flint, I haven't had a drink in ages. Conley immediately understood Macy's meaning. He put an arm around Macy's shoulders, ignoring the varied expressions of his subordinates behind them, and kissed her hair lightly. Then let's go. Chapter 337, Gematoful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 41. Yisroeldi had specially booked a private room. Levin's inside, he ordered 2 drinks as if nothing had happened, addressing the middle-aged man as old buddy and chatting about family matters. Then, at the moment the man got up to close the door, Yisroeldi placed the prepared pill in the middle-aged man's glass. Leave outside the private room, Conley's appearance immediately caused a small commotion. This was after all Conley's bar, and most of the young masters drinking here knew him. Conley had been missing for several months. No one knew where he was, leading to various rumors, including whispers that he had died. Damn it now, here was Conley looking radiant and holding Karina. Conroy group of people eagerly surrounded them. Little Flint Alessio, where have you been these days? Hey, isn't this Miss who used to accompany Alessio young Flint? Has she become a regular now? Conley, you finally showed up. The girls over there ask every day if young Flint Alessio is coming tonight. They've been pestering me. Someone offered Conley a cigarette but was stopped by another person. Conley quit a long time ago, didn't you know? Conley smiled and said softly, yes, I quit. My wife doesn't allow it. This statement caused everyone to fall eerily silent for a second. Even Karina couldn't help but look at Conley. This term of endearment came rather unexpectedly. 11 of them reacted first, pointing at Conley and shouting. Great. You took away the girl I was trying to chat up. Karina recognized Myling, who, had he not parked his car in front of her back then, she wouldn't have met Conley so soon. Conley held Myling's wrist with a slight force, causing Myling to squirm and beg for mercy. For a moment, the atmosphere in the bar became lively again. Leavenly, a group of girls, upon seeing Conley, were filled with surprise and excitement, quickly turning to shock and jealousy, their faces changing rapidly. The young masters sat down around Conley. Karina's long curly hair cascaded over her shoulders, her striking beauty leaving everyone breathless. Even under the critical gazes of other women, she felt no discomfort, merely casting a gentle glance that made those envious eyes lower. Conley kept his arm around Karina's waist from start to finish, possessively. Some eagle-eyed individuals noticed the red marks on Conley's neck and gave even more suggestive looks. Little Flint Alessio, how long have you been with sister-in-law? No wonder you've been so elusive recently. You must have been enjoying a honeymoon with her. Conley raised his glass, you're right. My wife and I have been together for lifetimes. He seemed exceptionally happy, allowing everyone to joke around. Not bad, young Flint Alessio, didn't think you were such a romantic. Conroy Conley appeared to be a womanizer, wandering through a sea of flowers, wild and unruly. Those who knew him understood that he had never truly cared for anyone. His obvious possessiveness towards Karina was clear even to the blind. They knew Conley's methods were ruthless and dared not look at Karina for too long. Some savvy ones already started toasting Karina, calling her sister-in-law. The atmosphere quickly heated up. Karina lounged comfortably in Conley's embrace, the sweet Noemi Island iced tea mixed with rich whiskey making her feel relaxed and joyful. Conroy this moment, not far away, the door of a private room opened. Yisraeldi dragged out a middle-aged man who looked like a lifeless body, saying as he walked, Gemrother, your tolerance is terrible. Let me take you home. The drug worked perfectly. The man had barely taken a few sips before being knocked out. Yisraeldi planned to take this man to a suitable place for murder and burial to resolve the issue once and for all. However, at this moment, laughter erupted from the center of the bar, probably due to someone telling a joke that got everyone laughing. Yisraeldi didn't want to pay attention. His mind was completely focused on silencing the witness, caring about nothing else. Gemmet, the noise was loud, and that group seemed too conspicuous. Yisraeldi turned his head and froze. He saw only a silhouette. Sitting on the sofa was a broad-shouldered, long-legged man. Ernst faced away from him, embracing a graceful woman in his arms. Yet Yisraeldi felt struck by lightning, his hand trembling, dropping the middle-aged man onto the floor. The bar security quickly noticed Yisraeldi's abnormal behavior, sending some to help the middle-aged man into the lounge and patting Yisraeldi's shoulder. Gemrother, are you alright? Yisraeldi didn't look like he was fine at all. He stared blankly in one direction, his lips began to tremble, and his eyeballs bulged out as if he had witnessed something utterly terrifying. His lips quivered, unable to utter a single word. His mind was fixated on one thought. It's just a back view, yes, it must be just a back view. Unfortunately, heaven did not heed his prayers. Ernst seemed to sense something, slowly turning his head. His smiling, narrow eyes met Yisraeldi's gaze. In that instant, Yisraeldi felt as though the bloodthirsty devil lurking in the abyss, laughing silently, had taken a concrete form. Conley didn't appear surprised at all. He even raised his glass in Yisraeldi's direction and spoke. Isn't this my illegitimate cousin? Why don't you come over for a drink? Yisraeldi's mind buzzed as if it were just a nightmare. How could it be? The person he burned to death with his own hands, why would he appear right in front of him? The woman beside Conley also turned around and looked at Yisraeldi. Seeing Yisraeldi's grotesque expression, as if he had seen a ghost, Karina couldn't help but laugh. I never knew anyone could make such a face. Indeed, it's quite amusing. Conley also curled the corner of his lips, kissing Karina's bright red lips right in front of Yisraeldi. Interesting, but not worthy of more than a glance from you. Look at me. Karina happily kissed back. Lev, of course I look at you, only at you. Yisraeldi's eyes seemed to spout fire. He refused to accept what was before him, yet fear welled up from deep within him, causing his legs to go weak, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The sharp pain in his knees jolted him slightly awake. Conley didn't seem to know that he had set the fire, and on that day, he hadn't been in front of Conley. If Karina didn't say anything, no one would know it was him who set the fire. So, Conley definitely didn't know now. Otherwise, how could he greet his would-be killer with a smile? His mind was in chaos, but soon someone came to drag him up, pulling him next to Conley. Gembrother, young Flint Alessio is calling you. Don't be disrespectful. They didn't recognize Yisraeldi, but that didn't stop them from dragging him over to please Conley. Yisraeldi was forcibly seated opposite Conley, his body icy cold. Chapter 338, Gemotiful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 42. However, when Yisraeldi really sat over, Conley did not speak again. Conley leaned gracefully on the sofa, occasionally nibbling Karina's ear, making her laugh. The intimate tension between the two made everyone around blush. For Yisraeldi, his mind went blank. He stared straight at Karina, and after his brains stopped working, he was controlled by the most primitive desire. Desire and love for Karina exploded in this instant, and he stared greedily at her. Gemet the next second. Jamang. Conroy wine glass was smashed in front of Yisraeldi, shattering into pieces. Yisraeldi was startled, jumping up like a frightened bird, suddenly remembering that just a few months ago, he had been hit on the head by Conley here. This sound also scared everyone. They closed their mouths and looked at Conley nervously. Conley lowered his eyes and rubbed his wrist. If you keep looking at my woman like that, I will gouge out your eyes. His voice was soft and hoarse, unhurried, but everyone knew he was serious. Conroyfter speaking, Conley lifted his eyes and gave Yisraeldi a disdainful, mocking look. Get lost. This time there was no need for security to pull him away. Yisraeldi scrambled out as if waking from a daze, not daring to look back. Myling, who was closest to Conley, cautiously asked, Conley, what's going on? Conley curled his lips. This guy has been my wife. Myling nodded. Got it. Without needing more words, those who wanted to curry favor with Conley would soon make trouble for Yisraeldi. Conley leaned close to Karina's ear and whispered, was it fun? Karina licked her lips. Fun. Most amusingly, Yisraeldi's affinity didn't decrease but increased, reaching 85. Was he scared stiff? Gemet he didn't know, this was only the beginning. Yisraeldi ran down the road, panting heavily, as if pursued by an evil spirit. Conroyngry, terrified, he wished this was all an illusion. Gemet before he could think clearly about what happened, passing an alley entrance, a sack was thrown over him, dragging him into the alley where he was mercilessly beaten. G-meetings rained down like hailstones, he could only cover his head and howl in pain, unable to struggle or escape. Who knows how long it lasted, eventually the attackers scattered, leaving Yisraeldi bleeding and unconscious. When he regained consciousness in pain, he was still at the alley entrance, unnoticed. Trying to stand up caused excruciating pain, especially in his groin. The place he prided himself on controlling countless women now pained him so much he trembled. Using all his strength, Yisraeldi crawled out of the alley, finally being discovered and taken to the hospital. Yet he had no money for medical fees. Never had he imagined himself so destitute. Was this hell? No. He had hacks, so many women loved him. Gemet he felt his life slipping away, too painful, too agonizing to think clearly. In a daze, he seemed to see the figure of his beloved. That bright woman appeared, gently saying, I won't let you die. For a moment, he couldn't tell if it was a hallucination or reality. In truth, it was half real, half illusion. Karina did appear before him, but her tone was far from gentle, filled with malicious amusement. Conley blocked her way slightly sadly, touching her eyelashes. Why come personally? I don't want you to see him. Karina blinked. I just wanted to see how miserable he is. Now that I've seen it, I can rest easy. Karina reviewed Conley's medical records, noting the injuries he sustained carrying her out of the fire. Now, Yisraeldi's injuries were 5 times worse than Conley's. Leavenly she could harm her teacher, any injury inflicted by others would be repaid 1,000-fold. Conroyansley was at home awaiting Darius' birth. Her belly grew daily, yet the family's financial situation deteriorated rapidly. The Lee family even sold their house to buy various tonics for Conroyansley. Now cramped in a cheap rental, Conroyansley ate bird's nest but felt extremely bad, her face grim. Maybe because of pregnancy, she always felt uneasy. Finally, when her belly reached a certain size, she couldn't wait any longer, neither could the entire Lee family. They needed to borrow money to live now. So they went to the hospital early, aiming for premature delivery. The hospital would not normally agree to such a request, but with Conroyansley's crying, making a scene, and threatening to hang herself, she ultimately got her wish. The premature baby was like a little kitten, with barely a cry. However, the Lee family immediately asked the hospital to draw a tube of blood from the Darius before the results came out, eagerly calling Conley. Conley originally didn't want to answer, but Karina seemed to have an idea and gave him a look, signaling him to pick up the phone. This was the first time in over half a year that Conroyansley had heard Conley's voice, and she was so excited that tears streamed down her face. Conley, the Darius is born, it's your Darius. Conley tapped his fingers and casually said, which hospital? Conroyansley mentioned the hospital's name, which surprisingly turned out to be the same one Yisraeldi was in. Conley couldn't help but glance at Karina, it seemed his wife had planned everything long ago. He hooked Karina's finger, lightly kissed it, and spoke slowly into the phone. I'm a bit busy now. I have a distant cousin hospitalized there. Compare the Darius with him first. If there's indeed some blood relation, I'll come over, otherwise, I don't want to waste my time. Conroy, who is your distant cousin, Gemrother Conley? Conley, Yisroeldi. Then he hung up the phone. Hearing this familiar name, Conroy's hand trembled, dropping the phone to the ground. Yisroeldi? She had no idea Yisroeldi was related to Conley. When she was being flirtatious with Yisroeldi, he told her he was just a bartender with some business ventures. How could he be Conley's cousin? Her uneasiness rapidly grew, yet she couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Marlowe was more decisive than Conroy. She knew they had to do as Conley said if they wanted to see him and get into the Alessio family. Looking at her dazed daughter, Marlowe felt a wave of annoyance and directly went to the bedridden and agonized Yisroeldi, instructing someone to take a blood sample for comparison. They anxiously waited for the results, which came out soon after. The doctor entered with the report, and the 3 members of the Lee family instantly lit up. Is there any blood relation? Doctor, congratulations, there certainly is. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, beaming with joy. Even Conroy, who had just given birth and was extremely weak, almost jumped out of bed. She snatched the report, ready to take a picture and send it to Conley, but suddenly froze. Conroy line of text made her dizzy, mechanically rubbing her eyes. The sample has a 99.9% biological father-Darius relationship with Yisroeldi. She numbly asked, genealogical father-Darius relationship, what does that mean? The doctor smiled, it means he is your Darius's biological father. Chapter 339 Gemotiful Psychologist and Rabid Patient, 43. The entire ward fell eerily silent. Conroy's eyes bulged wide open, her complexion turning deathly pale in an instant. Impossible. Marlowe jumped up, rushing straight to the doctor and grabbing his collar. What are you talking about? How could my daughter be pregnant with that something or other's Darius? She doesn't even know him. The doctor was startled, never expecting this family to suddenly go berserk for no reason. Trying to attack a doctor? Trying to create a scene? The door wasn't closed, and with people passing by outside, someone immediately pulled out their phone to record. Creating a scene at the hospital again. This old woman is attacking the doctor. Marlowe trembled all over, her brain buzzing. Faced with the camera, she hurriedly let go of her hands but her expression remained grotesque. Doctor, did you make a mistake? Conroy, are you sure the blood you drew was from that Yisroeldi? The doctor's face was also extremely grim as he took a step back. Levier Hospital won't make mistakes like that. If you don't believe it, you can transfer to another hospital. With that said, he turned around and left. Conroy shook her head in disbelief, as if bewitched. How could it be? How could it be? Finally understanding the situation, Justin rushed to Conroy and slapped her across the face. I raised you this big, and you just sleep with random people? I didn't. It was clearly with Conley. Conroy screamed, her cheeks swollen red, frantically shaking her head, looking like a madwoman. It must be a mistake. It must be. My Darius is Conley's. Definitely Conley's. Marlowe took deep breaths, finally calming down, gritting her teeth word by word. I will draw blood myself and send it to another hospital. I don't believe it. Levenlukers outside recorded this scene and secretly posted it online, captioning. This woman doesn't even know who the father of her Darius is. The results came out, and now she's attacking the doctor. Medical disturbances were a hot topic, and this video quickly went viral. Even friends of Conley forwarded it to him. Mr. Alessio, this woman shouted your name. Should we handle it? In the video, the 3 Lees had all sorts of strange facial expressions. Karina couldn't help but laugh. So humans can make such expressions. Conley put down his phone, holding Karina's waist, finding it embarrassing. So then, what's Karina's plan? Karina stroked her chin. Lev, of course, it's to reunite the family. Levine was Yisroeldi, directly disabled, penniless, heavily in debt, currently unable to take care of his own excretion in the hospital. The other was a single mother who had gone crazy dreaming of becoming a rich family's lady, actually selling her house. They were, simply, perfectly matched. I'm planning to buy them a small house and bring them together. Karina smiled innocently. Conley didn't understand. Why give them a house? Wouldn't it be worse if you gave them nothing? Karina blinked at him. That's where you're mistaken. Give them a bit of hope, and they'll fall into deeper despair. Having run to several hospitals and spent the last of her money, Marlowe kneeled on the road, staring blankly at the report in her hand. The report wasn't wrong. Conroy's Darius's father was indeed that Yisroeldi. She had found out that Yisroeldi still owed medical fees, accumulating tens of thousands. The hospital treated him out of fear he might die at their doorstep. Such a poor and useless man, yet Conroy was pregnant with his Darius. She really wanted to strangle this unambitious daughter of hers. Marlowe rushed back to the hospital, dragging the dazed Conroy off the bed. Conroy, her former restraint and grace were gone. She wailed. The family provided you with such good opportunities. Yet you slept with some random guy. Conroy, are you insane? Conroy covered her head, breaking down in tears. I don't know. I didn't. Justin was nowhere to be seen, probably drinking somewhere. The premature baby cried weakly nearby, but no one paid attention. Just then, the ward door opened, and a man in a suit walked in. "Excuse me, Mr. Alessio sent me to deliver some things." Conroyed the mention of Mr. Alessio, both women instantly looked up, the greedy gleam in their eyes almost unsettling even the battle-hardened assistant. The assistant cleared his throat. Mr. Alessio also understands the situation. Conrolfo Yisroldi is an uneducated bastard, he has some Alessio family blood. This Darius can also be considered a Alessio family member. Upon hearing this, Marlo was practically close to tears with excitement. It was like seeing light at the end of the tunnel. They were already in despair but now realized they could still tie to the Alessio family. Seeing their greedy expressions, the assistant inwardly sneered, slowly speaking. "Mr. Alessio has arranged a house for you, and you should take good care of the Darius as well as Yisroldi. Once Mr. Alessio finishes his business, he will definitely give an explanation." Marlo nodded repeatedly. "Levi K. We certainly will." Thus, Yisroldi and the 3 members of the Lee family lived in a small 60-square-meter house. Yisroldi's injuries were almost healed, but that part of him was completely ruined. He became neurotic, like a madman, bearing no resemblance to his former rich boy self. He often screamed in his sleep at night, as if he was always having nightmares. He couldn't understand these events. He was about to obtain the unimaginable wealth everyone dreamed of, yet why did everything disappear overnight? The 4 people and 1 infant squeezed together had no ability to earn money, not daring to go out for fear of being seen by debt collectors. Each person looked gloomy and repressed, harboring mutual animosity, blame, and hatred. Finally, one day, everything erupted. Karina stared shockingly at the sensational case shocking the nation on his phone, poking Conley. "I never thought Yisroldi would actually do such things." Conley said coolly, "When he first conceived the intent to kill, he already lost his humanity." Levin the news, bloody scenes were pixelated. Conroy Man chopped his wife and her parents to death, leaving behind an infant still in swaddling clothes before fleeing. It was said that the scene was extremely brutal and could be considered the most cruel case in the past 5 years. The Darius was sent to an orphanage. Fortunately, being so young, it hadn't developed memories yet and could still have a normal life. Karina stroked the bracelet on her wrist, smiled, and looked at Conley. "Yisroldi can't die. Let's bring him back and play with him properly." Chapter 340, The Gematoful Psychologist and the Rabid Patient, complete. Yisroldi was hiding under a bridge, covered in blood and mud, lying motionless on the ground. Levenly when the footsteps and car sounds faded away did he crawl out and slowly move farther away. He had to survive. He was chosen by fate and carried special powers. Conroynion who blocked his path would have to die. Levens he regained the love of those women who brought him good fortune. Everything he lost would return. Yisroldi's expression was deranged as he left bloody footprints with every step. Suddenly, a black sedan stopped in front of him. The road was secluded, devoid of people. Yisroldi touched the machete at his waist. His sanity was completely lost, only thinking about killing anyone in his way. However, just as the car door opened, and he raised his machete, he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. In the last second before losing consciousness, he saw a pair of cold, smiling eyes. The owner of those eyes seemed to say something to someone nearby, but Yisroldi could no longer hear anything. Yisroldi was thrown directly into the trunk. Conley sat in the car, hugging Macy, burrowing into her neck teasingly. Why can't he just die? He really wanted to torture Yisroldi to death. Macy's hand touched Conley's nape, feeling the tiny bump where the chip was implanted. She smelled the pleasant, fresh fragrance in the car and slowly said, "You should be able to tell that I'm not a normal person." Conroyed this, Conley stiffened for a moment. This was a problem he had been avoiding all along. He knew clearly that their survival on that day of the fire was an improbable miracle that didn't belong in this world. Gemet he dared not think or ask. In fairy tales, if a celestial maiden's identity is exposed, she will fly away. He forgot how to breathe, not knowing what to say, only tightening his hold on Macy's hand. "Don't leave me, unless I die." Macy stroked his nape like petting a dog, curving her lips into a smile. "Conroy, as long as Yisroldi lives, I won't leave you. He's like a key I've left in this world. Gemet, don't worry, as long as he breathes, you can do whatever you want with him." Conley was slightly displeased. Though Macy clearly had no interest, or even disdain, for Yisroldi, the latter did have some connection to her. The first thing to do would be to gouge out his eyes so he couldn't see Macy again. Conley cautiously asked, "Then Macy won't leave, right?" "If you behave, I won't go anywhere. I'm just an ordinary person now, subject to birth, aging, illness, and death." Laverdinary, Macy's fingers traced down Conley's neck, circling the protruding vertebrae. Her nimble fingers sent electric sensations through his spine, spreading throughout his body. Unconsciously, Conley's breathing became heavier. Without realizing it, everything about him was controlled by Macy, his emotions, words, and even those fleeting pleasures. She knew exactly how any touch would elicit a certain response from him. This feeling, truly delightful. He pressed closer to Macy, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "I want candy." Macy peeled a piece of candy, placing it between her lips, raising an eyebrow at him. Like a wild yet handsome man turned into a large, tame dog with sharp claws, he obediently approached, following her wishes. Calmly leaned over, almost devoutly biting Macy's lips, tasting the sweet, icy flavor, tracing her lips with his tongue, then getting bitten hard by her. The mix of sweetness and the metallic taste of blood tasted sweeter. When Yisraeldi woke up, he felt surrounded by damp coldness. Where was this place? Was it a prison? No, prison conditions were much better than here. Conroy's he stood up in the darkness, blinding lights turned on, glaringly illuminating the small room. Yisraeldi realized his wrists and ankles were shackled by electronic cuffs. Before he could react, the cuffs buzzed, sending excruciating pain coursing through him, causing him to collapse to his knees. The door opened, followed by the sound of leather shoes clicking on the ground. Calmly walked in, holding a dagger, shaking it expressionlessly. Even though I want to dig your eyes out as soon as possible, doing it while you're unconscious seems too easy on you. Behind Calmly stood loyal subordinates, all of whom owed their lives to him and would never betray him. Calmly nodded, and one of them stepped forward, took the dagger from Calmly, and squatted down. With Yisraeldi's horrified gaze, the man ruthlessly stabbed the blade into Yisraeldi's eye. Conroy. Conroyganizing screams filled the air as Yisraeldi's eyeball burst, sticky fluid mixed with dark red blood streaming down from his eye socket. The pain made Yisraeldi wish for death, curling up and convulsing. Calmly didn't have anyone cover his mouth but instead, a smile curled on his lips, finding the screams extremely pleasant. During Yisraeldi's struggles, blood splattered on the ground. Calmly stepped back in disdain, calmly wiping non-existent blood from his hands with a handkerchief. Conroy, today we just take one out. When he's not in so much pain, we'll do the other. His voice was unhurried, sounding almost gentle. After a pause, he added. In fact, I wanted to do it myself, but my little moon doesn't like the smell of blood. With that, he turned and walked out. Conroy man in black squatted down. The door closed, plunging Yisraeldi's world back into darkness. The excruciating pain made it impossible for him to understand what Calmly had said. In such unbearable pain, death seemed like the sweetest luxury. Unfortunately, Calmly would keep him alive. Conroy soon as Calmly left the basement, he encountered Macy getting up. Macy sniffed. What did you do? Calmly approached her guiltily. Nothing, just went to check on Yisraeldi. So Macy, what do you want for dinner tonight? Macy raised an eyebrow, licking her lips with a pure, innocent smile. I want everything. Calmly was long accustomed to this look. He took off his jacket, tied an apron, and bit Macy's earlobe. Whatever the master wants is fine. He was her patient and must be controlled forever, both physically and emotionally. Completely facing his God, devoutly offering himself. Calmly's illness never truly healed, but as long as Macy was by his side, he could become obedient and harmless. Leviat side, he was still the ruthless and decisive heir, but before Macy, he was always the tamed wild dog. Conroyed Yisraeldi, Calmly really used the best medicine to keep him alive. He lost his sanity and became a madman, blind in both eyes, with all limb joints shattered and several ribs removed. He didn't die. The Alessio family became a legend, and Macy made significant strides in the field of psychology. Many years later, Calmly lay on the hospital bed, his long, dark eyes staring intently at Macy, as if he could never get enough. He would eventually go before Macy. Once his heart stopped beating, the bracelet on Macy's wrist would release toxins, and they could die together. This realization brought no fear of death, only anticipation. He struggled to speak but clung tightly to Macy's wrist, whispering softly, "Kiss me." Macy kissed him generously, disregarding his severe condition, biting his neck and collarbone until they bled, then licking them clean, delighted. Very good, Macy still looked breathtakingly beautiful, blinking at Calmly with a smile. She knew she would die too, but it seemed, she didn't care. Calmly's heartbeat quickened, and his body began to tremble slightly. Time was running out. Suddenly, he spoke. Macy, close your eyes. Macy closed her eyes and suddenly felt intense pain in her fingers. The tamed wild dog bit his owner for the first time, and bit so hard. Macy couldn't help but laugh lightly. Quite brave now, aren't you? Soon, the scent of blood filled her nostrils. She slowly opened her eyes and realized the blood wasn't from her fingers but Calmly held a dagger, having painfully extracted the chip from the back of his neck. His hands shook violently, and his breathing grew weaker. Blood stained the sheets. Under Macy's surprised gaze, Calmly smiled, tears welling up in his eyes, his lustrous gaze like broken amber. Macy, I still can't bear to part. Conroy already decided to let you die with me, but in the end, I still can't bear to. Chapter 341, The Conroyed Little Junior Sister Who Raised the Demon King, 01. In the icy and snowy weather, a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old was huddled in a dilapidated shed that let the cold wind through from all sides. Her small body curled up into a ball, motionless, with a thin layer of snow already settled on her back. Is this little girl being abused by Anika again? How pitiful. Yes, but what can you expect when her mother was a promiscuous woman? What if she's dead? Should we check? Forget it. Everyone knows Anika is vicious and tyrannical. Besides, it's none of our business. The villagers who passed by glanced at the little girl regretfully but kept walking without turning back. After a while, a woman walked up to the shed, holding a branch. Seeing the little girl curled up there, she immediately lashed out with abusive words and blows. I ask where you've been hiding, you brat. You're just slacking off here. Get up and wash clothes. Gemmet. Despite the curses and beatings, the little girl remained motionless. The branches quickly tore through her already ragged and thin clothes, revealing her bruised and battered back. Seeing that the girl didn't move, the woman became even angrier. Levy. Pretending to be dead in front of me, huh? Get up now. I said get up. Gemma. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly paused. The originally curled up little girl turned around abruptly, grabbed the branch from the woman's hand, and stared straight at her with large, dark eyes. For some reason, the woman felt an inexplicable chill under that gaze. Gemmet. She soon regained her composure. Conroy, right then. Thinking you can defy me now, little runt. She snatched the branch back forcefully and struck down even harder. When Macy woke up, she felt a splitting headache and bone-chilling coldness. Extremely irritated, she twitched her fingers, preparing to summon Mutwan to swallow this woman whole. However, she suddenly sensed a powerful spiritual aura. Her fingers, which were about to summon Mutwan, hesitated. She closed her eyes and stopped her silent action as if she were ready to endure the heavy blow silently. Gemmet. The branch never fell. Conroy's tall figure in green robes appeared in the shed at some point, contrasting sharply with the decrepit surroundings. He had a face like polished jade, his demeanor transcendent. With a mere flick of his fingers, the woman who was about to hit Macy stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Sage. The woman mumbled and hurriedly knelt down. The surrounding villagers widened their eyes and bowed to the ground as well. Commoners rarely saw cultivators, they only heard stories of immortals visiting the mortal world every 10 years to find Darius Wren destined for cultivation. The young man did not even glance at the woman but slowly approached Macy with a gentle smile. Little girl, would you like to come with me? Macy looked up at him, her big, watery eyes clear and captivating against the snowy backdrop. Who are you? Her voice still carried a Darius-like tone, hoarse from catching a cold, sounding like a severely weakened kitten. The young man's smile grew softer, and he waved his hand to shield Macy from the snow. Immediately, she felt warm. Little girl, my name is Ashan. I am a disciple of Changhong sect. Would you like to be my junior sister? His voice was gentle, almost as if afraid to scare Macy. Despite her malnutrition, the 7-year-old girl sounded mature as she clearly replied. My name is Macy, and I will go with you. Ashan was taken aback, for wasn't this little girl called Arya? Why was she now called Macy? Conroy's long as little junior sister liked it. Upon hearing Macy agree, his eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he scooped her up despite her dirty appearance. How light. That was Ashan's first thought. Holding Macy, Ashan discreetly cast a spell to heal her wounds. Having fetched his junior sister, he could now return and introduce her to Flint and the senior brothers. Just as he was about to fly away, Macy tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to wait. Ashan stopped, and Macy turned to look at the woman kneeling on the ground, her voice hoarse yet soft. I remember you. Suddenly, the surrounding snow seemed colder and more biting. Though her words were Darius-ish and sounded like an idle threat between Darius Wren, the woman named Louisa shivered involuntarily for no apparent reason. Ashan frowned slightly, feeling that such words were inappropriate for the sweet and adorable little girl. Gemmet. That discomfort quickly vanished, and after 2 steps forward, he flew away. In less than the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, the two arrived at Changhong sect. Conroy. Soon as Ashan returned to the mountain peak, 2 young boys came running over eagerly. 4th senior gembrother, you're back. Where's little junior sister? Ashan smiled and said, Jake Trinity, Harry, calm down a bit. Little junior sister is still young, don't scare her. The 2 young boys were twins, looking about 16 or 17 years old, with bright eyes staring at the little girl in Ashan's arms. Little junior sister is so small. Little junior sister looks messy. Moon Swallow rolled her eyes. Wow. Little junior sister can roll her eyes. So cute. Everyone knew that today Changhong sect would welcome a new little junior sister. Flint had calculated using finger reckoning that there was a little girl somewhere in the mortal world who had a connection with Changhong sect. Flint, who no longer took on disciples, immediately instructed Ashan, who had just emerged from seclusion, to bring the little girl back. Never before had any female disciples been under Flint, and all the disciples were extremely excited, eagerly awaiting this little junior sister. Levi. Their sects always teased Changhong sect's disciples for not having soft and cuddly junior sisters to dote on. Now they finally had one. Who wouldn't love an adorable, sweet, and obedient little junior sister? Following the 2 teenagers was a young man in black robes, appearing about the same age as Ashan, with sharp and cold eyes, and upward slanting eye tails that made people feel uncomfortable when he glanced at them. You're back. Take little junior sister to tidy up first. Clothes for the little girl have been prepared in the room. Then take her to see Flint. Ashan nodded and carried Macy into the residence with big steps. The twin teenagers clamored that they also wanted to carry little junior sister. Conroy. Amidst the extreme noisiness, Macy did not feel happy or particularly warm. Looking into their eyes, she didn't see any sense of equality. They liked her, but it was similar to liking a rare and adorable pet. Macy lay on Ashan's shoulder, gazing at her tiny hands with chilblains, sighing. She didn't know where the teacher in this world was, nor who the target of conquest was in this world. She was very familiar with the cultivation world, but unfortunately, this body was too weak to support powerful spiritual energy. If she asked Mukwan to transmit data now, these senior brothers would definitely think something was off. Just as Ashan turned a corner into the courtyard, Macy caught sight of something darting past out of the corner of her eye. Conroy's if sensing something, she turned her head. In the distant woods, she glimpsed a large, fluffy tail flash by. Chapter 342, The Conroyed Younger Sister Who Raised the Great Demon King, 02. Conroyed being attended to by the maids of the sect, Karina was cleaned up and dressed in an exquisite outfit prepared for her hair arranged into an extremely delicate and adorable bun. When she appeared before all her senior brothers again, everyone's eyes showed surprise. They had thought she was just an ordinary little girl with slightly beautiful eyes. They didn't expect her to look so delicately cute, almost like a doll that stepped out of a New Year's painting. Except her face was a bit too thin. The twin brothers wanted to pinch Karina's cheeks but were stopped by Ashan. Ashan picked up Karina and quickly arrived at the master's cave abode. The master was an old man with an ethereal aura, but Karina glanced at him and lost interest, never kneeling or showing the reverence ordinary people would when meeting immortals, her eyes darting around everywhere. Conroyed 6 or 7 years old, one should understand many things, yet how could this little girl be so bold? Ashan was a bit anxious and was about to press Karina to kneel when he heard the master say, "No need. Conroy young girl must be raised precious. From now on, Karina is everyone's youngest sister. You should all protect her and give her whatever she wants." Ashan and the other senior brothers were somewhat surprised. The master had always been strict and followed rules without exception for any disciple. Unexpectedly, Karina did not even have to perform the apprentice ceremony. It was clear how much she was spoiled. Indeed, such a delicate and fragile girl, who wouldn't want to spoil her? Conroyed visiting the master, Karina was led back to her own courtyard. Her courtyard was closest to the master's, the dream of every disciple. There were still many people outside Karina's courtyard wanting to see her, but Ashan chased them away. "Little sister has just arrived and needs rest. Come visit her after she rests." Then he gently placed Karina on the bed, smiling warmly, "Sleep well, sweet dreams." Karina nodded obediently, her voice no longer hoarse, making her sound even softer and cuter. "Levi K, thank you, senior gembrother." Ashan felt his heart melt. How could his little sister be so adorable? This is what having a younger sister feels like. When the sect competition begins this year, he would tell everyone they have a fragrant, soft little sister who calls him senior gembrother so sweetly. Finally, only Karina was left in the courtyard. She hugged the quilt, turned over, and sensed the world's spiritual energy. Closing her eyes for 2 deep breaths made her feel weightless. Having practiced both demonic and immortal arts, she was naturally adept. If this body can be gradually adjusted, becoming the highest-ranking elder isn't impossible. The cat ball finally spoke. Flint, this world doesn't have likability, but recognition. However, the goal isn't to charm someone specific but all the senior brothers in the sect. Karina blinked her round eyes. "I think they like me." The cat ball fell silent for a moment. Conroyed, upon seeing this mission, it had thought it was going to be troublesome. "It's like this, they do like you, but they treat you as a mascot. To increase recognition means to be obedient. Even though they seem to indulge you now, it's because you act like a well-behaved pet." In the original plot, the original host poured her heart into everyone, eventually cultivating the heavenly engemity, becoming the perfect cauldron for the sect, gradually raising the brothers' recognition. Karina's lips twitched. Isn't this world's essence actually an NP smut story? Cat ball, I don't know. I'm just a very simple little cat who understands nothing. Indeed, the original host had the worst 5-element roots and was female, never taught since her entry because they didn't believe she was worth teaching. Seemingly indulging and pampering her, they were actually just raising a pet. Until the master revealed that the original host's body was excellent for a cauldron and needed only minor cultivation to help the master ascend. The original host was endlessly grateful and willingly sacrificed herself. In the end, everyone in the Changhong sect greatly improved their cultivation, allowing the master to successfully ascend. The original host, overused, vanished, but her soul fragment was nurtured by the senior brothers who adored her, reincarnated, and brought back. Conroy happy ending. Karina found the story nauseating. Raising recognition is too easy. I have a simpler, more brutal method. Karina gave a cold hum and jumped off the bed, coming to the courtyard. Tiny as she was, her cold hum didn't seem intimidating at all, rather, it appeared extremely cute. The cat ball, that's right. Flint is correct. I believe in you. Why did the tone suddenly turn like coaxing a Darius? Damn it, Flint is just too adorable that I couldn't help it. Karina came to the small courtyard and looked toward the nearby woods. Conroy the core disciples were on the main peak, while the other outer disciples were on smaller peaks. Many outer disciples, in order to get closer to the main peak, fought fiercely for the chance to work odd jobs there. Here, core disciples were treated with utmost respect and must not be offended. Those who did odd jobs among the outer disciples could be treated casually without any complaints. Karina had 6 senior brothers, all outstanding figures, but thinking of the plot to come made her can't help feeling vengeful. The surroundings were quiet, but she heard some strange noises from afar, as if a group of people were beating and scolding something. Just having absorbed the original plot, she also wanted to find someone to beat up, so she ran over with her little short legs. Conroy she got closer, she found a few outer disciples. Some held brooms, others rags, surrounding something in the middle, kicking and punching while cursing. This beast is running around again. Right, and it even dares to run to the main peak. Does it have what it takes? Meet it to death. So disgusting. Karina approached, her voice crisp and babyish. What's happening? Everyone was startled. Turning back, they saw a beautifully carved doll-like little girl, staring at each other in shock. Leavenly, one well-informed disciple reacted. This is the new junior sister our Flint has taken in. Hearing it was a core disciple, everyone stopped, standing respectfully, waiting for the junior sister's instructions. Karina ignored them and poked her head out curiously. What's inside? The outer disciple, who seemed to be the leader, replied cautiously. It's a disgusting beast that might scare you. Before he finished, he let out a scream, feeling sharp pain in his ankle, bitten by the beast. He stepped hard on the thing's head, cursing under his breath but not daring to be overly violent due to Karina's presence, smiling apologetically. You see, it's a heartless beast. Junior sister, stay away, don't get bitten. Karina stared unblinkingly at the furry creature being stepped on. It was a little wolf. Its gray fur was stained with mud and blood, dirty and unkempt. Its large tail dragged along the ground, trembling at the tip, its abdomen weakly rising and falling. So pitiful, this furry creature. Leavenly, its eyes remained unmistakably wolf-like, green and eerie, like emeralds in the moonlight, beautiful enough to make one's heart tremble. She looked up at the disciple stepping on the little wolf. Let him go, or I'll tell my senior brother you bullied me. Chapter 343, the little junior sister of the group pets has raised the conroidal demon king, 03. The outer sect disciples were momentarily stunned, and then the one in charge spoke up. It's not possible, little junior sister. This beast is insane, it will bite you. If the senior brothers find out. Macy took another step forward. I don't want to repeat myself. Her voice was soft yet bold as she squatted down fearlessly, even extending her tender little hand toward the small wolf. Its emerald eyes fixated intensely on Macy, and the moment her hand neared, it snapped its jaws open. Macy quickly retracted her finger. Those disciples were also startled. Thankfully, Macy wasn't hurt, otherwise, they would certainly be punished. This really is an inhumane creature, little junior sister. If you like little wolves, we can go to the woods behind us and catch one for you. Macy's eyes lit up. She touched her nearly bitten fingers, thinking to herself that it actually did bite. Right, wolves should be wild, and they should bite people, otherwise, what fun would there be? Because of its action to bite Macy, the small wolf was stepped on even harder. It was almost suffocating, blood oozing from its mouth, its chest heaving violently, even its green eyes tinged with red. Macy suddenly produced a dagger glowing blue and slashed forward abruptly. Her short arms and legs made the movement seem weak, but this dagger was a divine weapon. Its sharp aura immediately pushed those outer sect disciples back a step, lifting the foot that had been pressing down on the small wolf as they retreated. The small wolf instantly leaped up from the ground, but unfortunately, it was too injured. It stumbled and fell again, its hind leg seemingly broken. Caught off guard, it emitted a faint whimper from its throat, hoarse and soft, scratching at Macy's heart. The sound quickly disappeared, as if it were a hallucination. Macy licked her lips and looked up at the outer sect disciples. If you don't leave now, I'll tell my senior brother that you're slacking off. They finally felt it. Innocent Dariusran's malevolence is often the greatest. Glancing at each other, they saw disgust and jealousy in each other's eyes. They silently bowed and left, only to complain angrily once they were out of Macy's sight. Why should she? We've worked hard here for so many years and got nothing, while she, a little kid, becomes an inner sect disciple? Conroy, she has such powerful magical tools. Does she even know what that tool is? Such malice at such a young age. They could only use insults to ease their inner fear and jealousy. Meanwhile, Macy put the dagger back into the system space and patted her slightly sore hands. This dagger was a treasure looted from a previous cultivation world, carelessly tossed aside like scrap metal. She just happened to pull it out and use it. After tidying up, she looked at the small wolf lying in a pool of blood. From start to finish, the small wolf stared straight at her. No wonder those people beat it so severely, its gaze was too stubborn. Even on the brink of death, it showed no signs of yielding or pleading for mercy. Macy cheerfully approached and squatted down. Conroy, soon as she raised her hand, the small wolf tensed up, its tail hairs standing up even through the blood, emitting a growl from its throat. Wild animals always do this to warn and scare away intruders. When this happened on a fragile, critically injured yet beautiful little wolf, it appeared adorably fierce, extremely cute. Macy was unafraid. She deftly jumped up, circled around to the small wolf's back, and grabbed the scruff of its neck without hesitation. She dragged the small wolf like a dead dog, showing no sympathy, pulling it step by step towards her little courtyard. The petite girl, despite being short, dragged the one-legged, badly wounded small wolf, leaving a long trail of blood from outside to inside the yard. Pulling the small wolf back into the room, Macy casually rummaged in the space and pulled out a small bottle that seemed to heal wounds, pouring it onto the small wolf's injuries and broken leg without a second thought. Squatting down, Macy cupped her face in her small hands, making a pile of tender flesh. "What's your name? Why do you look so pleasing to me?" The small wolf didn't respond, suddenly closing its eyes, panting rapidly. This medicine clearly worked. Its wounds instantly stopped bleeding and began to heal visibly. The small wolf didn't expect this either. It had already braced itself for continued abuse. Conroy's bit of vigilance left its emerald-like eyes, yet it still cautiously watched Macy, moving further away from her. There was no way Macy would let anything she wanted slip away. She immediately reached out to grab the small wolf's front paw, intending to pull it closer. Perhaps this sudden movement frightened the little wolf. It trembled suddenly and instinctively bit down on Macy's finger. This time, it was a real bite. The sharp canine teeth pierced through the delicate skin of the young girl, and the sweet, metallic taste instantly flooded the small wolf's tongue. It froze for a moment, its tongue unconsciously licking up that drop of blood, then swallowing it down. When it looked at the young girl with its green eyes, it found her still smiling, without even a hint of anger. She seemed different from everyone else. Macy glanced down at the wound on her finger, which was bleeding but not deeply, indicating that the bite wasn't fatal. The young girl blinked her eyes and smiled even more brightly. "Don't be afraid, give me a hug." Her soft voice slipped into the little wolf's ears, oddly making it feel reassured. No pain, no injury, even after biting her, she was still smiling. The little wolf cautiously moved closer, sniffing Macy's fingertips with its nose. Fragile animal pups always instinctively test danger. Its wet, tiny nose twitched, exhaling warm breath onto Macy's fingers. "Yes, just like that, give me a hug, I'm not a bad person." The young girl laughed brightly and sweetly, extending both hands towards the little wolf. Her voice was as if enchanted. "I'll feed you meat, make you a cozy nest, and no one will bully you ever again." The little wolf had been beaten and scolded since Dariushood, never treated so kindly. Even its originally wary eyes widened slightly as it moved a little closer to Macy. "That's right." Seeing the right moment, Macy pounced forward abruptly, growling, and clamping down on the back of the little wolf's neck without mercy. Conroy Darius's canines are quite sharp too, and Macy tasted the coppery tang almost instantly. The little wolf under her struggled frantically in fright but couldn't move an inch beneath Macy's weight. Macy bit down on a mouthful of fur, finally feeling satisfied. She always retaliates in kind. Chapter 344, The Little Junior Sister, Gemma loved by Conroy, has raised and conroidal demon wolf, 04. The little girl had an incredible strength, and the struggling young wolf had no chance of escaping at all. The little wolf attempted to bite Macy again, but she was prepared this time. She straddled its back directly, pressing down on its head so that it couldn't even think about biting. This devilish appearance of hers was a complete contrast to the gentle girl who had just been soothing the wolf. Eshan entered the room and saw this very scene. The adorable little junior sister, who should have been sleeping obediently, was now riding a baby wolf, with blood all over the wolf's body as it struggled wildly. The little junior sister held onto the back of the wolf's neck, her eyes meeting Eshan's. She was momentarily stunned too. She had underestimated the situation. Her current body was too weak and hadn't started practicing yet, which naturally meant she didn't sense anyone approaching. Eshan frowned. "Little junior sister, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Without waiting for Macy to respond, he lifted her up from the ground. Conroyed her swinging her little legs twice, she gave up. Since knowing the original plot progression, Macy disliked any contact with these senior brothers even more. Even though she was still in this Darius's body and these senior brothers surely harbored no ill intentions. Macy tilted her head back and bit him, much like a small wolf, sinking her teeth into Eshan's wrist. Caught off guard, Eshan felt pain in his wrist and loosened his grip slightly. Macy fell to the ground. The little girl hurriedly went to check on her new toy only to find that the little wolf had vanished. When she was lifted up, the little wolf had seized the opportunity to run far away. Macy's face immediately turned grim. Even with such an expression, her chubby little face looked cute. Eshan's furrowed brows relaxed a little as he said, "You, a little girl, especially as Flint's disciple, need to be more reserved. It's okay not to be so strong, but you must pay attention to your identity, understood?" Yes, they needed a meek, adorable, extremely obedient little junior sister who only smiled at the senior brothers. Not one who could ride a wolf, bite until her mouth was full of fur, and even bite her senior brother. Macy inwardly snorted but wore a dazed and obedient expression. "Senior Gembrother, I understand. It won't happen again." "Certainly not." Seeing Macy's expression, Eshan's mood improved considerably. The little girl's bite wasn't strong, and it barely hurt. Realizing he might have been too strict with Macy just now, his voice softened. "It's not that Senior Gembrother doesn't want you to play, but this wolf is somewhat special." "Levy, really?" So even the pets she picked up casually weren't ordinary. Just as expected. Macy's eyes were wide with curiosity. "Why?" Eshan replied, "He's not an ordinary wolf from the mountains but a demon wolf, and actually an outer sect disciple." Macy asked, "Then why do those outer disciples bully him?" Eshan explained, "Gemma, 'cause he's a demon wolf." Creatures like him are not accepted by cultivators. It's because Flint is kind-hearted that he brought back this newborn demon wolf and made him an outer sect disciple, providing this little demon with shelter. This little wolf hasn't learned how to transform yet and is also known to bite people, so being beaten is quite normal. Macy wondered aloud, if Flint teaches him some magic techniques, wouldn't he be able to avoid being hit? Conroy, at least he could run away if he got hit. Eshan chuckled mockingly, a slight sharpness appearing on his usually charming face. Conroy, an outer sect disciple who isn't even human, what right does he have to learn magic techniques? Jeeming alive is already a gift from Flint. Conroy, after saying this, Eshan didn't want to say any more, apparently deeming it beneath him as an inner sect disciple to talk more about this lowly demon wolf. He patted Macy's head. Well, if Macy likes furry little animals, then in a couple of days, Senior Gembrother will go to the forest to catch you some for you to keep as pets. How about it? Like rabbits or foxes. He believed that little girls should enjoy these kinds of animals. Macy nodded obediently. No need, I actually don't like furry ones. Conroy, she spoke, a few gray wolf hairs still clung to the corner of her mouth. Eshan cast a cleaning spell on her, making her squint her eyes, looking sleepy. Feeling sleepy. Eshan laughed. You wouldn't sleep earlier, but now you're tired, huh? Conroy, Macy wanted was for Eshan to leave. She hobbled to the bed on her short legs, closed her eyes, and completely shut everything out. Seeing that the little junior sister was truly going to sleep, Eshan left but placed a thin protective barrier around her courtyard. It wouldn't stop Macy from coming out, but once she did, he would know immediately. Conroy, after Eshan left, Macy didn't get up from the bed but took out a pile of magical treasures to surround herself, starting to practice breathing techniques. The rich spiritual energy penetrated her body as if it were a tangible substance, transforming her at an alarming rate. Conroy, vast amount of spiritual energy gathered in her dantian like an ocean. In just half the time of a joss stick burning down, Macy had established her foundation. Fortunately, establishing a foundation didn't involve lightning, otherwise, she couldn't have been so low-key. Conroy, after all, having cultivated before and seen everything, these things were Darius's play to her. The little girl's skin became even whiter, her face more delicate and adorable, and all her wounds vanished as if she were a perfect jade carving. She hopped off the bed and effortlessly broke through Eshan's barrier. Stealthily, she made her way into the woods, wolf hair in hand, her small nose twitching with a smile playing on her lips. I found you. Following the direction she sensed, she walked deeper into the forest until a small waterfall appeared before her. Gemelo, the waterfall was a clear spring. When Macy finally saw the scene clearly, her eyes widened. Conroy, young boy, seemingly around her age, was squatting by the water cleaning himself. Though he was some distance away, she could clearly see the ears atop his head and the fluffy tail behind him. It was furry and trembling softly. He cupped water and splashed it onto his face, droplets catching his ears, which then shivered to shake them off, causing his bushy tail to sway slightly, looking soft and warm. How incredibly cute. Macy wanted to rush forward but halted mid-step. Twirling her eyes, she smiled mischievously and ran in the opposite direction. Hoo-hoo, Senior Gemrothers, where are you? Tears immediately welled up in her eyes as she stumbled deeper into the forest. The little wolf's ears perked up, instantly alert. He transformed into his wolf form and swiftly darted into the nearby bushes. Macy pouted. She thought if she were alone, this little wolf would come back to take revenge on her. Yet soon she realized that instead of attracting her intended hunter, she attracted real wolves. 4 enormous gray wolves with glossy fur emerged from her front slowly. Without realizing it, it was already dusk, and the deep woods were filled with danger. Their green eyes stared at Macy hungrily, as if they had found the most delicious treat. The animals in the mountains instinctively knew they weren't a match for cultivators and usually kept their distance. However, Macy's cultivation technique wasn't from this world, making her completely undetectable, thus instilling no fear in the animals. Saliva dripped from the wolves' snarling mouths, and low growls emanated from their throats as they slowly approached Macy. Panic spread across Macy's face. Her whole body began to tremble, frantically trying to escape but tripping over vines and landing with a thud. Her tiny body shook uncontrollably, her arms cut by the vines, her eyes brimming with terror as she shrunk back, looking fragile and pitiful. Her pale lips quivered, tears forming in her eyes. Wah, no. 2 wolves had already taken an attacking stance, crouching slightly, their green eyes locked firmly on Macy. Suddenly, the 4 wolves lunged at her. Conroy. Macy let out a small scream, despairingly covering her face, her small body curling up into a ball. In the next moment, a small wolf dashed out and blocked Macy's path. Like a protective beast, he glared fiercely at the 4 wolves, baring his teeth, his back tensed like a drawn bow. Despite being much smaller than the adult wolves, he stood defiantly in front of Macy, daringly facing the 4 wild wolves. The 4 wolves stopped, glaring for a while before actually tucking their tails between their legs, casting reluctant glances at Macy before turning and running away. The small wolf watched the wolves disappear, standing firm until all threats were gone, and tried to run away. Macy, kneeling on the ground, pounced forward, once again riding the little wolf's back. So clumsy, sooner or later, someone will eat you down to your bones. Chapter 345, The Conroyed younger sister raised the Demon King, 05. The little wolf was so scared that its fur stood on end again, its paws scratching the ground hard, trying to break free from this little demon. Karina had finally managed to catch it. How could she let go? She extended her sinful hands and directly grabbed its 2 fluffy ears. Wow, just as she had imagined, they felt great. The little wolf's ears were warm. Since it wasn't fully grown yet, its fur was especially soft, trembling slightly when she held it in her hand, the tips tickling her palm. Right the moment its ears were pulled, the little wolf shook violently, then next second, a small whimper suddenly escaped from its throat. Karina was taken aback. The little wolf was also taken aback, seemingly unaware of why it had made that sound. Karina's eyes lit up. She suddenly realized something, loosening her grip on its ears somewhat but not letting go completely. Instead, she scratched gently at the base of its ears. Earn. The sound coming from the cub's throat became softer and more trembling, carrying a hint of pleading. The little wolf's eyes widened. Did he really make that sound? What was that strange feeling just now, as if some sort of chill had slipped into his veins and bones through his ears, making even his struggling limbs seem powerless? This cultivator is terrifying. Even more terrifying than those who hit him. Naturally, Karina had no idea what was going through the little wolf's mind. She obviously felt that the little wolf beneath her had stopped struggling and had softened, so she decided to press her advantage. Her fingertips rose again, poking the tip of its ear. The sensitive ear quickly twitched, the temperature at the tip seeming to rise slightly. How fun. Karina's eyes sparkled, her fingers slowly tracing down the contour of the ear until they reached the neck, where she scratched lightly. The little wolf's breathing slowed down, long and deep when it was in an extremely comfortable state. Unable to fight against this cultivator, knowing that this cultivator was very dangerous, yet, it felt so good. The little wolf even felt sleepy, wishing that hand would never stop. Gemmet, the hand did stop. Karina climbed off the little wolf and didn't press it down anymore. The little wolf's eyes widened, standing up and shaking itself, taking a step back, its gaze becoming wary as it looked at Karina. Though wary, it didn't run away. Karina secretly rubbed her fingers, savoring the feeling just now. She wished she could hug the little wolf and pet it to her heart's content. Gemmet, first things first, she needed to take it home. You come back with me, no one will bully you. The Darius's voice was crisp and sweet, clear and confident. Karina swore she was just trying to look reliable, but in this body, she looked like she had no credibility at all and only appeared cute enough to want to pinch her face. The little wolf clearly didn't believe it either. He knew Karina looked just like him, both young. What abilities could a Darius have? Karina continued to coax the little animal. I'm the biggest here, everyone dares and not bully me, so if you follow me, no one will dare bully you. See, didn't I make them release you just now? The little wolf's eyes hesitated a bit. Karina, so, be my dog, no, wolf. She summed up. The little wolf took another step back. Karina was losing patience. She wasn't a patient person to begin with, and talking so much was already her limit. Her expression darkened as she took a step forward, muttering. If you keep this up, I really will roast you and eat you. Before she finished speaking, the little wolf's ears suddenly perked up. Karina suddenly realized something, repeating. Eat? Its ears perked up again. Eat? Perked up once more. Karina understood. Follow me, and I'll take you to eat delicious food every day. You'll never be hungry, whatever you want to eat, you can have. The little wolf licked its nose, moving closer. Karina, I'll take you to eat meat. It moved closer still. Until Karina could touch its head with her outstretched hand. Karina happily reached up and patted the little wolf on the head, that's how it should be. So obedient. Children are so easy to deceive. Under Karina's intense gaze, the little wolf cautiously rubbed against Karina's palm, tilting its head to sniff her fingertips, finally walking completely by her side. In fact, the instinct of baby animals was always sharp. The little wolf could feel that Karina was dangerous, but also sensed that Karina was different from others. Moreover, this was the first time someone offered him meat. Karina successfully lured the little one. She squatted down and picked up the little wolf directly. She was also a young cub, and when she held the little wolf in her arms, it filled them entirely, its fur blocking her view so that she could hardly see the path ahead. Gemmet, now she had established her foundation, not feeling tired at all, and unwilling to give up this fluffy sensation. Most importantly, aside from a faint scent of blood, the little wolf had a very pleasant, crisp fragrance, like the morning mist in the mountains. Karina struggled to see the road through the gaps in the little wolf's fur, walking unsteadily but with extremely happy steps, as if she had just won something precious. After a while, she suddenly thought of something and put the little wolf down again. Transform. The little wolf looked up at her with round eyes, seemingly not understanding Karina's meaning. Karina, just like that bare-bottomed little boy earlier, transform quickly. The little wolf blinked and suddenly grew taller, its gray fur fading away to reveal soft, white skin. Leavenly then did Karina finally get a clear look at his appearance. Abelardo had gray hair, looking soft and inviting to touch. His height was almost the same as hers, but he had many wounds on his body. His eyes hadn't turned human, they remained green, which, instead of being eerie, made his cherubic yet exquisite face even more heart-melting. Most importantly, the fluffy ears on top of his head kept moving, along with a big tail behind him, like a cloud of gray. It was a teacher in the form of a cub, complete with fluffy ears and a tail. Conroy transformed just like that, so obedient. So easily tricked. Who could resist that? Karina certainly couldn't. She let out an Conroy and pounced over, hugging the boy's neck. The little wolf shrank back in fear but still couldn't escape Karina's clutches. Karina pressed her chubby cheek against the little wolf's equally chubby cheek. Soft, squishy flesh pressed together, distorting the boy's features, squeezing his eyes into slits. The warm, soft feel of their cheeks rubbing together was delightful. The little wolf had never seen anything like it. Jeeming hit would make him bite or run away, but what was he supposed to do when faced with such affection? Stiffly standing there, he allowed his cheek to be warmed by the rubbing. When Karina finished, the boy's face was flushed, though the other side was red too. Karina opened her arms wide toward the little wolf. Conroy, right. Come into my arms. Let's go home. Chapter 346, The Conroyed Younger Sister Raises the Demon King, 06. The first thing Macy did after tricking the little wolf back was to make him call her, Flint. My name is Macy. Remember that? Gemmet, since you are my wolf now, you must call me Flint. Macy squatted in front of the little wolf with all seriousness. The little wolf had never transformed into human form before any cultivator, so he remained as a wolf in Macy's courtyard. Conroy this moment, the little wolf sat straight on the ground, his front paws supporting him as if at attention, his fluffy chest puffed out, and his long tail wrapped around himself, the tip resting on his front paws. Macy squatted face to face with him. Call Flint. The little wolf moved his mouth but made no sound. Macy reached out and pinched his ear. Call Flint. The little wolf tried to dodge but failed. With his ears caught in those soft palms, it felt strange. Conroy's small sound emerged from the little wolf's throat. Though no one had taught him, he knew what Flint meant. In his limited understanding, calling someone Flint meant eternal loyalty. Gemmet, the massage on his ear felt so good that he instinctively lowered his head and leaned closer to Macy. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, and a voice even cuter than Macy's echoed. Flint, Flint, Flint. I'll call. Pet me. Conroy de Bayo suddenly popped out without notice. Macy hadn't set any restrictions on Conroy de Bayo, allowing him to come out whenever he wanted. Gemmet Conroy de Bayo was always well behaved, only appearing when Macy called him. This was his first spontaneous appearance. Sure enough, Macy removed her hand from the little wolf's ear. Conroy de Bayo still looked like a tiny kitten, concealing his true aura. Even Flint would think he was just an ordinary kitten, albeit exceptionally beautiful and adorable. Noticing Macy's attention, Conroy de Bayo happily rushed into her arms, rubbing against her neck with coos. If clouds could have a feel, it would be exactly like Conroy de Bayo. Macy's eyes squeezed shut with delight as she hugged and petted Conroy de Bayo vigorously, from his head to his ears, down his spine to his tail. Finally, her fingertips curled playfully at the end of his tail. Her cat petting skills were improving. Conroy de Bayo started purring, his purr sounding like a majestic engine. He glanced provocatively at the stunned little wolf beside him. Well, the previous caretaker was terrifying indeed. Gemmet now, he was just as weak and fluffy as Conroy de Bayo. Who was afraid of whom? It was better not to call Flint, leaving only one feline doing so. Flint, Flint, the best Flint ever. Purr. The kitten clung to his master with contented, happy sounds. If not for his somewhat picky nature, Conroy de Bayo might have rolled on the ground in joy. This was the first time Macy saw Conroy de Bayo so excited. She was completely engrossed in petting him when something brushed against her thigh. Looking down, she saw the little wolf standing beside her, looking up innocently with his green eyes, then nudging her leg with his head. His green eyes seemed damp, perhaps hinting at a trace of grievance. Macy blinked, realizing something, and asked, "You can't speak?" The little wolf nodded slightly. He had been brought back to the sect shortly after birth, never having learned to speak. Macy understood, but this didn't soften her resolve. The little girl lifted her chin arrogantly, holding the fluffy white Conroy de Bayo in her arms and said softly, "So, I'll only touch you when you call Flint." Then she quickly climbed onto the bed, using Conroy de Bayo as a pillow to sleep. Children need to grow, so they sleep more, it was reasonable. Held tightly in Macy's embrace, Conroy de Bayo felt slightly suffocated but cast a proud glance at the little wolf, rubbing against Macy's chin triumphantly, all the while giving the little wolf a sneering look. The little wolf stared at Conroy de Bayo blankly, then glanced at the closed-eyed Macy, his ears drooping, his tail following suit. Visibly dejected and a little self-loathing, the little wolf retreated to the corner of the room, curling up under his big tail, thinking he was indeed forever unlikable. He also wanted to be petted and cuddled. He touched his cheek with his tiny paw, feeling the lingering sensation from being rubbed earlier, longing for more. The little wolf opened his mouth and emitted a voice that was both babyish and hoarse, slightly lower than normal Dariusran's voices and sounded more unpracticed, moss. Unfortunately, the sound was too soft, only audible to himself. Conroy de Bayo looked at the gray fluff curled up in the corner, suddenly feeling a pang of pity. It dawned on him that he was actually part of a criminal rehabilitation system. How did things get so twisted? To even deliberately provoke the Norbert, where did he get the nerve? Yes, it must have been given by the owner. In the highest Tianji pavilion of the main peak, Jiru looked down at the 6 disciples kneeling before him and said calmly. During the upcoming sect competition, take your young sister with you so she can see the world. The leading man was dressed in white, with a gentle demeanor, not like Ashan's gentleness but with a slight coldness. Conroy's the eldest brother, he hadn't met his young sister yet, but from what the other disciples said, she seemed extremely cute and obedient. Yes, he replied, then noticed how delighted his fellow disciples were, especially those who had met the young sister. They seemed thrilled to be taking her out. Elder Jiru nodded. Jemisim, I trust you. Have you prepared the gifts for your young sister? Lev, of course. I started preparing long ago. Young sister will definitely love mine the most. Yeah, right, if she doesn't cry from fright, that'd be great. Everyone hoped their gift would be the one young sister loved the most. Just imagining the soft, bright-eyed girl receiving the gift and sweetly calling them Gemrother filled them with anticipation. Conramong Al, third Gemrother Ashan had interacted with Macy the most. He was also looking forward to it but somehow felt that the young sister might not be as demure and adorable as they imagined. Exactly how different, he couldn't say. Gemet ultimately, she was still their young sister, and spoiling her would remain the same. Soon enough, dawn broke. They estimated that young sister had probably woken up and gathered outside her courtyard, competing to see who could enter first. Until eldest Gemrother Jemisim said calmly, Jean quiet, let me check if young sister is awake. Everyone finally fell silent, pitifully huddling outside the courtyard as they watched eldest Gemrother walk into the room. The moment Jemisim opened the door, something felt off. In a flash, a grey shadow darted toward him and lunged at his calf. Needless to say, it didn't bite him. Jemisim effortlessly raised his finger, causing the grey shadow to fly out like a broken kite. Jemisim showed no expression, lifting the little wolf who had blood trickling from the corner of its mouth through the air. Wolf demon. He frowned, sensing something familiar, and turned to look at the bed, where the little girl opened her eyes, sat up, and stared at him reproachfully with big, watery eyes. You, put my big doggy down. Chapter 347, The Conroyed Younger Sister Who Tamed the Demon King, 07. Eldest Gemrother Easton stared at Macy for a long while, silent. Then his ears turned an oddly red hue. Is that possible? I didn't miss see. Eldest Gemrother Iceblock is blushing? Lower your voice, if eldest Gemrother hears you he'll strike you. How could this imperious Darius be so adorable? Having never seen such a soft and gentle young girl, Easton instantly understood what it felt like to have a younger sister. Eldest Gemrother, who had always been ruthless towards his junior brothers and stricter than even their flint, actually let go of the small wolf. Upon gaining freedom, the small wolf did not run far but instead crouched low with green eyes fixed on Easton, fearless, its throat emitting low growls. Easton squatted before Macy. This is a wolf demon, not a big dog. His voice was as gentle as the juniors had never heard before. The junior brothers behind him all wore complex expressions. Macy blinked her eyes. I know, but I want to keep him. Easton pondered for a moment. Conrotho, this wolf demon was fierce, it seemed protective just now. Gemicides, this wolf demon has no great abilities. If it bites little sister, he can simply strip off its skin. Easton nodded. Fine. Even Ashan didn't expect the typically stern eldest brother to agree. Stay sane, eldest Gemrother. This is a demon, how can our pure and lovely little girl keep a demon? When Macy slightly widened her big watery eyes to look at Ashan, the latter's following words choked in his throat. Conroy the elder brothers rushed forward, encircling Macy in the center, eyes gleaming. Conroincious, the small wolf attempted to rush forward but was quickly scooped up by Macy. In the instant it was held in those petite arms, the small wolf stilled, its taut body relaxing. Gemmed, its eyes remained vigilant, watching these towering grown-up cultivators. Under the threatening gaze of Easton, they dared not pinch Macy's face, each presenting their gift instead. They were all suitable pieces of jewelry or magical artifacts for a little girl, very rare, things many cultivators dreamt of having. Gemmed in Macy's eyes, they were barely different from a pile of scraps. In her spatial item, she possessed countless treasures, any one of which would cause a stir throughout the cultivation world. Conroyfter presenting the gifts, they began explaining the sect assembly to the younger sister. 6 years later would be the sect assembly, though 5 years seem long to mortals, to cultivators it was merely the blink of an eye, the time spent in seclusion. Easton stroked Macy's head. Your elder brothers and I will enter seclusion to prepare for the sect assembly. When we come out, little sister will probably have grown quite a bit. Macy blinked. I also want to enter seclusion. Easton, you are still young and a girl, there's no need for such hardship. These words vexed Macy. So what if I'm a girl? What difference does being a girl make? Just because I am a girl, should I only be treated as weak, pampered and protected? This speech left everyone stunned. It didn't sound like it came from a 6-year-old girl at all. Most importantly, these words challenged everyone's preconceptions. They grew up in an environment where girls should be demure, weak, and obedient, and the younger sister should be cherished. Even during sect competitions, female cultivators competed amongst themselves, considered mere performances where no one cared about their true cultivation levels. They took it for granted, seeing nothing wrong with it. However, Macy's words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread. Easton opened his mouth, wanting to argue back, but couldn't find the words. After a long pause, he simply said. Then little sister should speak with the Flint and let him arrange it. No one had fully recovered by the time they walked out of the younger sister's room. Meanwhile, Macy frowned, suddenly looking upward. Standing in the small courtyard, the sky above the mountain peak was clear, yet Macy squinted, a cold smile curling her lips. Bayo, I feel like the world is watching me. The world? Bayo also came to the yard, mimicking Macy's action by gazing at the sky, but saw nothing. Macy's smile grew sweeter. For the first time, she sensed the pressure of the world force without breaking any rules. This was impossible, unless she had broken a rule. Was it because of her words earlier? Did the world also believe women should conform to the supposed ideal femininity, and men should dominate, treating women as mere pets? Suddenly, she understood why the original plot was so nauseating. While the plots encountered in previous worlds were repulsive, they were all caused by human issues. In this world, it was a problem with the entire world. Even if she didn't follow the predetermined path, this world would still gradually push her toward the set fate. If the enemies before were just some scum men and women, then now, it was the entire world's rules. She was certainly not someone who would sit idly by awaiting doom. Macy licked her lips and spoke softly. Bayo, do you remember how severely injured I was after destroying that small world last time? Bayo reviewed the backup records and felt heart-stopping even as a system. Complete destruction of the body, only leaving the brain and heart. The subsequent attempts at reshaping the body were repeatedly torn apart by residual world forces. After successfully reshaping in 12 years, she slept for 100 years, and it took another 30 years of treatment in an anti-human therapy chamber to fully recover. Macy only remembered how much pain she had endured then, without recalling how long it had taken. She hadn't expected it to take so long. Back then, she was just a killing machine, knowing nothing but completing missions, not caring about anything or thinking strategically. At this time, she would absolutely not be so reckless. After all, severe injuries could delay finding her teacher. She suddenly laughed. Conroy's cultivators, don't we want to stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly Tao, to touch the world's rules? This world has never had such a person before. Why can't it be me? Her voice was soft and adorable, but in Bayo's ears, it caused a chill of fear. It felt that Macy had become more well-behaved, less crazy. Now it seemed, her madness had always been there deep down. Just that it evolved from aimless madness into calculated madness. Rationally, Bayo believed it should stop Macy. After all, Macy was strong enough now to get through the storylines, and once she thoroughly possessed the soul of the administrator, she could enter the next world. When it opened its mouth, it said, Flint, I believe in you. You will definitely destroy this world. What on earth was it saying as a criminal reform system? Bayo covered its fluffy head with its tiny paws in despair. When Macy put down the little wolf and picked up Bayo, petting its head, Bayo instantly surrendered. The master is always right. Conroy's the loyal fanboy of the master. The little wolf, upon being placed on the ground, secretly nudged Macy's thigh. It found that it liked the feeling of being touched by Macy. Though it didn't understand what she was saying, the little wolf felt that it needed to stand by her side. With the rapid rise idea firmly in mind, Macy acted on it immediately. Before seeking her flint, she didn't forget to prepare a feast for the outer disciples to feed the little wolf. Never having eaten its fill, the little wolf's eyes became even greener when it saw the food, gobbling it up like a storm sweeping away clouds, getting its fur dirty. After eating, it was even happier, believing Macy was a god, the best keeper in the world. The little wolf, having been beaten since Dariushood without ever being deceived or facing any mortal danger, was probably the easiest to fool in any world. Macy watched the little wolf, thoroughly tamed by one meal, and happily petted its ears. Now, she needn't worry about the little wolf running away. Macy soon sought out her flint, expressing her desire to cultivate. The flint's reaction was exactly like elder Gembrother Easton's, but Macy knew just how to plead cutely and charmingly, which the flint couldn't resist, indeed giving her several books. Upon inspection, Macy saw that they were the most basic ones, suitable for girls to learn simple skills. Macy, I'll arrange for some female outer disciples to specifically teach you to read. Macy threw the books back, hands on her hips, looking angry. Flint, I can read. I don't want to learn this, whatever my elder brothers learn, I want to learn. The flint thought Macy was just being a mischievous Darius. If it were a male disciple, he might have given him a beating and left. Gemmet girls were truly too cute and delicate, making the flint laugh. Conroy, all right. Whatever Macy wants to learn, go straight to the library. Macy waited for these words and nodded immediately. Thank you, Flint. Then I'll pick my books and go into seclusion. Macy walked to the library with her short legs. Wanting too many books, she couldn't carry them all, so she enlisted a few outer disciples to help bring them back. Gem's-eyed her small house was a cave with perfect position and spiritual energy. Before going into seclusion, she picked up the washed little wolf. Call me master. The little wolf moved its mouth, ears twitching, but ultimately made no sound. He wasn't good at speaking and feared he wouldn't call it nicely, leading to her anger. Would she reject him, abandon him? He wasn't as likable as that white cat, always considered loathsome. Feeling the urgent need to grow stronger, Macy threatened. When I come out, if you don't call me, I'll beat you. Without looking back, she entered the cave. The stone door slammed shut, and the little wolf suddenly shrank back, its round, green dog eyes brimming with moisture. It ran 2 steps to the stone door and scratched at it with its small paws. The stone door was cold, it wanted to rub against her. Mosser, its tone was rough and a bit odd. The little wolf's ears drooped in fear as it tried hard to call out, but unfortunately, no one heard it. Chapter 348, The Little Flint Sister Who Tamed the Demon King, 08. Macy had made arrangements long ago, instructing the eldest senior brother to inform the entire sect that this little wolf belonged to her, and no one was allowed to bully it. The little wolf was safe now, but the demonic aura within wouldn't let him rest easily. Killing and bloodlust were ingrained in the bones of beasts. No matter how obedient he might be in front of those he trusted, he was still a savage demon at heart. He would often slip out of the sect and head to the exile lands where demonic energy ran rampant to kill. Currently, no one in the sect bullied him, but no one paid attention to him either. Thus, no one knew just how terrifyingly fast this small wolf demon was growing. Macy truly began to seclude herself for cultivation. Elder Dwayne was quite surprised by this. He thought it was just a little girl playing house. Cultivation wasn't as easy as that, it wasn't merely about breathing exercises. Much more was required, intense practice, pushing oneself to the brink of exhaustion, using up the last bit of spirit energy until almost dying, only to gain a slight improvement next time. Most importantly, he hadn't even tested Macy's spiritual roots yet to determine what suited her best for cultivation. Conroy now she was already in seclusion. Elder Dwayne, who thought the little girl would come out complaining about not wanting to cultivate after half a day, grew worried. He extended his divine sense to feel the little girl's aura inside the cave and found it extremely steady, indeed in the midst of cultivation. Even, already at the foundation establishment stage. He was stunned, but a strange feeling rose in his heart. He felt that such a genius shouldn't be a little girl. If it were a boy, how wonderful, he could surely inherit his legacy. Macy no longer wanted to be low-key. In this world, didn't people think girls should be demure and reserved, should be low-key? Then she would choose to be loud and proud. She wouldn't hide her aura anymore. If she was going to play, she'd do it boldly. This body had water spiritual roots, which were indeed most suitable for girls' mean bodies. No wonder they said women were like water, the rules of this world seemed so concerned with such details. Macy found it laughable. So what if it's water spiritual roots? Water is the most inclusive and can become the most surging force. Water can turn into the most terrifying blade, killing without a trace. With each breath, her sea of consciousness had already turned into an ocean. She absorbed spiritual energy frantically, every inch of her body's meridians tearing apart in pain. Sometimes, Conroy de Bayo felt pity and wanted to speak, but remembering that the master was a little madwoman who was tough on both herself and others, he dared not say anything. Whatever the master wanted to do, she would do it, no matter what. In the blink of an eye, 6 years passed. In these 6 years, the sect witnessed a miracle. Within just 6 short years, lightning raids struck in Little Flint Sisters' courtyard 3 times. Each time was harsher than the last, the scene even more fearsome than when the flint crossed through the deity transformation stage Thunder Calamity. Each time, the flint would come to Macy's courtyard in fear, probing Macy's state with divine sense. If anything went wrong, he would help Macy fend off the lightning raid and rescue her. Gem each time, Macy managed to withstand it. Elder Dwayne looked complex and astonished, having been shocked for 6 years and still not accepting this fact. The Darius he picked up from the mortal world turned out to be a genius the world had never seen before. It took him 100 years from Foundation establishment to late Golden Core, which was already considered very fast. Changhong sect's continued strength among all sects also owed much to Elder Dwayne's cultivation speed. Yet, he never expected that in just 6 years, Macy had leaped from Foundation establishment through early Golden Core, mid-Golden Core, straight to late Golden Core. What an incredibly terrifying speed, so terrifying that Dwayne thought Macy wasn't human at all. Gemmet she was clearly just a mortal Darius who had been abused by her stepmother. The last shocking genius in the world was the chief disciple of the first sect Tianchi sect, who unfortunately fell to demonic ways and was eliminated. Since then, there has been no such astonishing genius in the world. While Elder Dwayne was shocked, he was also extremely excited. Who wouldn't wish for such a genius to appear in their own sect? Even though it was a little girl, a pity, but little girls seem to be very powerful too. Conroy at the same time, Macy opened her eyes in the cave and heard Conroy de Bayo say in her mind. Conroy amazing, the Flint's approval rating +10, apparently it increases even without following the plot. Macy's face was somewhat pale, her body feeling unwell. She realized that whenever she did something against the female rules of this world and affected the people around her, the power of the world made her uncomfortable. Gem at this discomfort made Macy smile, the corners of her mouth curling up. Lev of course, the world always admires strength. I'll become so strong that they will completely overlook my gender. Conroically, achieving late Golden Core in 6 years, Macy had deliberately slowed down her cultivation speed. If she wished, reaching her master's level within 6 years was not impossible. However, what she would face in the future were the rules of the world, and every step needed to be taken steadily. She spent the longest time at the foundation establishment stage. For ordinary cultivators, the foundation establishment stage was like laying a foundation, building one floor underground. For Macy, it was like digging the foundation all the way to the core of the earth. Leavenly this way could she support her ambitions later on. Now, even though she was at the late golden core stage, taking down a nascent soul cultivator was no problem. The 6 senior brothers had come out of seclusion before Macy, each of them intentionally doing so earlier than agreed, hoping to be the first to see their little junior sister. Unexpectedly, everyone thought the same, resulting in a crowd gathering in front of little sister's courtyard, staring at each other. Little sister is in seclusion? She hasn't learned anything yet. Does she even know how to read? Won't she cry inside there all alone? So young and in seclusion, how could Flint be so heartless? While they were feeling pity, a noise came from a nearby cave. Everyone quickly teleported to the cave entrance, straightening their clothes to look their best, aiming to present the most perfect side of themselves to little sister. The stone door slowly opened. The moment everyone saw little sister, they widened their eyes, forgetting all the words they had prepared. They expected little sister to look pretty, but not this beautiful. The 12-year-old girl had already matured considerably, with delicate eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. Her long lashes fluttered, and her gaze seemed to contain countless stars. Her baby fat was gone, replaced by a small, exquisite oval face. Even when she wasn't smiling, her lips curved slightly upward. Her long hair reached her waist. She looked like a perfectly crafted doll that didn't seem real, but those piercing eyes revealed that she was far more than a doll, an exceptionally stunning female cultivator. Despite attending many sect assemblies and seeing female cultivators from other sects, none of them had been as beautiful as her. The eldest senior brother reacted first, raising his hand with a very complicated expression, his face twisted. Little sister, you are at the late golden core stage? Macy smiled without modesty. Greetings, seniors. It's been a while, yes. Conroy. Soon as she finished speaking, everyone turned into statues. Shock, disbelief, pride, and yet a bit uncomfortable. Conroy. These big men were defeated by a little girl's cultivation speed. Leveled beliefs were hard to change. Seeing their various expressions, Macy didn't care and took a deep breath. No, that wasn't right. Where had her puppy run off to? Chapter 349, The Gemeloved Younger Sister Who Raised the Demon King, 09. Macy was surrounded by everyone as she entered the courtyard. Her senior brothers stared at her with bright eyes, urging Macy to explain how she did it. Even their master, who appeared calm and collected, was actually paying close attention. Macy simply replied, I don't know. I just felt like this was the right thing to do. It was pure talent, which made people envious. Men are often unwilling to see toys they hold dear surpass them. Macy was now in the late golden core stage, and apart from the 5th and 6th senior gemothers, who were also in the late golden core stage, all others were stronger than her. Gemma deep down, they knew it wouldn't be long before Macy surpassed them. Macy lifted her chin slightly. She didn't care if she could change these people's attitudes toward her. What she knew was that only the strong had the power to face and change the rules. Once she became powerful enough, whatever she did would be deemed correct, and no one would dare to challenge her, not even the world's rules. Macy, although you've progressed extremely fast, you should be a bit more low-key. If a girl is too ostentatious. The eldest brother didn't finish his sentence when Macy interrupted him. Too ostentatious? What's wrong with girls being too ostentatious? If boys can do it, why can't girls? Come to think of it, I could say boys are useless because they can't give birth. Macy's voice was clear and sweet, filled with laughter, as if it were just the innocent words of a young girl. Everyone frowned. Little junior sister, who taught you to say such things? This world needs yin and yang harmony. If women become too dominant. Were you afraid, senior gembrother? Were afraid women might stand above you? Macy. Jemison finally called out her name, looking quite unhappy. Macy blinked her eyes innocently, pretending to be naive and obedient. Her eyes instantly turned red after being scolded. Why is senior gembrother angry? Did I say something wrong? Conroy, am I not your beloved little junior sister anymore? Jemison was taken aback, unable to refute her. Having grown up without much guidance, Macy's thoughts remained pure and unrestrained, making such remarks understandable. Besides, she was their little junior sister. Seeing the redness in her eyes, Jemison immediately forgot about reprimanding her and hurriedly said, I'm not here to lecture you, but... Macy didn't want to listen to any more nonsense and changed the subject by tilting her head. Where's my doggy? Everyone was taken aback. They all knew Macy kept a wolf demon that Flint had picked up casually. Since the little junior sister raised it, no one in the sect dared to bully it. Jemison said, maybe it went out to play. Macy rubbed her fingers together, thinking it better if it did. Conroy, right, Flint said, everyone has just come out of seclusion, so hurry back to your respective courtyards to rest. We will attend the sect meeting tomorrow. The senior brothers left Macy's courtyard reluctantly. Once the courtyard cleared up, Conroy de Bayo appeared, burrowing into Macy's embrace for affection. Flint's arms had become so soft. Look at me, Flint, I'm such a good kitty, never running around like that bad wolf. Conroy slandered the little wolf while enjoying Macy's petting, feeling blissfully happy. At just the next moment. Conroy's wave of demonic energy swiftly invaded the room. Then, Conroy felt itself being picked up by the scruff of its neck. Conroy mewed wildly, while Macy's eyes widened slightly as she looked at the suddenly appearing youth. Abelardo was slender yet significantly taller than her, wearing a long cloak with a hood, revealing only a pair of finely chiseled lips and a perfect jawline. The hand holding Conroy neck was pale, covered with numerous scars. He stood dumbfounded in front of Macy, holding the squirming kitten, seemingly unsure of what to do. Macy, who had been in a foul mood earlier, suddenly became elated. She smiled with her eyes curved. "Levy, my good puppy, throw away the cat and take off your hat." The youth shivered, loosening his grip on Conroy causing it to fall with a thud. The poor kitten flopped flat. It should have known, once the boss appeared, its status dropped to nothing. The order to throw away the cat was executed quickly, but the following command made him freeze. Instead, the youth took a step back, lowering his head, nearly hiding his lips under the wide hood. Lowering his head, he suddenly felt sad. After 6 years, he had learned a lot. He ran outside, into the human world, where many people chased and beat him, teaching him that ears and tails were despised. Finally, he understood why cultivators enjoyed pushing him into the mud. Especially when he became powerful enough to easily kill some demon beasts, people looked at him with even more disgust and fear. Previously, she liked to stroke him, but now? She had grown up too, and she might despise him as well. Macy's smile dimmed slightly when she saw his reaction. "You're not being obedient anymore." The youth shook his head frantically, biting his lips hard. It wasn't that he wasn't obedient, it was that he didn't want to see that look in her eyes. It didn't matter how others viewed him, but if she were to look at him like that. Just thinking about it made his heart ache, more so than when the snake demon broke his leg bones. Macy sighed lightly and scratched her head slowly. Her hand withdrew from the back of her neck, a long sword glowing coldly appeared suddenly in her hand. The sword carried a full force of killing intent and aimed directly at the youth's face. Instinctively, the youth's pupils contracted sharply. He bent his upper body abruptly, leaped from all fours with an extremely nimble figure, barely avoiding the dangerous sword aura. Macy wasn't one to be easily evaded. Her strike couldn't be avoided. In an instant, the long sword tore through his cloak, leaving a deep gash on his cheek. His ears exposed, the youth just landed and closed his eyes in despair. He had been seen. "Please don't scold me, don't hit me, don't look at me like that." He dared not move, nor touch the blood seeping from his cheek. Macy felt a little regretful, his cloak hadn't provided any protection. However, it didn't matter. His ears and tail were still so adorable. Instantly, the fluffiness healed all her previous annoyance. Macy didn't care what the youth was thinking, she only noticed how compliant and easy to bully he looked with his eyes shut tightly and trembling body. The long sword in her hand vanished immediately. She stepped forward, tiptoed, and managed to touch those fluffy ears once again as she wished. Wow, this feeling is addictive. The youth stiffened, opening his eyes in disbelief. His green eyes stared straight at Macy. Those eyes, which should have been frightening, seemed exceptionally innocent. Leavenly then did Macy clearly see the youth's face under the hood. Clearly, 6 years ago, he was just as young as she was, yet now he was much taller and more developed. Do demons grow faster? His narrow eyes became sharper, with slight downturns at the ends. The innocent droopy eyes of a dog lessened that sharpness, adding a hint of pitiful charm. There was a small scar at the corner of his eye, a high-bridged nose, and tightly pressed lips. His facial contours lost some baby fat, becoming colder and harder but retained a delicate youthful appearance. His Conroy's apple moved, for reasons unknown, his eyes began to turn red. Macy couldn't resist pinching his ear tips, gently stroking down along his ears. The youth shuddered, bending his waist slightly, making it easier for Macy to pet him, appearing incredibly obedient. Macy's fingertips traced over the most sensitive spots on the fur, the youth instantly let out a soft whimper. Gurgle. With wet eyes looking at Macy, his fluffy ears trembled slightly in her hands. Macy's displeasure vanished instantly. Finally, the youth realized belatedly that she didn't despise him. She was still the same as 6 years ago, loving to stroke his ears. That moment of worry vanished. Moving his lips, his voice carried a unique coldness and hoarseness of adolescence, his tone somewhat peculiar, probably due to lack of practice speaking. No one ever spoke to him, he learned to speak by listening. Flint, Flint. He remembered that before entering seclusion, Macy had said he should call her master upon returning. He practiced these 2 words for a long time. Chapter 350, The Conroyed Younger Sister Raises the Demon King, 10. Karina was flattered out of her wits by these few Flint calls. She jumped up and grabbed the neck, rubbing her face against his cheek happily. "I admit I was a bit loud just now. You're the best doggy in the world." Thu was at a loss, flustered and helpless. 6 years ago, he didn't know how to respond to affectionate touches, and even after 6 years, he still didn't know. Moreover, Thea's body was so soft, so slender, that he feared hurting her. His arms hung in the air, unsure where to put them, remaining suspended awkwardly. The had a pleasant smell, like the morning dew in a forest. Karina took a deep breath, then let go of him and said with sparkling eyes. Change back. Leavenly when she looked at Thea's face again did she notice that at some point, his cheeks had turned red, as had his eyes, like peach blossoms spreading across branches. It was springtime, and the delicate and beautiful looked down at her, more captivating than the blooming season itself. Karina felt an itch in her heart, wanting to kiss him on the cheek. Gemmet in the next moment, The shrank in size, transforming into a gray, fluffy wolf. Wow. So big. 6 years ago, the tiny Karina could barely lift the young pup. Now, Karina couldn't budge him at all. He was larger than a normal adult wolf, reaching well above Karina's waist. When he looked up at Karina, she finally understood why so many people wanted to fall in love with dogs. How could there be such a handsome dog? Beneath the silver fur was a perfectly sculpted body, with green eyes that were both dark and clear. Even though it was a sight that could make one fear at first glance, he obediently stood beside Karina, waiting for her next command. Karina felt moved and squatted down to face him. Levi, pen your mouth, I'll check your teeth. Karina was always enthusiastic about checking beasts' teeth, but clearly, wolves didn't understand her preference. Not understanding but obeying, he opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth that glistened menacingly. Each tooth carried a faint trace of blood. The beast bared its teeth at her, yet Karina's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she touched the sharp fangs capable of severing large prey. The majestic, handsome wolf was startled by her boldness and took a step back. He was terrified, fearing that he might injure Karina, so he kept his mouth wide open, not daring to move. He could feel her tender fingers caressing his teeth, pressing on the sharpest tips, counting each one carefully. Lev obedient yet struggling, he kept his mouth open, restraining the instinct to bite down, staring at Karina with wet, gleaming eyes as if willing to comply no matter what outrageous thing she did. Karina enjoyed the sensation of her fingers brushing over the beast's sharp teeth, pressing down hurt a little. More importantly, it was a gesture of taming. Karina happily withdrew her fingers from his mouth and wiped them on his fur. Good boy. The wolf's ears twitched, seeming to hesitate for a moment before gently nudging Karina's palm with his head. Understanding this, Karina scratched behind his ears and ran her hand down his spine. His fluffy tail wagged uncontrollably. Leavenly then did Karina realize her dog still didn't have a name. What do you want to be called? The wolf changed back into Thea form, standing silently in front of Karina and shaking his head. He wasn't much of a talker, rarely making a sound unless ordered or absolutely necessary. Probably, even if he was injured, he wouldn't cry out in pain. Karina stroked her chin. Conroy, you don't have a name. Let me give you one. Fed hot for a moment and blurted out a name. How about Jemai? Jemika's the tip of your tail has a white patch of fur. He didn't argue but remained silent, showing a hint of confusion in his eyes before hesitantly nodding. Karina giggled, her gaze wandering beyond the window to the mountains outside. Fog lingered in layers among the trees in March, sunlight filtering through to create gentle rainbows in the mountain pass. Warm light gave the silhouette a golden glow, though his eyes held shadows. It's the first clear day after the rain, so let's call you Elton. Jackson, that sounds as casual as Jemai. The little wolf didn't understand if it was casual or not, he only knew he now had a name. His ears trembled excitedly, and he nodded slightly at Karina, looking incomparably obedient. Karina smiled at him, raising her chin. We're going to Theman competition together. Gathered below the main peak were the outstanding disciples of the sect. Karina was surrounded by several senior brothers, with a majestic wolf standing beside her, making quite an entrance. Her master originally intended to let Karina choose a weapon, but she mentioned that she had already cultivated her innate magical artifact. The first reaction of her master and senior brothers was that the Darius was being mischievous again, but thinking of Karina's cultivation speed, they remained silent. Even her decision to bring a pet wolf demon was tacitly approved. Power was always the most powerful tool in negotiations. Levi their sex also had female cultivators, but most wore hats with veils covering their faces or were extremely low profile. There had never been such a young girl dressed entirely in red before. Disciples from other sects looked curiously at Karina, somewhat surprised. Conroy, though she appeared to be very young, she was beautiful enough to make people unable to look away. This beauty was not related to lust but was rather a natural admiration for something extraordinarily exquisite. Especially her red attire, bold and unrestrained, with her demeanor high and proud, which was entirely different from the demure and obedient female cultivators. Could it be that she is a fire attribute? Gemmet, a girl is not suitable for a fire attribute at all. Did you hear? This is the new young apprentice of Elder Changhong. She looks so small, yet she is participating as well. She might cry. This little junior sister is so beautiful, how could anyone bear to make her cry? If I meet her, I would definitely yield. Seeing how those senior brothers dote on her, no wonder she is so bold. Pampering girls too much is not good, it can make them spoiled. My junior sister is much more obedient. The whispers reached Karina's ears. She slightly stroked her fingertips and turned her head, seeing several disciples from Tianqi's sect. Tianqi's sect had been on a decline since its top disciple fell to demonry and perished 100 years ago, but it still remained the top sect. Seeing Karina looking at them, the few disciples did not feel ashamed, instead, they smiled at her and even greeted her. Karina's senior brothers did not find anything wrong, even after hearing those comments, they felt it was normal. They didn't catch the underlying disdain and disregard for women. Gemma Elton beside Karina suddenly bared his teeth at those disciples. Karina patted Elton's head and smiled sweetly at the Tianqi sect disciples. Senior brothers, which arena? Chapter 351, The Conroitered Little Junior Sister Has Raised the Demon King, 11. The trial stage extends from the foot of the mountain all the way up, with the final trial platform at the very top, totaling 24 levels. Disciples who have never participated in the sect assembly must start from the very bottom and fight their way up step by step. Those who have participated and achieved rankings will wait on the upper levels. The last champion was Tianqi sect's senior gembrother Sean. He only needed to defend the topmost arena. From the 6th level upwards, there had never been any women appearing. Most sects do not earnestly teach female disciples, and women are often considered delicate. How could they engage in such violent activities? If they were injured or fell off the platform, losing their composure, it wouldn't look good. Therefore, they often arranged for female cultivators to compete against each other, where young girls would display beautiful yet ineffective martial arts. While not exciting, it was pleasing to the eye. Hearing Conroina ask this, the group of disciples laughed. Little junior sister, we are on the 10th level. Come watch the seniors when you get eliminated. Conroina's smile remained unchanged as she nodded, I see. Eshan was the first to sense Conroina's displeasure. He said to her. Pay them no mind. Senior gembrother is also on the 10th level. I'll give them a beating to vent your frustration then. Conroina shook her head, 3rd senior gembrother, no, don't pick fights with them. Leave them to me. Eshan was taken aback, Gemmet that's the 10th level. Conroina interrupted him. That's enough, seniors. Since you're all above, the trials are about to begin. You should quickly go to your positions. Victor frowned, you might be scared here alone. We'll stay with you until you're eliminated, then accompany you to the 16th level to watch the matches. Leavenly the little junior sister started from the 1st level, but how could they bear to let her face this alone? Even if the little junior sister was indeed a genius, she lacked combat experience, which made them worried. Conroina didn't want to speak anymore and left it to them. Her hands itched a bit, having just emerged from seclusion, it was a good time to stretch her limbs. Soon, the sect assembly began. Leaven the lower levels, everyone enjoyed gathering around the arenas where female cultivators fought. Since most participants at these levels were weak, watching the females was naturally more pleasing to the eye. Female cultivators would often choose to fight each other, but Conroina scrutinized carefully and selected a male sword cultivator who seemed competent. She liked using swords too. Gemelo the arena, Christopher stared intently at the red figure, ears pricked up, motionless. Seeing the red-dressed girl jump onto the male sword cultivator's platform, everyone crowded around. Huh? Senior gembrother Victor, is this your new junior sister? She looks quite unique. This is the first time a female cultivator has chosen to fight a male cultivator. She probably thinks this is still within the sect and expects the opponent to let her win out of courtesy. Upon hearing this, Victor abruptly raised his hand, sending a force toward the person's chest. The individual gasped for breath, unable to utter a word. Though he dared not say more, resentment brewed within him. How could a girl be pampered like this? Conroina's opponent was also a teenager, about 17 or 18 years old. Seeing Conroina approach, he furrowed his brow in distress. I won't fight you. Why? Conroina asked. Young men always cry, what if you lose and cry? Conroina. She lifted her chin slightly, her fingers twitching as an ice-blue longsword slowly materialized in her hand. Wait, is that a soul-bound weapon? There's no way. Conroy novice girl can cultivate a soul-bound weapon? It must just be a powerful weapon. Tisk, Changhong sect is so generous, giving such fine equipment to a girl. Seeing that Conroina indeed had some skills, the youth immediately became fully alert, positioning his longsword before him in a ready stance. In the blink of an eye, Conroina's longsword lightly swung forward, sending the youth flying like a kite with its string cut directly off the platform. Conroina. Just that? Conro arrogant, impolite, and without humility. She looked down at the stunned faces below, tilting her head, Conroinion else? 6th senior gembrother called out first. Come on. Who said my junior sister would cry? Step forward. He was so proud, looking at Conroina with shining eyes. The spectators from other sects were momentarily speechless. After a while, a voice sounded. It's just because of the powerful weapon. Indeed, they wouldn't admit being inferior to a girl, attributing it to other reasons. Conroina blinked, suddenly jumping off the platform and walking toward the person. Though she was clearly a delicate young girl, for some reason, he took a step back. Before he could react, Conroina's long sword was already pointing at his throat. The young girl smiled pleasantly, can't even tell the difference between a magical tool and a soul-bound weapon, what a waste. With that said, she didn't care about the varied expressions of the crowd as she jumped onto another arena. Hurry up, don't waste my time. I want to fight someone stronger upstairs. Levine incense stick later. Conroina had set the fastest record for ascending from the 1st to the 5th level. Each match ended with her winning with a single strike, never using her full strength, which left everyone unable to determine her cultivation level. They all thought this little junior sister could only be at the foundation establishment stage, but now it seemed she wasn't. 6th senior gembrother murmured, "I'm on the 6th level. Little junior sister will fight me next, how can I possibly win?" 6th senior gembrother was the youngest and also the one least affected by societal norms. He was also the quickest to accept that the little junior sister was indeed exceptionally strong. Jemison looked at Conroyna, who had just sent another late-stage foundation establishment male cultivator flying, with a complex expression. He said calmly, "Do your best." Conroyna, she didn't seem like a girl at all. Conroy the same moment Jemison had this thought, he suddenly recalled what Conroyna had said. Who says girls can't be like this? Gmoys can do something, girls can do it too. Indeed, although he had never seen such a girl before, he suddenly felt that this bold and passionate girl was impossible to look away from. Not just Jemison, the other seniors felt the same way. Conroy at the same time, Conroyna felt the pressure of the world's rules. It felt like an invisible hand pressing down on her shoulders, making it hard to breathe. However, the more intense the pressure, the closer she was to her goal. 11 the 6th level, the cultivators were all at the golden core stage, and no female cultivator had ever reached this place before. She didn't want to waste words and only wished to fight a satisfying battle, so she quickly finished her battles and ascended 2 more levels. Everyone said the new little junior sister of Chonghong's sect had fought all the way up to the 8th level. Conroy the eliminated or waiting cultivators gathered around Conroyna's arena. This was a girl, and she was still so young. Yet she had already defeated many male cultivators. The last genius who advanced so quickly was the genius from Tianqi sect. That genius was still more modest than this one. This girl, not knowing how to hide her weaknesses, was truly arrogant and disrespectful. Those who came to watch were there for amusement, expecting this bold little junior sister to be beaten to tears. Girls needed a lesson to act more like girls. Now, she faced a late-stage golden core sword cultivator. Surely she would cry and leave the stage this time. The seniors also held their breaths. They knew Conroyna was also at the late-stage golden core level, and previously she had been fighting against those with lower cultivation levels. This time was different. Wearing a red dress that fluttered in the wind, Conroyna's expression was unmistakably arrogant. The opposing sword cultivator looked at the young girl and laughed. "Sister, if you call me brother and go down quietly, I won't fight you. How about that?" Chapter 352, the younger sister of the group, who raised the Dakari, 12. This sword cultivator had also heard about this year's genius girl. Gemmet he didn't take her seriously at all. No matter how talented she was still a girl, wasn't she? Her spirit root was water, which had no offensive power. Those who lost to her were all worse than the little girl, mere waste. Macy just didn't want to bother with him. Gemmet as she rolled her eyes, the long whip in his hands suddenly lashed out. Jemison's expression darkened, and senior gembrother 5 and 6 cried out, "Shameless." It was an ambush. The male cultivator facing Macy thought very simply. He knew he had to win, and if he wanted to be the first one to defeat this suddenly appearing genius girl, he had to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. How could it be wrong for him, as an elder brother, to teach a girl like her a lesson? Conroy's the long whip attacked directly towards Macy's face. It carried fierce spiritual energy and scorching heat like a venomous snake. It turned out to be the most aggressive fire spirit root. Conroy though Macy had a water spirit root, and water overcame fire, the 5 elements mutual generation and overcoming were reciprocal. Too much fire and too little water would result in the opposite effect. More importantly, Macy was a girl. If she were a boy, burning his clothes wouldn't matter, but for a girl. Eshan didn't think twice and immediately raised his hand to help Macy block the attack. Gemmet doing so would make Macy lose by default. Jemison held his wrist. "Wait." Leaving the platform, Macy suddenly raised her hand, attempting to grab the long whip. Conroy look of wild joy appeared in the man's eyes. He thought she was foolish, recklessly grabbing it. His whip was covered with spikes. However, the next moment, his smile froze. Macy firmly grabbed the long whip, and the moment she did, the flames on the whip instantly went out. Between her hand and the whip was a thin layer of water film. This water film seemed to bear immense force and crazily spread, enveloping the entire whip. Then, the water turned into a vortex, like countless transparent snakes entwining the middle of the whip. Conroy twisting wildly, the whip broke apart. Conroy this happened in an instant. The male cultivator staggered back a few steps due to the backlash from his own attack, pale-faced, disbelievingly staring at the girl in front of him. How was that possible? Macy chuckled lightly, standing in her red dress, unflustered as if she had just stretched lazily. "You see, I haven't even drawn my sword yet." Before he could react, her fingers moved, and a transparent water dragon shot straight toward his face. Instantly enveloped by water, he was thrown off the platform. When the male cultivator struggled to stand up, he was drenched and shivering uncontrollably due to the icy cold water, despite trying to warm himself with his inner spiritual energy. Standing at the edge of the platform, Macy looked down at him, smiling. "Why don't you cry? Cry away." People watched the male cultivator, who felt utterly humiliated as if he were stripped naked, and ran away hurriedly. Macy pinched her fingers, glanced at the dog-like figure staring at her intently below, and smiled sweetly. Next. Elton stared blankly at the silhouette of the girl, forgetting where he was. Until someone bumped into him while watching Macy, he realized his tail had been wagging unconsciously. Macy's last opponent was 6th Senior Gemruther. 6th Senior Gemruther grinned at Macy. "Little sister, go easy on me." Macy grinned back. "Can't do that." Conroyter half an incense stick, 6th Senior Gemruther sat on the ground beneath the platform, his eyes brighter. "No wonder our little sister is amazing." When Macy reached the 10th level, even all the elders of the sects had heard about this year's genius girl. "Israel, your new disciple is indeed remarkable. No such genius has appeared in a century. Israel, you have done well. Pity she's a girl." Hearing this, Israel said modest words on the surface, but in his heart, he was extremely proud. So much so that when he heard the last remark, he couldn't help but speak up. "Though she is a girl, she surpasses all my other disciples in talent." Conroy the 10th level, the disciples of Tianqi's sect who initially mocked Macy were surprised to see her come up. They originally thought she came to watch. When they heard Macy was there to challenge, their eyes nearly popped out. Did those male cultivators downstairs go soft-legged when they saw the pretty little junior sister? They must have let her win. Too bad, junior sister, the senior brothers ahead won't let you win anymore. The top 10 of the sect competition could enter the secret realm, and even those in the top 30 could enter the outer area of the secret realm. Levine Day spent cultivating inside was worth 10 years outside. Naturally, it was a place every cultivator dreamed of. To compete for these spots, they would naturally not give in to each other anymore. Conroy's for the lower levels where they let the little junior sister win. If she fought her way up, she wouldn't get past them anyway, so letting her win there was inconsequential. The several disciples of Tianqi's sect thought this way until Macy stepped onto the platform and once again drew out her life-bound sword. The lowest-ranking cultivator at the 10th level was still in the early jaking stage, with the youngest being over 100 years old. They looked at Macy as if she were a sprout. However, when Macy gathered her long sword into her hand, their mocking expressions faded away. This life-bound magical tool was indeed extraordinary. They couldn't imagine that such an item could be cultivated by a young girl on her own. Surely it must have been helped by her master. The male cultivator facing Macy also became serious. It was the first time he faced a young girl with the seriousness usually reserved for male opponents. When both of them raised their hands, their expressions slightly changed. The male cultivator realized Macy's strength was abnormally powerful, while Macy felt that there was finally a bit of a challenge. Gem it just a little. This time, she took a bit longer. The male cultivator lasted more than a dozen moves before Macy found an opening and threw him off the platform, enveloped in icy cold water. Tianqi's sect had 3 disciples on the 10th level. The top 5 of the 10th level could advance to the next layer. They were confident that all 3 could easily make it. Unexpectedly, one was immediately knocked out by this little girl. The remaining 2 glanced at each other, seeing each other's displeased expressions. This little junior sister must be taught a lesson. Facing the second male cultivator from Tianqi's sect, Macy sensed something amiss right from the start. This male cultivator seemed to always attack towards her chest and lower back. Even when he got close to her, he whispered something only the 2 of them could hear. "Young sister is so beautiful, you're about to be loved deeply by the senior brothers, aren't you?" Hearing this, Macy dodged his disgusting touch and smiled. "So you've been waiting for me here. How low?" She took 2 steps back and suddenly shouted loudly. "Senior brother, what do you mean by loved deeply? Have you been loved deeply too?" The male cultivator's face turned green instantly. How dare this girl speak it out loud? Girls were generally prone to shame, even if they were strong. Hearing such words, shouldn't she turn red and furious, giving him a chance to exploit her weakness? Why wasn't she ashamed? Why did she say it out loud? Immediately, everyone looked at the male cultivator differently. Conroy, though they hoped this girl would be defeated, they despised such despicable means. Jemisim's expression darkened even more. He turned to another disciple of Tianqi's sect, his voice cold. "Is this how your sect's disciples behave?" Eshan snorted coldly. "Wait till I finish watching junior sister fight, then we'll have a proper chat." Levin the platform, the male cultivator's face was extremely grim, and his attacks became increasingly vicious. He was of the metal attribute, using the harshest and most venomous techniques, always aiming at her chest. Conroy normal woman might have started only defending herself, falling into a passive position. Gemet Macy was not normal. She showed no intention of defense, even when that disgusting hand nearly touched her without her dodging. Instead, she stared at the male cultivator's face and smiled sweetly. Suddenly, the male cultivator felt something was wrong. Before he could retract his hand, he felt a chill. His hand dropped to the ground, cleanly severed, blood spurting from the wrist. Chapter 353, the little junior sister of the group raised the great demon king, 13. Conroy H. Conroy's scream of agony echoed as the male cultivator fell onto the platform in pain, his left hand gripping his severed right wrist tightly. His face was contorted with pain. Levenly then did everyone realize that although Macy had wielded her sword before, she had only injured with sword chi. This was the first time the sword had directly touched the opponent's body. This male cultivator was already at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, where ordinary weapons couldn't harm him, yet his wrist had been severed by this one strike. Macy flicked her long sword and kicked the male cultivator who was screaming in agony off the platform, sending his severed hand flying along with him. Conroy, another disciple of Tianqi's sect, watched on with bulging eyes and rushed forward to support his junior brother. He cast a spell to stop the bleeding and fished out a healing pill for him to swallow. He glared fiercely up at Macy on the platform. "You deliberately harmed him." Macy blinked innocently. "The sect competition only stipulates no killing. I just slightly hurt him. He should be more careful. How could it be my fault?" Jemison spoke up at this moment. Contests always have some bumps and bruises. In past years, many have been injured. There's nothing questionable about how my little junior sister acted. That's right, Ashang frowned coldly. If facing demons and monsters in real combat, a moment of carelessness could cost one's life. My little junior sister merely gave you all a reminder. You should thank her instead. Conroy, the seniors of Zhanghong sect, joined in, speaking up in defense of Macy sentence after sentence. The crowd finally looked at Macy with no hint of mockery in their eyes. She was ruthless and didn't seem like a sweet and obedient little junior sister at all. The Tianqi sect disciples' faces were extremely sullen, gritting their teeth while forming a sound transmission talisman, informing Harry of the matter. Conroy, after hearing the news, Harry frowned. He was the senior brother of Tianqi sect, reigning champion for consecutive years, and the most outstanding disciple of Elder Duan Kong of Tianqi sect. This year's champion would definitely still be him. Conroy's for that arrogant little girl. He used a sound transmission talisman to inform the Tianqi sect disciples on the 10th floor and beyond. If they encountered this little girl, they mustn't hold back. If there's an opportunity, cripple her spirit root. When Macy fought up to the 15th level, she finally felt a bit tired. I'll take a break. She waved her hand and jumped off the platform, walking towards Christopher. Dogs were truly wonderful. Their eyes were always pure, seeing only her. Seeing Macy walk towards him, Christopher couldn't control his tail, which started wagging furiously, his chest puffing out proudly. Macy embraced his neck, burying her cheek in the fluffy, soft fur, taking a contented breath. How soothing this fur was, especially such big, fluffy fur. She leaned her entire weight on Christopher, who supported her carefully, rubbing his face against hers, subtly licking her fingertips with his tongue. Macy recharged comfortably, quickly feeling herself revived again. Laverdinary cultivators would be drained of spiritual energy after 2 or 3 fights, needing proper rest and replenishment. Yet Macy, after 60 straight battles, only now took a pause. Surrounding cultivators' attitudes toward Macy changed from ridicule and disdain initially to shock and dissatisfaction later, and finally to awe. It had taken less than half a day. Even bringing a wolf demon into the competition met with no objections. Macy stretched, kissed the tip of Christopher's ear, and jumped back onto the platform. The stunned wolf froze. What had that just been? Such a delightful touch. Why wouldn't his tail stop wagging? Focus on the match. Macy faced the male cultivator in front of her and saw the insignia on his sleeve, knowing it was another from Tianqi sect. Conroy's expected of the top sect, there were so many of them. The male cultivator looked at Macy with a frown. So vicious at such a young age. Macy curled her lips. So harsh for someone so old. Conroy, few observers couldn't help but laugh, closing their mouths immediately when the Tianqi sect male cultivator glanced over in anger. Wasn't it true? She was 13, but this senior was at least 200, even if he looked youthful, wouldn't he still be considered old to her? The male cultivator decided to settle this with power alone, unleashing overwhelming pressure directly at Macy. Macy held her breath and raised her sword to defend, actually matching blows with a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, behind Macy, a sneaky figure appeared, hiding a small dark sword in his sleeve, aiming at Macy's calf. This arrogant little girl had crippled a Tianqi sect disciple's hand. Naturally, they intended to retaliate. The dark sword was coated with poison, which would cause instant weakness in limbs. Conroy, at that moment, the male cultivator on the platform could pretend that he couldn't stop his attack and strike this little girl's dantian with his gathered spiritual energy. She might never be able to cultivate again. Just as the person found a good angle behind Macy in an unoccupied area, he suddenly felt a wave of bloody smell. In the next second, he was directly pounced on by a giant wolf. The green eyes stared at him, cold and piercing, while sharp teeth were heading towards him. That person hurriedly raised his hand to block, only for his arm to be pierced by the sharp fangs, blood gushing out. He didn't expect this wolf demon to have quite high cultivation. Conroy, it was so perceptive. Facing death, fear made his legs tremble, but the wolf demon did not give him any chance to react. Conroy's the sharp teeth were about to pierce into his throat. Suddenly a sword chi flew over and knocked the giant wolf to the ground. The cultivator who barely escaped rolled away and looked up, Senior Gembrother. It was actually Tianqi sect's Senior Gembrother Harry. Harry was already at the initial stage of the soul transformation realm. Dealing with a 13-year-old wolf demon would naturally be easy. Gemet, this wolf demon was surprisingly just like that little girl, so ruthless despite their young age. Christopher tumbled on the ground, then stood up, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He lowered his upper body, staring intensely at Harry. He could sense that he was no match for the cultivator before him, but he feared not death, he only worried someone would harm Macy. His throat emitted a low growl, a beast's eyes unyielding. Harry slightly raised his hand, pressing down sharply with his fingertips. Suddenly, vines grew wildly around Christopher, instantly wrapping him inside. Then, Harry tightened his fingertips, causing those vines to abruptly tighten. Like being entangled by countless venomous snakes, Christopher struggled fiercely, but he was a wild demon, and his cultivation relied purely on instinct. There was no way he could break free. The vines tightened more and more, and the wolf demon's movements became smaller and smaller. Finally, in a faint sound of bone shattering, the giant wolf ceased struggling. The vines disappeared, and the giant wolf fell to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth wetting the fur on his chest, barely clinging to life. Harry wiped his fingers nonchalantly and said to the disciple on the ground, "I dislike killing. Throw it into the secret realm. If that little junior sister asks, say this wolf demon ran around randomly and fell into the secret realm." Under the cliff was the secret realm, and cultivators naturally had dedicated entrances, but these words clearly meant throwing the nearly dead wolf demon off the cliff. The disciple quickly nodded in agreement, dragging the wolf demon to the edge of the cliff, and kicked him down. Right the moment the giant wolf fell, he seemed to see the pair of green eyes turning bloody red, glaring straight at him, making him shiver all over. Harry's voice echoed, "There's no need for such despicable tricks. Since you can't make her lose, I look forward to facing this little girl myself." With that, Harry vanished from the spot. The male cultivator admired where Senior Gemrother had disappeared, thinking, worthy of being Senior Gemrother, powerful, elegant, destined to be the first among cultivators. Conroy's for the wolf demon earlier, it was forgotten instantly. Their location was secluded, Macy's opponent was indeed somewhat formidable, and she was fully focused on the battle, failing to notice this small anomaly. Not only her, even the surrounding spectators were captivated by the fight. No one knew who killed a small wolf demon somewhere. In the end, relying on her seemingly inexhaustible spiritual energy, Macy stabbed through the shoulder of the exhausted male cultivator. Everyone cheered. In those cheers, there was envy, but more was admiration. They had forgotten she was just a girl, knowing only that she was really strong. Macy smiled proudly, not saying a word of, "Please go easy on me," but instead lifted her chin arrogantly, as if it should be like this. However, when her gaze swept over the crowd below, she did not see Christopher. Strange, where did the dog run off to again? Conroy's running around aimlessly. When caught this time, a proper lesson is necessary. Chapter 354, The Conroyed Younger Sister Raises the Demon King, 14. Karina jumped down from the platform, looking at the two senior brothers below with bright eyes, and asked, "Did you see my big doggy?" Senior Gemrother 5 and Senior Gemrother 6 stayed with Karina here, while the rest went to the 16th floor to see Senior Gemrother Levine. The match on the 15th floor was about to end, and Karina had already confirmed she could enter the next level. If it were before, having fought so many rounds, she would have wanted to fight a few more. Gemmet without seeing Christopher, she just felt unhappy and didn't want to continue fighting. Gemmet's senior brothers shook their heads. "No, it's strange, he was just here." Karina pinched her fingertips, showing her displeasure clearly on her face. "Should we kill such a naughty pet that loves running around?" Conroy bead of cold sweat appeared on Senior Gemrother 5's forehead. "Little sister, as a girl, don't always talk about fighting and killing." Before Karina could respond, Senior Gemrother 6 retorted directly. "Why not? Who says girls can't fight and kill? Even if our little sister fights and kills, she is still the cutest little sister." Karina curled her lips and glanced at Senior Gemrother 6 sweetly. "Senior Gemrother 6, you're really nice." Senior Gemrother 5 froze. Damn it, this brat knows exactly how to win little sister over. He hurriedly joined in. "Little sister, I think whatever you do is fine too." Karina smiled sweetly. "Conroy, you are great." After all this teasing back and forth, her mood improved significantly despite losing her doggy. After all, when she emerged from her seclusion, Christopher disappeared again. With so many spirit beasts and demon beasts around, he must have been attracted by something else. Karina twisted her neck, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within her body, sensing an even stronger power. After so much practical combat, instead of feeling tired, it opened up more possibilities for her to break through. The only thing that made her uncomfortable was that the force of the world felt like an invisible layer covering her body, bringing a not so strong but undeniable sense of restraint. This feeling grew stronger as her senior's perceptions changed. Suddenly, Karina wondered if the original plot involved the protagonist thinking about resisting. In the end, though, she was pushed by the rules, losing herself and all her edges. The top 6 of the 15th floor had been decided. Karina raised her chin, her red dress making her features seem fiery. "Let's go." The cultivators on the 16th floor were ready and waiting. They had all heard of this talented young girl, both hoping to fight her and not wishing to do so. After all, fighting a woman was dishonorable if won, embarrassing if lost. Yu Yang was also uneasy, hoping that little sister wouldn't make it up from the 15th floor. After all, from the 16th floor onwards, it really became life or death. Only one side would be left standing unless they both survived barely alive. Gemmet, when he saw the figure in red appear at the entrance, mixed worry turned into a sense of inevitability. Conroy's smile spread across his lips, pride swelling in his heart. Everyone saw that figure in red, amazed beyond words. They thought the same as everyone else on previous floors. They must have let this young girl advance. Lever perhaps, she brought many magical treasures. Conroybo of the 16th floor, apart from your soul-bound weapon, nothing could be brought, testing true ability. Moreover, elders from various sects began watching now, ensuring there was no cheating possible. Some cultivators showed pity. This little sister is so young and pretty, it would be pitiful if she got beaten up. That's the prodigy from Changhong sect? She looks so small, a few female cultivators from Tianqi sect whispered among themselves. Yes, I heard she fights extremely fiercely. No matter how beautiful she is, which male cultivator would dare to love her? Exactly, how embarrassing it will be when she's knocked off the stage by a senior brother. Karina ignored the whispers and immediately spotted the cultivator from Tianqi sect. Maybe due to a poor first impression, she couldn't stand Tianqi sect, so she chose this one directly. When she jumped onto the platform, everyone's expressions turned subtle, especially the worried faces of her senior brothers. Why did little sister choose the strongest one? Little sister, change to another opponent? Karina ignored their advice, her charming eyes showing none of the supposed fear, bashfulness, or humility expected of a girl. She summoned a long sword in her palm, performing a beautiful sword flourish. Come on, don't waste my time. The male cultivator opposite her harumphed, summoning his soul-bound weapon, a pitch-black short knife radiating cold light and bloodthirsty aura, instantly intimidating everyone. That senior gembrother Wu Qin who has reached the Tao through killing. He shows no mercy to anyone, the little girl is doomed. Alberic, towering over Karina, stood like a mountain, his shadow completely covering her. He sneered and said, little girl, if you go down now, I'll let you off easy. Gem at Karina's face didn't show the fear he expected. Instead, she displayed an excited smile. Wow, this is my first time fighting someone like you. Charge. Conroy soon as she finished speaking, her nimble and ghostly figure vanished from in front of Alberic. Alberic's eyebrows furrowed, instinctively blocking backward. Jamang. The sound of the blade collision made everyone's scalp tingle. Karina felt the strength of her opponent and grew even more excited. She loved this feeling of being challenged, pushing herself to the brink and then breaking through. It felt incredibly exhilarating. In no time, one black and one red figure were engaged in a fierce struggle on the platform. Indeed, the clash between two skilled fighters was beautiful to watch. Even the matches on the adjacent platforms paused as all eyes turned toward them. The black figure wielded immense power, each strike carrying the weight of 1,000 caddies. Spectators with lower cultivation levels dared not come too close, for they might be unable to stand under the overflowing pressure. The red and slender figure, although less powerful than the other, was extraordinarily agile and ghostly. What amazed everyone was that it appeared she had rich combat experience and tactical acumen. After nearly 20 rounds, neither side could claim victory. The elders on the high dais watched intently, Israel almost sweating bullets. The last time he felt such high anticipation was with Jemison. Karina gradually felt some strain. She was only at the late gold core stage, while her opponent was already at the late nascent soul stage, 3 stages higher than her. Gemet, the more exhausted she felt, the more excited she became. Her attack methods changed, she began to disregard her own safety, only attacking without defending, making it hard for anyone to predict her moves. When Karina was cut by the short knife, Jemison almost couldn't stop himself from calling the match off. Gemet just then, a dark thunder rumbled from the sky, inching closer and striking everyone, stirring up deep-seated fear. It was a tribulation thunder. Karina looked up at the sky, feeling the exhausted yet burgeoning power within her. Conroy's wider smile spread across her lips. Was this breakthrough coming as a warning from heaven? Gemet, wasn't it actually helping her? Alberic clearly saw that Karina was about to transcend. He was a man of honor and spoke up. Conroy admit defeat. I don't want to strike you after you've been struck by lightning. Karina stopped, supporting herself with her ice-blue long sword, taking a few breaths. The tribulation thunder drew closer, and golden light gathered in the thick clouds, twisting like a dragon and opening its mouth to release a mighty thunderbolt towards Karina. Conroy this very moment, Alberic, thinking Karina had conceded and prepared to step down, suddenly saw the red figure rushing straight at him. Taken by surprise, Wu Mu raised his short knife to block the blow. Rumble. The tribulation thunder struck directly at Wu Mu's arm, traveling through his black iron short knife and sending him reeling, spitting out blood. Karina chuckled, didn't expect that, did you? My weapon doesn't conduct electricity. Chapter 355, the doted-on little junior sister raises the Dakari, 15. If Alberic continued to fight with his life-bound magical weapon, he would be continuously struck by lightning. If he put away his life-bound magical weapon, his strength would be halved, and it would mean a sure defeat. Everyone was stunned, they had never imagined this situation would arise. Indeed, who wouldn't hide on some mountain peak to weather their tribulation, surrounded by protective treasures? Who could have thought of diverting the disaster elsewhere? Especially at this crucial moment. Alberic's face darkened. Lev, of course, he could directly distance himself from Macy to avoid the lightning, but that would be no different from admitting defeat. I didn't expect the little junior sister to use such despicable means. He clenched his teeth, took a step back, seeing the next bolt of lightning coming, and moved farther from Macy. How could Macy let this free tribulation tool escape? She happily lunged at him again. What are you talking about, Senior Gemrother? I didn't cheat. Conroy's the lightning bolt struck. Alberic had no choice but to raise his hand to defend. Struck again. Most importantly, why was this tribulation lightning so fierce? He had experienced the tribulation when advancing from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage, yet why did Macy's lightning feel even more powerful and oppressive? Gemicause within Macy's heavenly thunder existed the force of world rules suppressing her, disliking women growing stronger, making the tribulation lightning naturally more terrifying. Finally, after the third strike, Alberic couldn't take it anymore. The arena was only so big, no matter how he dodged, he couldn't get away from Macy. Ultimately, as the fourth bolt of heavenly thunder descended, Alberic spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling like his insides were burning. If this continued, he really would die here. He cursed in his heart. Glancing at Macy's delicate appearance made him feel even more bitter. He tightly gripped his palm, sheathed his short blade, and jumped off the platform. This was an outright concession. Conroy chorus of sighs echoed through the crowd, yet there was also understanding. If this continued, Elder Gemrother Alberic might not survive. 5 bolts of tribulation lightning remained. Now everyone kept their distance, watching how Macy would withstand the remaining heavenly thunder. Since it wasn't competition time, using artifacts was perfectly fine. Suddenly, Macy pulled out a treasure from somewhere unknown, swinging it upward just as the golden, fierce dragon of the heavenly thunder came down, and it vanished as if entangled by countless invisible tentacles. The crowd? Macy's eyes widened slightly as she looked at the small incense burner in her hand, exclaiming. Just randomly picked something up, and it turned out to be so useful. In her previous cultivation world, she had long transcended, her realm far surpassing anyone in this world. Natural treasures and rare items were all top-notch, many she hadn't even used herself. With the cheats from her previous world, she could dominate simply relying on these artifacts. This action even made the elders widen their eyes. Some clearly showed their greed. Riggs, do you have such good things in your sect? You really can part with it for a young girl? Riggs was inwardly shocked. He had no idea what Macy was holding. Having never seen it before meant only one thing. It belonged to Macy. What kind of existence is she? Riggs finally realized, albeit belatedly, that he might have brought back someone extraordinary. Yet his words were calm. After all, she is the youngest, so being doted on is normal. Jemmy acknowledging it as something from within his sect, he could deter many greedy gazes from falling on Macy. In the audience's stunned silence, Macy easily passed through the lightning tribulation. Conroy's the storm clouds dissipated and sunlight broke through the heavy cloud cover, landing precisely on Macy. Everyone forgot where they were. The red-dressed girl with black hair flying around had undergone a transformation. Her petite appearance remained charming, yet the golden glow enveloping her now exuded an awe-inspiring pressure, making people dare not look directly at her. Having successfully advanced from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage, her wounds had vanished, her body brimming with boundless power, making her almost eager for another battle. Now, she felt that facing Alberic in her current state would probably send him flying instantly. Conroy advancing from golden core to nascent soul was a qualitative leap, something many struggle to achieve even in 300 years. Instantly, those looking at Macy were filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and fear. Macy lifted her chin, savoring the sensation. She hopped off the platform and walked toward her senior brothers. Several senior brothers smiled bitterly. Little junior sister is so formidable, we don't dare call her little anymore. Macy grinned sweetly. I will always be the little junior sister. The elder brothers felt their hearts melting. She was so strong yet still adorable, truly the best little junior sister in the world. Seeing this, other sects' faces twisted with envy. Soon, the winners and losers of the 16th floor were decided, with Macy and Jemison both making it to the list for the next level. Her senior brothers forcibly fed her a few pills to replenish her spiritual energy, but Macy felt nothing after being forced to eat them. She then secretly took a bite from her own spatial storage and nearly smoked up from the surging spiritual power. Initially worried about not making it to the last layer, now that she had broken through, she wasn't afraid at all. She heard that Harry was the only one in the early stage of transforming spirit, while the rest were all at the nascent soul stage. She had enough confidence to defeat those at the nascent soul stage, even if they were in the late stage. Leaving the platform of the first level, Harry, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. She actually broke through? Conroy wave of unease swept over him, but he quickly suppressed it. Just managed to block the tribulation lightning with artifacts. Conroy mere early stage nascent soul was not worth his attention. Macy soon fought her way to the 20th level. After breaking through, she found each battle easier. Gemmet, the person she longed to see, Aiden, never appeared. Conroy anxiety began to gnaw at Macy's heart. Where was that big dog? That large, cuddly dog she wanted to hug and bury her face into. Recalling when she was on the 15th level, she realized Aiden went missing around that time. After asking everyone, no one had seen him, which made her feel something was amiss. Taking advantage of the break between matches on other platforms, Macy came to the 15th level. Everyone was watching the competition elsewhere, leaving this area desolate, with only a few birds occasionally landing on the empty platform. Macy took out the wolf fur stored in her spatial bag, closed her eyes, murmured softly, and walked toward a direction. The further she went, the more secluded it became, until she reached a cliff obscured by trees, in an extremely remote location. Macy's expression turned complicated as she looked down the cliff. Did Aiden jump off because he couldn't handle the pressure? Did he not want to be a wolf anymore? Soon, she detected a faint bloody smell. Though barely perceptible, as if it had been cleaned, she still caught a whiff. Macy's face darkened as she scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, she spotted a patch of dark red blood in the nearby grass. Among the blood, there were several strands of wolf fur. Macy squatted down, her eyes clouding over as she touched the blood with her slender fingers before bringing them to her nose. Conroy, he was beaten. She whispered softly, yet knew Aiden was not dead. He was her teacher, the villain in the story, and villains wouldn't die so easily. Regardless of whether he was dead or alive, someone had bullied her teacher, and she would seek revenge. The bloodstain and the vegetation around it were different from the surrounding environment. The vines were clearly not in their natural positions, stained with blood, some even broken as if they had been used to bind something and then struggled against fiercely. Macy licked her lips, swallowing the metallic taste in the air. Wood spirit root, very strong. She lowered her gaze, stood up, glanced down the cliff, then strode back to the 21st level platform. Chapter 356, The Conroyed Little Junior Sister Raises the Demon King, 16. Pain. Heart-rending pain as every bone in his body shattered, ribs piercing into his lungs, each breath sent tremors of agony through him. No, not even the strength to shudder. In the secret realm below the cliff, the lush leaves of the trees cushioned the fall of the giant wolf slightly, preventing an immediate death upon impact. Death was only a matter of time. He could feel his consciousness slipping away. So much pain, such unbearable pain. If Flint could just stroke him, maybe it wouldn't hurt so much. Right, Flint. Flint doesn't know where I am, would he be angry? Mustn't make Flint angry. Elton's body quivered as he opened his eyes. Covered in blood, even his green pupils were stained with crimson. The already dilated pupils flickered weakly before closing again. So cold, so painful, longing to sleep. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't even move an inch. With all four limbs shattered, how could there be any chance of struggle? The blood grew more and more abundant, staining the surrounding grass red. Flint, hold me. Gradually, he lost sensation to both pain and his own body. Would Flint be bullied by those people? Would Flint look for me? Would Flint blame me? His thoughts grew increasingly hazy, and before losing consciousness, the last image in his mind was Macy's bright, smiling eyes. Her figure on the platform, her red dress fluttering, her hand stroking him gently, her biting his earlobe teasingly. Now, countless images of her were fading away. Don't leave, can't forget. Finally, Elton's world sank into silent darkness. His blood-soaked body grew colder and colder. Then, moments later, the seemingly dead giant wolf trembled slightly. Elton's awareness vaguely awakened in the darkness. Suddenly, a blinding white light pierced through the darkness, flooding his mind with memories that instantly tensed and shook every nerve. Familiar yet foreign memories flooded his entire awareness. Betrayal, treachery, brutal torture, cold, blade-like gazes and heart-wrenching accusations. Rebellious disciple, do you know your faults? Senior Gemrother, how could you do such a thing? I'm sorry, you really should die. Nightmare-like words echoed in his consciousness, causing the giant wolf's body to convulse as broken bones began to mend and severed meridians reconnected, internal organs rapidly restoring at a terrifying pace. When the white light completely tore through the darkness, the giant wolf abruptly opened its eyes. The memories of his past life awakened, bringing nightmares along with immense power. That power from when he was once considered a genius, pushed to the heights, then cast into the abyss as a demon. The giant wolf slowly stood up, looking around, realizing this was the secret realm. Shaking off the blood-stained fur, he limped deeper into the forest. Seemingly forgetting something important, his heart throbbed painfully. Soon, vengeance covered everything. When Macy stood on the 23rd floor, successfully securing a spot in the final round, all the elders stood up. This is definitely not just a little girl. Which hidden elder is pretending to be one? The competition is open only to disciples who have practiced for less than 300 years. Is this Macy truly within that limit? Yes, what if she's an old witch? Many whispered among themselves, their expressions toward Macy turning peculiar. Levance they imagined her as an old witch, her every smile and gesture became eerie. Even her master, Israel, started questioning himself. Could Macy really not be a young girl? Though he calculated that this young girl had celestial affinity, when Macy came to the sect, she was so tiny, evoking pity from anyone. He hadn't taught Macy anything, not even measuring her bone age or spiritual roots. He assumed Macy was a Darius and lowered his guard. Could it be? Some noticed Israel's complicated expression and felt they caught onto something. Israel, this is your disciple. What do you think? Israel frowned slightly, looking at Tianqi sect's disciple, uncertain of what to decide. However, Gareth of Tianqi sect smiled and stood up, speaking slowly. I believe Riggs trusts his own disciples. Even if Macy has cultivated for over 300 years, Riggs surely wouldn't know. Conroy's the annual champion of Tianqi sect, Gareth naturally held the most authority. These words sounded like they were helping Tianhong sect out of a difficult situation, but in reality, they were implying that Macy was not a real young girl and was cheating. Macy had now arrived at the 24th floor, closest to where the elders were watching. Hearing this, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. She raised her chin toward Gareth. Conroy, my 13? Conroy test would tell, wouldn't it? Everyone was taken aback. None expected Macy to be so bold. Was she truly guiltless or just overconfident about her disguise? Harry, who had been silently observing Macy, suddenly chuckled and said, "Little junior sister, although I don't know if you qualify as my junior sister, I will call you that for now." The ancient artifact used to measure bone age can see through any disguise, whether for a 3-year-old Darius or a 3,000-year-old immortal. Macy glanced over, meeting the legendary champion for the first time. The foremost genius in the current cultivation world, Harry. Led on the way to the grand competition, she had heard of Harry's great name, described as an unmatched genius with extraordinary charisma, who had reached late-stage transforming gods in merely 200 years. He was the dream lover of countless female cultivators and the idol of many male cultivators. Indeed, he looked elegant and handsome upon seeing him now. Gemmet Macy thought of her little wolf. She chuckled again, her laugh tinged with a hint of barely perceptible disdain, mirroring Harry's sarcasm. "You shouldn't call me little junior sister. I'm a junior sister to my senior brothers. What does that have to do with you? Conroy's for your artifact, just bring it out quickly, I've rested enough." Never before had a female cultivator faced Grandmaster Harry without blushing. Many female cultivators shot envious glances at Macy, envying her because senior gembrother Harry actually spoke so much to her, and resenting her for using such a tone with him. Conroy missed various complex gazes from the crowd. Gareth summoned the Bone Age measuring artifact. It appeared as a transparent sphere, filled with chaos inside. "Friend Macy, please place your hand on it." Without hesitation, Macy did as instructed. Soon, the chaotic sphere began to change. Those who had used this artifact before frowned. Something was unusual. No matter who it was, the artifact always provided an answer instantly, regardless of how well disguised they were. Gemmet now, it displayed countless changes as if undecided. Gemelo the stage, Jemison was being bandaged by his junior brothers, yet his eyes stared straight at Macy, brows furrowed tightly. "Little junior sister, can you pass?" "Levith course." Sixth senior gembrother proudly declared, "Grandmaster, you're fake. Little junior sister cannot be fake. She is a genius, an unparalleled genius." He was thoroughly convinced by little junior sister and became an unquestioning admirer. Jemison and others were slightly more rational. Emotionally, they hoped little junior sister was a genius, but logically, they knew perhaps the suspicions were true. Conroyal eyes focused on the cloudy sphere. Macy's face remained expressionless as the wind lifted the hem of her robe like a beautiful flame. Her dark eyes fixed on the sphere, lips curving even in her impassive state, exuding a unique charm that made it hard to look away despite her youth. The chaos within the sphere slowly turned blue, indicating her spiritual root was water, but the symbol representing bone age was still not showing. Even Gareth's expression turned grave. He had never seen this happen. The chaos inside the sphere grew denser and tangled, causing the entire sphere to tremble, as if resisting. Several elders thought they must have misseen. Finally, the faint trembling stopped, and the sphere gradually revealed her bone age. 13, virtually. When Gareth announced the result with a complex expression, an eerie silence fell. Macy licked her lips, lowered her hand, and chuckled softly in a voice almost no one could hear. "Still has some sense. This body of hers was originally 13 virtually. There was nothing wrong with it. She was well modified and wouldn't coerce the artifact to lie." In a sea of exclamations, Israel couldn't control his facial expressions, merely laughing out loud. Yes, my little disciple is indeed a genius. I discovered it when I found her." Chapter 357, the little junior sister, conroided by the group, has raised the conroidal demon king, 17. Those disciples who once ridiculed Macy didn't even have a good spot to watch the competition, they could only huddle at the back. However, they also clearly knew everything. This girl whom they looked down upon actually broke through to the soul transformation stage with her 13-year-old body. They were most ashamed of being compared with women. Even winning against a female cultivator in a match would make people look down on them. What skill was it to win against female cultivators, who were inherently fragile, untalented, and knew nothing but to act coquettish and dress up? Gemmet it was a female cultivator who trampled them underfoot, and even denied them the right to look up at her. Conroy she stood high above, not bothering to cast a glance down at those insignificant ants. Conroy's more people realized that female cultivators could also be strong. Macy felt the suppression brought by the world's rules again. The more unbearable the suppression, the happier she was. "Conroy, you anxious now? Jumping up and down? Can't hold back? The more urgent the world power is, the more it shows how powerful she is, doesn't it?" Pierre's voice sounded in Macy's mind. The approval rating from the senior brothers in Flint has further increased. The comprehensive value has reached 50. No wonder, owner. Jeaning able to increase the approval due to her strength showed they were good senior brothers. Macy chuckled lightly, then thought of something and confirmed again. "Flint won't die, right?" Pierre was very confident. The administrator is the big villain. In the original plot, he also faced the entire cultivation world. How could he die? Macy finally put her heart at ease. Anyway, she would soon enter the secret realm and would definitely drag Flint along for a hearty bite when the time came. Soon, the final round officially began. Those who made it to the top were the top 10 from the last sect competition and the top 20 from the 23rd level. Conroy total of 30 people, all of whom could enter the secret realm. Gemmet only the top 10 could enter the core of the secret realm, where there were abundant treasures. If one had the ability to obtain them, they could take them out. Soon, the competition began. Macy did not draw a selection slip and had to wait for others to choose her. She thought that since these people in this world despised women so much, everyone should be willing to fight her first. Resultingly, she was the last one left. The unlucky male cultivator who drew the last selection slip reluctantly came to Macy's platform, cupping his fists in greeting. This little junior sister, fellow Daoist, please go easy. He still remembered Macy scolding Harry earlier and disliked being called little junior sister by anyone other than her own senior brother. Because he was sensible enough, Macy was quite pleasant to him and wasn't too harsh in her moves, treating it as a warm-up. She had already broken through, and her cultivation had significantly improved. Some of the skills from the previous cultivation world could now be used, increasing her abilities dramatically, making everything seem much easier. She had a premonition that she would end up facing Harry in the end and win. When the red-dressed girl finally stood before the revered eldest senior brother, no one was surprised anymore. It seemed it was meant to be this way. She emerged out of nowhere, seemingly like soft flowing water, yet transformed into burning flames, flickering across each person's heart, never to be forgotten. Gemmet, no matter what, she absolutely couldn't defeat the battle-hardened eldest senior brother Harry. Eliminating demons and killing fallen geniuses. Harry, the eldest senior brother, was always a legend. Harry's expression was gentle, with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as if looking at a mischievous Darius. Little junior sister, you're very impressive. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. His words made it sound as if he had already beaten Macy thoroughly. Macy raised an eyebrow. Whether I'm impressive or not doesn't need your confirmation. Conroy, can you really hurt me? Harry wasn't angry but merely laughed softly, slightly raising his hand. Conroy delicate spring flower magically appeared at his fingertips. The tender blossom bloomed there, and with a slight movement of his finger, the fresh flower slowly flew into Macy's hair. The bright yellow spring color complemented her gorgeous red dress perfectly, making her look even more beautiful and delicate. Levin, our first meeting, I did not prepare a gift for little junior sister. Conroy, allow me to give you a flower now. Next time, I will surely prepare a proper gift for you. His voice was gentle and his expression kind. Immediately, the female cultivators in the audience blushed, wishing Macy would come down and let them replace her. Gemmet Macy's expression seemed somewhat off. She had been focused on fighting and hadn't watched any matches, so naturally, she didn't know what spiritual root Harry possessed. Surprisingly, it was wood-based, and quite strong wood at that. Macy narrowed her eyes and suddenly lunged straight at Harry. Macy's attack was sudden, but Harry was well prepared. He moved lightly and gracefully, narrowly avoiding her attack. In an instant, the jade bone fan appeared in his hand, and with a metallic sound, overwhelming spiritual power spread out. Everyone gasped in surprise, eyes widening as they watched this high-level duel attentively. Harry's face remained unchanged, but inwardly he was surprised. This little girl indeed has some skill. Their duel could be described as both thrilling and pleasing to the eye. After several rounds, even the elders couldn't help but stand up, staring intently at the two figures on the platform. During the last match for the top position, the opponent only managed 9 rounds against Harry. Harry had a higher cultivation level and more battle experience. Yet now, it seemed this little girl's combat experience was even more terrifying. Most importantly, Macy fought recklessly. Conroy's the top contender, Harry always carried some baggage. He didn't want to appear disheveled, which naturally made him a bit restrained. Gemmet Macy wasn't like that. Every move she made was fierce, with no regard for consequences. Even when injured, she did not hide her sharpness. In this way, they actually fought to a draw. Conroy's the sun changed in the sky, Harry's heart sank slightly. He didn't want to drag this out any longer. Taking advantage of a brief lull in the offensive, he abruptly raised his jade bone fan upward. Instantly, countless tendrils pierced through the platform, rising sharply from the ground. Like venomous snakes finding their prey, they twisted and entwined madly, lunging toward Macy. Macy's pupils contracted sharply. Tendrils, blood, and the wounded dog. It was indeed him. Conroy's surge of ferocity filled Macy's heart. Her eyes turned red, and without dodging, she swung her sword, attacking without defending, charging directly at the twisting vines with an icy blue dragon trailing behind her. Conroy's faint smile tugged at the corner of Harry's mouth. Water nurtures wood, water-based attacks would only make his vines grow more wildly. Gemmet in the next moment, Macy's sword suddenly turned brilliant red from the tip. Conroy at the same time, thunder rumbled in the sky, one strike after another, as if warning of something. Suddenly, Macy slashed her wrist open with her sword. Instantly, it was like pouring oil on fire. The heat surged to its peak. Realizing it was bad, Harry tried to retract the vines and retreat, but couldn't withstand the intense onslaught. His vines were about to be completely engulfed, and he would suffer backlash. Just then, a loud thunderbolt cracked from above, even more terrifying than the previous ones, striking Macy directly. Caught off guard, Macy was hit full force by the lightning, which felt like a mountain pressing down on her. She was knocked right off the platform. Landing, Macy's legs buckled. She quickly retracted her sword, using it to support herself and prevent falling. Gemmet the raging flame subsided because of this. Gemlood dripped from her wrist, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. The stunned crowd watched the girl in silence, their hearts shaken beyond words, almost forgetting Harry descending slowly onto the platform. Macy let out a low laugh, lowering her eyes to look at her bleeding wrist. Turns out I actually lost. Chapter 358, The Conroyed Younger Sister Raises the Demon King, 18. The dark, heavy clouds seemed to crush the entire world. Everything was dim and unclear, except for Karina in her red dress, who was the only brightness in this world. Even though blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, the flame on her long sword had faded, and she used it as support by sticking it into the ground, and her hair was disheveled. Gemmet no one thought she looked miserable. Conroy apart from the gradually fading thunder, there was no other sound. That extremely terrifying heavenly lightning was just as terrible as the lightning during the Transcendent Period's tribulation. Gemmet now everything had passed. If it weren't for the girl falling off the platform, everyone would have thought that what just happened was an illusion. Finally, Elder Bede broke the dead silence. Harry wins. Like a stone thrown into water causing ripples, people came back to their senses and started cheering for Senior Gembrother Harry. However, today's applause paled in comparison to the last sect gathering. Conroyal keen-eyed people could see that Karina was actually on par with Harry. If not for that terrifying lightning, it really couldn't be said who would win or lose. Gemmet competitions are always unpredictable, timing, location, and people's conditions are all indispensable. Clearly, Harry was luckier. Conroyal the senior brothers rushed forward to surround Karina. Even Jemison, who was still bandaging his wounds, came over and handed his healing pills to Karina. Younger sister, take this. Karina wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth, shook her head, and pushed the pills back into Jemison's hands. Not needed. I'm not injured. Conroyal though her internal organs hurt, this pain was trivial to her. Most importantly, the healing items in her spatial ring were far superior to these. Even Elder Dwayne came down from the platform, patted Karina's head, and slowly infused spiritual energy into her body to help her heal. Karina, you didn't need to be so stubborn just now. Karina felt somewhat relieved, straightened up, and smiled lightly. Flint, seniors, don't you think I was being stubborn? She raised her eyes defiantly and glanced at the sky. It's just that heaven favored Harry. No problem, within 4 years, I will make him die very uneasily. Elder Dwayne frowned and sternly said. Karina, do not be so disrespectful. This rebuke had nothing to do with gender. After all, regardless of who it was, saying they would kill the opponent after losing a competition was indeed quite exaggerated. So Karina did not argue but licked her lips, getting rid of the lingering taste of blood. I want to go back and recuperate, preparing for the next secret realm. Dwayne nodded. The ranking of the Grand Sect competition will be announced soon, as well as the top 3 winners. Karina didn't even lift her eyelids, just empty fame, I don't care at all. Losing when she really wanted to win for the first time made her mood unpleasant. When she wasn't bothering to act cute, an eerie killing aura and coldness emanated from her. That was why even Dwayne doubted Karina's true age. How could a 13-year-old girl have such an aura? Before Dwayne could speak, Jemison and a few senior brothers spoke up first. If little sister wants to go back, let her go back. Yes, second senior gembrother Zion echoed, these are just some trivial matters here. In 3 days when the secret realm opens, that's what truly matters. Unknowingly, their hearts had leaned toward the little sister. Dwayne nodded in agreement. Though Karina leaving without finishing might seem impolite, with a disciple as powerful as hers, what did etiquette matter? The senior brothers accompanied Karina back and settled her in, confirming she was stable before returning to the competition scene. Karina leaned against a large rock inside the cave, exhaled softly, and finally frowned. It really hurt a bit. She had been pampered by her teacher and hadn't felt such pain for a long time. After all, it was the world's rules. More importantly, this body could not yet withstand her full power, and confronting the whole world naturally offered no benefit. Gemmet, it was really interesting. The world's rules had apparently realized something was wrong and personally intervened. Was it panicked? The stronger his presence became, the more delighted Karina was. She took out a bunch of things from her spatial ring, first treating her injuries, then piling up cultivation aids around herself. Though unsure of their effectiveness, she decided to lay them out anyway. Moreover, she unexpectedly discovered she had dual water and fire spirit roots during this sect gathering, which hadn't happened in the original plot. Could it be because of her soul? Karina looked at her fully recovered hands, closed her eyes, and began to breathe deeply and meditatively. Conroyed the sect gathering, Harry gave a slight nod, dealing with the cultivators who came to congratulate him. He still appeared modest and kind, but in reality, his heart had yet to stop racing. Though he indeed won against Karina and was confident that he was stronger than her, there was always an ominous premonition lingering in his heart. The 3 words Karina said to him, "Go die," floated back into his mind. In that instant, he felt real, tangible malice. It was as if a demon emerging from countless corpses whispered these 3 words softly in his ear. This woman must not be left alive. Once inside the secret realm, there would naturally be ways to make her disappear without a trace. The secret realm was a convergence of heavenly chi and earth essence. Its entrance opened only once every 60 years, and every 60 years grand sect competition was held to select those who would enter the secret realm. Everyone who emerged from within had significantly increased in strength. The top 10 would gain opportunities, taking out treasures and perhaps achieving ascension. Gem opportunities were accompanied by danger. There were numerous unknown spiritual beasts and traps inside, even a blade of grass might have the power to kill. Many people never returned from the secret realm. Harry slightly lowered his eyelids, hiding the chilling coldness in his eyes. Finally, when Bede, the highest-ranking and most accomplished elder, announced the rankings, only Karina was absent. Jealous people couldn't help but criticize. Truly young and immature, a girl so lacking in discipline. As soon as he spoke, all the senior brothers of Tianhong's sect stared straight at him. "Levy your little junior sister, we love spoiling her. Does this fellow Taoist have any objections?" Jemison, also one of the top 10, confronted the man who didn't even make the top 30, leaving him speechless. After the meeting, he was dragged into the forest by 6th senior gembrother and beaten up thoroughly. It was done publicly, for fear others wouldn't know. If anyone said anything bad about the little junior sister, they'd get beaten. Everyone assumed Karina had simply gone back to recover from her injuries. When the earth-shaking heavenly thunder struck the peak of Tianhong sect again, no one could believe their eyes. Had this genius junior sister broken through yet again? Chapter 359, The Doted Levin younger sister has raised the conroidal demon king, 19. Eve couldn't help but sigh. Becoming the most powerful existence in the previous cultivation world indeed had its perks. Conroyal treasures were within easy reach, and they worked exceptionally well when used. She successfully passed through the middle stage of the soul formation realm. After being picky, she picked an extravagant upgrade protection package for herself, almost arming herself to the teeth. Her mission in entering the secret realm was weighty. She had to find her big puppy, kill Harry, and also find a way to rapidly enhance herself. Even though her current speed was terrifyingly unimaginable in everyone's eyes, it still wasn't enough. Heaven's Tao was merely the manifestation of the world's rules. Conroy Cultivator could only ascend under the suppression of Heaven's Tao throughout their entire life, finally barely standing shoulder to shoulder with it without ever being able to defy it. What she intended to do was break through Heaven's Tao, face the world's rules directly, then destroy everything. Such distorted rules shouldn't exist in the first place. Conroy the entrance of the secret realm, among the 30 top cultivators, the red-clothed girl at the front stood out particularly. Eve was the only female cultivator here. Under normal circumstances, as long as there was a female cultivator present, some male cultivators would inevitably come forward with concerns. Everyone had seen firsthand just how crazy Eve could be, so not one person dared approach her. Levinly Harry, upon seeing Eve, gave a slight nod with a smile and greeted her. "Hello, fellow Taoist Eve." His demeanor was undoubtedly crafted to shape his image as a gentle eldest brother. He had expected this rebellious wild girl to ignore him entirely, allowing him to appear unruffled and thereby showing superiority. Unexpectedly, Eve also looked at him, smiled sweetly. "Hello, fellow Taoist Harry." Harry saw Eve smile for the first time. It was like a flower blooming suddenly in clear mountain springs, not scorching but dazzling. He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly thought. Such a pretty little thing, killing it might be somewhat too pitiful. If he disabled her cultivation, tamed her into a tame little pet, it might be better. Harry curled the corner of his mouth, taking a step toward Eve, his smile growing even gentler. "How are your injuries, Eve?" "There are dangers lurking everywhere inside the secret realm. You must be careful." "Conroy's, it is your first time entering while I've been in thrice. If I happen to meet you, I will certainly protect you." Levin's inside, everyone's position was randomized, and given the vastness of the secret realm, some people might never meet each other until they exited. Eve's smile was sweet, and her eyes shone brightly. "Really? That's wonderful. I'm looking forward to meeting Elder Gembrother Harry." Seeing Eve talk so nicely, it was hard to associate her with that ruthless and fearless girl from before. Some people, seeing Eve's attitude, boldly approached and chatted with her. Eve responded amicably to all, leaving no one feeling uncomfortable. In no time, everyone gathered around Eve, completely forgetting about Harry. Though Harry was still the leader, Eve shone far brighter than him, completely stealing his thunder. Harry subtly clenched his hand tighter. Soon, the secret realm opened. Besides Eve, Tiangong's sect also had its eldest Flint Gembrother Jemisim, second Flint Gembrother Zion, and third Flint Gembrother Eshan enter the secret realm. Jemisim handed over a pile of sound transmission talismans to Eve. "Try to stay with us after we go in. If you encounter any danger, remember to use them." Eve smiled and obediently took them, thinking it was impossible to travel with them. She still wanted to secretly kill Harry. The instant everyone stepped into the secret realm, the scene before them changed dramatically. It was as if a palette had spilled, blending all colors of the world into one chaotic mess. bodies felt as if they were weightless, spinning around endlessly. When everything stabilized, Eve found herself in a dense forest, completely alone. The trees here were extremely tall, towering so high that Eve couldn't see the top even when she craned her neck upward. At the same time, she sensed the substantial spiritual energy permeating the surroundings, 10 times more intense than the densest spiritual energy on the outside. It felt like soaking in an invisible hot spring, every part of her body refreshed. Just after breaking through, Eve desperately needed these rich spiritual energies to nourish her spirit platform, immediately sitting down to meditate and absorb them vigorously. The forest air was crisp and refreshing. She closed her eyes, sensing small animals moving through the grass, the rustling leaves stirred by the breeze, the flapping wings of butterflies, the underground currents flowing. Conjoined, a pair of green, eerie eyes. Eve snapped open her eyes, scanning her surroundings, but the fleeting sensation vanished instantly. Was it her big puppy? If so, why didn't it come to rub against her? However, the feeling was too elusive, even Eve herself wasn't sure. She pondered for a moment, then closed her eyes again, holding her breath and concentrating, but she did not feel those eyes anymore. Not far away, the giant wolf noticed this striking figure. He had been to this secret realm many times and naturally knew these were cultivators who had come to the secret realm. It was the first time he saw a female cultivator come here, and the giant wolf was somewhat surprised, but only slightly. He detested all cultivators extremely. That year, he was framed with baseless charges, trampled into mud, bloodied and mangled, yet none of those he had saved stood up, not even casting a doubt on his so-called crimes. The recovery of his memories and the nurturing of the secret realm allowed his cultivation to rapidly advance. When the secret realm opened again, he followed these cultivators out, gradually reclaiming what he had lost. He was originally a genius and had experience from his previous life. If anyone encountered him, they would find that this wolf demon's cultivation was just as terrifying as the rumored little junior sister. For this reason, the giant wolf concealed his aura and was not detected by Macy. He did not wish to linger here and prepared to leave. Yet, staring at the red figure, for some reason, he could not turn his gaze away. Conroy's strange sense of familiarity enveloped him. He stared intently at this little girl's back, when suddenly he heard the sound of beasts approaching from nearby. The little girl was still in meditation, eyes tightly shut. Perhaps it was her first time in the secret realm, drawn by the rich spiritual energy, unable to resist absorbing and converting it immediately. She was too careless, failing to put up a protective barrier around herself. What a naive and foolish little girl. The beasts in the secret realm were no ordinary creatures. If targeted, one would be lucky to escape with their skin intact. That beast clearly regarded Macy as a sweet snack, creeping closer from behind her left side until its true form was revealed, a tiger with fangs. The giant wolf stood behind Macy to the right, eyes fixed on her back, heart pounding faster. Reason told him not to care about these cultivators' lives, but why did he feel he shouldn't just walk away? The little girl didn't move an inch, remaining oblivious. Finally, as the tiger growled and pounced at Macy's back at incredible speed, a silver flash darted over. The giant wolf lunged directly at the tiger's throat, demonic aura surging. His sharp teeth instantly pierced the artery, hot blood spilling into his mouth. In an instant, the tiger's eyes bulged, convulsed twice, and stilled. Fortunately, it was a spirit beast, and consuming its heart would be beneficial. Blood already stained the giant wolf's upper body. He pinned the tiger's abdomen with his front claws, his sharp teeth piercing its neck again, ripping it open. The air filled with the smell of blood. Suddenly, the giant wolf felt his tail grabbed and became immobile. The little girl, whom he thought had been frightened away, stood behind him, using immortal gemending locks on his tail, her sweet voice ringing. Fooled by the same trick twice, you really are my silly doggy. Chapter 360, the little flint sister of the group has tamed the Demon King, 20. The giant wolf's pupils instantly constricted. In just a blink, he suddenly raised his front paw, turned his body, and lunged straight at Macy. Macy was stunned, completely not expecting this to happen. Most importantly, the overwhelming stench of blood accompanied by a sinister aura surged toward her, actually exuding an entirely different kind of fierce killing intent compared to before. Shocked, Macy instinctively loosened her grip and took a step back. Seizing the opportunity, the giant wolf thrashed to free itself from the immortal gemending lock around its tail. Unexpectedly, that lock was indeed formidable, clinging tightly to its flesh, causing a burning pain. The giant wolf's green eyes dimmed as it bit down hard on its own tail. Tearing through flesh, it managed to break free from the immortal gemending lock amidst the mess of blood and gore. Lifting its head, it met the chilling gaze of the young girl. It took 2 steps back, lowering its upper body slightly, baring its fangs at Macy, openly displaying its hostility and murderous intent. Standing her ground, Macy stared intently at the giant wolf, the smile on her lips fading. When the exquisite little face wasn't smiling, it had an unsettling coldness. Her fingers twitched, summoning a long ice-blue sword. The giant wolf let out a low growl in response to the weapon appearing in her hand. He finally sensed that he faced a dangerous enemy. She wasn't just some inexperienced young girl. This was a trap designed to ensnare him. Blood seeped from his torn tail, causing him to twitch slightly from the pain, but he paid no mind to it. He only focused on Macy's every move, contemplating the possibility of escaping from her. Macy tilted her head at him, speaking softly. Why have you become so strong and disobedient after only a few days? My doggy, are you planning to run away? The young girl's voice was soft and eerie. Macy picked up the immortal gem-ending lock, holding it in her hand. Conroy's unruly dog should be tied up. If it remains disobedient, it should be disciplined until it behaves, don't you think? Aiden? Aiden? These two words gently landed in his heart, making his heart tremble. He only knew himself as Ernan. Before joining the sect, he was Ernan. Even after becoming the eldest disciple of Tianqi sect, he remained Ernan, all the way until death. Why did these two characters feel both familiar and foreign? Before he could ponder further, the young girl's long sword thrust directly at his throat. Her attack came with overwhelming force. Ernan was startled, gritting his teeth to dodge, but was scorched by the icy blue flames along the edge of the sword. His pupils constricted, he was dual elemental. Just like him in his previous life. He used to be gold and wood. Gold overcame wood, yet he perfected both elements. Extreme prosperity inevitably leads to decline, ultimately being unable to withstand the will of heaven. Ernan didn't know why this young girl would want to kill him, but he knew he couldn't die here. Seeing the girl slash fiercely again, he transformed into human form, a black dagger appearing in his hand, barely resisting her blow. The disparity in strength left Ernan feeling a surge of chi and blood rushing in his chest. Kneeling on one knee, he held the dagger above his head with both hands, barely blocking the sword, trembling slightly, his voice hoarse. Why do you want to kill me? Macy was taken aback. She stared at him intently, momentarily forgetting what she was supposed to do. Dogs grow this fast? Just recently, he was still a slender youth when she saw him. How did he turn into a young man? And so handsome. Conroy's mixture of youth and maturity made his features resemble those of verdant mountains and mist, sharp brows pressing down, yet softened by downturned eyes. Eyes marred his face, and his perfectly sculpted arms bore injuries as well. It was a pity that his clothes obscured his full form, but even the silhouette revealed something wondrous. Staring at Ernan for a long while, Macy suddenly frowned, thunderstruck. My ears. My tail. The ears atop his head, the tail behind his rear, both were gone. Gone. Ernan felt his defenses slacken. He stood up instantly, stepping back, lifting his eyes to look warily at the girl in front of him, only to see her gazing at him with aggrieved eyes, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes shimmering as if with tears. Ernan? Within a short incense stick's time, he witnessed the girl transform from charming to eerie, then overflowing with murderous intent, and finally to teary-eyed. Combining her illogical and peculiar words earlier, Ernan concluded. This girl seems to have a bit of a mental problem. Without drawing attention, he stepped back another step, his voice gentle, fearful of setting off this little madwoman again. My name is Ernan, I did not mean to disturb. Conroy apologies. Macy regained her composure, returning to her senses. Just now, she was too happy to see her dog and too angry at his sudden attack, leading to all her actions being instinctive, without any thought. Now, as she looked into his eyes, she finally caught that sense of wrongness. His gaze truly did not resemble that of a young pup's. He was no longer the easily deceived little wolf from before. Those eyes were mature and cold, even calculating the pros and cons. Most importantly, they looked at her with vigilance and unfamiliarity. He wasn't her big dog anymore. Macy frowned at this realization, then suddenly smiled and said to him. You should know you can't win against me. Get down on your knees. If you do, I won't kill you, I'll let you go. How about it? Ernan stared at Macy expressionlessly, his fingertips turning pale, his eyes icy. He didn't speak, his lips tightly pursed, his arms slightly raised in a defensive posture. That was a refusal. Yes, it was this gaze. Even if trampled into the mud and subjected to humiliation, that gaze would remain fierce, never pleading or conceding. When she first met him, his eyes had been like that. Macy smiled more brilliantly. So he was still her big dog, although his mind seemed damaged and he no longer recognized his owner, he was still the one she liked. Since she liked him, how could she possibly let him disappear again? Jean good, you be good, and I'll give you anything. She murmured softly, her fingers twitching, the immortal gem-ending lock transforming into a long whip. With one hand holding the whip and the other the long sword, she suddenly leaped into the air, her smile sweet. Just warming up. Now, I'm getting serious. Ernan gritted his teeth tightly, not dodging, but instead raising his head to meet her. In the distance, Harry suddenly looked in their direction. The mixed water and fire spiritual energy bursting out could only belong to Macy. He found her. Conroy's smile flickered on his lips. He exchanged glances with his 3 junior brothers from the same sect and dashed towards the scene. When the immortal gem-ending lock turned into a whip and directly whipped Ernan back to his original form, there wasn't a single unharmed spot on his body. Memories of being kicked off the cliff shattered in front of him. Jeeming strangled by the vines used by his former junior brother seemed to happen again. He forced himself to stay awake, struggling to think that these cultivators were indeed all the same. Senseless slaughter, treating all things as mere grass. Macy stood next to Ernan, his blood soaking through her dress. Her fingers tightened slightly, causing the giant wolf's body to twitch and curl, the immortal gemending lock digging deeper into his flesh, tightening bit by bit. Ernan coughed out a mouthful of blood. Amidst the excruciating pain, he suddenly laughed lowly. Conroy, are you, raised by Harry? How, cough, even torturing wolves, look so alike. Macy's fingers paused. She was right on point. Gemmet comparing her to that disgusting thing really made her unhappy. Macy cast a spell, and the giant wolf's body gradually shrank. When the wolf became as small as a pup, she finally curled her fingers. The immortal gemending lock transformed into a collar around the puppy's neck. Then, she squatted down, ignoring his blood-soaked body, cradling the barely alive Ernan in her arms. The clear and passionate fragrance filled his nose. In extreme pain and weakness, Ernan thought. This little madwoman, what else does she want to do to torture him? Just then, Macy suddenly turned around, looking behind her. Harry, along with 3 disciples of Tianqi's sect, stood behind her, smiling. Little Flint's sister, we found you. Chapter 361, the younger Flint sister of the group has raised the conroidal demon king, 21. Macy wore a red dress, and blood was also red. Before she turned around just now, she quickly cast a spell to clean up the scene and was not detected by Harry at all. Incidentally, she also put a healing pill into the mouth of the little wolf in her arms. Ernan learned for the first time that medicinal pills could be sweet. It melted instantly upon entering the mouth, warmth spread throughout his limbs, and the pain from the wounds on his body disappeared immediately. He had thought it would be some torturous thing. Gemmet, when he found out his internal and external injuries were rapidly healing, he froze. Madman, indeed, his behavior was unpredictable. Ernan really couldn't understand what this little girl was thinking. There was still a spirit-binding lock around his neck. There was no way he could escape. So, he could only stay motionless in Macy's embrace. The person who came was his former good junior brother. Ernan lowered his eyes, resting his head on Macy's arm, looking like an obedient pet. No one could see the scornful and malevolent look in his eyes. Hearing Harry call her little master sister, Ernan sneered inwardly. Indeed, they were from the same school. Gemmet soon, Macy's voice sounded. How many times have I told you, I'm not your little master sister? Ernan was stunned again, confused. Harry was not angry but still smiled warmly. Conroy, right, Macy. Since we've met by chance, let's go together. It will be easier to take care of each other. Macy patted the little wolf in her arms, still feeling that her dog looked cutest this way. Indeed, one should fight until they admit defeat. She had wanted to find Harry anyway. Now that he came here on his own, Macy naturally welcomed it. She smiled sweetly. That's great then. Gemmet, at this moment, Ernan lifted his head to look at Harry. Seeing that gentle smile, his heart sank. He knew his junior brother too well. When he usually showed this expression, he was plotting something. For some reason, he didn't want this little girl who held him to go over. Maybe because her embrace was warm and sweet. Lever perhaps because she hadn't really killed him. Gemmet ultimately, he did not show any strange behavior. He was just a fragile wolf demon now. Harry also noticed the wolf demon in Macy's arms, narrowing his eyes slightly and smiling warmly at Macy. Macy, do you like wolves? Macy, yes, what about it? Harry knew this wolf was definitely not the one he had killed before. Conroy, though it looked similar, this one was smaller and more fragile. Harry, I always feel that you girls should prefer rabbits or foxes. Macy chuckled and said ruthlessly. That's just because your mindset is too narrow. Her impoliteness to her senior made several of Harry's juniors frown as if they were ready to teach Macy a lesson. Harry was also displeased but felt a sense of conquest rising within him. Just like when he tamed a wild beast that wouldn't submit, watching it struggle and resist, finally submitting underfoot to please him, that feeling was truly wonderful. Harry walked ahead, and with a flick of his fingers, the thorns blocking the path parted automatically, clearing a narrow path. Conroy, as they walked, he gently introduced the surrounding environment and the properties of plants to Macy. The other 3 disciples followed behind Macy, seemingly providing rear support but actually cutting off her possibility of escape. Pretending to know nothing, Macy lowered her eyes to look at the little wolf in her arms. She pinched the little wolf's ears, causing it to tremble again, its ear tips turning hot. Macy felt quite pleased. Indeed, even though it wasn't as obedient anymore, its body was still so endearing. Where are we going now? Macy asked. Harry smiled. It's probably Macy's first time in the secret realm, so you might not know where the good things are. We're heading to the center of the secret realm, where there are many divine artifacts beneficial for cultivation. If the divine artifact acknowledges you, you can take it out. Someone as powerful as Macy would naturally qualify. Macy rolled her eyes but didn't oppose and followed Harry step by step deeper into the jungle. Harry had originally planned to kill Macy but changed his mind. Women are so stubborn because they don't know the goodness of men. Without tasting the goodness of men, they naturally won't listen. The yin-yang interaction is a law of nature. Following this natural law, he would help Macy recognize herself and realize what a woman should do. Conroy, though she was a bit young. Harry slightly turned his head to look at Macy. He heard that the little girl had just celebrated her 14th birthday a few days ago, indeed a bit young. Even in the mortal world, they would wait 2 more years before getting married. Gemmet cultivators are indeed different. When their cultivation reaches a certain level, their bodies will also change accordingly. Macy, at her current age, is not much different from being 16 or 18. Harry, indulging in lewd and disturbing thoughts, led Macy towards a large patch of silk tree flowers. However, the Ernon in Macy's arms suddenly became aware of something and lifted his head. The little wolf's fluffy head surveyed the surroundings, its ears suddenly flattening back, as if it had sensed some danger, resembling airplane ears. Seeing this scene, Macy's eyes sparkled. How adorable it was for such a small cub to suddenly display such vigilance. She swallowed hard, unable to resist any longer, and leaned down to, bite the tip of the little wolf's ear. Ernon, who was on high alert, was caught off guard by the sudden bite. He let out a sudden soft whimper from his throat, and even his tail stiffened up. The pain mixed with a familiar yet strange feeling invaded his body. Who was the wolf here, him or her? Hernan's whole body turned hot, wriggling around in Macy's embrace, unable to bear it any longer. It felt like he was about to die from tension. How could Macy allow him to struggle? Her originally loosely held arms suddenly tightened, her voice soft and gentle. "Jeem good." Ernon was pressed tightly against Macy's chest, even feeling the vibrations from her speaking. The stronger scent drilled into his sensitive nose, and only a thin layer of fabric separated him from the girl. Instantly, he turned into a burning, petrified wolf. Chapter 362, The Gemeloved Younger Sister Who Raised the Great Dakari, 22. Macy did not notice the stiffness of the little wolf in her arms. She sniffed and smelled a faint fragrance. This fragrance, sweet and penetrating, instantly made her mouth feel dry. The further they went, the stronger this fragrance became. Harry communicated with his junior brothers through telepathy, reminding them to take the antidote for the Hedera flowers in advance. Macy's steps slowed slightly. Harry quickly sensed the change in Macy and turned back, smiling warmly. "Macy, what's wrong?" Macy blinked and smiled sweetly. "Nothing, I just smelled a particularly nice fragrance." Harry said, "Indeed, ahead is a sea of flowers. Don't you girls all love flowers? Let me take you to see it, it's very beautiful." He acted like an elder brother leading his beloved little sister, so caring and gentle that it was hard not to like him. Sure enough, Macy's smile became even sweeter. Elder Gembrother Harry is really nice. However, the little wolf in Macy's arms suddenly raised its head at her words and stared straight at Macy. The girl's sweet and charming smile seemed genuine. Ernon suddenly began struggling fiercely. His struggle came abruptly, and now, having been healed by Macy, he had considerable strength. Macy let out a small cry of surprise, loosening her arms, and the little wolf fell to the ground. Ernon still wore the immortal binding lock as a collar around his neck. Knowing he couldn't transform into his original form in front of Harry, the small Ernon decided not to reveal any of his cultivation. Conroyfter falling to the ground, he opened his mouth and bit onto Macy's dress, pulling backward. His fluffy tail stood up due to the force, his forepaws gripping the ground firmly, shifting his center of gravity backwards. With each exertion, his ears would flatten against his head. Macy was utterly charmed by the cuteness. She was pulled back a step and laughed coquettishly. "What's wrong? Naughty doggy." Her laughter was so sweet it could make one's heart melt. Harry felt that this wolf was quite troublesome and planned to lure it away and kill it when the time came. Lev, of course, Ernon could not explain the situation to Macy in front of Harry. He wanted to say, "Don't go forward, these are Hedera flowers. The closer you get, the more you will be affected by their fragrance. If you stand among the flowers, you'll feel weak and have strong desires." Levins, he accidentally fell into this place. To maintain his consciousness, he had to stab his own thighs until they were full of wounds before crawling out barely. He then soaked himself in the cold spring for 3 days and nights to cleanse the poison of the Hedera flowers. Lev, of course, if one engaged in intercourse, the poison could be cleansed directly without such suffering. Ernon held Macy's dress tightly in his mouth, unwilling to let go. His green eyes looked like they were filled with moisture, and he whimpered softly in his throat, still trying to pull Macy backward. Macy reached out to hold her dress, huffing lightly. "Levy, what a naughty doggy, unwilling to go here or there. How can I keep you if you try to restrict my movements?" With that, she pointed at Hernan's neck, and the collar loosened, turning back into a chain which returned to Macy's hand. Ernon froze, looking at Macy in disbelief. Was he free? While Ernon was stunned, Macy pulled her dress out and waved at him. "Scram, forcing isn't sweet, and it's no fun." Then she looked up at Harry and smiled, "Let's go." Harry naturally agreed wholeheartedly, finding the wolf much less irritating now. Lev originally thinking it would be troublesome to kill the wolf later, but now that the wolf had left on its own, it saved him the trouble. Harry said, "Macy, if you like it, I can catch some prettier little wolf demons for you in the future." Macy replied, "I like anything fluffy." They continued walking forward, no longer glancing at the dumbfounded Ernon. Staring at the bright red back view, Ernon twisted his neck and finally believed that she had indeed let him go. This young girl was truly chaotic and malicious, unpredictable. Ernon shook off his fur and gradually transformed back into his original giant wolf form. His round, watery eyes lengthened slightly at the corners, revealing a fierce look. He stared straight at the direction Macy had left, even though he could no longer see anyone. Conroyfter a while, he turned sharply and dashed into the depths of the jungle. Since he was free now, he would continue doing what he should, become stronger, leave go to the demon race, and then come back to meet his master and juniors. Conroys for these cultivators' dirty affairs, he had no interest at all. Moreover, that not-so-bright young girl might have also taken a liking to Harry. Everyone has their own fate, he could only treat this as a bizarre encounter. The giant wolf pounced on a spirit beast, ripped it open, and picked up the heart, but its mind was elsewhere. The closer they got to the flower patch, the more rapid Macy's breathing became. Harry and the others naturally noticed something was amiss with Macy. They exchanged glances, each seeing excitement in the other's eyes. Indeed, she was still a naive young girl, so easy to deceive. That fragrance grew stronger, and they could already see the large patches of pink flowers not far away. Though dangerous, they were truly beautiful. Exiting the dense forest ahead, the view suddenly opened up, with vast grasslands stretching toward the horizon. The nearby sea of flowers rippled in the breeze, like a dream, like a fairyland. The wind carried the refreshing fragrance, caressing people's faces, making even their bones feel limp. Macy's voice sounded soft and weak. What's happening? Why is my head so dizzy, and I feel so weak? Harry moved a little closer to Macy, looking concerned as he asked. Macy, are you feeling weak all over? That's normal, the first time entering a secret realm, the abundant spiritual energy here can cause some discomfort. Conroy's he spoke, he edged even closer to Macy. Macy rolled her eyes and took a step back to maintain her distance from Harry, appearing slightly unsteady. Harry assumed it was unintentional. He looked down at Macy, his heart trembling. He saw the young girl's cheeks flushed slightly, her usually defiant face now showing a bewildered curiosity, finally resembling the obedient little girl he imagined. Macy was indeed stunningly beautiful, more so than any female cultivator they had ever seen. Now that the arrogance they found repulsive had faded, she resembled a delicate peach blossom on a branch, further dissuading Harry from the idea of killing her. If he could gain a cute and obedient junior sister instead of losing a rival, it would be a pleasant outcome. Chapter 363, The Gem-loved Younger Sister Who Tamed the Demon King, 23. Harry had already planned how to explain the situation to the Tianhong sect. It would simply be that Karina, the young sister disciple, accidentally got poisoned by the Hedera flower. They heard her cries for help and came to her rescue, risking their own safety to save her. Unfortunately, Karina's poisoning was difficult to resolve, and they tried everything possible to avoid anything inappropriate. Gemma Karina pleaded desperately, and because of the poison and intense spiritual energy surging through her body, she almost experienced a backlash. In the end, he sacrificed himself to righteousness and helped cleanse the poison from his little sister disciple. The elder brother disciple remained the exemplary figure everyone knew, but the little sister disciple would never again be the stunning one who captivated all. Everything would return to normal, and he might even win the heart of this beautiful little sister disciple, perhaps practicing cultivation together. Harry fantasized about this beautiful future, his expression growing gentler. If you're not feeling well, Karina, you can lean on me a bit. Karina shook her head, standing firm, pinching the bridge of her nose. Do we have to go any further? They were already at the edge of the sea of flowers. Harry observed Karina's expression and realized that with her high cultivation level, the toxins weren't affecting her significantly enough yet. He pointed to a nearby flower patch. If you're not feeling well, Karina, you can sit over there for a while. The fragrance of these flowers has a calming effect. If you adjust your internal energy, you should feel better soon. Karina looked up at him, blinking. Is that so? Leave IK then. With that, she stepped into the vast sea of pink flowers. The red dress on the young girl completely overshadowed the delicate pink blooms. In an instant, Harry suddenly felt as if she was the most gorgeous and captivating flower, unaffected by anything around her. Gem it quickly, he pulled back from his thoughts and followed Karina into the flower field. The moment they stepped into the sea of flowers, a swarm of butterflies rose. These butterflies were also pink, carrying fine, light pollen that floated in the air and was inhaled by everyone present. Karina coughed slightly, as if something had choked her, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at Harry. Why do I feel a bit uncomfortable? Her face grew increasingly flushed, and her eyes turned red, like a small white rabbit caught in a trap, unaware of its predicament. Harry found this even more endearing, gently consoling her. It's all right, take a rest by sitting down. Karina nodded and sat down, her small face getting closer to the flowers. Harry pretended to admire the scenery but actually focused entirely on Karina. He noticed that Karina was now weak and powerless, and suddenly felt that bringing 3 junior disciples was quite cumbersome. Initially, fearing Karina wouldn't cooperate, he brought extra people just in case. Now, seeing Karina so obedient, he no longer needed these extra chaperones. Harry said aloud, little sister Karina isn't feeling well, you 3 fetch some water from the waterfall to the south. In secret, he communicated to them. Each of you guard a different direction, stay far away, don't approach, and don't let anyone else approach. The 3 junior disciples looked disappointed but dared not object, nodding before leaving. Soon, only distant mountains, sky clouds, and the pink flower fields remained in sight. The sky gradually darkened, and Karina's breathing became heavier. Eyes closed, she adjusted her breath, while Harry stood not far from her, closely observing her changes, his heart filling with joy. Finally, Karina opened her eyes, her face flushed, unbuttoning the top button of her clothes. Conroy, though nothing could be seen, Harry's eyes lit up, his heartbeat quickening. He cleared his throat, trying to maintain a serious demeanor. Karina, what's wrong? Stand up, let's check out the nearby cold pond. Karina nodded, propping herself up off the ground. Gemmet, as soon as she stood, she fell to the ground, seemingly too weak to get up. Conroy's bewildered and surprised expression appeared on the young girl's delicate face, her eyes becoming hazy as she unconsciously touched her neck, feeling the heat spreading throughout her body. Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. He knew it was the right time. He moved closer to Karina, crouched down, and swallowed hard. Karina, are you feeling very weak and uncomfortable? Karina nodded. Yes. Why is that? Harry sighed. It's likely due to the excessive spiritual energy here, causing you to almost experience a backlash. Hold out your hand, let me examine you. Just then, Harry seemed to hear the sound of wild beasts fighting nearby. He dismissed it, thinking it natural in this realm where the strong prey on the weak. Even though he had taken the antidote, he felt the flower fragrance still affected him somewhat. Levither-wise, why would his heart race, and his body feel so hot? Karina looked at him in confusion, actually extending her hand toward Harry, allowing him to feel her pulse. Her delicate and fair arm peeked out from under the sleeve, revealing the faint blue veins beneath her skin. The crimson sleeves draped over her elbows, making her skin appear even more snow-white. Harry swallowed hard, slowly extending his hand. Karina lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Just as Harry was about to touch the girl's skin, suddenly, he saw Karina raise her face and smile sweetly. Harry was momentarily dazzled by that smile, almost wanting to pounce on her right then. Gemmet, in the next moment, he suddenly realized something odd. Karina didn't seem to be smiling at him. In an instant, he felt a cold, bloody chill spread across the back of his head, enveloping his entire back. Warriors always warned against turning their backs to the enemy, it was the most vulnerable spot. Yet all his attention had been captivated by Karina, so much so that he hadn't sensed the approach of an enemy. Gemmet, Harry, being late-stage spirit formation, quickly reacted. With a leap, rows of alair flowers sprouted at lightning speed behind him, forming a protective shield like a wall of flowers. However, the next moment, those flower walls withered rapidly, and the beast's sharp fangs plunged straight into Harry's left shoulder. Pain shot through him, and he let out a low growl, gathering spiritual power into his left shoulder as he wrestled with the beast. Finally, he managed to turn around into a fighting stance, only then seeing what this beast truly looked like. The giant wolf was drenched in blood, clearly not its own. Its cold, bloodthirsty eyes gleamed in the dim light, like the sharpest blades. Just looking at them invoked a sense of impending death. Harry noticed a cross-shaped wound on the wolf's body, a fresh one, matching the shape of his junior brother's innate magical artifact. Harry's pupils constricted. Conroy would attribute wolf demon, and it had killed his junior brother. It was exceedingly rare for demons to possess elemental attributes, and this wolf demon was terrifyingly powerful. However, the wolf demon wouldn't give him time to think. With another low growl, the wolf bared its fangs, charging at Harry once again. Harry rapidly retreated, reciting incantations. Leviverall, his strength still surpassed the wolf demon's. Killing it to avenge his junior brothers should not be a problem. Conroy's he gathered his jade folding fan in his hands, the luminous jade bones transformed into sharp blades, stabbing directly at the giant wolf. He suddenly froze. Coldness spread through his chest. Looking down, he saw an ice-blue sword piercing from his back to the front of his chest. How was this possible? Hadn't Karina been immobilized? Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, layer upon layer of oppressive pressure, with golden lightning twisting and rolling within. Conroy's sweet voice spoke from behind, no longer tender but like a vengeful ghost. I said I'd kill you. I never go back on my word. Then she turned to look at the giant wolf. Indeed, you're my good doggy. I was worried you wouldn't come. Come here, let me kiss you. Harry's pupils constricted, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Gemmet, in the next moment, his figure suddenly vanished without a trace. Karina's eyes widened in shock. This wasn't his true form? Chapter 364, the conroitered younger sister has raised the Demon King, 24. Karina glanced at the tip of her sword, where blood still clung. Yet, such a large figure as Harry had vanished. Moreover, dark clouds gathered in the sky, reminiscent of the scene when she was about to win against Harry on the arena. Could this Harry have something to do with the heavenly Tao? Karina's eyelashes trembled slightly, catching onto something. Ernan was also baffled about what had transpired. Evidently, this Harry was more than just Harry. In his previous life, he hadn't detected any of these nuances. Having killed those 3 late-stage nascent soul cultivators, he was already exhausted. Yet, he had just faced off against Harry again, pushing himself to the brink, draining every last bit of strength as if risking his own life. Now that the enemy had vanished without a trace, he was panting heavily, taking 2 steps back. Ernan looked at Karina as she sheathed her sword, belatedly realizing that he had been fooled once again. Clearly, when he had told her to get lost earlier, she seemed like someone bewitched by Harry. Gemmet, her stab just now showed no hesitation, as if she had anticipated it all along. He had been worrying about this young girl being bullied by these hypocrites, only to find out that she wasn't just a madcap but also a cunning one who could pretend so well. Moreover, judging from her current expression, nothing had changed. He shouldn't have come back. Staring at Karina, Ernan cautiously took a step back. Karina leisurely flicked the droplets of blood off her sword. It didn't matter if she couldn't kill him in one go, there would be a second time, countless times. She could destroy the world. What was a piece of trash compared to that? With the garbage gone, the atmosphere was perfect, and the focus should naturally be on her beloved teacher. Karina was in high spirits because Ernan had indeed come. When she had let Ernan go initially, it was a test. If he dared not come, she would have exposed him immediately. Sheathing her sword, Karina smiled sweetly at the giant wolf covered in blood and gasping for breath. Good doggy, come here. Furrowing his brow, Ernan took another step back, trying to keep his distance from Karina. Conroy was particularly irritated by the term doggy she used. Gemmet after only one step back, the smile on Karina's face disappeared. The sky was dim, and even her eyes seemed sinister. Hernan's heart skipped a beat, halting his retreat, not daring to step back further. He truly had no idea what else this madcap might do. Her power was terrifying, and while he dared to provoke Harry, he didn't dare to provoke Karina, especially since she hadn't been poisoned. Conroy fully restored genius cultivator versus an exhausted, battered wolf demon. The outcome was obvious even to a blind man. Ernan felt that if he took one more step back, this madcap might tear him apart instantly. He whispered. You. What else do you want? Karina, I want you to come over. Sitting amidst the sea of pink flowers, her long dress spread out like a crimson mandala, overshadowing the delicate beauty of the pink honeysuckle around her. Time within the realm flowed at the same pace as the outside world, and now the sky was gradually growing darker, all colors blending into indistinct shades except for the star-like brightness of the young girl's eyes. Ernan remained stiff for a few seconds before awkwardly inching closer to Karina. Conroy powerful madcap should be dealt with gently. He had resisted earlier, and the consequences were something he didn't want to experience again. Love of course, there was also a hidden emotion inside him, something he himself hadn't yet realized. He actually didn't mind her proximity. Seeing Ernan dragging his feet, Karina grew impatient and transformed her immortal binding lock into a whip, lashing it directly toward Ernan. Hernan's pupils constricted, bracing for the pain to come. However, the expected pain did not materialize. The whip softened upon contact, winding softly around his neck. Karina gave a gentle tug, and the giant wolf, unable to resist, stumbled forward toward her. Just before crashing into her, Ernan barely struggled. Gemmet Karina wouldn't give him that chance, swiftly grabbing the thick fur around Hernan's neck and pulling him closer. Caught off guard, Ernan collapsed into the warm, soft embrace. The moment his nose touched her, the crisp and pleasant fragrance enveloped him, mingling with the faint scent of blood, completely overshadowing the sickly sweet aroma of the honeysuckle flowers. Conwell he had taken herbal medicine before coming to counteract the honeysuckle flower's poison. Why did he feel like he was affected by it now? The giant wolf's body tensed, but Karina was content. There were perks to having a small wolf. It was cuddly, fluffy, and utterly defenseless. Gemmet a big wolf was great too, so large that she could snuggle into his chest, lying mostly on his belly, burying her face to rub against him. Karina did as she thought, directly casting a cleaning spell to remove the blood from the giant wolf's body. Then, ignoring Hernan's expression, she buried her face in his belly. She had thought he looked so fierce with those bristling back hairs, but who would have expected the fur on his belly to be so soft and comfortable? Though there was still a faint smell of blood, due to Hernan's wounds bleeding. Karina had cleaned off the blood of others from his body, but she hadn't treated his wounds. The pressure from Karina on his abdominal wound brought a fresh wave of tearing pain. Ernan stiffened, unsure if it was from the pain or tension. He didn't dare to move, only able to look down at the nape of the girl's neck and the slender, fair stretch of skin exposed. She curled up comfortably in Hernan's embrace, rubbing against him without any guard, exposing her most vulnerable area right under his sharp fangs. Ernan had no doubt that if he lowered his head to bite, she wouldn't have a chance to escape. Gemmet after staring at that white, tender neck for a long while, he finally tore his gaze away and spoke hoarsely. Why me? He couldn't understand, there were so many spirit beasts here, and he was just a demon, one with chaotic aura at that. Why did the little girl insist on clinging to him? Karina lifted her head, bright eyes meeting his, her nose brushing against a strand of wolf fur. Gemmikas, you are mine. You have always been mine. Karina paused, gazing into those green eyes for a long time before blinking. It seems you really don't remember. Hernan's heart skipped a beat. Almost as soon as Karina said this, fragmented images flashed through his mind. Gemmeling, small courtyard, the vast night sky filled with stars. Gemmet they vanished too quickly for him to grasp. Perhaps he had forgotten something in this life, but it wasn't important. He remained silent, not planning to tell Karina about his previous life. He didn't know Karina well enough to be sure she wouldn't kill him or hand him over to the Tianchi sect after hearing it. Gemmet soon, the words that came from the little madcap made him go rigid all over. Your eyes have changed, you're clearly not a pup anymore. You seem to hate Harry a lot, you must know him well. Just a few days away from me, and your strength grew so much, you must have originally been a very powerful person. There's hate in your eyes, but also principles. You must have been a very good person in the past, even if you died tragically. You're completely different from me. When you killed Harry, his flower wall withered instantly. It must have been you, you're Wood affiliated, but your killing intent is stronger than Wood's. Metal embodies killing intent. Are you perhaps dual Wood Metal affiliated? How many people like that are there? Ernan, perhaps I should call you Flint Elroy? Ernan hadn't heard his cultivation name in a long time. Hearing it from the little madcap now made him tremble as if those excruciating pains had returned. He took a heavy breath. There is no more Elroy, only Ernan. Chapter 365, The younger sister of the cult is raising the great demon king, 25. Indeed, little madcap is more than just a little madcap. Ernan was momentarily flustered, his heart pounding rapidly. He hadn't expected his identity to be uncovered so quickly. Even Harry didn't notice anything amiss. Yet this young girl who had never met him from his previous life managed to see through him with just a few words. Ernan was the name he used when cultivating in the mortal world, while Elroy was the name given by the elder after joining the Tianqi sect. He no longer wanted to be Elroy, he only wished to remain Ernan. Macy complied readily, calling out sweetly, Gemig Gemrother Ernan. Ernan stiffened even more. If little madcap whipped him, he might have felt better. Gemmet now, the young girl lay on top of him, pressing tightly against him, her scorching heat passing through, making every hair on his body tremble. Macy said, Gemig Gemrother Ernan, look at how compatible we are. You embody wood and metal, I embody water and fire. Metal generates water, water nourishes wood, we should be mutually intertwined. These wild words coming from a young girl sent a chill down Hernan's spine, all the way to his tail. Who taught you this? His voice became low and hoarse, trembling. Macy blinked innocently, it's written in books, the mutual generation and overcoming of the 5 elements. Was what I said incorrect? Ernan gritted his teeth, grateful that he was in wolf form now, covered in fur that hid his flushed ears and heated skin. He took a deep breath, Gemmet fire overcomes wood. Macy nodded happily, right, how could I forget? Gemig Gemrother Ernan, do you know what this means? Ernan originally intended to tell Macy that it meant she was wrong. However, as Macy asked this question, a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Sure enough, Macy smiled and spoke sweetly. It means when we intermingle, I'll be the one controlling you. The great wolf finally couldn't bear it anymore. He thought being whipped would be better than hearing these wild words from little madcap. He struggled fiercely, using the moment when Macy sat up in confusion to stand up, putting some distance between them. He sat before her, trying to control his expression. Don't say such things in the future, not to anyone. Macy wasn't annoyed. She sat cross-legged facing Ernan, looking obedient. Then she realized she had to tilt her head back to look him in the eye. She waved her hand, Jamen down, it's tiring to look up. Hernan's gaze was cold, his ear tips twitching impatiently, but he eventually bent slightly, bringing himself to eye level with Macy. Macy looked comfortable. Let me remind you of something you've forgotten. She lifted her chin proudly. When you were born, my master brought you back to the Tianhong sect. Gemak then, you were so small and fragile. Later, when I came to Tianhong sect, you cried and begged to be my dog, threatening to kill yourself if I refused. I'm kind-hearted, so you ended up being my dog. You especially liked it when I petted you, especially your ears and tail. If I didn't, you'd whine. Before Macy could finish, Ernan interrupted in a choked, trembling voice, impossible. He couldn't listen anymore, he doubted a single word from little madcap's mouth was true. How could he willingly become someone's dog and whine? Even if it were so, he would be a wolf, not a dog. Shaken by her words, Ernan argued hotly, I'm a wolf. Macy, you're a dog. Ernan, wolf. Macy, pouting, dog. Ernan. Wolf. Macy, tears welling up, dog. Ernan. Ernan, woof. Leavenly after making the sound did he realize what he was doing. His tail went rigid, and he wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. Meanwhile, Macy's eyes lit up instantly. Before Ernan could escape, she pounced, hugging his neck with both hands. See? You admitted it. You really want to be my doggy. Ernan, I'm not, I didn't. I love you the most. Macy's face nuzzled into the fur around his neck, softly speaking these words, which immediately blanked out his entire mind. His brain buzzed, unable to think, even embarrassment vanished, leaving only 2 words, little madcap's love. Suddenly, he began to doubt whether Macy's words were true. When a passionate young girl hugs you and professes her love, it's hard not to succumb. He doubted whether he had sold himself in his past life, when he was still a cub. His heart pounded faster than any battle before. He was accustomed to pain and could endure any amount of it, but he was rendered into a pile of soft gray cotton by this terrifying affectionate tactic easily molded into the shape she desired. Macy hadn't expected to regain control over her teacher so quickly, naturally making her extremely happy. When she was in a good mood, she was completely different from when she was upset. No wonder Ernan felt she wasn't normal. People always said that the last elder Gemrother Elroy of Tianqi sect fell into demonhood and was eventually killed, but from some clues, one could still see his once illustrious and sunny appearance. He was the true master brother who stood like a towering mountain, with jade-like elegance on the streets. Conroifter rubbing, Macy released Ernan and patted the big dog's head. My puppy is so obedient, of course, it should get a reward. She rummaged through her storage bag and then casually threw out a large pile of items as if they were trash. The items clattered onto the ground, scattered all over, yet Ernan was directly stunned. These are all divine artifacts. Some of these divine artifacts were only seen in books or legends, and little Madcap threw them out as if they were trash. Conroyal for you, Macy pushed them forward. You hurry up and grow stronger, then kill the heavenly Tao with me, destroy the world. Ernan? Did he hear that right? He indeed hated the Tianqi sect and wanted to grow stronger to seek revenge, but he definitely didn't have the idea of destroying the world. Macy patted his head. If you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to kiss you. Hernan's heart quivered, and he abruptly lowered his gaze. Do you know what you're saying? Macy blinked her eyes. Lev, of course, and also, Harry is an incarnation of heavenly Tao, although he himself doesn't know it, but I saw through it. Conroy at the same time, Harry's body reassembled in the void. Finally, his eyes snapped open, and his aura surged, breaking through to the Conroyal chemical spirit stage without a thunder tribulation, reaching the refining void stage. Chapter 366, The Little Junior Sister, who was Conroyder Jemmy Conroyal, raised the Devil King, 26. Harry did not know that he was the embodiment of the will of Heaven's way, he only knew that he was the chosen one of Heaven. He would obtain everything he desired, and even if danger crossed his path, it would turn into safety. Everyone admired and worshipped him. Even the sole person who stood before him had fallen into demonic corruption and vanished. Just now, he distinctly remembered being pierced through the heart by Karina's sword. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a void space, his body brimming with strength and power, and he had also broken through to a new level. Conroy at the same time, stronger senses of law surged into his mind, making him suddenly feel that he must tame Karina. Killing a woman like Karina would be such a waste. Most importantly, without Karina, he wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Not only did Karina's sword thrust fail to invoke any murderous intent, but instead, he felt an increased desire for her. Remembering what Karina had said before she killed him ignited his determination even more. The void disappeared, and the restored Harry returned to the secret realm once again. Feeling the power and spirit chi throughout his body, a devilishly charming smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Little junior sister, just you wait. Karina sneezed, rubbed her nose, and looked blankly at Ernan. Why do I feel like someone is cursing me? Ernan was still stunned by Karina's words. Why would you think that Harry is the incarnation of Heaven's way? Is the way of Heaven really that unremarkable? Karina snorted softly, Jemicause when he dispersed just now, I sense the power of Heaven's way on him. He won't die, he will come back to find me. Conroy she spoke, Karina stood up, brushed off the flowers on her skirt, and blinked at the giant wolf. Why don't we find a more secluded cave and get stronger faster? Ernan stiffened. Karina said, I heard dual cultivation can help us advance much faster. Ernan. He knew it. Conroy after hearing such things from this little madcap, he was almost getting used to it. The giant wolf sighed, no matter who taught you that, you can't say such things anymore, you're still young. With a tone like a caring elder brother. Karina blinked, I understand, Gemrother Ernan means when I grow up, I can dual cultivate with you, right? Got it, I'll grow up faster. Ernan sighed, his ears turning red, unable to speak. He really didn't know what kind of education this little madcap received or who had taught her. Lost in thought, Hernan's ear was pulled. Let's go. Karina casually scratched behind his earlobe, slowly moving down along the giant wolf's neck to his chin, scratching twice more. Conroy's indescribable electric sensation radiated from Hernan's ear throughout his body, making his bones feel numb. Startled, he took a step back, revealing a look of confusion and helplessness on the fierce giant wolf's face as he stared straight at Karina. Though trying to maintain a stern expression, he appeared more timid and easier to bully. Karina happily retracted her hand, let's go, no dual cultivation then, let's cultivate together. Karina was always a doer, saying something meant doing it immediately. She soon found a hidden cave. This cave was located on a cliff facing the sea, with the bottom being an abyss of rocks. Inside the cave, natural gems were scattered across the walls, sparkling like the vast night sky. Karina loved this place and dragged Ernan inside to sit in meditation immediately. Conroy apart from cultivating, everyone in the secret realm was most diligent in searching for treasures. However, Karina had so many treasures on her that the items in the secret realm held no appeal to her, so she naturally started cultivating directly. Ernan, on the other hand, got quite the advantage since Karina threw out a pile of treasures from her spatial ring for him to use freely. Ernan, longing to return to his peak, couldn't possibly refuse. Conroy first, he worried that the little madcap would cause trouble or torture him. Gemmet later, he discovered that she was genuinely focusing on cultivation. While Ernan feared Karina losing control, he didn't harbor any vigilance toward her because he had never met anyone so candid. If Karina truly wanted to kill him, she would likely stab him directly without any nonsense. It seemed, she was really just raising a pet. Ernan retracted his thoughts and turned to look at Karina not far away. 2 months had passed, and he was astonished by Karina's advancement speed. Indeed, the little madcap didn't care about her life. Most cultivators struggle to deplete their spiritual energy completely before breaking through gradually. The feeling was extremely painful, causing bodily pain and suffocation. Gemma Karina could always push herself to the brink of death. Then she would absorb spirit chi, leading to even more breakthroughs. Conroyed such moments, his heart would always turn tender and soft, gently infusing Karina with a bit of the spiritual energy he had absorbed, making her feel a little better, all done with an unconscious tenderness. Meanwhile, Hernan was also advancing rapidly. The divine artifacts and magical treasures made his cultivation exponentially more efficient. Combined with his memories from his previous life and his innate body as a demon, his progress was such that no one could discern his true strength. He had never returned to the demon race, but after leaving the secret realm, he planned to go back and see them. After all, in this life, that was where he belonged. Understanding was key to utilization. The secret realm would remain open for a year. Half a year later, amidst ceaseless cultivation, Karina successfully broke through to the late-stage soul transformation realm. Everyone remembered that day's thunder tribulation. It seemed to want to shatter the entire world. The earth shook, and darkness covered the sun and moon, with the sky being struck by 77 lightning bolts before it finally ceased. Even the reports of great Conroe ascenders from previous times did not speak of such terrifying heavenly thunder. Just who was this? What level of cultivation did she possess? They all thought of the red-dressed girl simultaneously. Could it be her? Did she successfully endure it? Hernan would never forget this heavenly thunder either. It was something they both endured together, under the suppression of heavenly Tao. He still remembered the young girl with the long sword, her red dress fluttering, facing the overwhelming pressure that made it hard to breathe, yet she smiled brightly. Conroyed there he stood beside her in his giant wolf form, listening to his own pounding heart. When they left their cave dwelling, 3 months remained until they exited the secret realm. During these 9 months, thunder tribulations were frequent, and everyone experienced some advancement or another. Most shockingly, Senior Gembrother Harry had actually entered the void refinement stage. Conroy sighed from several sect elders. Harry was the fastest to reach the void refinement stage. Wait, there seemed to have been another genius whose cultivation was even more terrifying, but that genius had fallen and would never be mentioned again. Harry, however, felt somewhat unsettled. He couldn't find Karina at all. With his current cultivation, suppressing Karina would be effortless. Conroy's for that bothersome wolf, he could crush it with a mere flick of his finger. Unable to find Karina, he encountered her senior brothers instead. Jemison and his 2 companions had already rejoined, bowing respectfully when they saw Harry. Harry replied with a gentle smile, casually asking, "Why isn't your junior sister with you?" Mentioning this caused Jemison some embarrassment. They had given Karina a sound-transmitting talisman, planning to contact her immediately upon entering the secret realm and locate her. Though the little junior sister was powerful, it was her first time entering the secret realm. Who knew what dangers lay hidden here? If something unexpected happened, what would they do? Gemmet, when they tried to send messages, something went wrong, the communication became one-sided. Leavenly Karina could contact them, they couldn't find her. If this were known, it would be extremely embarrassing. Wouldn't it mean their little junior sister found them annoying? This could not be let out. Jemison was still trying to think of an excuse when suddenly, his sound-transmitting talisman on his chest lit up. Who else could it be but the little junior sister? Excitedly, Jemison fumbled several times before finally pulling out the talisman. Conroy, soon as Karina's voice came through, the other 2 rushed over. Karina's voice was sweet and clear. "Senior Gembrother, I'm coming to play with you." Conroy faint smile tugged at the corner of Harry's mouth. Indeed, searching all over with no results, then finding it easily without effort. Chapter 367, The Gem-Loved Little Junior Sister Who Raised the Demon King, 27. Aloysius and the others were somewhat surprised when they learned that Harry was going to wait for the little junior sister together with them. Gemmet, then they thought, the little junior sister was the one standing on the final arena platform with Senior Gembrother Harry. It was only natural for him to be concerned about her. They had heard before that Senior Gembrother Harry had reached the void refining stage. Conroy, alongside their envy and admiration, they all thought of their own little junior sister. They just felt that their little junior sister could also be this strong. Harry waited with the 3 at a cliffside for Conroyna. He exchanged pleasantries with them casually before the topic turned to Conroyna. "Your little junior sister doesn't quite seem like a girl." His voice was gentle, impeccable even, but the 3 felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Eshan spoke up first. "She's just not like most girls. No rule says what a girl should be like." Harry frowned. These words made him uneasy, as if some bottom line inside him had been touched. It shouldn't be this way. Harry looked at Aloysius. "You're the senior brother, do you feel the same?" Aloysius didn't like hearing others speak ill of his little junior sister. He laughed and said, "Gemaphore, I thought girls should act like girls, but now I think it's good she's different and more lovable. She may be a bit spoiled, but that's because we dote on her." Each word caused Harry discomfort. He even felt a surge of killing intent, wanting to eliminate these rule breakers, vanishing all anomalies and bringing everything back to normal. Harry took a deep breath and said coldly, "To be dominated by a little girl, aren't you discontented?" Second senior brother Zion, usually silent, laughed after hearing this. "Why should we be? We have such a capable little junior sister. We are delighted." "Delighted?" Harry laughed in anger. "Perhaps you're planning to treat your little junior sister as a furnace, thinking the higher her cultivation level is, the better it works for you, so you're happy?" Realizing what he was saying mid-sentence, he had revealed his true thoughts. Leavenly then did Aloysius and the others notice something was off. They never expected the respected Harry to say such things, immediately feeling both astonished and furious. Aloysius asked first. Senior Gembrother Harry, what are you talking about? Stumped, Harry smiled softly to cover his blunder. Just kidding, no need to be so tense. Who would joke about something disgusting like that? The senior brothers furrowed their brows tightly, unwilling to say another word to Harry. It seems that Senior Gembrother Harry isn't as bright and upright as they thought. Finally, they heard a cheerful voice coming from nearby. Conroy's sweet call of Senior Gembrother melted everyone's heart. Conroy turned to see a red-dressed girl emerging like an elf in the woods, her face delicate and charming, her figure vibrant as fire, riding a giant wolf which appeared regal with green, cold eyes, exuding a unique ferocity with each step. Riding Ernan felt really good. She had pleaded, threatened, for long to make Ernan willing. The senior brothers couldn't recognize this wolf as the one Conroyna raised before, only finding this scene beautiful, like the girl ruled everything, a contradiction yet harmony. Little junior sister. Eshan rushed forward first, wanting to rub her head, stopping midway. Miss me? The little junior sister has grown up, genders differ, can't touch heads randomly. Conroyna jumped down from the wolf's back, looking up at Eshan sweetly. I did. Aloysius and Zion thought Eshan was scheming, knowing how to win favor well. They hurried up, taking out treasures found in the secret realm from their robes, offering them to Conroyna like presents. Conroyna accepted without refusal, smiling and giving each one of them a gift too. The senior brothers were moved to tears. Indeed, the little junior sister has grown up. Truly considerate and adorable, 10,000 times better than the juniors. Standing aside, Harry watched the harmonious scene, feeling only sharp pain. Just a girl, even if she's strong, why do men fawn over her so, showing so much importance? What decorum is this? He coughed lightly, then said coldly. Conroyna. Hearing his call, 4 people and a wolf looked straight at him. Harry stared straight into Conroyna's eyes, suddenly releasing overwhelming pressure. Dreaming at the void refining stage already, he was unmatched in the entire secret realm. Jemison and the 3 other senior brothers were still at the jaking stage. They could not resist the pressure from Harry, their faces immediately paling. Eshan, with the lowest cultivation, fell to one knee with a thud, staring at Harry in disbelief. Leavenly Conroyna and her wolf stood firm, the girl showing no sign of discomfort. She even tugged at Eshan's wrist. 3rd Senior Gembrother, stand up. Eshan felt a powerful force enter his wrist and spread throughout his body, actually cancelling out the pain caused by the pressure. Turning his head, Eshan looked at Conroyna in shock, realizing that his little junior sister's cultivation had improved again. Conroyna looked at Harry, stepped forward, and positioned herself in front of everyone, gemlocking the majority of the pressure. Then, she glanced at Harry's detestable face and chuckled softly. What are you doing? Daoist Harry, internal strife is forbidden within the sect. Harry sneered, so you do know it's forbidden. Then what was your sneak attack on me earlier? Conroyna was taken aback, not expecting Harry to have such thick skin, openly lying with eyes wide open. She arched an eyebrow, curious how Harry would fabricate this. Harry secretly activated his sound transmission talisman. Earlier, he had given everyone inside the secret realm a sound transmission talisman, instructing them to alert him if there was any danger. Everyone only knew that Elder Gembrother Harry was too good-hearted, unaware of his true intentions. Now, everyone heard Harry's voice through the talisman. Conroy at the same time, Harry was also making sure the elders outside the secret realm could hear it. Conroyna, when you were trapped in the sea of Hihuan flowers and called for help, I saved you, strictly adhering to propriety without touching you. You then summoned a wolf demon to appear, and while I was confronting it, you stabbed me from behind. That sword aimed directly at my heart. If I hadn't received a fortuitous opportunity at that moment, I might already be dead at your hands. Conroyna, you harmed a fellow disciple with evil intent. At such a young age, you have a heart as venomous as a scorpion. Do you acknowledge your guilt? Chapter 368, The Conroyed Little Junior Sister Raises the Great Demon King, 28. Just as he finished speaking, Harry seemed to suddenly realize something and cut off the transmission spell. It was as if it happened unintentionally. What happened afterward was unknown to everyone, but each person learned what Harry had unintentionally revealed as the truth. The elders naturally also heard it. Gareth's brows knitted tightly as he looked at Israel, coldly asking. So this is your fine disciple? Israel's expression darkened. Merely groundless words. Can right and wrong be determined by just a few words? Gemeth elders were evenly matched in strength. There was no way Riggs would yield merely because Tianqi's sect was a major sect. Gareth, Harry never speaks without basis. Riggs's heart sank further. Indeed, Harry had too high a reputation and lacked any motive to falsely accuse Macy. Gemeth, if what he said were true, Macy would be placed on the heavenly punishment platform, her spiritual roots extracted, killed by the power of the heavens, vanishing into ashes. No matter how powerful one was, it couldn't be withstood. The previous genius had fallen this way. Riggs opened his mouth. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. I believe Macy wouldn't do such a thing. Gareth scoffed coldly. Levins they come out, Tianqi's sect will definitely pursue the matter to its very end. Inside the secret realm, Macy looked at Harry in surprise and clapped her hands. Pretty good, like it's really true. Conroyter speaking, she felt the massive wolf clinging tightly to her tremble slightly. Macy lowered her eyes and caught sight of the deep-seated hatred and anger in Hernan's eyes. She didn't know that this scene had occurred a century ago. Conroyal she knew was that her big doggy wasn't happy. She raised her hand and gently touched Hernan's head, stroking down from his ears. Conroyal most instantly, Hernan became calm. The strange emotional fluctuations of the giant wolf did not catch Harry's attention. Harry focused all his attention on Macy. Macy's reaction made him somewhat uneasy, but soon, the thrill of control overshadowed this unease. Levine was the universally admired Flint gembrother who exuded grace and magnanimity, while the other was a junior sister who emerged from obscurity with bizarrely rapid cultivation progress and offended many people. Who to believe was self-evident. Those remaining inside the secret realm were even more astonished, finding it both shocking yet somehow reasonable. In other words, a young girl achieving such rapid cultivation progress must have taken some shortcut. Thinking about how the little girl above them had finally shown her true colors, quite a few felt an odd sense of satisfaction. They didn't want to know the truth, they only wanted to believe what they wished. More so, it was just a release. Levin the cliff, Harry continued exerting pressure, looking down at Macy's bright eyes from above, and said indifferently. Little friend Macy, if you regret your actions, once we're out, I'll plead for mercy on your behalf before my master and spare your life. While petting the giant wolf's head, Macy hooked up a mocking smile. You, spouting nonsense, also have the audacity to rant in front of me? Asking for my pleading, you should check yourself in a piss mirror first. With your scumbag cowardice, it makes me sick just to look at you. Delivered unhurriedly, not only Harry but also the senior brothers and Hernan were stunned by her words. They had never heard such harsh words, nor could they imagine them coming from a young girl's mouth. Harry's face flushed red and green alternately, grateful that the transmission spell was already severed, preventing anyone from hearing him being cursed this way. He gritted his teeth, vulgar. Rude. Finding nothing else to say. Macy laughed, rolling her eyes and giving Harry the middle finger, garbage. Harry didn't understand the gesture but knew it was cursing him. Unable to hold back, he raised his hand, and the surrounding forest came alive like twisted monsters, slashing towards Macy. The three senior brothers behind Macy hurriedly drew their swords to block, but the gap between them and Harry was too great. In an instant, they were restrained. Then, the overwhelming branches carrying powerful spiritual energy surged toward Macy's slender red-clad figure. Before Macy could act, Hernan took a step forward, towering over Macy protectively, crouching defensively. Macy halted her action and watched Hernan with interest. Suddenly, the giant wolf leaped up, releasing demonic aura. The tentacle-like branches halted mid-air and then snapped abruptly. Considering Harry was at the tranquility stage, for this wolf demon to forcefully block his attack was astonishing. Macy's eyes widened in surprise. She thought, her big doggy really had progressed quickly. She believed those rumors, he was a genius, and he still is. Just like her, no wonder he was her teacher. Harry's heart trembled with an increasingly strong sense of foreboding. Why did he feel fear, and familiarity, towards this wolf demon? He had acted casually just now, assuming it would be easy to subdue Macy, believing she was only at the initial stage of spirit transformation. Now it seemed that things were far from what he had imagined. Conjoined then there was this strangely powerful wolf demon. This wolf demon must not be left alive. Harry's expression turned serious. Taking a deep breath, just as he was about to make another all-out attempt to capture Macy, a disturbance came from the northeast. That was where the core area of the secret realm met the outer perimeter, also the place most likely for spiritual beasts to appear. Though many treasures and divine beasts roamed within the secret realm, few people ever found them. There had been several appearances of divine beasts in the past, but they were always fleeting, disappearing before anyone could catch a glimpse. According to legend, divine beasts were messengers of the heavens. If a cultivator could obtain one, their progress would skyrocket, and they would gain a formidable companion. Conroy golden light now shone in the northeast, transforming into dazzling hues resembling the tail feathers of a phoenix. Conroy accompanied by a slight tremor of the earth, it heralded the birth of a divine beast. Harry weighed his options in an instant. Since he had already tarnished Macy's reputation, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, the emergence of a divine beast was an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. With a wave of his hand, he left behind the words, "Take care of yourselves," and vanished from the spot. The three senior brothers, who had been restrained by branches, fell to the ground. They panted as they stood up, looking towards Macy. Macy idly twirled the tip of the giant wolf's ear, giving the three senior brothers a smile without noticing the stiffness in the wolf's body. After a long silence, Conroy voice sounded in her mind. "Flint, did you forget about me?" Macy felt somewhat guilty. Indeed, she had been focused on raising her dog, leaving Conroy on her mountain peak during competitions, never thinking of him again. Conroy voice was lively. "So Flint, I've come to find you." Macy blinked towards the northeast. "So, it's you?" Chapter 369, The Conroyed Little Junior Sister Has Raised an Conroyed Demon, 29. Jemison looked at Macy with a complicated expression, noticing that Macy was staring at the northeast direction without saying anything for a long time. Unable to hold back, he asked. Little junior sister, is what he said true? Macy withdrew her gaze and looked at Jemison. Senior Gemrother, what do you think? Before Jemison could open his mouth, Ashan was the first to step forward. I believe in little junior sister. Although she is somewhat mischievous, she is absolutely not someone who would indiscriminately kill innocents. Zion also nodded. That's right. Although little junior sister doesn't respect teachers and elders, isn't polite, has a bad temper, is mischievous, unruly, ungracious, and disobedient. Cough. Macy couldn't help but interrupt. Second senior brother, that's enough. Zion nodded. Although little junior sister has so many problems, I also don't think she would do such things. There must be some misunderstanding. They didn't think Harry had intentionally slandered Macy. After all, over the past few hundred years, the image of Harry in everyone's mind was deeply rooted. Moreover, why would such a powerful person as Harry want to frame a little girl? Macy curled the corners of her lips and looked at Jemison. What do you think, senior Gemrother? Jemison, if little junior sister says no, then I will believe little junior sister. Macy, I did not. Jemison nodded. I understand. I will tell Flint. We'll clear this matter up together. Although he said this, Jemison was still very worried. The words coming from Harry were simply too serious. Even if this matter ended with nothing, little junior sister wouldn't have to face the sky punishment platform, but she would live in everyone's disdainful and hateful gazes. Macy laughed. Indeed, elder brothers can still act as elder brothers. She increasingly felt something odd about the original plot. It was truly unbelievable for carbon-based life forms to come up with a plot where all elder brothers treated her as a cauldron. Thinking about it, Macy muttered the word cauldron, which Jemison happened to hear. Jemison frowned and showed an expression as if his Darius had been taught poorly. Macy, where did you learn this word? Was it also from Harry? Macy, Harry? She didn't know that Harry had said these things. Jemison said, yes, just now Harry mentioned we indulged you because, forget it, Darius Wren shouldn't listen to such talk. Macy blinked her eyes and suddenly understood something. Perhaps, in the original plot, the main character was also a genius, also trying to rebel. Gemmet ultimately, under the design of Harry, who was an incarnation of heavenly will, she still fell into the most tragic situation. Even the elder brothers were influenced and turned into monsters. Macy pulled back her thoughts, made up her mind, and tilted her chin toward the northeast. Elder brothers, let's go. Conroy Divine Beast has emerged, let's try our luck. Jemison stopped Macy. Macy, no. Now everyone knows about your matter. Before it's cleared up, if you appear before everyone. So what? Macy laughed casually. Hiding and dodging isn't my nature. Jemison wanted to stop her, but saw Macy leap onto a giant wolf, straddling its back and holding its neck, racing toward the northeast. Several people hurriedly followed, hoping there weren't too many people there. Gemmet the elder brothers miscalculated. Conroy the cultivators within the secret realm had seen the signs of the emergence of a divine beast and rushed over. This hadn't been seen in hundreds of years. Everyone wanted to try their luck. Who knew what might happen? Macy and the others arrived last, and when the disciples of Tianhong's sect hadn't yet arrived, the people gathered here were already discussing Macy's matter. I heard that little junior sister had evil intentions and was ruthless. Yes, fortunately senior Gemrother Harry is kind-hearted and didn't kill her. Such a woman shouldn't exist. This way, when I lost to her before, it must have been because she used some underhanded trick. So sneaky. Senior Gemrother Harry is truly the light of righteousness. They gazed admiringly at Harry. Half of the people here had once been defeated by Macy, now they found an excuse for their failures and felt relieved. In their defamation, they spared no effort. They even fantasized in their minds, imagining Macy on the sky punishment platform, a defiant young girl kneeling on the ground, covered in blood, crying for mercy. Just at this moment, a cheerful and sweet voice came from behind the crowd. How lively. Everyone turned around, and when they saw the red figure riding a giant wolf, they couldn't help but take a step back. They hated her, yet feared her. Macy enjoyed this look of fear the most. Too lazy to get off Hernan, she lay sprawled on Hernan's head. Her palm-sized little face was right between the giant wolf's two ears. Her sensitive ears trembled slightly from the warmth of the girl's cheeks, and the tips of her ears would always brush against Macy's face. This ticklish sensation made Macy laugh, unable to help tightening her legs and squeezing Hernan harder. Don't move around. Hernan trembled even more fiercely. He had always refused to let Macy ride him because this feeling was too torturous for a wolf. If he were a real wolf, it would be better. Gemmet most of his memories belonged to a human. The delicate and soft girl lay on his back, her hands tightly hugging his neck. Her ankles and calves would always brush against his most vulnerable side abdomen, and her fingers liked to poke at his most sensitive ears. He always had to use all his strength to look normal. Unconsciously, in this torment, he had indulged her without realizing it. How dare she still come? After we leave here, she probably won't survive. If it were me, I'd hide. She sure has thick skin. TSK, she is undeniably beautiful. It's a pity if she really disappears like this. The murmurs among the crowd grew quieter, but they still couldn't resist whispering. Harry frowned deeply, never expecting Macy to dare come. Even if she were as defiant as ever, she was still a woman. Now that her reputation was utterly ruined, how could she dare appear before everyone? Didn't she feel ashamed, wishing to kill herself to prove her innocence? If Macy knew what Harry was thinking, she would have sneered. If she had been falsely accused of eating an extra bowl of noodles, she wouldn't rip open her belly to show how many bowls she had inside. She would kill the person who slandered her, then swallow their eyes and make them see how many bowls were inside her belly. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to the trembling at the foot of the mountain not far away. Several golden beams of light became increasingly intense, making people squint but unwilling to close their eyes. Harry was the closest, with the highest cultivation among those present. He naturally aimed to capture this divine beast. The beams of light suddenly contracted into a huge sphere, followed by a low roar from within. This roar resonated in everyone's hearts, bringing an instinctive sense of oppression. Harry summoned his innate weapon, staring intently at the golden sphere, fully focused. When the golden light faded, a giant white tiger with wings emerged, stunning everyone speechless. Jamadi and Sanctity couldn't describe it enough. The white tiger shook its body, its wings fluttered slightly and slowly retracted. Its silver eyes scanned the crowd. Harry had quietly gathered spiritual energy. All the vines around the white tiger began to quietly stretch towards it, then came the swift and sudden attack. Just as those vines charged towards the white tiger with tremendous force, the white tiger's eyes suddenly lit up, and it dashed towards the back of the crowd. Macy's expression froze. She raised her hands to cover her head, and along with the giant wolf under her, they were completely covered by the fluffy, massive body. Chapter 370, The Little Junior Sister Raises the Dakari, 30. Harry could never have imagined that he would miss his strike. The massive white tiger leaped directly over the crowd, pouncing on Karina at the back, pressing both her and the wolf firmly beneath its weight. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change, dozens of eyes turning toward the direction of the white tiger. With a flick of his sleeve, Harry approached the white tiger. Conroy's he got closer, he could feel the intense spiritual energy and overwhelming aura emanating from the divine beast. Such a tremendous opportunity was right before him, he absolutely couldn't let this chance slip away. Just as he was about to muster his strength again to subdue the divine beast, he saw this mountain-like furry figure rapidly shrink. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into the appearance of a small cat. Conroy at the same time, the one person and the wolf it had been pressing reappeared before everyone's eyes. The giant wolf held all four legs on the ground, completely protecting the red-clothed girl beneath its body. It was clear that before the large beast had pounced over, the girl had been riding the giant wolf. Karina crawled out from under Hernan's body, her hair slightly messy, looking speechlessly at the white tiger now turned into a white kitten, gritting her teeth. Daniel, what do you mean? Daniel, knowing it was in the wrong, did its best to act cute, blinking with its big watery eyes, jumping a few times before burrowing into Karina's embrace, speaking in a soft, weak voice. Sorry, Flint. There's too much spirit energy here, and I forgot to retract my original form for a moment. Whoa, but I really missed Flint. Flint is the best in the whole world. The little white cat lifted its head vigorously, rubbing against Karina's neck and chin, making contented purring sounds in its throat. Hernan took a breath, straightened up, and thought that fortunately, the young girl was unharmed. Looking up at the little white cat Karina held in her arms, he was surprised but felt it was somehow natural. For the wild girl to tame a divine beast in the blink of an eye didn't seem strange at all. Gemmet, why did he find the sight of the young girl holding the kitten somewhat unsettling? Karina gave Danieli's tail a firm pinch as a punishment, causing the kitten to emit tender meows, arching its back as if in heat, burrowing even deeper into Karina's embrace. Hernan. Unbearable to watch. While Hernan found it natural, others certainly wouldn't think so, especially Harry. His eyes nearly popped out. Why? Why did a newly manifested divine beast behave like a baby kitten in Karina's arms? Why again Karina? Harry's face turned green with envy. He hadn't expected that this divine beast, which he was determined to capture, ended up in the hands of this little girl without her expending any effort. He stepped forward, pointing his jade bone fan at Karina. Let it go. Karina glanced at Harry as if looking at a fool, then chuckled lightly. Sorry, this is our little pet, it came to play with me in the secret realm. Conroy apologies for the disturbance. She rarely showed such politeness, yet it made people more uncomfortable than when she was impolite. Divine beast. This was a rare white tiger divine beast that hadn't appeared for centuries. Conroy in her words, it was just a little pet. How arrogant must she be to say such a thing? Karina's senior brothers, however, were much calmer. Like Hernan, once they accepted that Karina was an unbeatable genius, all her subsequent actions became reasonable. Holding Daniel, Karina took a leisurely step back. Please continue, seniors. Let's go. Saying that, she was about to mount the giant wolf again. Gemmet Harry, who coveted the divine beast immensely, wouldn't let Karina leave. He stepped forward, blocking Karina's path, looking stern and hypocritical. Karina, as a person burdened with crimes, you cannot take away the divine beast. Karina almost laughed outright. Burdened with crimes? If being too strong is a crime, then yes, I am guilty. Harry didn't expect Karina to be so shameless. His entire plan had been based on Karina having the mentality of a true girl. Who would have thought Karina wasn't aware of this at all? He clenched his teeth and spoke through gritted teeth. Conroy, your young age, you are ruthless and filled with murderous intent. Who knows if you used foul means to capture this divine beast? To enhance your cultivation, you might kill the divine beast. I won't allow you to do this. Karina blinked, not getting angry, lowering her eyes to look at Daniele. He says you will be killed. Half of Daniele's body protruded from Karina's embrace, baring its fangs at Harry. Gemmig bad guy. My master is the best in the world. What are you anyway? Don't even check yourself in the toilet mirror. Several senior brothers in Hernan were momentarily stunned. These words sounded familiar. It seemed their junior sister had also said them. Confirmed, this was definitely the pet of the junior sister. Karina also gave Daniele a slightly astonished glance, thinking, kids learn all the wrong things. Harry had never imagined he would be scolded by a beast. Conroy, divine beast that could speak human language, was something they had never even heard of, only seen in ancient texts from long ago. So holy, so magical, and yet it was scolding people. This time, the scolding was done in front of everyone, and Harry could no longer maintain his composure. His face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. With his left hand making seals, he actually reached out directly toward Daniele. Daniele opened its mouth wide and let out an "Awu," spitting out a ball of flame that rushed straight toward Harry's face. This wasn't ordinary fire, it carried the world-destroying power of a divine beast, as if it could melt everything in its path. Harry hastily defended himself. Even at his Conroy chemical virtuosity stage, he was burned back 2 steps by the flames, flailing his fan in embarrassment with a look of shock on his face. Moon Yuan looked down in surprise. You're quite powerful. Daniele raised its little head proudly. I've always been strong. Gemmet Flint is even stronger, so I don't get a chance to show off. Moon Yuan nodded and threw Daniele forward. Great, go Pikachu. Daniele. Thrown into the air, the small body was hurled directly toward Harry's face. Harry retreated hurriedly, waving his hand to control plants to form a barrier. Gemmet, wherever the little ball went, everything was scorched. The moment Daniele landed, it suddenly grew larger, roaring so fiercely that the sky and earth seemed to change color. Those with lower cultivation levels immediately covered their ears and knelt down. Moon Yuan casually created a boundary to protect herself, Hernan, and her 3 senior brothers, then sat atop the giant wolf to watch the spectacle. Sitting on the soft, fluffy surface, Moon Yuan rubbed and patted it. Too hard, relax. Hernan. He finally couldn't hold back and spoke, his voice hoarse and trembling. Conroy, though you are young, ultimately men and women should still. Moon Yuan interrupted him. What men and women? You're just my big doggy. Hernan endured it silently. Hernan had never experienced such humiliation, whether with or without memories. He had always been proud, and even when broken down a little, he would always fight back. Gemmet now, under the pressure of this little girl, he didn't feel the intense urge to resist anymore, as if he had gotten used to being bullied. Chapter 371, The Conroyed Younger Sister Who Tamed the Demon King, 31. Before coming here, everyone had imagined the scene of Senior Gembrother Guidard taming a divine beast. It was sure to be incredibly impressive and awe-inspiring. Now, they finally witnessed this taming process. However, it was somewhat different from what everyone had imagined. The cultivator at the refinement vacuity stage, engaging in a battle with the divine white tiger, was shaking the mountains and rivers, causing chaos like the sky collapsing and the earth cracking. Many cultivators were affected by this and, unable to bear it, fled in disarray. Conroy, after a while, Senior Gembrother Guidard showed no signs of gaining any advantage. Macy had initially watched with great interest but gradually became bored and couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up, stretched, and took out a bow and arrow from her system space. Levine's glance at the bow revealed it wasn't an ordinary object. In an instant, Macy drew the bow fully and aimed at Guidard. Guidard, who was just wrestling with the white tiger, caught a glint of silver out of the corner of his eye. Instinctively, he tried to dodge, but before he could react, Conroy de Bayo clawed him from head to toe, leaving him gasping for breath and tumbling awkwardly to the ground. Conroy de Bayo proudly turned back into a small cat and flew back into Macy's arms, looking quite pleased. Flint, am I awesome? Macy stroked Conroy de Bayo's ears and tail. You're awesome. Conroy battered Guidard stood up, his face pale, staring at Macy. Evil woman. You really did sneak attack. Macy waved her hands hurriedly. No, not me, not doing that, and you aren't even hurt. Indeed, when the arrow came, it carried an extremely terrifying aura of death, yet after he dodged, there was not a trace left behind. Even now, Macy's hands were empty, as if it had all been an illusion experienced only by Guidard. Guidard trembled all over, wanting nothing more than to tear this girl to pieces. His initial thoughts of subduing Macy had vanished completely. Conroy, after suffering such a great humiliation, he must ensure that Macy would never recover. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the entire secret realm began to shake. Originally, the secret realm should remain for another 2 months, but now it appeared to be about to disappear soon. Guidard felt a surge of joy. Once out of the secret realm, Macy would surely be put on the celestial punishment platform. Heaven itself was helping him. This sudden change was quickly noticed by the elders. Without exception, they connected this anomaly to Macy. Conroy, an incredibly powerful girl who seemed too strange to exist in this world. Conroy, series of bizarre phenomena in heaven and earth. Could it be that heaven itself also rejected this girl? The elders gathered at the exit of the secret realm, and at the moment of its disappearance, everyone's eyes were drawn to the red-clothed girl. She was always the center of attention, bold and fiery as ever. Riding on a giant wolf, holding a small ball of white fluff in her arms, her features were exquisitely perfect, as if crafted by a master artist. Elder Changkong froze momentarily before recovering and preparing to accuse Macy, but Dwayne stepped forward first, addressing Macy. Macy, you and Guidard have some misunderstanding. Speak up, and I will help resolve it. He had already taken a clear stance favoring his own disciple. Macy looked at Dwayne and smiled. What a good master. Ernan stared intently at Spencer, and when Dwayne said those words, his gaze flickered. Conroy, that time, when he was trapped, alone like a lone boat, no one spoke up for him. Unconsciously, Ernan edged closer to Macy. Feeling his emotional shift, Macy stroked the giant wolf's head and then spoke. Well, of course there's a misunderstanding. It's not like what Senior Gembrother Guidard said. He wanted me to be his cauldron vessel and brought me to the Hidden Flower Garden. Flint, what does cauldron vessel mean? The girl's bright eyes held curiosity and a hint of, gazing at Dwayne. Dwayne's expression darkened immediately, glaring at Guidard nearby. Guidard had just recovered from being defeated by the White Tiger. Hearing Macy's words and meeting Elder Dwayne's accusatory stare made him furious. There is absolutely no such thing. Gasping for breath, Guidard stepped forward, saluting Gareth with an air of righteousness. I've never had impure thoughts about little junior sister, and everything I asked her before was true. His righteous demeanor indeed persuaded others. Gemmet, in the next moment, Macy's eyes reddened, and she started crying directly. Gemmet, what I said is true, Whale. How can a weak little woman like me possibly kill Senior Gembrother Guidard? Gemicides, why would I want to kill him? The girl cried softly, her tenderness heart-wrenching, like a tender peach blossom suddenly struck by rain, stirring sympathy in even the hardest of hearts. Moreover, considering her usual rebellious nature, the contrast made her seem even more pitiful. For a moment, everyone hesitated and became uncertain. The two actors were putting on a show, and clearly, Guidard was no match for the seasoned actress Macy. He finally couldn't hold back and spoke. If she is guilty or not, let her go to the heavenly punishment platform, and it will all be revealed. Dwayne snorted coldly. Levin's on the heavenly punishment platform. Even if innocent, one must endure the agony of heavenly thunder. Why should my disciple suffer such torment? Guidard raised his voice so everyone could hear, addressing the concerns and fears in everyone's hearts. For thousands of years, no woman has ever been as rebellious and as she is. She defies the principles of yin and yang and places herself above everyone else. This is a strange phenomenon. If all women were to rise above men like her in the future, what would become of propriety and order? I suspect that Macy has practiced evil techniques, and might even have used dark magic to control male cultivators, promoting her cultivation. Going to the heavenly punishment platform is not about complete annihilation. If Macy can prove her innocence and withstand the heavenly thunder, we will still treat her kindly as a junior sister. You certainly wouldn't want to see the principles of yin and yang reversed from now on. Upon hearing this, everyone became more determined. Indeed, Macy was unique and different from everyone else. Different people, especially women, should be smoothed out and their pride broken. Except for Dwayne, all the elders nodded. Guidard is right. Take this little girl over. Jamulshit. Jemison was the first to stand up, trembling with anger, gathering his sword, looking at everyone. Just because my junior sister is different, does that make her guilty? I won't allow anyone to take my junior sister away. Elder Dwayne's expression turned serious, glancing around before stepping forward to pat Jemison on the shoulder, whispering a few words in his ear. Jemison frowned, put down his sword, and retreated. That meant he agreed. Gareth subtly nodded, satisfied with Elder Dwayne's discretion, walking towards Macy. Conroy as he walked, a binding chain appeared in his hand. In a gentle tone, Gareth said, Let's go, Macy. If you are innocent, the heavenly punishment platform will naturally spare your life. Macy stood rooted to the spot, seemingly frozen in fear. Gemmet just then, the giant wolf beside her suddenly moved. In an instant, the giant wolf transformed into a young man in a black robe, holding a short dagger, standing in front of Macy. His shoulders tensed, his voice hoarse, suppressing his trembling hatred, uttering each word clearly. Who dares touch her? Chapter 372, The Conroyed Younger Sister Raises the Demon King, 32. It was not common for demons to transform into human form, especially in a way that made them indistinguishable from humans. This one must have cultivated to at least the transformation of God realm. No one expected Macy to be accompanied by such a powerful demon. Elder Bede furrowed his brows and fixed his gaze on the young man standing in front of Macy, a sudden wave of inexplicable familiarity surging in his heart. The youth wore a black cloak with a hood that covered almost his entire face, leaving only his sharp jawline visible. Even in the loose black robe, one could still see the taut muscles beneath. The sudden release of demonic aura around him forced many of the infancy stage cultivators to retreat. The overwhelming pressure brought by the demonic aura carried an even more bloodthirsty murderous intent. Elder Bede couldn't see his face, but a figure lying in a pool of blood flashed across his mind. His heart skipped a beat. Impossible, he had already died, soul scattered. Harry didn't sense anything unusual. Seeing this, he snorted coldly. Macy, you indeed have ties with these demons. How can a cultivator like you be accompanied by such a powerful demon? Who knows what thoughts you harbor? You must go up the sky punishment platform. Conroy, soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill run down his spine. Lifting his head, he saw that the youth in front of Macy had raised his head, revealing a pair of greenish, wild animal-like eyes staring directly at him. The icy and murderous look in his eyes left no room for concealment. That beast-like gaze inexplicably chilled Harry's bones. For a moment, he seemed to see someone familiar, who once looked at him the same way when they were in their most desperate state. No, how could it be? Harry involuntarily took a step back. When he realized it, he felt even angrier. Just a wolf demon. He had killed a wolf demon before, why would he fear other wolf demons? Just as Harry was about to move forward, Elder Bede stopped him. Elder Bede stared intently at Ernan for a while, then glanced at Macy and said, "Little friend, Macy is indeed quite young. To send this 13-year-old girl to the sky punishment platform would be unbearable for an old man like me." He turned to Elder Dwayne, who was also standing in front of Macy. "Why don't we wait until little friend Macy turns 16 before she goes to the sky punishment platform? What do you think, Elder Dwayne?" Elder Dwayne frowned. "So, Macy must go eventually?" "Lev, of course," Elder Bede said with a compassionate expression. Before Elder Dwayne could say more, Macy spoke first. "Sure." She smiled sweetly. "Since everyone wants to see me on the sky punishment platform so badly, how could I disappoint you all? Here, Macy thanks Elder Bede for giving me 4 more years." She lifted her chin, looked at Hernan's back, and stepped forward. Suddenly, she hugged his narrow waist. Ernan trembled, and the intense killing aura vanished in an instant. Good. He thought, the hood hid the slight redness on his ears. Macy hugged Ernan as if comforting him, then lifted her head to look around at the varied expressions of the crowd. Some were jealous, some puzzled, some hated her deeply, and some delighted in her misfortune. Whatever those expressions were, in 4 years, they would all turn into fear. Harry was surprised that his master suddenly said such things. Conroy, all he wanted was to get rid of Macy quickly. He didn't expect Elder Bede to give her 4 more years. He hurried forward. "Flint." Elder Bede raised his hand, looking seriously at Harry, and said, "When Macy turns 16, please bear with it, Elder Dwayne. Otherwise, the whole world will become the enemy of Tianhong sect." Then, he signaled to Harry and disappeared. Macy naturally took Hernan's arm. "Let's go, let's return." Turning to her master and senior brother, she smiled. "Why such expressions?" "Conroy, for your deal, I'm more than happy. 4 years would be enough for her to become the top cultivator in the world. Walking alongside the heavenly Tao might be difficult, but wasn't she still with Daniel Leo and Ernan?" Embracing Hernan's arm, even though Ernan tried to ignore it, he still felt stiff all over. Ultimately, he had transformed back into a giant wolf. Feeling that appearing before Macy in animal form seemed less embarrassing. People dispersed and returned to their respective sects. Macy also returned to the familiar courtyard. The great competition in the sect had significantly increased her cultivation level. For the next 4 years, she would continue to make herself even stronger. Under the worried gazes of her master and senior brothers, Macy smiled sweetly. "Don't worry about me, or about this 4-year deal. Just know that I am very much looking forward to it." With that, she shut herself inside the cave, entering a state of seclusion. Ernan and Daniel Leo were dragged in with her. She wanted to be with her treasures. Ernan looked at Macy and whispered, "I will leave here." Macy had just been preparing to meditate. Upon hearing Hernan's words, she immediately raised an eyebrow, a dangerous smile curling at the corner of her lips. "You're my big puppy." "What do you mean by saying this?" Ernan took a deep breath, transforming from his giant wolf form back into that of a young man. He half knelt before Macy, so they could look at each other eye to eye, then slowly removed the veil on his head. The moment his exquisite yet fierce eyes revealed themselves, half of Macy's anger instantly dissipated. It seemed he knew he was handsome and used it to his advantage. "Macy." He met her eyes, showing a level of seriousness he had never shown before. "I am a demon beast, I can only improve faster by returning to my kind. That way, I can better assist you when the time comes." Macy swallowed, suddenly raising her hand to grab Hernan's neck. Almost reflexively, Ernan caught Macy's wrist. His Conroymia's apple rolled under her hand, like a trembling piece of warm jade. "Macy." He called her name again, his voice hoarse. "You must believe me." Though he held Macy's wrist, he did not try to pull away. Macy's fingers tightened, he felt suffocated. His thin lips parted slightly, breathing rapidly, but he kept staring straight into Macy's eyes. "You must believe me," he repeated. No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly lowered his head, biting Macy's wrist. Macy was startled, a sharp pain immediately flooding through her. Her eyes widened with excitement. This was the first time her teacher had injured her without permission. The sensation of skin tearing and blood flowing was unexpectedly beautiful. Ernan swallowed, taking in Macy's blood as it gushed from her wrist. Then he closed his eyes, moved his fingertips, and drew a faint golden array in the air. The array entered Macy's wrist, melting into her bloodstream, and was swallowed along with it. In the next moment, he seemed to experience intense pain, letting out a low growl like a wild beast. He released Macy's wrist, clutching the ground tightly instead. His body seemed to oscillate between human and wolf forms as he struggled to control it. Finally, when everything calmed down, he licked his lips, removing the last trace of blood. Macy's eyes were wide with surprise. She felt a unique connection with Hernan. Hernan breathed heavily, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth as he abruptly pulled off his cloak. His bare upper body was revealed to Macy. Conroy golden mark flashed across his chest before vanishing beneath perfect skin. Macy, he lifted his head to look at her. The contract is made. If you die, I will not live on alone. Can you believe me now? Chapter 373, The Conroyed Little Junior Sister Who Raised the Demon King, 33. Hernan had never considered himself an impulsive person. Today's events were the most reckless things he had ever done. Gem it for someone who had already died once. What did it matter to be a little crazy? He saw his own shadow in Macy. She was just as much of a genius, with opposing dual attributes, and she had also been placed on the celestial punishment platform, charged with unfounded crimes. Perhaps all of this had been destined from the moment he first laid eyes on her, their fates intertwined inextricably. He would never let his tragedy replay before her eyes. Hernan didn't want to delve too deeply into the complex and strange feelings in his heart. The little lunatic was too young. Every time he tried to examine his feelings, it was always accompanied by extreme self-loathing and shame. He only knew that as long as he lived, he wouldn't let her suffer the pain and despair he endured in his previous life. When Macy heard Hernan's words, her eyes lit up. Conroy's remaining unhappiness caused by Hernan's departure vanished instantly. Indeed, he was her teacher. She could clearly feel the bond between them growing stronger. She remembered a long time ago when her teacher had just rescued her from that terrifying laboratory. He stared into her eyes and said, "Conroy, as long as I live, nothing will happen to you." Did he think of how she would end up killing him when he said that? Macy giggled and loosened her grip on Hernan's neck. Gem-blood streamed from her wrists, yet she made no move to heal it with magic. Hernan gazed at her pale, delicate arms, his heart aching. He was about to hold her arm and cast a healing spell when Macy dodged his hand and licked the bite mark. It was the spot he had just bitten. Conroy's Macy licked, her eyes locked onto Hernan's. In human form, Hernan couldn't help but step back under her gaze. In the next second, he transformed into a massive wolf, hiding his flushed ears. Yet his tail wagged uncontrollably behind him. Conroyed, he bit his tail and reluctantly looked at Macy again. The girl's next words made him stiffen. "This is the first mark your big dog left on me. I'll keep it safe, letting this wound stay forever." Then Macy raised her hand and patted Hernan's head. "Leave IK then, see you in 4 years. Will you still be my obedient doggy?" Hernan. "I'm a wolf," he corrected softly but quickly conceded, "yes." "What did you say?" Macy pretended not to understand. Frustrated, Hernan wanted to bite the little lunatic in front of him. "What did I say?" "What?" Macy wouldn't let up. Gembrother Hernan, tell me, what will you be to me in 4 years? What was this? Conroy humiliating play for a wolf? Hernan felt like fleeing. Macy pouted, "I have to spend these 4 years alone in this cave. I'll be so scared." Gembrother Hernan, please just humor me." Her coquettish act stabbed at his heart, making him feel weak. Hernan could withstand punishment and endure pain, but he couldn't resist such tender-hearted tactics. Drawing a deep breath, his voice trembled. "I will always be Macy's obedient doggy." Conroy saying that, his whole body went numb, and he ran out of the cave without looking back, disappearing instantly. To run away after speaking, so cute. Macy was so happy she felt like doing a cartwheel inside the cave. Conroy Hernan, fleeing in embarrassment, wished he could bite off his own tongue. What had he just said? What shameful words did he blurt out to pacify the Darius? Conroy huddled in the corner of Macy's cave, pulling at its fur dejectedly, feeling like an enormous third wheel. Leavenly now that the overseer was gone did it emerge and burrow into Macy's arms. "Flint, isn't my fur just as soft and nice to touch?" "Very soft, very soft." Macy was in such a good mood she gladly played along with Conroy. She even tugged at Conroy's ears. "You need to get stronger too, got it? I'm going to do something big outside. Conroy must help me." This was the first time Macy had given Conroy such an important task. It immediately raised its little head and pounded its chest with its tiny paws in a very human-like gesture. "Yes, Flint, rest assured, leave it to me. I will definitely become super strong." Conroy's a divine beast, absorbing spiritual energy from the world was as natural as breathing. Since it was connected to Macy's soul, it naturally could also understand what Macy understood. The master is a genius, the pet wouldn't be bad either. Thus, Macy began her cheerful upgrading. Within the Tianchi sect, Harry looked at Gareth with great confusion. "Flint, why not immediately send that little miss to the celestial punishment platform?" Gareth pondered for a while before speaking in a deep voice. "Harry, do you know what year it is this year?" Harry wasn't quite sure, what do you mean, elder? Gareth sighed. This year marks the 300th anniversary of his soul's scattering. Harry felt a skip in his heartbeat. Legend has it that deceased cultivators would reincarnate back into the world after 300 years. Gemmet without memories and cultivation, they were no different from ordinary mortals. It was all just a legend, unverified. Gareth had never taken this legend seriously. However, seeing the wolf demon instantly reminded him of this legend. Harry, Gemmet he has already had his soul scattered, making it absolutely impossible for him to have a next life. Gareth nodded. I know. I postponed sending that little miss to the celestial punishment platform not just to avoid this 300th year. Gemmet rather. Gareth waved his finger, and an image of his cave appeared in midair. Levin the huge array was an almost translucent woman, perfect as if she weren't real. I've spent my entire life crafting this engsub, which is an excellent cauldron. Just 4 more years will see its completion, but although this cauldron is perfect, it lacks the sufficient cultivation needed to support its foundation. The little girl's soul carries the most concentrated spiritual energy, serving as the best catalyst. Conroit that time, heavenly Tao power combined with the remnants of this little girl's body, infused into this engsub I cultivate, will become the ultimate cauldron. When that time comes, our ascension will be within reach. Conroy's he spoke, Gareth's lips curled into a cold smile. I hope these 4 years see the little miss grow even stronger. The more powerful she becomes, the better this cauldron will function. Hearing this, Harry's eyes widened in excitement, overwhelmed with elation. It turned out Flint had everything planned out long ago. Thinking about tasting the arrogance of that little miss 4 years later, Harry barely suppressed his excitement and thanked Gareth as a father. He closed his eyes happily, as if he could already see the girl lying beneath him, indulging in his pleasures. Chapter 374, The Conroitered Little Junior Sister Has Raised the Great Demon King, 34. The cultivators of Tianhong's sect had gradually gotten used to the heavenly thunder that occurred every other day. Initially, when the heavenly thunder appeared so frequently, everyone was both shocked and worried. They were amazed at how overly rapid Jolio Shimmy's advancement seemed to be and concerned that she might not endure these increasingly fierce and brutal thunders. However, by the 2nd year, the people of Tianhong's sect were already accustomed to it. When there wasn't any thunder for a whole month, they even wondered why heaven had been so quiet for so long. Conroy soon as this thought crossed their minds, the thunder would strike Jolio Shimmy's cave dwelling with full force, which made the senior brothers feel that things were finally back to normal. Conroy after some time, they no longer bothered to count how many times Karina had endured the heavenly thunder. The genius junior sister not only had different cultivation methods and speed but also experienced different tribulations. It was impossible to gauge her current cultivation level based on the number of heavenly thunders she endured. Conroy they knew was that the cloud of tribulation above Tianhong's sect never left. Thanks to Karina, each time the thunder struck, it enriched the spiritual energy in the entire sect significantly. The cultivators of Tianhong's sect benefited greatly from Karina, improving their cultivation very quickly. Inside the cave, when the young girl slowly opened her eyes, all the gloom was instantly dispelled by her bright, star-like gaze. Karina's spirit sea was originally as deep as an ocean. Now, she had built a towering skyscraper upon that immensely solid foundation. She felt that she could sense the flourishing vitality of all living things in the world with every breath. Karina slowly stood up. In an instant, the surging spiritual energy, like huge waves, spread wildly in all directions. In the next moment, with just a thought, the overflowing spiritual energy vanished completely. If any cultivator saw Karina at this moment, they probably wouldn't be able to tell what her cultivation level was. According to legend, cultivators who reach a certain realm will return to simplicity. Gemmet the world had never seen such a profound being before. Karina wasn't quite sure about her current cultivation level, but she had a feeling. Whenever she wanted to, she could immediately ascend and face the heavenly Tao. With less than half a year left until the 4-year agreement, Karina changed her red dress to a pinker hue and then beckoned to Daniel Leo nearby. Come here. Daniel Leo, who had been cautiously avoiding disturbance, transformed into a fluffy white cannonball and dashed straight into Karina's arms. It rubbed its head against Karina's chin and let out delicate meows. The purring sound was like a majestic engine. After being stroked by Karina for a while, it finally calmed down slightly and said softly. Flint, I missed you so much. This is the first time you've touched me in 4 years. Flint, are we going out? I have become very strong. From now on, I will protect you. Connected mentally with Daniel Leo, Karina naturally sensed the earth-shattering power within it. Deeming a divine beast and receiving enhancements from her as its master, Daniel Leo could now easily crush a nascent soul cultivator like squashing an ant. Gemmet now, the world-destroying divine beast had turned into a fluffy little white kitten, curled up in the embrace of a girl dressed in light pink. No matter how you looked at it, this scene was nothing but healing and harmless. Karina walked towards the cave entrance step by step, and with a slight thought, the stone door opened. Golden sunlight fell upon her body. Leaving outside, everything was covered in snow. It was winter. The bone-chilling wind seemed to want to cut the young girl's exposed skin, but as soon as it touched her, it was repelled by something invisible. Having lost track of day and night and the seasons inside the cave, Karina realized that the clothes she wore didn't match the atmosphere outside. After some thought, she thickened her long dress and added fluffy white edges around the neckline and hem, making her small, palm-sized face look even more exquisite and beautiful. Karina's mountain peak was very quiet. Everyone in Tianhong sect knew their diligent and hardworking junior sister was refining her cultivation, so no one dared to disturb her. Thus, when Karina came out, she didn't see anyone. If any senior brother saw her now, they might not recognize her. The girl had fully matured, with a slender yet well-proportioned figure. Her long black hair reached her waist, and the youthful charm in her features had faded, revealing the lively beauty of a young woman. Her petite nose and red lips enhanced her unique beauty, somewhere between adolescence and maturity, which made one's heart tremble. The strange blend of purity and allure, her black butterfly wing-like eyelashes trembled slightly as a faint smile curled the corners of Karina's lips. In an instant, her figure vanished from its original spot. She had come out earlier because she missed her teacher. If she missed him, then she would go find him directly. The youngest little junior sister of Tianhong sect disappeared without a trace, and suddenly the mortal world gained an incredibly beautiful young girl. With a life and death contract now binding Karina and Ernan, she could naturally feel where Ernan was. He was indeed still among the beastkin. Levine wonders if Wolfie's fur is still as petable as before, or if his ears and tail are still as sensitive as they used to be. Karina walked down the streets of the mortal realm with light, joyful steps, heading in the direction opposite the Spirit Mountain. The entire continent, with the beastkin on one side and the Spirit Mountain on the other, faced each other from afar, mostly leaving each other undisturbed. Karina did not choose to go directly to the beastkin but wandered through the human realm instead. Levine, who wanted to destroy the world, should naturally understand it better. Walking on the path, Karina carried the kitten in her arms, with its white fluffy collar covering half her face, revealing only a pair of exquisite eyes. Even so, passers-by frequently stopped in their tracks. The snow was quite heavy today. Karina felt several pairs of ill-intentioned eyes on her. Just as she was about to play some mischief, her attention was drawn to a young girl not far away. In the icy, snowy landscape, she was wearing very little, with her wrists and ankles exposed, her clothes patched up. Her cheeks were flushed red from the cold, but her lips were pale. Despite this, she was still breathing heavily, holding something and running briskly. Karina followed behind at a distance. The young girl ran to the door of a house and carefully stood outside, calling. "Aggie, I've been paid." Conroy. Soon as she finished speaking, a middle-aged woman rushed out of the house, snatched the money from the young girl's hands, weighed it in her palm, and then slapped her across the face. "So little? Did you hide some?" The frail young girl was knocked to the ground by the slap. She covered her face, obviously in pain, but didn't dare cry out, only sobbing quietly. No. She worked for a wealthy family. Though a girl, she did the same hard work as boys, washing clothes, carrying water, doing dirty and exhausting tasks. When it came time to be paid, the steward saw she was a little girl and found many reasons to withhold almost half her wages. The middle-aged woman began to curse. "You brat, you must have hidden some. Your brother doesn't have enough money. What can you do with your money? You're nothing but a burden. Hand over the money now, don't make me say it twice." The young girl, cold and hungry, her face hurting, shivered with indignation. "Aggie. Gemrother is your own Darius, and so am I. Gemrother can wear nice clothes and go out drinking with friends, while I can only..." Slap. Another slap landed on the young girl's face. "Where did you learn to talk back? So you think you can stand on your own now, huh? Since you were born from me, you must obey me. Conroy's a girl, you are meant to serve men. In your own home, you serve your brother and father. After marriage, you serve your husband and father-in-law. That's your duty." Words like these continuously spewed from the middle-aged woman's mouth. Karina stood beside her, holding Daniel Leo, expressionless. This woman seemed oddly familiar. Chapter 375, The Conroyed Little Junior Sister Who Raised the Great Dakari, 35. The middle-aged woman had been scolding for a long time but still did not see the little girl take out the so-called hidden money. Finally, the middle-aged woman could not hold back any longer. She grabbed the little girl's collar and was about to strip her in this icy world to search for her so-called hidden money. However, as soon as the middle-aged woman stretched out her hand, her wrist was seized by a hand with ice-like smooth skin. Startled, the middle-aged woman looked up and met a pair of black eyes colder than this snowy weather. Despite being well-dressed, she shuddered all over, an inexplicable fear surging within her heart. That sense of familiarity also became clearer along with this fear. Conroy de Bayo jumped down from Macy's arms and came to the side of the little girl who fell on the ground, rubbing her arm affectionately with its head. Warmed by this fluffy, warm touch, the little girl forgot the pain and stared wide-eyed. She glanced at this white kitten, then raised her head to look at the older sister standing next to her, stunned for a moment. She had never seen such a beautiful sister before. Was this a fairy descended from heaven? Fairy Macy stared directly at the middle-aged woman, her voice crisp yet icy. "You are indeed still as disgusting as ever." The woman was dumbfounded, her heart pounding furiously. Conroy's name was on the tip of her tongue but stuck in her throat, unable to be uttered. Conroy. This moment, a hoarse voice sounded from inside the house. "Aggie, didn't you say my sister's wage arrived? What are you doing outside?" Quickly give it to me, I've made plans with my brothers. Macy looked into the house, where a chubby, greasy young man walked out. He was like a fat pig, wearing only high-quality fabric, contrasting sharply with the frail girl who lay on the ground outside. There were dark circles under his eyes, clearly showing signs of excessive indulgence. The youth took a few steps outside and lifted his head. To his surprise, he saw a beautifully enchanting maiden. His eyes immediately went straight, staring fixedly at Macy, his formerly impatient expression instantly turning to lust. Who is this? You said before that you would find me a wife, isn't it her? Conroy's he spoke, his eyes sparkled, and he actually raised his hand to reach out toward Macy's face. Aggie, where did you find such a beautiful lady? Macy showed no emotion, staring directly at the youth. Gemmet, the woman whose wrist was held by Macy, suddenly felt a terrible premonition. Perhaps as a mother's intuition, she looked at her treasured son and screamed in horror. Tim, don't. Gemma, before she could finish her sentence, the fat youth stopped moving. While everyone was still reacting, Macy had already released the woman's wrist. Her slender fingers lightly pointed at the youth, a faint light blue line unseen heading straight towards his forehead. The youth stared hard at Macy, the lecherous gleam in his eyes not fading, as his life froze at that moment. Sharp water blades, unseen, turned into blades cutting through the cold air, piercing the youth's forehead and exiting from the back of his skull. Conroy thread of blood trickled down the youth's forehead, and his obese body crashed to the ground soundlessly. Gemmet, the middle-aged woman, and the little girl by the door were stunned by this sudden change. Especially the woman. With her mouth agape like a fish gasping for air, she stared intently at her beloved son lying dead on the ground. She suddenly started howling, emitting a shrill cry, shaking her beloved son's corpse frantically, yet receiving no response. The woman's expression turned mad, finally realizing what happened. She suddenly glared at Macy, screaming tearfully. I'll kill you. You killed my son, I'll tear you to pieces. Macy tilted her head slightly, her fingers flickering slightly, and ice began climbing up from the ankles of the middle-aged woman. The woman could no longer move forward. Macy, Gemmet, your son also killed an innocent young girl who fled here due to famine. So, I killed him, what's wrong with that? The woman's veins bulged on her forehead, her face turning greenish, tears streaming down as she shrieked mournfully. She was just an orphan without parents. My son deigned to notice her, it was her honor, what difference does it make if he killed her? She was just a woman. Conroyha, I see. Macy nodded, then I will kill you too, you're just a woman. The woman shivered all over, her anger turning into fear. She looked down and realized belatedly that her lower body was completely frozen by ice, and the bone-chilling cold was slowly creeping upwards. No, you can't do this to me. I remember you, you're Macy. I even raised you. Macy raised an eyebrow, so you do remember. Then you must also remember what I said back then. Conroy, bone-chilling cold stabbed into her heart. The woman's eyes bulged wide as she stared at the girl in front of her. Her pupils dilated, and she couldn't utter a word. Macy took a disdainful step back, glanced at the two corpses, and turned away without a second look. The little girl outside the door was still sitting on the ground, snow already settling in her hair and on her body. She was shaking violently. Seeing Macy approach, she couldn't help but crawl backward, fear filling her eyes. Even if Macy had no ill intent toward her, she had just witnessed this person kill two people right before her eyes. Conroy at such a young age, how could she not be terrified by such a scene? Macy looked down at her and spoke calmly. Take all the money from this household and leave. No one will beat you anymore. Her voice was beautiful. The little girl thought so. Unconsciously, she voiced her thoughts. Gemmet, where should I go? The world was vast, yet there was no place for an orphan like her. Macy glanced at the little girl, then looked up at the sky. She raised her hand and cast a spell on the little girl. From now on, any man who harbored ill intentions toward her would never be able to touch her. Go wherever you want. After saying this, Macy beckoned the white kitten on the ground, which immediately ran into her arms. In an instant, her figure disappeared. The little girl, kneeling in the snow, touched her face and arms. Suddenly, she felt no more biting cold, and her wounds began to heal slowly. She had truly met a fairy. Conroy, terrifying fairy who could kill without blinking an eye but made sure she wouldn't feel pain anymore. However, Macy was somewhat unhappy. She saved this one, but how could she save countless other girls like her in the world? With a flicker of thought, she instantly arrived at the territory of the demon clan. Laverdinary humans dared not come close here. So when the snake demon guarding the entrance saw this extraordinary beautiful girl, his first reaction was, this is a fox spirit who walks the pure route. He had a human upper body but snake-like vertical pupils, and his tongue flicked like a snake's. Twisting his serpentine lower body, he approached Macy, sizing her up. He couldn't sense any demonic aura, spiritual energy, or malice from her. The snake demon, having not seen outsiders trying to enter the demon realm for a long time, exclaimed excitedly. Hey, where are you from? Who are you looking for? Macy, I'm looking for Hernan. The snake demon froze, then burst out laughing, turning to his companion. Look. Can one other presumptuous one trying to seduce our demon king to her death? Chapter 376, the gem-loved younger sister has raised the great demon king, 36. Macy froze for a moment, blinked her eyes, and suddenly realized something, exclaiming with an epiphany. Aurelio, you can't be seduced? The snake demon didn't directly respond to Macy's words. His companions were also attracted over. The two snakes circled around Macy, their tongues flickering and hissing. Young girl, where do you come from? Conroy, are you of the demon race? Why haven't we seen you before? Macy blinked and began her unique persuasion. I am from the demon race. I'm a cat demon who came from Spirit Mountain and stole treasures from there. That treasure can conceal one's aura, so you can't sense my demon chi. I was planning to present this treasure to Aurelio. Is there any problem with that? Demons generally had exquisite features, as they transformed into what they believed to be the most beautiful forms. This was the first time these snake demons saw such beauty. They stared straight at Macy for a while, but it wasn't the lecherous gaze of those despicable men in the human world, rather, it was the unreserved admiration for beauty. This look did not make Macy feel uncomfortable, so she didn't attack them. The two snake demons clicked their tongues. We've seen many female demons who claim to offer treasures to the demon king but are actually here to seduce him. You're so beautiful, you don't need to do such things. Otherwise, you might die without even knowing how. Though it sounded harsh, it was genuinely meant as advice. Conroynion who tried to approach the demon king usually ended up dead in a gruesome manner. Macy put on an innocent face. I really intended to present the treasure. Thank you for the warning, gentlemen. She walked forward without hesitation. The two guard snake demons didn't stop her. They stared at her slender and graceful back, feeling regretful. Conroy, young girls nowadays all this bold? Yeah, she sure has some wild ideas. Even after our warnings, she still won't listen. We have no more reason to advise her. Upon entering the demon realm, Macy was overwhelmed by the variety of sights. The demons on the streets took various forms, most only partially transformed. If it were just half human and half animal, that would be fine, but some had different halves on each side. Conroy, there was that fox, with a human face but fox ears. Cute, yes, but a fox face with human ears was terrifying. No wonder humans viewed these demons as ferocious beasts. Of course, most demons who successfully transformed into human form were extremely beautiful and powerful. Hernan's location was the strongest in demon chi, so Macy didn't even need the life and death contract to sense his direction. She kept moving forward while enjoying the spectacle. Conroy, completely human-like and exceptionally beautiful young girl like Macy, was rarely seen in the demon realm. Conroy's eyes turned toward her, amazed that they couldn't sense her aura. Just as Macy thought she would soon see Hernan, a sharp voice rang out behind her. This woman. She's a cultivator. Conroy's the words echoed, the street erupted into chaos. Macy turned to see a woman with rabbit ears pointing at her, shouting. I saw her during the sect competition below Spirit Mountain. I've seen her, she's a disciple of a cultivation sect. She's here, she's here. The woman's expression turned angry as she continued. I get it, she must be here to kill the demon king. Cultivators are all hypocrites, good at pretending. Macy hadn't expected to be recognized. She smiled at the woman. Yes, I'm a cultivator. So what? How could a real cultivator get in here? Kill her. In an instant, all the demons on the street transformed into their original forms, surrounding Macy in the center. The small girl hugged her white cat, surrounded by rattlesnakes and wild dogs, staring hungrily at her. Macy sighed in frustration. I really don't want to fight. Perhaps due to her overwhelming power, every time she used spiritual energy, she could clearly feel the power of heavenly Tao. After killing those two humans earlier, a cloud of lightning had followed her. Moreover, these little creatures were quite cute, and Macy didn't want to hurt them casually. Conroy, though I'm a cultivator, I almost have no spiritual energy. You can't sense my aura, right? I'm very fragile and won't harm you at all. I just want to find the demon king. I have an appointment with him. Macy explained patiently, which was rare. So you're really here for the demon king? Nowadays, any stray cat or dog dares to come and look for Aurelio. Do you remember how the last one who tried to seduce him died? Heard about it. Her heart was dug out and crushed into pieces. The Maria jumped up even higher at this. You think you can see Aurelio with just your puny self? Aurelio is elegant and handsome. People from our demon race can't even get a glimpse of him, yet you, an outsider, dare to say such things. Truly deserving death. This Maria was one of the many fangirls within the demon race. When Hernan first came to the demon race, it took him less than half a year to completely change the hierarchy of the demon world. The once ruling demon kings all became his defeated subordinates, forced back into their original forms. Unlike the cultivation world, which valued age and seniority, the demon race only recognized power. With Hernan's unparalleled strength, he naturally gained the most admirers. Conroy, the admiration from the demon race was particularly fervent. Female demons vied to offer themselves, but none succeeded as Aurelio showed no interest in women. Those who were still hopeful and dared to approach ended up dead. Leave over time, everyone knew not to provoke Aurelio. Conroe female demons consoled themselves that since no one could get close to Aurelio, then everyone stood equally distant. Gemmet now, unexpectedly, another audacious one appeared, and she was so beautiful that what if Aurelio fell for her? No, no way. The Maria thought, she mustn't let this woman meet Aurelio. Suddenly, she remembered when she saw Macy years ago. Macy was just a 13-year-old girl, seemingly a little junior sister. Junior sisters should be weak, right? So, Macy must still be weak. Thinking this, the Maria drew a silver whip from her waist. While shouting, "Capture her quickly." The whip shot out like a venomous snake straight towards Macy's face. Macy stood motionless, not even blinking. Just as the whip was about to strike her delicate skin, suddenly, a wave of overwhelming demonic energy surged forth. Like an invisible net, it pressed heavily on everyone, including the Maria. The demons screamed and knelt down one by one. Then, a fierce whirlwind swept through, tightening and converging entirely around Macy. Macy felt a fresh, pleasant aroma fill her nostrils. In the next moment, she was enveloped in a warm, broad embrace. Her back was tightly pressed against the chest of the man behind her. Hernan held her from behind, his voice vibrating through his chest and into Macy's ears, sending shivers down her spine. My little girl doesn't make a move, waiting for me again? Chapter 377, The has raised the Demon King, 37. Karina had no idea Hernan could bring about such a strong feeling of possessiveness. He held her from behind, his arms encircling her waist, his chin resting on top of her head. Karina could feel that he had grown much stronger. Perhaps long, long ago, before she even arrived in this world, that exceptionally talented senior gembrother was just as powerful. Demon King. The higher-level demon raised its eyes slightly and looked at him. Trembling, it knelt on the ground and spoke in shock. Hernan did not move his gaze away by even a bit. Conroitually, the moment Karina arrived at the entrance to the demon realm, he had felt it. Almost instantly, he spread his divine consciousness throughout the entire demon realm. Thin threads of his divine consciousness circled around Karina, outlining her figure and imprinting the image of the young girl in his mind. She had grown up, and she was so beautiful, beautiful to the point where he almost dared not come to see her. Unfortunately, the little girl resorted to old tricks again, so he had no choice but to reveal himself. Holding the person he yearned for, he didn't let Karina turn around to see his crimson ear tips. Karina leaned back slightly. Whose little girl are you talking about? What should you call me? Hernan's arms stiffened for a moment, and he chuckled helplessly. Karina felt the pressure on her waist loosen as Hernan transformed into wolf form. The giant wolf came to her front, nearly eye to eye with her. Its green, luminous eyes were like the most beautiful and clearest gemstones, reflecting only her. The street was completely silent. Demons lay prostrate on the ground, watching their demon king transform into his original form before this little girl, slightly lowering his head. His mouth lowered slightly, whispering, "Flint." Karina closed her eyes happily, raising her hand to place it on Hernan's furry head, petting his ears. The giant wolf's ear tips trembled slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to the caress, but soon it lowered its head further, wanting Karina to pet it more conveniently. Karina thought, indeed, just as she had imagined, the big dog's fur was still so soft. So comfortable, she wanted to bury her whole face in it. Very good. Gemmet, I want to see you transform into human form and call me Flint. The giant wolf stiffened for an instant, very much wanting to pretend he hadn't heard, but his ears couldn't help but flatten backward. Hernan was ultimately not used to calling her Flint in human form. Conroifter transforming into a wolf, his sense of shame diminished greatly, but if in human form. He always treated her like a little girl. She was so much younger than him, she should be cherished in his hands. How could he call her Flint? Karina didn't want to embarrass him in public either. Grasping the fur around the giant wolf's neck, she leaped and straddled the giant wolf's back. Gemending down, she hugged Hernan's neck and happily buried her face in the fur, rubbing against it softly, cooing, "Let's go, won't you show me where you live?" Hernan responded with a sound, taking a step forward. Suddenly, Karina remembered something. Wait. She turned her head to look at the Maria beside her who had already spat out blood under the pressure. Pointing with her finger, the Maria transformed into a white rabbit. The bunny is so cute. I want to eat roasted rabbit, can I? The rabbit shivered all over, never expecting such delicate words to come from the soft-spoken girl's mouth. The rabbit futilely kicked its legs, only to find its demon power retreating at a terrifying rate. Gradually, her consciousness also faded, turning into a real rabbit. Conroe, right, I'll cook it for you. Hernan said good-naturedly. With that, he took a step forward, carrying the little girl with him, and vanished from there. Leavenly then did the demons prostrate on the ground manage to stand up. Their jaws hung open wide, almost unable to close. Their demon king had been ridden. Conroy called someone else Flint. Finished, the demon race is doomed. Previously, the previous demon king had built huge palaces here, but Hernan disliked them and moved deep into the mountains and forests. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he devoted himself to arduous cultivation. The forest of the demon realm was more sinister than that of the cultivator realm. Endless dangers lurked in the darkness, one slip and you'd die without a trace. Karina looked at the cave deep within the forest and couldn't help but laugh. This is where you cultivate? Did you really turn yourself into a wolf? Why abandon a good house for this place? Ernan whispered, it's faster to cultivate here. Conroy's Karina slid off his back. He returned to his youth appearance, standing next to her. He hardly dared to look at her. She was breathtakingly beautiful. That's why when they first met, he embraced her from behind. He feared seeing Karina's face would make him blush and stiffen. Ernan barely controlled his emotions. Conroy, apart from his cheeks and ear tips being somewhat red, one wouldn't notice how nervous and shy he was. Do you want to come in and take a look, Karina? He whispered softly. Karina glanced sideways at Ernan. Ernst had completely shed his youthful innocence, with strikingly handsome features that concealed a sharp tenderness. His eyes slanted upward, exuding a bewitching beauty. His nose was high-bridged, and his lips were slightly pursed, just as she loved them. Gemmet, something was still missing. Karina looked at him with bright eyes. Ernan, brother. Can you show me your ears and tail? Ernan froze, his ear tips turning even redder. He pressed his lips together and shook his head. Ernan, brother. Karina's voice softened. These past 3 years of cultivation have been so hard. Every time my spirit energy was depleted, I felt like I was about to die. Gemma, every time I thought of seeing Ernan, brother, Gemma, before she could finish her sentence, she saw Hernan's ear tips turn an even brighter red, and then 2 furry ears sprouted from his head. The ears initially shied away shyly when they first appeared. Sensing they might retract, Karina quickly reached out to grab them. Hernan's whole body trembled as he struggled to suppress a stifled groan. Indeed, this beautiful face paired with fluffy ears was absolutely perfect. What was that swaying back and forth? Ernst's face was flushed, his lips pressed together, looking reluctant, yet the tail behind him wagged happily. Karina couldn't help but smile but resisted the urge to tease him further when she saw how embarrassed Ernan looked. She took hold of Hernan's fingers. Ernan, brother, let me see inside. Ernan breathed a sigh of relief, but his ears and tail remained unfurled. The little girl had indeed worked very hard, it was only right to comfort her a bit. Inside the cave was another world. Night pearls were embedded in the stone walls, making it clean and fresh with a faint, cool fragrance. Why did you suddenly become the Demon King? Karina asked. Ernan shook his head, I don't know. When I first came to the demon race, it was simply because it was more suitable for my cultivation. The Demon King possessed items suited for my practice. I wanted to borrow them, but he refused, so I drove him away. When Ernan said this, he still felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, he used to be the gentle and suave senior gembrother, not quite adapted to the demon race's cutthroat rules. In fact, he was the first one to let the previous Demon King go. Conroy's for those demons who tried to seduce him later, he killed them because they had innocent blood on their hands. This gentleness was ingrained in his bones, so even though he harbored deep hatred, he could still stand tall, unbreakable by anyone. Karina surveyed the cave, nodding in satisfaction as she flicked her finger, closing the door. What's wrong? Ernan asked. He thought the little girl was just visiting and would soon go out for a stroll. Karina licked her lips, glancing at Ernan with a raised eyebrow. Ernan, brother, I calculated that today is suitable for dual cultivation. What do you think? Chapter 378, The Conroyed Little Junior Sister Raised the Great Demon King, 38. Ernan was taken aback, and the slight relief from his blushing face returned to its previous state. He was still adjusting to the heart palpitations and tension of meeting Little Crazy again when she lived up to her nickname. With one sentence, she managed to throw him off balance once more. Ernan bit his lower lip, his voice hoarse and low. Don't talk nonsense. Karina tilted her head, a smile playing at the corner of her mouth as she watched him. Gemmet, despite his words telling her not to talk nonsense, Hernan's fluffy ears atop his head perked up, and his tail wagged joyfully behind him. The mischievous girl blinked her eyes. Gembrother Ernan, didn't you know? Your tail is a traitor. Hernan's face turned so red that he wished he could burrow into the ground. In his previous life, he had been a graceful, gentle senior brother. In this lifetime, he was a bloodthirsty and cold demon king. Yet, in front of this young girl, all those traits vanished. He became a big dog who would only panic because of her words and actions. After struggling for a while, Ernan managed to squeeze out 3 words, you're still young. Conroy's he spoke, he moved toward the door, sensing the imminent need to flee. Karina wouldn't let her prey escape so easily. She flicked her finger, and the barrier at the door grew even stronger. Gemmet, didn't Gembrother Ernan say that you'd wait until I grew up? Well, I've grown up now, haven't I? Conroy she spoke, the immortal gemending lock in Karina's hand appeared. Lever, does Gembrother Ernan want something more interesting from me? Seeing the immortal gemending lock, memories related to Karina flooded back instantly. He seemed to transform back into a little wolf snuggling in Karina's embrace, leaning against her warm and soft body. Thinking of this, Hernan's breathing quickened. Though he had lived for so long, he had never understood such matters between men and women. Yet, though she was clearly just a young girl, he felt utterly dominated by her. For a proud elder brother like himself, this situation was unbearably humiliating. Karina, stop messing around. I'll take you to tour the demon realm and then focus on your cultivation. There's less than half a year left before you face the heavenly punishment platform. Ernan thought he wasn't ready and started to divert the conversation. However, after thinking about it for so long, Karina was not about to let Ernan get away and steered the topic back. Gembrother Ernan is right. Wouldn't practicing together make things go faster? Lever, is there already someone else in Gembrother Hernan's heart? How could there be? I agree. Before Karina could finish her sentence, Ernan interrupted reflexively, eager to explain, fearing that the young girl might be upset. As soon as he looked up and saw the sweet smile on Karina's face, his heart trembled. He had been tricked again. She was not only crazy but also a little liar. When they first met, she had used this tactic. Even though he knew it was a trap, he willingly fell into it. So this clumsy method worked perfectly every time with the young girl. Ernan sighed deeply. Karina, emboldened, dashed over and clung to Ernan. Since Gembrother Ernan agrees, let's start. Ernan stiffened. When did he agree? Yet Karina wouldn't allow him to refuse anymore. Her slender, white hands grabbed the front of his robes and pulled, exposing the exquisite collarbone. His conroymia's apple bobbed, and even without speaking, it revealed his current nervousness and stiffness. The chest is always the most vulnerable part of a beast, especially the throat and abdomen. Ernan, being a wolf, instinctively wanted to resist, to bite and kill the young girl forcefully intruding. He forcibly suppressed his instincts, slightly tilting his head and closing his eyes, his voice growing even raspier. Conroy, you sure? Lev, of course I am. Karina licked her lips, tiptoed, and bit down on Hernan's collarbone. Her sharp teeth mercilessly pierced into his flesh, spreading a sharp pain throughout his body, yet bringing an inexplicable electric sensation. Ernan curled his fingers tightly in that moment, each muscle tensing before relaxing in the next second. It felt strange. These kinds of intimate matters shouldn't be like this. Why? Before Ernan could think it through, Karina's naughty hands continued downward, pulling open his robe and undoing the buttons on his chest. Effortlessly removing the outer robe, revealing the white undergarment beneath. At this point, Karina paused. She licked Hernan's collarbone, savoring the bloody taste she loved, then stepped back. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Ernan, whose whole body was flushing red. Gembrother Ernan, I won't take off the inside clothes. You do it yourself. Karina's gaze was genuinely sincere, but why did Ernan just not fully trust it? The fluffy wolf ears on top of his head were trembling, and he felt as if the gray fur was tinged with red. His tail stopped wagging, standing high, its tip quivering slightly. It was like he was extremely excited yet extremely tense. This little girl was truly excessively mischievous. Ernan took a deep breath, feeling that he should be firmer. His cultivation was now on par with hers, he shouldn't let her overpower him. So Ernan raised his hand, and the immortal gemending lock in Karina's hand dropped into Hernan's possession. Karina's eyes widened in surprise. Ernan jingled the chain in his hand and beckoned her. Come here. Hernan's hair was completely undone, the black outer robe lying on the ground. When his face was framed by the white undergarment, Karina thought she saw the senior gembrother from her past life, who looked like an exiled immortal. Leavenly this time, the senior gembrother had wolf ears and a tail. Karina smiled sweetly and obediently approached Ernan. Does brother want to tie me up? Lev, of course, I have no objections. I love Gembrother Ernan so much, so whatever you do to me is fine. Hernan's hand trembled, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his chest. In that instant, the immortal gemending lock in Hernan's hand seemed to have its own will, suddenly winding up his wrist. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around his arm. Hernan's heart skipped a beat. As he looked down, he realized that by the time he reacted, the immortal gemending lock had already bound his upper body tightly. Lev, of course, at his current level of cultivation, breaking free would be effortless. When Karina came close again, he gave up any resistance. Pity, this immortal gemending lock belongs to me and only listens to me. So even though Gembrother Ernan holds it, you've only brought yourself here willingly. The girl's voice was soft and tender, filled with genuine delight. Ernan took a deep breath. He despised restraints the most, but if it was Karina, perhaps it wasn't entirely unacceptable. With his hands bound behind him, Karina hooked her arms around his neck, happily tiptoeing up to kiss Hernan's lips. Sudden gale swept through the gloomy forest, making every branch shudder. The snow was brushed away, and the first signs of spring spread across the world. Vibrant vitality burst forth in the shadows. No one knew, in the hidden mountain cave within the silent forest. The hoarse male voice calling out, Karina, and Flint. The scorching heat spreading along with the damp breath, the fluffy ears and tail quivering gently, never able to escape. Chapter 379, The Conroyed Little Junior Sister Has Raised the Devil King, 39. Conroy month before they were to reach the heavenly punishment platform, the cave entrance in the forest finally opened. When Macy first arrived here, it was covered in white snow. Now, as she emerged once more, spring filled the air. During this time, both of them had practiced together joyfully, their cultivation skyrocketing beyond comprehension. Even the heavenly tribulation didn't strike again, perhaps the heavenly Tao knew that even lightning couldn't halt their cultivation pace. Every blade of grass, every fluttering butterfly wing, and every fallen leaf, Macy could sense everything with each breath. Ernan was no exception, but he had no attention for such matters, focusing entirely on Macy astride his back. He was still in his giant wolf form, walking out step by step. His body seemed to have grown larger, making Macy appear even smaller as she sat on his back, almost disappearing into his gray, fluffy fur. Macy changed back into her favorite red long dress. Her gaze was fiery, and this vivid red made her shine like a beacon even in a world turned gray. Macy happily nuzzled against Hernan's neck fur. How is it? Isn't dual cultivation wonderful? Hernan didn't pause in his steps. These past few months, Macy had asked this question many times. From her initial reluctance, to stammering with a flushed face, and now, she could ask without batting an eye. Lev, of course. Hernan's voice was beautiful, enhanced by Macy's presence, like spring water melting off an iceberg, flowing clear in mountain streams. Let's go back to Tianhong sect. We'll greet my senior brothers and sisters. Then we can do fun things. Macy said. Hernan nodded, lifting his feet, and in an instant, they landed at the foot of Tianhong sect's mountain. Now, just like Macy, Hernan was so well hidden that unless he intentionally revealed his aura, he was as untraceable as air. When the two returned to Macy's cave, even Flint Riggs hadn't noticed that Macy had been away for months, or that she had brought back someone formidable. In a corner, poor Conroy de Bayo was curled up, looking dejected. When it saw Macy appear, it merely glanced up. It didn't rush over or make a sound. It decided it wouldn't acknowledge its owner anymore. Clearly, it went to the demon realm happily with its owner, only for the owner to send it right back after seeing the big wolf. How mean. It wasn't like it hadn't been a third wolf before. Was it really necessary? Seeing Conroy de Bayo's anger, Macy giggled and waved her hand. Conroy de Bayo, involuntarily, rolled towards Macy. Who has such a cute fluffball? How beautiful. Conroy de Bayo, Conroy little happy, but still ignoring the owner. Macy, I decide to give this adorable fluffball a kiss. I wonder if it wants to. Yes, yes. Conroy de Bayo instantly burrowed into Macy's embrace. The owner rarely kisses it. Such a good opportunity, it would be foolish not to seize it. Gemmet, just as Macy was about to kiss Conroy de Bayo, it felt its neck fur being tightened. Then, it found itself being pulled farther away from Macy's lips. Conroy's enraged Conroy de Bayo looked back to see the big gray wolf had transformed into human form, pinching its neck fur between two fingers. Hernan expressionless, filthy. Conroy de Bayo's fur stood on end. You're filthy, your whole family is filthy. Hernan held Conroy de Bayo expressionlessly, facing it. After a moment of staring, Conroy de Bayo conceded defeatedly. They always bully the pet of the sect. It was so wronged. Conroy, all right, Macy moved closer, patting Hernan's head with one hand and Conroy de Bayo's with the other. Being touched by Macy improved Conroy de Bayo's mood. Forget it, it should have gotten used to it sooner. Its creator, the Norbert, was truly unreasonable. Gemmet, what could it do? Conroy's a system created by the Norbert, it had to obey, didn't it? Conroy de Bayo meowed sadly and retreated into its shell. Tianchi sect. Harry sat before Elder Bede, barely containing his excitement, asking softly. Flint, how does the divination show? Bede frowned, his fingers trembling slightly, then relaxed, opening his eyes with a confident smile. The heavenly Tao won't let that little girl go. The divination shows that the heavenly Tao is highly repulsed by her existence. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. She's just a little girl, how can she possibly fight the heavens, no matter how high her cultivation? When the time comes, on the heavenly punishment platform, Macy will have her immortal bones extracted by the heavenly Tao and lie near death. He then stepped forward with Harry, saving Macy, and expressed his willingness to teach this young girl, sparing her life. Jemmy then, everything would be accomplished. The two exchanged a glance, seeing excitement and anticipation in each other's eyes. Not far away, at the center of the formation, a woman's body had fully materialized, exuding A to any man. Conroy this moment, infusing an extremely talented soul into this body. Trapped within this body, the soul could not resist, only to be manipulated by them. The thought was exhilarating. Conroy week before the time Macy told her senior brothers for her seclusion to end, everyone gathered at the entrance of Macy's cave. Do you think what our little junior sister looks like now? Levier's 16-year-old little junior sister must be even more beautiful. Conroy knowing, I hope no male cultivator falls for little junior sister, whoever dares to lust after her, I'll beat him until even his father wouldn't recognize him. No, it should be competition. Conroy, those men should fall in love with our little junior sister, fight over her, and finally the winner gets the honor to be in front of our little junior sister. Conroy's they were enthusiastically discussing, suddenly Jemison spoke up, shut up. In the silence, the stone door moved slightly, everyone's heart leapt to their throats. Excitement, anticipation, worry, yet also a bit of reluctance to return home. Even just the hint of red from the corner of their eyes, everyone knew their little junior sister had advanced. Though they couldn't sense her aura, the tranquil spirit power was clearly above all of them. The red-clothed girl stood behind the door, riding on a giant wolf, looking at her concerned seniors with a sweet smile. I'm out. Everyone's excitement at seeing the little junior sister was slightly dampened by the giant wolf beneath her. Little junior sister went in alone. Where did this wolf come from? Conroy, judging by its appearance, it seemed highly cultivated. Before anyone could react, a thunderbolt struck. Hello, Flint, hello, senior brothers and sisters, let me introduce this one. She patted the giant wolf under her. This is my Tao companion. Chapter 380, the doted Levin little junior sister has tamed the great demon king, 40. What? Aloysius, the most composed and emotion-controlled senior gembrother, was the first to change expression. Wolf? Partner? Little junior sister, don't talk nonsense. They hadn't even had a good look at their little junior sister when she got taken away. Sure enough, no demon is a good thing. Macy jumped down from the back of the giant wolf with a smile on her face. Yes, it's a partner. You're still so young, you must have been deceived. While cultivating, did this wolf demon sneak into your cave? It's all because we didn't protect you well enough. The senior brothers started chattering among themselves. Eshan drew his sword and attempted to lunge towards Ernan. The giant wolf's green eyes flicked over. Eshan found himself frozen in place, unable to move. Then the form of the giant wolf dissolved, replaced by a tall man in black robes appearing before everyone. Despite their intense dislike for this man who appeared out of nowhere, they had to admit, this man's demeanor and appearance were unparalleled. Gemet. This was their doted-on little junior sister. No matter how outstanding he might be, it simply wouldn't do. Ernan saw their anger and disdain but remained expressionless, raising an eyebrow. After being a demon for so long, a touch of arrogance and defiance inevitably seeped through. He said indifferently, if anyone has the strength to match Macy in this world, it can only be me. You. Aloysius finally couldn't hold back and drew his sword toward Hernan's face. Macy stepped back, looking mischievously at the 6 senior brothers. Why don't all of you come at once, along with Flint? Leviator sect disciples listened to the commotion from the mountain top, hearts pounding. Was this a sudden fight? Conjoined it seemed like a life-and-death battle. Levin the mountain peak, Ernan watched as the 7 exhausted senior brothers and 1 elder before him struggled, then took a step back and bowed. Thank you for giving way. He remained as graceful as ever, hair fluttering in the wind. His flowing robes contrasted sharply with the disheveled state of the 7 disciples. Good. Israel suddenly spoke up. Indeed, his strength is formidable. I did not see wrong. Since you're so powerful, you must protect Macy well. Conroy's rig spoke. Hernan's expression grew serious. Looking straight at Israel, he thought of his own former master. Levin master, driven by selfish desires, pushed his disciple into the fire. Conroy bore every pressure just to ensure his disciple would have more opportunities. Ernan sincerely admired him and bowed deeply to Israel. Yes, Ernan has already formed a life-death pact with Macy. If Macy dies, Ernan will have no chance to live on alone. Conroy. Soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes widened. They finally understood why the little junior sister held this man in such high regard. He was a true man. Eshan, the first to draw his sword, was also the first to speak. I agree to this union. Macy happily reached out and grabbed Hernan's hand. We are going to the platform of heavenly punishment tomorrow. She said it in a tone that made it sound like a delightful date rather than an execution. She then beckoned into the cave. Instantly, a white, fluffy ball rolled out of the cave. Conroy. Soon as it landed, a golden light flashed, and the ball rapidly transformed and enlarged. Then a mighty white tiger with wings sprouted from its back, emitting a low roar. This is the divine white tiger. Israel was almost speechless. Macy smiled slightly, extending her hand, and the enormous head of the white tiger rubbed against her palm. I brought it out just to reassure Flint and senior gembrothers. Nothing will happen to your little junior sister. It's merely the will of heaven. Her voice was soft, lips curved upward, and her red dress danced in the fierce wind. Conroy, cold and handsome man in black, stood to her left, while a god beast with flashing gold between its brows stood to her right. Thunder rumbled in the 9th heaven, rolling closer. In an instant, everyone felt as if they were witnessing legendary deities. The next day, at the platform of heavenly punishment, Gareth and Harry stood atop the platform, looking down upon the sea of people below, faces solemn. Today is the day when young friend Macy ascends the platform of heavenly punishment. Less than an hour remains until the appointed time, yet young friend Macy has not arrived. If she does not come by then, I will go with Harry to apprehend her. Below the platform, almost all disciples of various sects had gathered. Most of them were those defeated by Macy and eagerly anticipated watching this arrogant young girl suffer on the platform of heavenly punishment. For a moment, discussions rippled through the crowd. Who would willingly come to the platform of heavenly punishment? She definitely won't dare. Indeed. She's just a little girl. No matter how arrogant he is now, he'll end up crying and begging us to let him go. The men who could not accept being dominated by a woman felt incredibly satisfied at the thought of Macy's impending misery. Conroy's time was about to arrive. Not a single person from Tianhong's sect had shown up. Gareth and Harry exchanged glances, their hearts filled with joy, thinking they would have to go fetch Macy personally. They were hoping for this because it would give them an opportunity to tamper with Macy. This way, when Macy underwent the punishment, her body would suffer more intensely, yet her soul would remain intact, which would be even more beneficial for shaping that cauldron. Just as Gareth glanced at the time and prepared to announce his intention to apprehend Macy in an official manner, everyone suddenly heard a soft laugh. They couldn't pinpoint where this laugh originated. The sound was gentle but sharp, piercing through everyone's minds like a needle. Wow, so many people, such a grand reception for me. Everyone looked around in surprise but saw no sign of Macy. They didn't even sense her presence. The greater the cultivation gap, the harder it is for those with lower cultivation to perceive the strength of those above them. Yet, quite a few of those present were already great conroydepts of the transformation of spirit stage, still unable to sense her. What terrifying power. In just 4 years, that little girl actually. Even Harry and Spencer felt a shock, a foreboding feeling welling up in their hearts, but quickly suppressed it. No matter how high her cultivation, it can't possibly withstand the will of heaven. Harry frowned deeply and said in a grave tone. There's no need to play games. If you're here, then show yourself. Macy didn't want to waste words with these people any longer. She couldn't wait to challenge the will of heaven. Conroy, then you take a good look with your dog eyes how I destroy your beliefs bit by bit. With these arrogant words, a red-robed maiden appeared on the platform of heavenly punishment. The maiden held a white kitten in her arms and rode on a giant wolf, landing steadily in the center of the platform. The moment she landed, thunderclouds began to gather rapidly from all directions, converging above her head. Golden light spread from the array beneath her feet, forming a web of chains that no one, no matter how powerful, could escape. Spencer and Harry exchanged surprised glances. Initially, they thought they would have to make some effort to get Macy onto the platform of heavenly punishment, but unexpectedly, she was standing right in the center like a fool. Chapter 381, The Conroyed Younger Sister Who Raised the Demon King, 41. Harry stared at the wolf demon, his heart skipping a beat. He couldn't sense this giant wolf's cultivation level. Could it be that this wolf demon is more powerful than him? No, that's impossible. Suppressing the various doubts in his heart, Harry sneered. Macy, are you thinking of making your pet suffer alongside you? Conroy with even a shred of compassion wouldn't bring another life to the platform of heavenly punishment. You look delicate and adorable, but who would have thought such a heartless one could wish for those around you to die with you? Such high criticism was instantly placed upon Macy. Macy was completely unafraid of the thunderclouds gathering above or the gemmeting immortal formation beneath her feet. She said lightly, it doesn't matter, let's talk a bit more. Perhaps these will be your last words. Harry didn't expect this little girl to still be so arrogant at such a critical moment. Enraged until dizzy, he wanted to take a step forward but was stopped by Gareth. Gareth, undoubtedly a veteran, coldly remarked. Perhaps Macy just wants some help, but soon you'll realize that all struggles under the platform of heavenly punishment are futile. The dark clouds above loomed like mountains, pressing down heavily. Even those not on the platform felt an inherent fear towards heavenly will deep within their hearts. Some people remembered a similar scene from centuries ago at this moment. Gemak then, that man also had an indomitable spirit, even while standing on the platform of heavenly punishment. Gemet now, this young lady seemed more audacious. Seeing the time had come, Gareth restrained his excitement and asked coldly. Macy, on this platform of heavenly punishment, answer me, did you ever think of killing Harry? Macy elegantly brushed her hair aside, leaped off the giant wolf's back, and set the white kitten on the ground. Without answering Gareth's question, she first addressed the kitten. The first round is decided by you. The white kitten nodded excitedly. Conroy amidst everyone's puzzled and fearful glances, Macy finally turned to Gareth. She giggled, of course, I not only wanted to kill Harry, I wanted to kill all of you. Rumble. Thunder roared as golden, silver, and grayish-blue lightning flashed from the gathered thunderclouds. The devastating lightning struck straight toward the center. This attack was more terrifying than any they had seen before. Even Harry couldn't help but take a step back. If it were him, he doubted he could withstand the first strike. Yet, the young lady at the center of the formation did not dodge or hide. In the next second, the white kitten beside her suddenly grew to the size of a small hill. The beautiful white tiger spread its wings, blocking the sky above Macy, directly shielding her from the terrifying lightning bolt. Then, the white tiger opened its mouth and growled lowly, its golden brow markings flashing as it raised its front paw and pounced toward the incoming lightning. Instantly, the destructive power exploded outward. Those with lower cultivation were sent flying dozens of meters away. Even those with higher cultivation couldn't help but spit out blood. When the golden light on the platform dissipated, the crowd looked up again. The young lady was still smiling, untouched. The white fur on the white tiger's front paw seemed slightly singed but quickly restored itself. The white tiger, having blocked the thunderbolt with a single paw, folded its wings and jumped in front of Macy, its enormous furry head rubbing against Macy's body, seeking praise. Macy wasn't stingy with compliments. Jacksonin, you're amazing. Harry was astonished and envious. This divine beast stolen by Macy was incredibly powerful. Conroy Macy became their cauldron, he must obtain this divine beast for himself. This was just the first punishment from heavenly will. There were heavier lightning strikes yet to come, he didn't believe Macy could withstand them all. While Gareth and Harry were racking their brains on how to accuse Macy, Macy spoke directly from the platform. You're all nothing but trash. Not only do I detest you and want to kill you, I despise this rule. Her words barely finished when another heavy bolt of lightning struck. Conroy this time, Ernan embraced Macy with one arm while swiping his sleeve with the other, deflecting the strike once more. 2 consecutive strikes, and the horrifying heavenly lightning on the platform did no harm to Macy, yet many below suffered the consequences. Conroyed once, those with lower cultivation levels fled in panic. Even those with higher cultivation had complicated expressions, sensing that this time the heavenly punishment platform would not go as smoothly as the last. Macy now completely ignored the shocked and fearful faces of the people around her, as well as Gareth and Harry. She lifted her head straight and looked up at the sky, the curve of her lips growing wider. This is the most disgusting world rule I've ever seen, as well as the most disgusting heavenly Tao. Creating puppets within the world, using the so-called yin-yang law to make all life exist by this crap-like rule. Just to maintain that deformed and laughable rule and self-respect. Conroy true power never fears others surpassing them. The more you suppress women, the more it shows your weakness and pitifulness. Worse than insects, trash, don't even have the courage to face me. Finally, Macy thoroughly enraged the heavenly Tao. Rolling punishment thunder came down like a flood, each strike fiercer than the last. Macy pulled Hernan's hand, signaling him to step back. Then she stared straight at the countless bolts of lightning. Hidden within them was a faintly visible chain unlike the other lightning. She curled her lips upward and, in the moment the earth-shattering thunder wrapped with the chain lashed toward her, she abruptly raised her hand and firmly grasped the chain. The chain seemed to be hanging from the heavens. Previously, no one noticed this hidden chain amidst the rolling thunder. In the instant Macy caught the chain, Harry suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart gripped as genuine fear surged from deep within. For some reason, he couldn't help but scream. Let go. Macy giggled, yet she didn't let go. She bit her fingertip, and blood lines converged into an eerie rune in the air. She pressed the rune tightly onto the chain, which instantly surged upwards along it. Instantly, the ground trembled, and the sky turned dim. Conroyal living beings in the world began to fear and become restless. The sky resembled a grey curtain swaying precariously. Suddenly, a tear appeared in the sky. Conroy pair of huge hands extended through the tear, reaching for Macy. The chain in Macy's hand started to struggle fiercely. Macy's cultivation was terrifyingly powerful, allowing her to actually grip and pull the chain imbued with heavenly Tao power. While the enormous hand was still in midair, Hernan leaned over and kissed Macy's cheek. This was the first time Hernan had initiated a kiss with Macy. He pressed his fingers against Macy's cheek, preventing her from seeing his blushing ear tips. His melodious voice sounded, "I'll deal with it." Then the black figure leaped up, his short blade gleaming brightly even under the darkened sky. His black hair flew, and his eyes were bewitching. The man's smile matched Macy's perfectly. "If you want to catch my girl, you'd better ask me first." Chapter 382, The Conroyed Little Junior Sister Has Raised the Great Dakari, 42. Conroyal cultivators aspire to follow the heavenly laws in their pursuit of immortality. Never has anyone dared to defy these laws. Conroyed especially not with mere human strength, daring to rival that of deities. Gemmed at this moment, as the tall figure charged straight towards those enormous hands, it was like a fragile being proudly embracing its doom. No, this wasn't doom. Hernan instantly transformed into his original form. The massive wolf shape lunged at the hands, immediately enveloped by them. Yet in the next second, silver light pierced through like needles breaking through the dark clouds, emerging from the palm. The sky had already turned dark, and shrill screams incomprehensible to any creature echoed from all directions. The large hand was torn apart, and the giant wolf spat out a mouthful of blood. Gemmed, the look in its eyes, gazing upward, remained defiant. Just so. Hernan sneered, taking charge and pursuing the hands. Fierce demonic energy spread like a net, binding the hands. Meanwhile, Macy on the ground held onto the seemingly sentient iron chain tightly. Her left hand summoned a long sword, icy blue flames gathered at the tip, slashing fiercely at the chain. Jamum. Cracks began to appear on the ground, and the entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Conroyal cultivators below the soul formation realm could not endure such terrifying pressure, losing half their lives instantly. Hernan and Macy felt as if their bones were cracking, yet they stood firm, relentlessly attacking the whole world. Harry beside them rolled his eyes and fainted outright. Elder Bede, the highest in cultivation, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood amidst the trembling world. He looked at Macy, shouting in horror, "Conroy, you insane?" The red silhouette glanced at him during the frenzied battle, smiling and said, "Have you just noticed? Conroy human, a demon, and a divine beast truly went mad enough to oppose the heavenly law, to defy the entire world." Macy's actions seemed to truly anger the world's rules. Conroy's all the forces of the world pressed down upon her, she stumbled, using the sword tip to support herself, barely keeping from kneeling. Seeing this, Hernan, who was entangled with the enormous hands, hurriedly returned to Macy's side. In an instant as the world's power descended, he transformed into human form, shielding Macy. Hernan grunted, swallowing the blood surging in his throat, and looked down at the little girl in his arms. "Conroy, you alright?" Looking up at him, Hernan noticed that instead of fear or retreat, there was a kind of fierce determination on her face, a madness he had never seen before. Macy felt like she was back in one of her past battles. She licked her lips and, under the immense pressure of the world's power, suddenly embraced Hernan's neck tightly, biting his lips fiercely. Ernan, already in great pain, trembled even more at Macy's bite. He felt his flesh tear, blood spurt out, and then be forcefully licked by the little girl into her own lips. Conroy, amidst intense pain, pounding heart, and raging emotions, flashes of memories appeared in his mind. The little girl's beautiful face, a sweet Dwight, and a dagger plunged into his heart. Ernan wanted to grasp something more, but Macy released his lips. The beauty of the mad look on the girl's face startled him. He felt like he might lose her, though he was now strong enough to stand beside her. Gemmet in the next second, Ernan knew where this feeling came from. Macy stepped back and lifted her long sword, plunging it straight into her own chest. Macy! Hernan's eyes almost popped out in shock. His mouth filled with the taste of blood. He wanted to step forward but saw Macy smiling sweetly at him. Don't panic. This body is too much of a limitation for me. The girl's blood, crimson red, flowed down, blending with her red dress, resembling a blazing fire. Behind her was chaotic darkness, yet her eyes shone like the bright moon in the sky. She must have been in pain. Macy's brows slightly furrowed, but the smile on her lips widened. In the next moment, the figure of the girl in red slowly dissipated, yet golden light points converged from all sides, tightly wrapping around her fading body. When the gigantic hands in the sky repaired themselves and reached for Macy again, the golden glow enveloping her body faded away. The long-haired girl, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, now held a once ice-blue longsword turned fiery red. Macy gripped the sword with both hands and slashed fiercely at the enormous hand. Flames spewed from the tip of the sword, as if to split the heavens and earth in two. The hand recoiled sharply when it touched the flames, as though it had been scalded. Leavenly then did Ernan get a clear look at the young girl's face. Her figure seemed more slender, her hair longer. The red dress she wore resembled the tail feathers of a phoenix rising from the ashes, even more radiant than before. The young girl turned back, meeting Hernan's eyes with a sweet smile. Does teacher like how I look now? Her beauty was so striking that one dared not gaze directly into her eyes. Gemmet, those eyes remained the same, no one could mistake them, wild, rebellious, bright enough to cause a tremor. You. Sheng. Ernan murmured softly. He felt the girl before him was both unfamiliar and yet familiar. Conroyed in the instant Macy called him teacher, the image before him overlapped with the sudden memories that surfaced in his mind. Macy. He called again. This time, his tone carried a hint of laughter. My little girl hasn't changed after all. With that, he swirled his sword, tapped his foot, and came to her side, licking his lips that Macy had bitten earlier. The world's power still surged madly toward them, but Ernan deflected it with his sword. His body was already riddled with wounds, yet his smile remained gentle. Go on ahead, Macy. Don't look back. Everything behind you is mine to handle. Saying this, he gave Macy's back a firm push, sending her toward the burning rift in the sky. Macy turned back, meeting Hernan's eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. It was an extreme gentleness and indulgence, madness and sickness hidden beneath the deep sea. These were the eyes she knew best, the ones she loved most. Dwight was indeed still the same, always standing behind her, protecting her from all dangers. Macy smiled, feeling genuine joy. She didn't want to destroy the world, she wanted to rewrite its rules. Chapter 383, The Little Junior Sister Who Raised the Dakari, 43. When Macy passed through the crack and rushed to the ninth heaven, she entered a mysterious state. Conroy around was chaos, yet within this chaos, there seemed to be some kind of order. Conroy's intangible force pressed against her, attempting to expel this foreign object. Macy endured the piercing pain from deep within her soul and took steps forward one by one. Finally, in this indescribable chaos, she caught sight of several threads of black silk. That was the very rule that she despised most. The Macy who once worked at the Planar Management Jamuro had been mindlessly crazy, ready to destroy the world single-handedly without thinking. Gemmet now she ultimately chose another path. Not destroying the world, but rewriting the rules. Because after all, there were still some things in this world worth loving. Like her senior brothers. Gemicides, rewriting the rules was much simpler than destroying the world, and it wouldn't bring too much karma. Macy thought she really had become a good baby now. Roughly speaking, she believed this transformation was quite successful. Though her soul ached as if tearing apart, this pain was far less intense compared to when she attempted to destroy the world. Once this matter was over, she would definitely have a big meal with her teacher to replenish herself. Macy raised her long sword and slashed at those disordered threads amidst an invisible resistance. Under the sky, Ernan gritted his teeth and fought with all his might to resist the unseen hands trying to pull Macy out. These invisible hands were filled with heavenly Tao power. Each attack brought not just physical pain but more so mental and spiritual torment. After several rounds, Hernan's lips had lost all color. His skin was pale nearly to transparency, large patches of blood seeping out from beneath it and dripping down his fingers holding the short knife. Each breath felt like countless blades cutting across his chest. Yet when he saw those hands reaching into the crack again, he still clenched his lips and charged forward. Jackson wasn't doing well either. His wings were scorched on one side, and many new wounds marred his body. Still, he, like Ernan, kept blocking those hands. Conroy among those still conscious watching this battle were only a few elders. Garrett's face was colorless. Looking at Hernan's back, a strong sense of familiarity surged in him. He finally realized that this must be the disciple he had sacrificed. Conroy's for Israel, he was numb with shock, his first reaction being to pray that nothing happened to Macy. Regardless of whether she was human, deity, or demon, she was always his youngest disciple, the treasure of Tianhong sect. Conroyed, indeed, Macy's consort was worthy of her. Conroyed her 49 rounds, Hernan was repeatedly thrown to the ground, yet he rose each time. Finally, he gripped the earth tightly and could no longer move forward. Those giant hands moved much slower, even losing several fingers. Gemmet clearly, the heavenly Tao was still dominant. Conroy gain, the hands lunged toward Hernan. Yet they never touched him. The giant hands froze mid-air and then began to twist and deform, like leeches struggling in their final moments. Screams echoed from all directions before everything turned silent. The giant hands vanished, the eerie sound ceased, the earth stopped trembling, and the sky gradually brightened. Hernan looked up sharply, noticing the girl in red dress standing before him. Breathing heavily, he gave a low laugh. "Macy, you're amazing." He spoke softly, as if praising Macy as he had done countless times. Macy squatted down, her finger lifting Hernan's chin. The battle-worn man was breathtakingly beautiful. Macy licked her lips. "Dwight, you remembered." Hernan shook his head. "Not much." He gazed greedily at his little girl, unwilling even to blink. Macy pointed at Jackson, transforming the injured white tiger into a small white cat snuggling pitifully in her arms. Then her finger touched Hernan's head. Ernst turned into a wolf, which then shrank down to a small wolf pup about the size of the white cat. Macy held a wolf in one hand and a cat in the other, expressionless, chin high, surveying the surroundings. Looking at Gareth nearby with widened eyes, and Harry lying unconscious on the ground, she coldly harumphed and rode away on her sword. In an instant, Macy returned to her cave. She looked unharmed but was severely injured in spirit. Macy threw herself and the two animals into the cave, drew protective barriers, and fell asleep holding the two fluffy creatures. The gravely wounded cultivators gradually regained consciousness. They felt like they had lost something, yet gained something. The disciples of Tianhong's sect gathered outside their little junior sister's cave at their mountain peak, exchanging puzzled looks. "Little junior sister definitely isn't human," Ashan spoke first. "Isn't that obvious? Little junior sister might have already become a deity. Can humans even kill the heavenly Tao? What kind of terrifying luck has our Tianhong sect had to pick up such a treasure? Flint, we passed out back then. You said, did little junior sister actually ascend to the heavens?" Dwayne frowned and silenced everyone. "Conroy, though I don't know what Macy did, I can feel that this world has undergone some changes." "Changes brought about by Macy?" Jemison cautiously asked. "Flint, do you think Macy changed the world's rules?" Everyone's first reaction was that it was impossible, but the words stuck in their throats. It seemed that with anything involving little junior sister, the impossible became possible. "I wonder how badly little junior sister is injured. Should we send her some elixirs? Do you think her injuries can be healed by elixirs in her current state?" Everyone fell silent again. They decided to wait outside for little junior sister to come out. Conroy, unknown amount of time later, inside the cave, the small wolf woke up before Macy. He looked at the sleeping Macy, gazing at those familiar yet distant eyebrows and eyes, the beautiful face that was beyond compare, listening to his own clear heartbeat. Hernan, though heavily wounded, was still better off than Macy, who had faced the power of heavenly Tao and suffered soul damage. It would likely take some time for Macy to wake up. Hernan transformed into his human form and sat beside Macy. His slender fingers extended, carefully tracing Macy's eyebrows and eyes. The girl was very obedient when she slept. His fingers gently touched her high nose bridge, then traced down to her slightly upturned red lips. Conroy, that moment, Macy suddenly opened her mouth and bit Hernan's finger. Hernan stiffened but saw the girl smile softly, opening her eyes. Her expression carried a hint of mischief. "Dwight, I give you two choices. Jean eaten by me, or be killed by me. Which one do you choose?" Chapter 384, The Conroyed Younger Sister Who Raised the Demon King, 44. Hernan was startled by Karina's sudden opening of her eyes, and his fingers twitched in surprise. Gemmet soon, perhaps due to the enhancement of his memories, Hernan suddenly smiled. "Can't you choose both? Wanting to be eaten by Karina and wanting to be killed by Karina." Ernst's brows and eyes were intertwined with demonic aura, the corners of his eyes slanted upward, a blend of sharpness and allure that was utterly captivating. Karina hadn't fully recovered yet, but she couldn't wait any longer. Excitedly, she sat up from the bed, hooking her fingers under Hernan's chin. "Have you remembered, Dwight? How much have you remembered?" Conroy, she experienced more worlds, she could increasingly feel the bond between her and her teacher. Gemmet, even for the first time seeing her teacher recover his memory on the world fragment, she still felt excited. Especially those gentle, indulgent yet helpless eyes, which seemed to transport her back hundreds of years to when she was wreaking havoc at the management Jamuro. Hernan chuckled lightly and shook his head. "Not much, just that you called me Dwight, and then you killed me." What he remembered most clearly was Karina stabbing the dagger into his heart, looking into his eyes with a smile, and saying to him, "Since you refused me, then go die." If it had been anyone else, he would have found it repulsive. Gemma if it was Karina. Ernan thought he was actually a bit envious of the self in his memories. If he could, he would also want to be killed by this young girl's hands. He looked into Karina's eyes and softly said, I finally understand why my past self, even on the celestial punishment platform, even nearing soul disintegration, still retained a lingering attachment, reincarnating as a demon. It turns out that without meeting you, I wasn't willing to die like that. The teacher, who had recovered a little bit of his memory, seemed to become more straightforward. Conroyter saying all that, Ernan didn't blush, but instead, Karina's eyes widened slightly, and her heartbeat quickened. Karina originally thought that after Dwight recovered his memory, he would be angry because she killed him. Gemma now, seeing this. Karina suddenly felt something stir in her heart, as if she was part of some kind of plan. Unfortunately, with Dwight's limited memory recovery, she couldn't force the answers out of him. Karina licked her lips. So Dwight really meant, you want to be eaten by me and want to be killed by me? Ernan laughed, and unexpectedly, fluffy wolf ears sprouted from his head. Lowering his head slightly, he pressed the ears into Karina's palm. His eyes slanted upward, gazing like invisible hooks that pierced Karina's heart. Then he tilted his head slightly, exposing his vulnerable neck, looking as if he was inviting her to take whatever she wanted. It seemed he knew exactly how to seduce. Despite being so powerful, he still acted obedient and submissive, bending his knees and lowering his head. Conroy mad dog acting tame, only you can see him like this. How could anyone resist? Karina excitedly grabbed Hernan's neck. Now that Dwight remembers a bit, I can't wait to settle accounts. Why did Dwight refuse me back then? Conroy, do you still refuse now? The feeling of suffocation made Ernan breathe heavily, but the curve of his lips grew wider. Lev, of course not. Whatever Karina wants is fine. Gemma, Dwight did remember. Karina leaned closer, excitedly biting his ear. I am your student, isn't this considered insubordination? Her hot breath made Hernan's ear tips tremble, even tightening his tail. His voice was hoarse, filled with burning desire, as he whispered. How many times has Karina committed insubordination? Who could resist the deliberate seduction of the Demon King? Karina released her grip on Hernan's neck, grabbed his collar, and dragged him directly onto her bed. The fluffy bun obediently disappeared within the cave. The cold fragrance mixed with sweetness. Karina forcefully bit Hernan's lips. This bite seemed to carry a vengeful intention, making Hernan's barely healed lips bleed again. Though torn flesh brought pain, it made the moment feel real. Ernan took the initiative, gripping the back of Karina's head, grunting and taking control, lightly biting her tongue. Even though he was being defied now, the dignity of a teacher must still be maintained. Since he failed to teach Karina properly in the past, the present him would continue teaching slowly. Unfortunately, Hernan's thoughts were beautiful. In reality, once Karina sensed Ernan trying to take control, she immediately grabbed his neck and forcefully pinned him down on the bed. In the next second, the immortal binding rope appeared as if it had eyes, binding Hernan's limbs and wrapping around a stone pillar. Conroy, this happened in a flash. Gemma, before Ernan could react, he found himself unable to move. His wrists and ankles were tied to the four corners of the stone bed. His clothes were disheveled, exposing half of his chest. The beautiful clavicles and the lines of his pectoral muscles were fully visible. Conroyed when he was forced to expose himself again, he was like the most delicious treat in the world. Ernan was still surprised when his little girl had learned this move, but then he was completely captivated by the slender fingers slowly tracing down his collarbone. His current strength was on par with Karina's, yet due to the life-death contract, he was already suppressed by Karina. This immortal binding rope also seemed to come from nowhere, extraordinarily powerful. He tried to struggle, but the chains did not budge an inch. In the next second, Karina took perfect control of all his sensations. Her fingers slipped down, opening his shirt, following the perfect lines of his chest and abs, gradually dipping lower into his waist. Karina straddled Hernan's waist, watching the man below her with disheveled long hair and captivating eyes. His brows were slightly furrowed, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. Gemma soon, as if resigning to fate, he lifted his chin and smiled at Karina. Still what I said just now, whatever Karina does is fine. How wonderful, she loved such a obedient teacher. If he had been this obedient from the start, wouldn't all these issues have been avoided? Lev, originally, Karina still had some doubts about Dwight's death, but she immediately put these doubts out of her mind. She leaned down, biting onto Hernan's Conroymia's apple, casting a spell over his eyes while she was at it. Instantly, Ernan felt darkness engulf his vision. The little girl has quite a few tricks up her sleeve. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he was overwhelmed by endless pleasure. Leaving outside the cave, the people of Tianhong's sect were anxiously waiting for Karina, unaware that inside the cave, the atmosphere had turned sweet and captivating. Hoarse tremors escaped from his throat, only to be sealed off by the thick barrier. Soul and spirit intertwined, endlessly. Waves surged, carrying all emotions before swiftly receding. Leavenly instinct remained, and love etched deep into their bones. Chapter 385, the little junior sister Gemma loved by everyone raised the Dakari, complete. Many more days passed before the people guarding outside Tianhong sect's cave residents finally heard some movement from inside. The first to appear in front of everyone was a white kitten. The white kitten stood guard at the entrance of the cave, but its face wore an unhappy expression. They recognized this as Macy's so-called pet, the divine white tiger. Strange, why was this white tiger outside the cave instead of staying with Macy inside? Daring not to ask too many questions, they listened carefully and thought they heard the white kitten muttering. "Jemig bad guy." They must have misheard. The stone door opened with a rumble. Conroy, young girl holding a small wolf, appeared in front of everyone. The small wolf wore a collar around its neck, made of some unknown material, matching its fur to be exceptionally beautiful. Everyone stared with wide eyes in surprise. How had the little junior sister changed? During that world-destroying battle, most of them had fainted. Even those who witnessed the entire event barely caught a glimpse of Macy's appearance. Now looking at Macy, it seemed that the girl's facial expressions still held traces of Macy, but her features and figure were markedly different. She was even more beautiful now, even more breathtaking and captivating to look at. Conroyal things under heaven and earth seemed less significant compared to Macy's smile and frown. The senior brothers hesitated, finding it suddenly difficult to call out, "Little junior sister." Macy laughed sweetly first. "You all have worked hard, seniors." Israel spoke up first. "Macy, who are you really? Will you not stay here forever?" Macy did not hide anything and nodded. "I indeed don't belong to this world. I came here just to..." She smiled slyly, stroking the small wolf's head in her arms. The small wolf's ears twitched, burying itself deeper into Macy's embrace. "Just to find my big doggy." "So, are you leaving?" Aloysius asked in a hoarse voice. Macy nodded, "Yes, but before that, I need to see Harry." Conroy's the embodiment of heavenly Tao. How is he faring now? Conroy, amidst the melancholic gazes of her seniors and masters, Macy winked at them. "Well, if there's a chance, I'll come back to see you all." Macy arrived near Tianqi's sect and found it already in chaos. Jemika's Gareth of Tianqi's sect had seemingly gone mad, harming disciples to extend the life of his eldest disciple using dark magic. Upon arriving, she coincidentally saw Gareth grabbing one of the disciples, trying to tear out their soul with a grotesque expression. Just as Macy was about to step forward, the small wolf in her arms suddenly jumped out, transforming into human form. Hernan embraced Macy's shoulders and whispered softly. "Macy, let me handle it. Don't dirty your hands." Hernan had long despised his former master, and without hesitation, he stabbed straight through Gareth's shoulder with his sword, pinning him to the stone wall behind. Gareth finally noticed Macy and Hernan. His eyes nearly bulged out in rage, his expression monstrous. "It's you too. You killed my disciple, you killed my son. I will kill you both. I will tear you apart." "Ugh." Before Gareth could finish shouting, Hernan sealed his lips. Hernan sneered, looking at him. "When you and Harry conspired to extract my immortal bones and fuse them into Harry's body, you should have anticipated this day." He leaned down and kissed Macy's hair gently, holding her close. "Conroy, at least I have my little girl. What about you? Pitiful trash, that's what you are." Saying this, the two ignored the powerless, raging Gareth and went directly to the highest peak of Tianqi's sect. Conroy topped the mountain, within a cave. Harry lay on a cold jade bed, nurturing his divine soul, appearing like a dead man without a breath. The world still existed, and new rules were slowly forming. Gemet, the old heavenly Tao, had been completely destroyed by Macy. Conroy's the embodiment of the will of heavenly Tao. Harry should have died immediately. Unfortunately, Gareth somehow kept him alive. Macy initially wanted to put Harry out of his misery quickly, but now she didn't seem to want to let him die so easily. The little girl's lips curled up, and Hernan knew she was probably thinking up another scheme. Watching Macy walk to Harry's bedside, muttering something, she pointed her finger at the person on the bed, causing Harry to start writhing and struggling. While Spencer had failed to wake Harry despite his best efforts, Macy managed to make Harry open his eyes with just a minor gesture. The moment Harry opened his eyes, he began to twist and struggle as if enduring extreme pain. After a while, his struggling finally ceased. Harry touched his chest and suddenly widened his eyes in terror. He had turned into a woman. Macy said with a smile. "Even though the world's rules have been destroyed, there are still some men who retain those foul remnants of the old rules." She giggled at Harry. "You, an offshoot of the old heavenly Tao, should certainly live happily together with those men." Macy created an unbreakable barrier, shoved the foul men and Harry, now a woman, inside. They would spend their lives together in happiness within it. Inside the barrier, there was no spiritual energy or resources. They might kill each other or turn mad, but who cared? Nobody paid any attention. Macy bid farewell to her senior brothers, took Hernan and Conroy de Bayo, and left the sect to travel the world. When she finally grew tired of playing, she found a fairyland-like island, set up a barrier, and played wildly with her teacher within it. Conroy, century later, on that bright morning, when Hernan opened his eyes and saw Macy smirking with a sword pointed at his throat, he wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he smiled excitedly. "So, Macy is fulfilling our second promise, killing me?" "Lev, of course. To see the complete teacher sooner, I must repeatedly kill and separate from the teacher." Macy's voice carried a smile, but Hernan's heart suddenly ached. His beautiful eyes reddened slightly, and Hernan gently grabbed the tip of the sword. Killing me isn't separation, Macy. I will always be with you. Without waiting for Macy to react, he stepped forward and let his heart meet the tip of Macy's sword. He impaled himself, embraced Macy, and whispered hoarsely in her ear. I love you. In the next instant, his body dissipated, his soul merging with Macy's long sword. The powerful soul integrated into the blade, causing Macy's hand to tremble. The girl stared blankly at the sword for a moment before smiling faintly. Dwight, you always do this. Making decisions without asking. Good, or not good? Macy stroked the sword with her fingertips, then withdrew and picked up Conroy de Bayo. Let's go. What interesting things will happen in the next world? Chapter 386, Soft and Delicate Female Conroy, Fierce and Gemma-Tempered Male Levi, 01. Today is the day of the Imperial Andrew's grand wedding. Yes, I turned on the live broadcast as soon as I woke up. Conroy after all, it's our national heartthrob. Wah, my Conroyna, my goddess, she's going to marry a devil like him. Keep your voice down. Just mumble this sort of thing in your heart, don't let others hear you. Do you think a soft and delicate Levi like Conroyna would be tortured to death by that terrifying Andrew just 2 days after marriage? That could really happen. Gemma, such concerns belong to those nobles. We commoners can only fantasize and indulge our eyes for a while. Right. Conroy anyway, her family represents a parliament powerful enough to confront the empire. The Andrew should still exercise restraint. True. Wow, look at the spectacle of this wedding. There must be hundreds of helicopters flying above. Indeed worthy of the Imperial Andrew. Conroy crowd gathered in front of the large holographic screens, watching this unprecedented wedding. Levin's screen, when the castle gates opened, revealing the bride in her wedding gown descending the steps hand in hand with an elderly noblewoman. Every eye was fixated, wide open. She was absolutely beautiful, living up to her status as the dream Levi of all Conroys and Gems. It's a pity she's marrying the infamous Darien. Rumors say the Andrew is ruthless and bloodthirsty. Those Levis who had been involved with him either ended up dead or insane. Thus, despite his unmatched beauty, looking as if sculpted from myth, capable of capturing countless girls' hearts in one glance, people were becoming more wary of associating themselves with him. How long will this delicate and pitiful Levi last under Darien? The young girl descended step by step. Conroyna lowered her gaze to examine her dress. Diamonds adorned the wedding gown, shimmering iridescently under the sunlight. Her exposed arms seemed almost translucent, covered by lace gloves studded with diamonds, resting delicately on the wrist of the accompanying noblewoman. The sound of cheers thundered around her, helicopters hovering overhead, white doves fluttering in the sky. For a moment, Conroyna felt as if she was a newly descended angel receiving the adoration and reverence of her subjects. Then reality set in. She realized she was indeed the main character in this extravagant wedding scene. Curiously, she slightly raised her head to look around, wondering who the groom for this new body was. Gemmet, then she heard the elder woman beside her murmur. Jean, behave properly. Pay attention to decorum. Conroyna raised an eyebrow, glancing sideways at the noblewoman without a word. Lev, originally, she assumed a wedding of this scale meant she held a high social status, but now it seemed not to be the case. Conroyna was quickly distracted by something strange. She felt some changes in her body compared to her previous world. Conroy de Bayo's voice timely resounded in her mind. Flint, this is an ABO world. In this world, there are 6 sexes, male Conroy, female Conroy, male Gem, male Levi, and female Levi. Conroy and Levi are rare. They produce pheromones which attract each other. When people reach a certain age, they differentiate. Conroy's leaders, Conroys possess strong dominance and ambition. Levis, on the other hand, are softer with stronger reproductive abilities. Well, specifics aside, Flint can understand Conroys as dominant types and Levis as submissive types. Conroy anyway, among the crowds, Conroys and Levis stand out immediately. Gems are rather average, neither producing pheromones nor having heat cycles but forming the majority of society. Conroy de Bayo continued explaining, but Conroyna was captivated by just 3 words. Heat cycle? Conroy de Bayo's voice grew excited. Yes. Conroy, after reaching adulthood, Levis experience a fixed annual heat cycle. Even outside their heat cycle, they may enter heat if influenced by Conroy pheromones. If an Levi isn't marked by an Conroy during heat, they might lose their mind and become driven solely by their urges. Conroyna instantly thought of Ernan from her previous world. Conroy's a wolf, Ernan also experienced annual heats. Conroyed. Conroyna always had a lot of fun during these times. Especially seeing her teacher's dazed expression, flushed cheeks, and trembling pleas. Conroyna licked her lips, feeling parched just thinking about it. Flint, you're now the dream Levi of everyone. Conroy's the youngest and prettiest daughter of the Speaker of Parliament. Once you were identified as an Levi, you were already being groomed as the future Andros. To be precise, this was a political marriage with little emotional foundation. Before this, you had only seen your fiancé, Darien, on screens. Dream Levi? Yes, Flint. Conroy, this isn't just any simple noble marriage alliance. You are the daughter of the Speaker of Parliament, marrying the Andrew. The relationship between the Parliament and the imperial power is delicate and complex. Currently, the parliament is very dissatisfied with this Andrew. They intended to support another member of the royal family, also your target in the original story. In the original plot, the previous owner was willing to do anything for her target. She acted as a spy, relaying information to the parliament. No one cared about the dangers she faced, they only cared about whether the information she provided was valuable enough. Later on, after gathering enough intelligence, chaos erupted in the royal family. The target succeeded in ascending to power but threw the previous owner under the bus, making her take all the blame. Conroy then mercilessly sentenced her to death, marrying her sister instead. Ironically, it was only after the previous owner's death that the target realized he had lost the person who loved him most in the world. More bizarrely, after her death, the previous owner reincarnated into her sister's body. Yet her sister's soul did not vanish, thus, two souls shared one body. Ultimately, they reconciled and ended up serving one man together. The target also gladly accepted this arrangement, and from then on, the two souls lived happily together with him. Conroyna. Speechless, no matter how intelligent she was, she couldn't find words to describe such an absurd plot. She seriously suspected whether the officials at the management Jimuro, when assigning her these worlds, had been watching too many tear-jerking, morally destructive stories. Conroyna silently allowed herself to be helped into the back seat of the car, while the noblewoman stood by the window, her eyes brimming with tears in the close-up lens. Conroyna, always remember your identity as the Andros. You will definitely be happy. Your mother, father, and siblings will always love you. Conroyna stared at the noblewoman's face for a long moment, then suddenly smiled. I will always remember all of you. The long convoy headed towards the royal castle, and Conroyna glanced at herself in the rearview mirror. Her features were delicate and petite, her brows and eyes enchanting, her skin whiter than snow, her dark hair cascading down her back. Truly deserving of the title, Dream Levi. Chapter 387, Soft and Gentle Female Conroy, Ferocious Male Levi, 02. It was evident that the Andrew had already demonstrated his aversion to this arranged marriage through his actions. When Macy's convoy stopped at the castle gates, the massive doors slowly opened. Surprisingly, Anatolio himself was not there to greet her. Instead, it was a formally dressed butler with a polite smile. The butler gave a slight bow towards Macy. Miss Macy, I apologize. Young Flint is unwell, so he asked me to receive you and extend his apologies. The wedding ceremony is tomorrow. He will certainly not be absent. Though these words seemed flawless on the surface, in reality, they utterly undermined both Macy and the entire council. In aristocratic unions, no matter how little affection existed, sending merely a butler to greet the bride was unthinkable. Moreover, certainly not be absent, what did that mean? He was the groom, how could one use the word absent? Sure enough, this conduct was typical of the tyrannical Andrew. The original protagonist had nearly cried at this scene. Gemmet Macy only smiled. Conroy, unwell? That's understandable. Tell Anatolio to take care of his health. Don't die before getting married. I wouldn't want to become a widow right after the wedding. Everyone. This was being live-streamed. The butler's face stiffened, and everyone watching the live stream gaped in shock. Did Macy really say that? She was known worldwide for her gentle politeness, charming softness, and adorability. Conroy, how did she dare? Lev offending the Andrew like that, wasn't she afraid of being assassinated that night? In the darkest room at the top of the castle, bathed in the blue glow of a screen, a man lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, letting out a humorless chuckle. Even in dim light, only an outline visible, his perfect figure was unmistakable. Conroy, a moment, he picked up a syringe and mercilessly jabbed it into the back of his neck. Conroy Macy was escorted into the castle, the live broadcast ended. Today was just the appetizer, tomorrow's wedding ceremony would be even more worth anticipating. What Macy said at the castle gate instantly became the hottest topic among the public. Macy stood in the largest room, waved her hand, dismissing all the maidservants. She stared at herself in the full-length mirror, removed her veil and the shimmering tiara, and looked at her reflection with satisfaction. Her features resembled those of her real body, Macy was pleased. Staring at her reflection for some time, Macy gradually shifted her gaze to a painting on the wall not far away. This artwork, probably by a master painter, was strikingly colorful and bold, with blood-red eyes on the figure. Macy stared at those eyes for a long while before suddenly curving her lips into a smile. In the dark room atop the castle, the man stared intently at the screen. The girl on the screen seemed to be staring back at him, smiling. For a moment, Anatolio thought she had discovered the pinhole camera. Gemmet soon, Macy turned away. Anatolio exhaled softly, frowning as he touched the back of his neck. That injection of suppressant had gone in entirely, yet why did it feel strange? Before Anatolio could ponder further, he saw the girl on the screen turn her back to the pinhole camera and begin undressing. She likely didn't know about the camera in the room. Her delicate hands moved from her back to her shoulder blades, pulling down the zipper slowly. Her smooth back soon exposed itself, the perfect butterfly bone resembling an angel's broken wing, fragile enough to shatter with a mere touch. Anatolio's breath caught, and his fingers trembled as he clicked the screen off. Closing his eyes, he exhaled softly. Macy undressed herself from the cumbersome wedding dress and changed into a silk nightgown from the wardrobe. She had adapted quickly to princess-like living. Conroy's night fell. Macy explored her enormous room, standing by the window, taking in the surroundings until she committed every path in the castle to memory. Since arriving in this world, a good rest was the first priority. Just as Macy was preparing to soak in a bath and get ready for the next day's mischief, she suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. The scent was very faint. If not for her keen sense of smell, she might have missed it. Gemmet when she took a deep breath, filling her nostrils with the fragrance, Macy's heart raced slightly. What kind of aroma was this? Why was it so enticing? The fresh scent carried a hint of bitter tea aroma, mixed with a sweet milky flavor. Almost instantly, Macy felt her mouth watering. Was someone cooking something delicious? Macy took a deep breath, opened the door, and followed the fragrance. The scent was not obvious in the hallway. She went up one floor at the stairway entrance, and finally, the smell became a bit clearer. Macy even imagined the taste of this aroma. Not too sweet, with a smooth texture. The faint bitterness of tea combined with the milky flavor would burst in the mouth, making it the happiest moment. It must be a matcha cake or something like cream green tea. Macy swallowed, never having been this greedy before. Logically speaking, she had received countless feedings from her teacher and should be quite picky about food. Gemmet this time, she suddenly felt that she had to eat it. She would think about it for 300 years if she didn't get it. She took steps upward, all the way to the top floor. The fragrance became stronger, as if she was walking inside a matcha cake. Her tongue extended as if the air itself carried a faintly milky tea scent. Not only did her mouth dry up, but her heartbeat quickened too. Finally, she stood before a door, from which the intense fragrance was wafting. Why was she so greedy? Macy herself felt something was off. What kind of scent could make her body warm, heart race, and saliva uncontrollably flow? Even her nose felt hot. Unbearable, she had to eat it tonight. She touched the hairpin on her head and poked it into the lock twice. The moment the door opened, she felt as if she fell into the depths of the sea. The fragrance carried damp moisture, coiling around her wrists and nose, warmly inviting her to taste. Macy widened her eyes slightly, stepping cautiously into the room, pushing open the bathroom door. In the bathroom, the shower head was on, water droplets falling onto the man kneeling below. Ernst wore electronic shackles on his wrists and ankles, and a thin white silk shirt, soaked wet and translucent, revealing his perfectly toned body clearly. His black hair clung wetly to his face, lips pale, and his eyes and cheeks flushed unnaturally. He breathed rapidly, consciousness blurred, his lashes trembling like the wings of a dying butterfly, using his last bit of rationality to weakly glance at Macy. So beautiful, so fragrant, so alluring. Just one look made Macy's brain heat up, her heart pounding wildly. Then, she suddenly realized that her body seemed to have undergone some changes. Wait, she wasn't. A soft and pitiful Levi. Chapter 388, Soft and Delicate Female Conroy, Fierce and Conroybressive Male Levi, 03. This time, she felt the attraction between Conroy and Levi all too vividly. Her whole body felt feverish, and even her teeth itched as if she wanted to bite something. She felt like an extremely hungry wolf at this moment, with the man in front of her being a fragrant piece of meat. Her mind was no longer capable of questioning why such a man would appear in this castle, this place. In Macy's heart, there was only one thought screaming. Devour him, mark him. Unable to control herself, Macy took a step forward, feeling something strange within her wanting to be released. It was as if she had been lured out by this overwhelmingly enticing fragrance. She could have controlled herself, but she did not make any conscious effort to do so. Was this what Jackson called pheromones? She hadn't even noticed that she was releasing a scent while being enticed by such a tempting smell. However, the moment Macy released her pheromones, the man suddenly started struggling and gasping, his throat emitting a trembling sound almost like tearing. Hurry, stop. The pheromones of Conroy during an estrus period were lethal poison to Levi. Lev originally, he could maintain a bit of rationality by relying on willpower and cold water to get through the estrus period. Gemmet, the moment Macy appeared, everything went out of control. The entire castle only had gem individuals, who didn't have estrus periods and couldn't smell the pheromones of either Conroy or Levi. Everyone knew Darian was in Conroy, but only he knew that he was actually in Levi pretending to be in Conroy. He got through the estrus periods by relying on inhibitors and endurance, always being extremely cautious and never getting discovered. Gemmet, why was there in Conroy in his room? Conroy's such an aggressively seductive aroma. Darian breathed heavily, cold droplets dripping onto his lips, causing him to cough. His entire body curled up, his back arching into a vulnerable curve. Yet, the timed shackles around his wrists and ankles prevented him from breaking free. Macy's eyes widened slightly, almost mesmerized. Did such shattered beauty really exist? She took another step forward, squatting down, and swallowed hard. You. Before she could finish speaking, she saw the man abruptly lift his head, his eyes unfocused, red at the corners, large teardrops falling. He was unconsciously shedding tears. Macy didn't know how terrifying the impact of her approach was. Conroy, she knew, was that his scent was incredibly fragrant, faintly sweet, faintly bitter, mixed with wet droplets that landed on her body. While she could still think clearly, the other person looked very bad off. Macy finally confirmed that she was in Conroy with exceptional self-control, and the other person was in Levi. Indeed, this was her. Her gaze fell on the man again, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, yet he was now curled up, eyes streaming tears without focus, face flushed, lips slightly parted as if whispering something. Macy leaned closer, and the man flinched sharply, seemingly trying to distance himself but moving closer to Macy instead. His barely audible trembling voice finally reached Macy's ears. He said, "Mark me, no, go away, go." His consciousness was so blurred that even when telling someone to go, it sounded weak and ineffective. It didn't seem like a genuine command but rather a coy refusal. Macy also found herself breathing more rapidly, reaching out to hook the man's chin, looking at him closely after swallowing hard. After a while, she laughed. Who would have known that the Imperial Prince, reputed to be the most brutal conroy, is actually an Levi who can't successfully endure his estrus period? The girl's voice was soft and delicate, yet the words she spoke were malicious. Now completely irrational, Darian couldn't comprehend what Macy was saying, but when touched by her, he instinctively moved towards her like a fish seeking water. Tears streamed down his face even more intensely, his chest heaving rapidly, exposing his most vulnerable nape directly to Macy. The moment his nape revealed itself, Macy was nearly overwhelmed by the intense fragrance. Such an exquisite delicacy, not biting it would be a waste. Macy couldn't hold back anymore. She didn't know exactly what to do, but acting on instinct, she directly bit down on Darian's neck. Instantly, the sweet fragrance turned into a soothing dew, flowing into her lips through her fangs. No deliciousness in the world could compare to the taste bud shock of this moment. Not just her taste buds but her entire body, every inch of skin felt this sweet sensation. Right the exact moment she bit down, the man convulsed violently, trembling, his throat emitting a trembling whimper. It seemed to carry both pain and extreme pleasure. His fingers were trembling, gasping for breath as if he were suffocating. The scorching heat spread throughout his body from the sting at the back of his neck, suppressing the burning heat while bringing a new wave of pleasure. Darian, in a daze, regained a bit of his sanity. He seized this shred of rationality and sharply tilted his head back, wrenching free from Macy's fangs and retreating backward. His cheeks were still flushed, and his body trembled unconsciously, yet his gaze became slightly clearer. Conroy's for Macy, she finally glimpsed the malevolence and ruthlessness in his eyes amidst this stunning scene. Macy licked the blood at the corner of her mouth, still not satisfied. Under Darian's restraint, the fragrance in the air finally began to fade. Right the same moment, with a click, the electronic locks on his wrists and ankles unlocked and the time was up. Macy was about to negotiate whether he could let her bite once more. Then she saw Darian suddenly tense his muscles, leap off the ground, and in the next second, a gun was pointed directly at Macy's forehead. Still squatting on the ground, Macy blinked innocently, feigning confusion. "What is it, fiancé?" The heat in Darian's body had not yet subsided, and Macy's pheromones were so overpowering that after being temporarily marked, his legs felt almost too weak to hold him up. He bit down hard on his tongue, the taste of blood and pain barely keeping him in control of his body. "Lee Conroyna, the nation's perfect Levi, turns out to be in Conroy?" His voice was hoarse and trembling, not loud, but every word made one's skin crawl. The showerhead continued running, soaking Macy through. In her thin silk nightgown, her perfect body was almost entirely exposed. Darian took a step back, his brows furrowing. "Retract your pheromones." Macy obediently retracted her scent. Darian finally managed to take a couple of breaths, feeling his uncontrolled heat subsiding. If it hadn't been for that temporary marking, this episode might have lasted much longer. Now she knew his secret, there was no way she could live. Darian's finger slipped off the safety, his eyes, still red from arousal, now brimming with cruel intent. "You've been very obedient, so I'll grant you a quick death." Chapter 389, Gentle and Soft Female Conroy, Gemrudel and Irritable Male Levi, 04. "Wait a minute." Macy raised her hand. Hayward was stunned for a moment. Mysteriously, he didn't pull the trigger. He wasn't the type to give prey time to struggle. Gemmet. Perhaps it was because there was not a hint of fear or panic on the young girl's face after being exposed. Macy stood up and only then did she realize that Hayward was much taller than her with broader shoulders, his appearance handsome but not in a way that made him seem like an Levi Mega. His aura was too strong, the look he gave when glancing down made people feel terrified. Her action ended up with her forehead pressing directly against the black, hollow barrel of the gun. Soaked in cold water for so long, her long black hair clung in strands to her cheeks and shoulders, making her skin appear even more pale and translucent. Macy looked up into his eyes and licked her lips. "Before I die, can I bite you one more time?" "Hayward." Hayward's Conroymia's apple moved slightly as he shifted the gun away a bit. He stared at Macy for quite some time before suddenly smiling. "Indeed, I shouldn't kill you. Doing so would only embolden the council. Gemmet, from today on, you are no longer free." He put the gun away, his mouth curving into a smile devoid of emotion. He wouldn't kill her, but neither would he let her have the chance to spread his secrets. She still had use. Conroy, at least now, she couldn't be allowed to die. "Go rest, Miss Macy. Tomorrow, we will proceed with the wedding ceremony." He took a step back, looking at Macy, nodding his head slightly, indicating for her to leave. Finally, Macy understood why he had such a bad reputation. Looking at these slightly upturned almond eyes, the first word that came to mind was venomous beauty. Macy smiled sweetly, obediently curling her lips. Really don't need me to bite you? You really didn't look good just now, dear fiancé. Hayward's fingers stiffened momentarily as he recalled the feeling. This was his first time being marked, even if it was only a temporary mark, leaving no pheromone scent on his body. Yet, the bone-deep burning sensation hadn't faded yet, accompanied by a tingling numbness. Alongside the strangeness and shock, there was indeed a desire to experience it again. He restrained his hand, not touching the back of his neck where she bit him, instead pointing towards the door. Get out. I don't want to repeat myself. Macy licked her lips, narrowing her eyes slightly, looking almost like a fox contentedly sated but not fully satisfied. Unfortunately, the delicious little cake seemed a bit unhappy, so Macy decided to pamper him a bit after taking a taste. She slowly walked towards the door, deeply inhaling all the while, as if trying to suck up every last trace of his pheromones lingering in the air. Hayward's expression was very unpleasant. He averted his gaze, not wanting to see Macy's exposed and graceful figure as she walked out. Even a beautiful person putting on a sour face was incredibly attractive. Conroy's Macy reached the door, she turned and smiled. See you tomorrow, fiancé. With that, she took 2 steps outside, then suddenly remembered something and turned back to look at Hayward. Jemmy the way, do you know what your pheromones smell like? Hayward frowned at her. Indeed, he didn't know what his own pheromones smelled like, anyone who smelled them was already dead. Macy laughed joyfully. Fiancé, you're really sweet and milky. Hayward's face froze, almost instinctively reaching for his gun again to shoot Macy dead. Unfortunately, the little girl slipped away quickly. Macy ran to the corridor and couldn't help laughing out loud upon hearing a loud slam from Hayward's room door. Feeling cold from being drenched in cold water, she returned to her room, soaked comfortably in a hot bath, dried her hair, and lay down on the bed. Hugging the quilt, Macy recalled the smell once again. That scent that tempted her so, the satisfaction of taking a bite, and Hayward's fierce and ruthless glare made her roll around on the bed involuntarily. Who would have thought that such a powerful, fierce Conroyalpha, broad-shouldered and slender-waisted with long legs, would actually be in Levi Mega with sweet-smelling and delicious pheromones. She loved this world so much. In his room, Hayward took a deep breath and lay down on the sofa. Levine's long leg dangled off, his fingertips playing with the pistol, his gaze dark and fierce. The inhibitor this time was actually ineffective. It seems there was a mole among his close circle. If it weren't for Macy's appearance, he might not have been able to attend tomorrow, which would certainly raise suspicions among the council. She turned out to be in Conroyalpha. Hayward couldn't resist touching the back of his neck. She bit so hard, no one marks by biting so forcefully, almost tearing a piece of flesh off his neck. To this day, his glands still throbbed slightly with pain. He just didn't know whether Macy's actually being in Conroyalpha disguised as in Levi Mega was a well-laid plan or merely a coincidence. He leaned more towards the former. This time, his heat period ultimately passed with some scares but no real danger. Before he could completely sever ties with the council, he would strip Macy of all her freedoms. Let her become a canary in a gilded cage, perhaps when it came to heat periods, letting her bite him might not be such a bad use for her. Conroy at least, her pheromones were truly unique and mysterious, contrasting greatly with her appearance. He wasn't repulsed at all. Wait! Hayward sprang up from the sofa, angrily raking his black hair. What on earth was he thinking? He rushed into the bathroom for a cold shower. The time Hayward lay down on the large bed, dawn had begun to break in the sky. Macy hadn't expected that she would run a fever the next day. How delicate was this body she now inhabited? Just standing under cold water for a while left her in this condition. Macy regretted letting herself be beguiled by Hayward's pheromones, neglecting to strengthen her body right away upon entering this world. Even with a cold, she still had to wake up early for the wedding ceremony. The maidservants helped her sit up, closing her eyes, dizzy and feverish, feeding her some cold medicine, which seemed to have little effect. The servants looked at Macy with pity, but Macy felt nothing, wanting only to sleep. Finally, she was dressed and pushed in front of the mirror. Auguste, are you satisfied? Macy waved her hand randomly, satisfied. However, the moment the door opened, Macy's eyes, heavy with drowsiness, suddenly snapped wide open, her mind instantly clear. Was this really the wet, miserable little dog from last night? The white suit accentuated his tall and lean figure, broad shoulders tapering down to a narrow waist, the straight lines of his trousers continuing down. He appeared cold and self-disciplined, yet his overly beautiful features gave him an added allure. With a high nose bridge and slightly upturned lips, Hawkinsley air nonchalantly fastened his cufflinks, stray strands of black hair falling over his temples, partially concealing his sharp eyes. Let's go, Hayward extended his hand to Macy. His long, slender fingers were a work of art. Macy placed her hand in his, causing Hayward's heart to skip a beat. Her hand was so cold. He then noticed how exhausted the girl looked, her cheeks unnaturally flushed. Macy sniffled, her eyes brimming with moisture. Fiancé, after what you did to me last night, I'm sick. Hayward's eyebrows twitched, gritting his teeth, its lips streaming. Macy, Chapter 390, Graceful and Soft Female Conroyalpha, Savage and Violent Male Levi Mega, 05. London finally noticed several cameras outside pointing at her. Her words had naturally been heard by everyone present. Anatoly's face turned cold, and she suddenly tightened her grip on London's icy fingertips, pinching them so hard it hurt. This sentence of hers was loaded with ambiguity. What did he do to her last night? Conroictually, London didn't feel much pain in her hand, but she exaggerated with a soft hiss, her eyes already gleaming with moisture and looking even more pitifully beautiful. Conroy, my dream Levi is so beautiful. Ah. Damn, how pitiful, must have been tortured badly last night, too badly. Noble daughters truly have no say in their lives. So heartbreaking, the Andrew is indeed still so brutal. Even with such a gentle beauty, he can be so cruel. Heartless. The audience watching the live stream buzzed with comments, feeling as if London was like a little white rabbit struggling for survival after falling into the mouth of a wolf. Especially after she showed a pained expression just now. Was she injured from being tormented by Anatoly? Even Anatoly, hearing London's hiss, reflexively loosened his grip, wondering if he had hurt her. Gemmet quickly, he withdrew his thoughts, frowned, grabbed London's hand, and walked out step by step. The Empire's wedding ceremony was extremely complicated. London, dragging her sick body through all the arrangements, felt dizzy and disoriented. Anatoly stood beside her, occasionally supporting her lower back with her hand. The young girl's waist was incredibly slim. The first time he touched it, his heart skipped a beat. Leaving outside the castle, cheers roared, making a magnificent scene, but all London wanted to do was sleep. Her head was so dizzy, she yearned to sleep while hugging a matcha small cake. Just as she was getting drowsy, a low, pleasant male voice came to her ear. Hold on. His voice wasn't hoarse or trembling like last night. Clear and deep, it sounded like melted snow from a mountain, entering London's ears and instantly making her more alert. She looked up at him but only saw his sharp, perfect profile facing forward, as if the voice hadn't come from him at all. London smiled, tiptoed, and tried to bring her lips close to his earlobe. Dear fiancé, if I hold on today, can you reward me? Anatoly's fingertips curled, ignoring her. London thought for a moment and said. Conroy, wait, we won't be fiancés anymore after the ceremony ends, right? We'll be husband and wife. Anatoly couldn't take it anymore. No one had ever been so chatty in front of him. With all the cameras watching, he couldn't lose his temper. He gritted his teeth. Use my name. Levi K. London nodded obediently. Then I'm really looking forward to Lualu's reward. Anatoly? When did he agree to that? His expression worsened. This scene before the screen appeared like a girl trying hard to please, but the man wouldn't acknowledge her at all. Truly a heartless and ruthless Andrew, the national princess suffering too much indeed. Meanwhile, those in parliament had various thoughts upon seeing this. Especially the Lee family, who raised Lee Conroyna as the ideal Andros. It now seemed that this training wasn't very successful. For instance, Conroyna was actually trying to whisper in Anatoly's ear in public. Even if it was an attempt to be endearing, it was far too disrespectful. Noelle frowned as she stared at Conroyna, thinking she must have a serious talk with her after some time. Conroy's one of the most important pieces in the game. There must be no issues whatsoever. Conroy girl sitting beside Noelle suddenly spoke. Mother, why does it seem like sister isn't feeling well? Noelle's expression softened immediately as she looked at her youngest daughter, Yelena. Though not as beautiful as Conroyna, she was also delicate and charming. Noelle smiled. Don't worry, your sister, above all others, how could she not feel well? Jemmy the way, how have your recent dates with Clark been? Yelena frowned, softly saying. I don't really like the smell of his pheromones. Noelle, how many Conroys and Levis like each other's pheromones right from the start? Conroys long as there's no aversion, over time they'll adjust. Yelena bit her lip and nodded. She was a well-behaved girl who listened to her mother obediently, a typical Levi's character. Conroy arranged by the family to meet Clark. Despite not liking him much, she complied. Collecting her thoughts, Yelena looked up at the stage where Conroyna was. Conroyna was her half-sister. She had always liked her elder sister since Dariushood, especially after learning that her sister was in Levi, making her happier as they shared many topics. Unfortunately, her sister was always busy, learning many things daily, and her mother didn't like her to interact much with her dragon elder sister. She sighed inwardly. She hoped her elder sister would be happy. The ceremony continued until the afternoon, and Conroyna felt dizzy from hunger, not even knowing how she made it back to the castle. Just as she stumbled, a pair of large hands scooped her up, holding her in a warm, broad embrace. Conroyna looked up at Anatoly's chin. Even feeling unwell, she was tempted by him. He wasn't emitting any pheromones, yet Conroyna could still smell his sweet aroma. It was faint but uplifting. Despite Anatoly's frown, Conroyna wasn't angry at all. Anatoly didn't know why he had hugged Conroyna. Conroyna, with the ceremony over and media gone, he only needed to keep this woman locked up, bringing her out for public appearances when necessary. Gemmet. He looked at the flushed face of the girl in his arms, seemingly more feverish, yet her eyes shone brightly as they stared at him. Unable to bear it, he shifted his gaze, carrying her to her bedroom and placing her on the bed. Standing tall, he looked down at her with condescension. Conroy, your devices capable of connecting to the outside world have been confiscated. You cannot step out of this castle. When I need you, you must cooperate publicly. When I don't, obey me, or I might shorten your life. His tone was measured, conveying a sense of complete control. Especially that ruthless undertone hidden beneath his gentlemanly demeanor gave him a crazy edge. Gemoteful and lethal, commanding orders were quite charming on him. Conroyna's vision blurred, and the sweet scent filled her nostrils, making her feel as if Anatoly was tenderly caring for her. Sniff, Anatoly is so good. I will definitely recuperate well and won't go out. Anatoly. He expected her to shout or look terrified. What kind of reaction was this? He paused, then added. Everyone here, except us, is Gem. Gemmet, I advise you not to release pheromones randomly. If you provoke me, I'll remove your glands. Even while saying such violent things, his tone remained unchanged. Conroyna simply pulled his hand softly. What do you mean by releasing pheromones? Is this it? Conroy, soon as she spoke, an invasive fragrance mixed with intense heat surged toward Anatoly's face. Chapter 391, Soft and Tender Female Conroy, Gemriddle Male Levi, 06. Darian's eyes darkened sharply. Conroy, she bit down hard on the soft flesh inside her mouth. She raised her hand to choke Macy by the neck. However, Macy retracted her pheromones even faster than Darian could tighten her grip. The girl opened her innocent big eyes. I understand now, I won't release them recklessly. Before Darian could fully tighten her fingers, Macy's actions and words left her in an awkward position. Her heart raced due to the sudden shock earlier, and her breathing became rapid. Even though it quickly faded, a trace of her scent lingered in the air. Darian's Conroyna's apple bobbed up and down as she let go of her fingers. Suddenly noticing that Macy was burning with heat, she stepped back, her chest rising and falling. I'll call our family doctor. Having said that, just as she wanted to leave, she was suddenly held back by the corner of her shirt being tugged at by Macy. The girl looked fragile and delicate, her gaze gentle. You said you would give me a reward. Where is it? Darian. I never said that. Macy shook her head stubbornly, her eyes welling up. You did. Darian felt exasperated annoyance rise within her. She really wanted to turn and leave, but when she lowered her eyes, seeing the tightly clenched fingertips of the girl, she felt a headache coming on. Macy was laughing maniacally inside, yet her expression turned pitiful. Then bite me once. Just once, okay? Darian took a deep breath, finally prying Macy's fingers apart. She stepped back, giving her a cold look. Lee Conroyna, I am perfectly clear about what the council plans for you. There's no need for you to act like this. Conroy's, I mentioned before, if you behave yourself, I wouldn't mind sparing your life. Conroy's, you may have heard, I have numerous ways of making people talk. No one can resist me. Gemmet, I didn't use any of those methods on you because I don't believe you. This pawn can provide me with useful information. Gemmet, if your misunderstanding of my leniency makes you think I have affection for you, then you are thoroughly mistaken. There's no need to test my limits, nor should you entertain the hope that I might lower my guard. If you truly wish to die, I will grant you that wish. It was rare for him to say so much, and he saw the pale expression on the girl's face as expected. Darian remained expressionless and walked out the door without another word. Just as he stepped out of the room, Macy spoke softly. What if I do all this because I like you? Darian paused in his steps, turning around with a mocking sneer. Do you think I believe that? Macy stared deeply into his eyes. Really, because my favorite snack is matcha cream cakes, and Lualua's pheromones taste like. Before she finished, Darian slammed the door shut and walked away briskly. Unable to hold back, Macy covered her mouth to prevent laughter from escaping. Mugwan couldn't help but speak up. Flint, how come your temper has improved so much? Why don't you torment him? Macy, Gemika's sweets make me feel happy. Conroy's small cake bite could bring her joy and pleasant memories for a month. Gemmy, the way, the original plot never mentioned the main character is in Conroy. Maybe no one knows she's in Conroy. Mugwan, it's possible. The original protagonist has always liked Clark, who is in Conroy. Therefore, the protagonist definitely wished to be in Levi. Conroy, considering her identity, it's necessary for her to be in Levi. Conroy, also, in the original story, it's mentioned that her pheromones had the scent of water, meaning they were practically odorless. It's also difficult for anyone to detect her. Macy touched her chin. Lualua wasn't discovered either. That's great, only I get to enjoy the world's best little cake. Gemmet. My pheromones smell like water? G missed on the teacher's reaction just now, it didn't seem that way. Mugwan was also puzzled. Maybe your soul has changed, altering the scent of your pheromones? Macy nodded. Right, I should have asked what my pheromones smelled like. They must be like cream cake too. Mugwan. It seems Flint's self-awareness is a bit off. Macy turned into a content lazybones, eating and sleeping all day. Her body recovered quickly. During this time, Darian didn't show up in front of her. Naturally, Macy didn't know that the Lee family had attempted to contact her, but all messages vanished without a trace. Conroy pawn that cannot relay messages is useless. The Lee family unwillingly wasted a perfect Levi, someone they groomed meticulously. They even suspected that Darian had killed Macy. Gemmet, they needed confirmation, dead or alive, especially since Darian's killing of Macy would allow the council to control public opinion, impacting Darian. Now, unable to reach her and lacking any information, was their least desirable situation. However, fortunately, the newly wedded royal princess would attend a party in a month, making her first semi-official public appearance as a member of the royal family. Conroy that time, they would naturally try every possible means to get in touch with Macy. When Macy finally recovered and came out of her room, she happened to encounter Darian having breakfast. This was their first meeting since Darian last emerged from Macy's room. Even though Macy wasn't releasing pheromones, Darian's fingers still stiffened, and it seemed as if that warm, sweet scent filled his nostrils. Gemmet quickly, he looked up at her with a slight smile. Pretty well behaved during this period. The stunning beauty looked beautiful even while eating breakfast. Macy happily descended the stairs, not sitting opposite Darian but beside him. The girl propped her cheek with her hand, turned sideways, and stared at him unabashedly as if he were a sumptuous meal. Conroy's soft, sweet voice rang out. Lev, of course, I've been very obedient. Whatever Luoluo says, I do. Darian's movements became visibly uneasy, and his brows furrowed slightly. Just being too close to Macy this Conroy made him feel like he was losing control. Her words only intensified the strange yet unrelenting agitation rising within him. Gemmet, after years of navigating the treacherous political arena, he was adept at hiding his emotions. He chuckled lightly, put a piece of red wine marinated foie gras into his mouth, and said nonchalantly. If you really have been as good as you say, then that's great. Lately, the Lee family has been sending you frequent messages. Don't you think you should show yourself, declare your loyalty to me, and tell them not to bother you anymore? Jemmy saying this, he directly thrust Macy into the spotlight. Macy was, after all, part of the Lee family. It was obvious that she was under their control. Once she disobeyed, the Lee family wouldn't let go of this pawn easily. Darian expected Macy to change the subject or offer some noble reasons like family ties as an excuse. Instead, Macy laughed, her eyes twinkling brightly, looking incredibly obedient. Sure, but that might not be enough. Why don't I announce to the public that I've turned over a new leaf after meeting you, expose all the disgusting things the Lee family has done, and die to prove my sincerity. This way, it might be more useful for you. I can do it. If it means leaving a lasting impression on you, I'm willing to do anything. Chapter 392, Soft and Delicate Woman Conroy, Ferocious and Fierce Man Levi, 07. Darian's entire body stiffened. If Karina had played a few small tricks in front of him or shown fear and trembling, he would have felt more at ease. Gemmet, this reaction, which was entirely out of his expectations, left him at a loss for how to respond. Most importantly, the girl's eyes were bright and clear, always preferring to look straight into his eyes when speaking. People usually avoid eye contact subconsciously while lying. Gemmet, not only did Karina not avoid it, she stared straight at him. Like a little dog seeking praise. Jemmerson took a deep breath, unable to withstand the gaze first, turning away with a somewhat awkward voice. No need. I'm not so useless that I'd have to use a woman. Karina blinked her eyes, nodded obediently, and ate a piece of baked toast topped with apple slices and foie gras, its aroma filling her mouth. After swallowing it, she suddenly said softly. How about matcha cream mini cakes? The corner of Jemmerson's eyebrow twitched. He always thought what Karina said was false. He didn't know what his pheromones smelled like, and those who had experienced them had all met tragic ends. No one could tell him. Gemmet, he had never thought that his scent would be like some kind of dessert. He disliked sweets the most. She must be deceiving him, anyway, he couldn't verify it. Jemmerson put down his knife and fork, stood up, and the butler came forward to adjust his shirt collar. Even in casual attire, the perfectly built man remained noble and elegant, spicy and sexy. Karina stared at Jemmerson salaciously. Jemmerson forcibly ignored this fiery gaze and walked toward the door with large strides. Gemmet, just as he was about to step out of the door, his steps paused abruptly, and a slightly hoarse male voice sounded, tinged with bewilderment and incredulity. I really am, a cream cake? Karina giggled, yes. You're my little cake. Jemmerson felt numb all over, shivering as if cold, and walked out quickly as if chased by a devil. Karina laughed uncontrollably on the dining table. Just when Karina thought she would remain idle until the public banquet, two unexpected visitors suddenly arrived. They were her sister Yelena and her future brother-in-law, Clark. The Lee family had no way to get any news about Karina and no reason to see her. However, as Karina's sister, Yelena, and as Karina's good friend, Clark, their visit seemed reasonable. The two were not stopped when they arrived at the castle. Karina was lounging on the sofa, eating matcha cream mini cakes while watching entertainment live streams. Upon hearing the news, she showed slight surprise, then dissatisfaction. Jeeming Idol was so comfortable, wasn't it agreed that she shouldn't have freedom or meet anyone? How disappointing. Clearly, this was another test from Jemmerson. Karina licked her lips, thinking that during Jemmerson's next heat cycle, she would bite him more. She didn't budge from the sofa even as the visitors entered. Conroy, soon as Yelena saw Karina, she looked around in surprise, not expecting her rule-abiding and etiquette-observing sister to be sprawled lazily on the sofa. Seeing Karina's face, Yelena heaved a sigh of relief. Conroy, at least she didn't look tormented and worn out, which reassured her. Yelena presented a gift to Karina with a smile. Here, sister, it's a necklace I got for you. I think it suits you very much. Karina waved her hand indolently, and a maid came forward to take the gift and serve tea. Conducting like an extremely unconventional hostess, she raised an eyebrow at the two. Sit down. When they sat opposite her, Karina sized up Yelena at a glance and concluded. Conroy, genuinely innocent miss. Conroy's for this Clark, she had to admit, he was the perfect target. He treated Yelena with great gentleness and politeness, and greeted Karina courteously, giving people a good impression. Yet everything was superficial, as if everything he did was to uphold his persona for some purpose. Clark felt uncomfortable under Karina's gaze. He had expected to see a haggard Karina. He knew very well what kind of person Karina was, gentle and loyal, willing to do anything for him with just a few sweet words. Now, however, Karina's features seemed even more beautiful and striking. For a moment, he thought she didn't resemble a compliant Levi Mega at all. Yelena spoke up first. Sister, why haven't you been in touch with father and mother? We miss you so much. Her eyes were filled with sincerity, so sincere it bordered on foolishness. Monique casually finished the last bite of her small cake, licking her lips and using her bright red tongue to wipe away the white cream at the corner of her mouth, a completely different allure from before. Clark's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Even Yelena was momentarily entranced. Yelena blushed, then surprisingly spoke in a daze. Sister, you're so beautiful. Monique raised an eyebrow in slight surprise, straightening up to look at her. You like it? Yelena nodded. Yes, I do. Monique turned to look at Clark, who was filled with amazement. Your little girlfriend likes me, aren't you jealous? Clark composed himself and smiled. Gemeth of you are Levi Megas, why would I be jealous? Sisters should have such a good relationship. Though he said this gracefully and gently, he felt that something was seriously off with Monique. Why did she not look at him with the same loving gaze filled with longing and pain as before? Conroy, why wasn't she shy? Yelena liked Monique very much and even more so now. She immediately blushed and grabbed Monique's hand, talking non-stop about everything from daily meals to the latest luxury items, clearly a girl pampered in an ivory tower. Monique responded intermittently without showing much dislike for her sister. From the corner of her eye, she saw Clark looking somewhat anxious, his mouth opening several times as if he wanted to say something. Monique pretended not to notice. Finally, Clark couldn't hold back and interrupted Yelena. Inying, if you want to eat something, go find the butler. I need to discuss some important matters with your sister. Yelena pouted but obeyed, getting up and walking out of the living room with frequent glances back. The gentle smile faded from Clark's face as he looked at Monique with urgency. You, don't have anything you want to tell me? Lever perhaps, a gift for Inying? They were on Jeminson's turf, possibly monitored everywhere. Clark wouldn't ask his questions too overtly. He hinted for Monique to give useful information discreetly. He didn't even bother to placate Monique or make small talk first. Monique stared at Clark for a while, thinking what exactly the original hostess liked about him. Did she like his despicable nature? Clark added. Monique, I was originally worried about you suffering, but seeing you now, I'm relieved. Inying is different from you, she's very innocent, like a Darius. It must have been tough for you. Monique laughed lightly and suddenly said. Lev, of course, I have something I want to tell you. Clark's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly leaned closer. Conroy at the same time, in the office, Jemisin listened to the soft female voice through his headphones, tapping his fingertips expressionlessly on the desk. Chapter 393, Soft and Graceful Female Conroy, Gemriddle Male Levi, 08. Karina, I love him so much. I want to thank my parents and my family here for letting me marry Darian. Lev, otherwise, I wouldn't have known there was someone in this world who could make me feel this way. Jemmy the way, his pheromone scent is. Inside the office, Darian suddenly coughed, pinching her palm fiercely, veins popping out on her forehead. She'd better not say those words. Karina, hee, I won't tell you. Darian. She felt relieved but also found her more infuriating. What should she do? Clark stared at Karina blankly for a long time, his first reaction being. Was she mentally unstable because of Darian's abuse? Conroy, though she didn't look physically injured, Darian had sophisticated methods to mess with people, capable of leaving no visible wounds. Recalling the wedding ceremony from not long ago, Karina seemed abnormally listless. Worry finally showed on Clark's face. Karina, are you okay? If there's any problem, you must speak up. Don't keep it bottled up. Karina just wanted to roll her eyes. This target subject sure had an imagination. Unfortunately, his likability was neither high nor low. If she pushed him to disliking her even more, she'd be in trouble. So, Karina still smiled politely. I'm very well, extremely well, and I'm happy every day. Clark frowned tightly, looking around and finding no one, then he released his pheromones. Karina. Conroyas barely sensed each other's pheromones. If they did, it was an animal instinct, a battle desire when facing another Conroyfa emitting charm. Conroy de Bayo's voice rang in her mind. That's right. The original owner, and Conroyfa, really wished to be in Levi Mega, so to avoid discovery and due to her people-pleasing personality, she would act like in Levi Mega whenever sensing Clark releasing pheromones. Right, Clark's pheromones smelled like leather, which many Levis find charming. So, whenever he couldn't handle you or wanted you to do something even he deemed excessive, he'd release pheromones to charm you into submission. Karina felt like vomiting hearing the word leather. To her, that smell was no different from car exhaust. So, what does an Levi Mega supposed to act like? Red eyes, trembling all over, softly saying, "Mark me, right." Thinking of how Darian acted, Karina blushed instantly. Seeing the young girl blushing, Clark believed his pheromones were effective. Indeed, no matter what demeanor Karina displayed, she ultimately couldn't resist his charm. Conroy's smile spread across Clark's lips. "Karina, you know, we still have much to do. You promised me you'd be obedient, right?" If Darian said this, Karina would gladly play along. Gemmet Clark reminded her of a male actor she saw in a TV drama in the modern world, seemingly named Axel something. Rubbing her goosebumps, Karina looked past Clark towards Yelena entering the room. "Ingying, come over. Your boyfriend can't contain his charm." Clark was ignored, his face darkening, and he withdrew his pheromones. Yelena's reaction wasn't what Karina expected. She frowned and pursed her lips, showing a slight physiological redness from the residual pheromones, but her expression wasn't one of enjoyment. Slowly approaching, only sitting down once the pheromones dissipated, Yelena sat closer to Karina. Clearly, she didn't like Clark's pheromones either. If not for family arrangements, she wouldn't establish a romantic relationship with Clark. Karina watched Yelena with interest, noting how she scooted closer, snuggling against her. "Sister, you smell so good. What is that scent?" Karina remembered not wearing perfume, using fragrance-free shower gel and shampoo, all to avoid blocking her enjoyment of matcha mini cakes. She blinked. "You like it?" Yelena nodded, her face flushed. "Yes, I do." For some reason, she always felt warm all over, her blush persisting since entering the living room. The naivete didn't realize, thinking it was 2 Levi Megas and 1 Conroyalpha when actually it was 2 powerful Conroyalphas and 1 Levi Mega. Her physiological response to feeling hot all over was completely normal. She felt that she really liked her sister. How had she never noticed before how good her sister's scent was? It wasn't soft or submissive, but rebellious, and yet she found it incredibly alluring. Karina curled her lips and patted her head. "If you like it, come find me more often." Yelena nodded vigorously. The two sisters chatted for a long time while Clark sat beside them, fidgeting uncomfortably. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer and forced a smile. "Ingying, did you forget? We have a date tonight." Yelena looked puzzled. "No, we don't." Clark clenched his fingers and gritted his teeth. "Ingying, you must remember." "We do. Let's go." Fortunately, Yelena was still compliant, though reluctantly standing up and looking toward Karina. "Sister, wait for me, I'll come see you as soon as I can." Karina didn't even bother to stand up to see them off. She lazily lay on the sofa, showing no interest. "You're welcome anytime, goodbye." She didn't glance at Clark once. Clark suppressed his raging anger, pulling Yelena into the car. The innocent was oblivious to her boyfriend's emotions, leaving Clark feeling like he had thrown a punch into cotton. He hadn't fully marked Yelena yet and still needed to coddle her, so he resisted the urge to scold and remain silent. Inside the castle, Karina stretched lazily after standing up, glancing down at an inconspicuous black speck in the corner of the table. She slowly walked over to the black speck, mumbling to herself. "Finally got rid of these people. When is my little cake coming back? Really, even the best pastry chef can't match the taste of my little cake. I want to bite him every day, hard enough to make him cry, then mark him thoroughly." Snap. Darian abruptly cut off the monitoring device, covering her eyes with trembling chest, clearly upset. Yet the blush crept up from her earlobes, spreading across her cheeks. Chapter 394, Soft and Delicate Female Conroy, Ferocious and Violent Male Levi, 09. What Jemison most despised was his identity as an Levi Mega. Fate had pushed him into the mire, suffocating, dying, and leaving him battered and bruised. So he ruthlessly bared his claws, tearing at anything that approached with ill intent while carefully hiding his wounds. Gemmet Macy broke down all his defenses, barging in and leaving him floundering. Jemison raised his head from his hands and took a deep breath. She was just a small, fragile prey. He must keep the initiative in his own hands. It was time to teach her a lesson. After delivering her provocative remarks, Macy continued lying around lazily. In the previous world, she had done too much, torturing villains, training dogs, even confronting the Tau. Coming to this world allowed her to live like a carefree slug-a-bed, fitting her mood perfectly. So when Jemison returned to confront her, Macy was curled up on the sofa like a little hamster eating snacks. Seeing Jemison, she smiled broadly. "Wow, my little cake is back." Jemison lifted Macy right off the sofa. The little girl didn't look like an Conroyalpha at all. He sneered inwardly but handled her unexpectedly gently. Carrying Macy out, he walked briskly to the lawn outside before gently setting her down. This was the first time Macy stepped outside since entering the castle. Conroy's gentle breeze brushed against her face, and the sunlight felt warm on her skin. The flowers in the lawn trembled lightly, emitting a sticky fragrance the moment Macy's feet touched the ground. Macy tilted her head back slightly, lips curling up as she took a deep breath. Don't want to lock me up anymore? The girl wore a white nightgown, her long black hair cascading to her waist, her skin almost translucent in the sunlight, revealing faint blue veins under her delicate skin. Levine couldn't help but imagine how beautiful the crimson blood flowing beneath those veins would be. Her long lashes trembled in the sun like the wings of a black butterfly. She seemed like the most beautiful glass sculpture in the world, irresistible to anyone who wanted to cherish her tenderly. Jemranson's heart raced as he spoke softly. Do you like the sunlight? Macy squinted her eyes, smiling brightly. Yes, I do. Jemranson stared into her eyes, took a step back, and looked down at her. Then go ahead and leave. He towered over Macy. She had to crane her neck to meet his gaze, having been petite in his arms. Conroignon would immediately recognize the man as a dominant Conroilfa, possibly exuding a tobacco-like pheromone. Conroign the girl as the most delicate and charming Levi Mega, exuding milk or the sweetest floral scent. Leave? Macy tilted her head, resembling a delicate doll. Where are you taking me? Jemranson's gaze followed Macy's eyes downwards to her slender throat, noticing its fragility. His voice lacked emotion. You'll walk alone. Leave here, and I'll give you a chance at freedom. His fingers unconsciously stroked her gently, then his gaze shifted to the distant gate. Run fast, little girl, while I'm still in a good mood. Finally, there was a trace of expression on his face, the look of a hunter toying with his prey, mocking and disdainful. Conroign there was an excitement he hadn't realized himself. Run, he urged silently. Run until you reach the trap.